Mwaninga.
Please.
But what is it turning into? No, what's our society turning into? I have an account that's been running. It's not an account for 1,000. It's an account for millions. No, you cannot stop him because somebody needs to hear this because I don't want my patients to die. I just want to pay for fucking patients' medication. I'm not asking GT to do me any fucking favor. Just to pay for my patient's medication. GT is telling me I cannot operate my account. Then I have to wait for another 2 more fucking days. For what? Just for patient's life? Until it becomes their ND's family members before they will move. I'm not asking them to give me any money. It's my account that I just want to run. What are we turning into? Honestly, and is this a government issue? We're talking individuals here. I had to leave my clinic to come down here for this. Why? So we need to know people.
This is GT Bank Oregon. Mandate was supposed to be changed since Thursday. Unfortunately, they couldn't change it.
Nobody's moving.
And despite the fact that the doctor is saying that patient's life is at risk, they are still saying it will take 48 hours to change a simple mandate for him to be able to run his account. And GT Bank and the people here have sent messages to the head office, but the head office does not care if people dies or not. That is where we are. Let the whole world see to it. Lagos State Governor, we are going to copy you in this. Ministry of Health, we are going to copy you. CBN will be tagged. Thank you.
Where I don't send for you. You want carry motor go as you want ship things go as I go send money for you. Your brothers and sisters for Africa, you say they need. Before you come social media, come disgrace me. Me I can't disgrace both of us first. And they stay for France, you they stay for Spain. You they ask me money, and they send you money. Money I don't spend for you, not less than 30,000 euro where I don't send for you. You want carry motor go as you want ship things go as I go send money for you. Your brothers and sisters for Africa, you say they need money. I go help you send money for them. And you say you want to marry me. Because you say you want to marry me, now make me they send you all those money. As you come France now, your bola no gree stand because you don't drink many things. When my power, be that waiting until they sleep with woman. All those women when you use those things, they sleep with, they enjoy you, but they don't spend money. They don't spend money for you. Those women when you sleep with for free, they don't spend money for you. You just want a man that may you destroy them. May be saying that you be man. Me where they spend money for you now, you don't come France, come visit me now. Upon all the 30,000 euro where I spend for you, you don't come France, bola no gree stand again. On colors where you take and now waiting my power one they take, then they make prick they stand. Now your prick don't weak. If you not take out now your prick not they stand again. Now you go carry that dead body prick on me. Upon all the money when I spend, you not go work. All those your brothers and sisters will chop my money, they go return my money. That's why they do this video. Anywhere you there, you go come outside, you go see my face show. Now me madam live your life, my face show. That my money where you shop as you go for Spain. And from France they send money come for you. And you know say your dead body prick. You not gonna feel work anything. You carry an enter train, you want come meet me for France. Okay, now me like leakages, I don't understand. That is waiting not don't expire. Now me like expired prick. Upon all the money when I make, I buy the find new man. I don't need that old boyfriend again. You were there for Spain, no? You go come out, I don't need you again. I don't feel make money finish. I can't carry bola way die. Now bola way they stand down they fine. If you not say not a big work for side room. Not
where those people came to attack those poor people. If you remember the video again, where they were pulling a child from behind his dead mother and his dead folks. You understand? So this is where it happened. Now let me tell you what's funny. Bring the camera down. This is tin. This is tin. These are minerals. Look at it on the ground. These are minerals. So it is pretty obvious. See them, come. It is pretty obvious that these people are being killed because of the richness of their land. Can you imagine they had to burn down the place? Come. See, start from here. They had to burn down the place. See these houses. Everything burnt down. We came into this village. There's literally nobody in the village, like literally nobody. They had to run away from their own land, from the place where they were born, where their grandparents lived. Do you understand? Can you imagine minerals on the ground? See, minerals on the ground. Minerals on the ground. I mean, this land is rich. Why are they doing this? I don't know. It is obvious, but we act as if I don't know for political reasons. But please, Nigerian government, please. Now, I'll take you to where the children are. The children that are being affected. Those people that they killed, their children. I will take you to the IDP camp where they are. If you see them, then let's not even talk about the ones that are in the hospital without hand and legs. Because of insecurity in Nigeria or because of greed. What we all can enjoy in Nigeria. We have a lot of minerals in Nigeria that we all can enjoy. We are not supposed to be poor in this country. Dubai get only oil, sell Dubai day. We are rich anyhow. Look at this land, plain land. Turn this camera. Look at the land, raise it up. Look at this land, plain land, see, plain, beautiful land with raw minerals on the ground. But yet, Nigerians, we are still suffering. We are still poor because of the greed of the people that are supposed to protect us and take care of us. Because of the government. So, basically, somebody was trapped in this car. Somebody was trapped in this car and was burnt. Now, these things... Where that guy did? What is this? Which bone? Human being bone. What I'm holding now, according to this guy that was here, have you put your face? I know if you show your face, now I just show only your body. So according to this guy, say now waiting. Bones, human being bone. So this is the car. The person was. And as you can see, this is somebody. This is a human being bone. These are bones of somebody. But this is very dark man, and I'm out here in Jos, Bokos, local government here. Bokos, where the attack happened. So there was an attack on these people. Everybody that you are seeing here, they are not random people. These are like people affected by the attacks that happened on the 24th. It happened on the 24th, 25th, and on the 26th. So a lot of them didn't have the opportunity to do Christmas because of this attack. And what is funny is that I've done a little bit of investigation. I walked around. Some of them are staying here, and then some of them are staying in this town. Let me see the zinc houses. This place, and then behind. Now come back. So what's going on is
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time to talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Christmas is coming, baba, buy two for me. Oh, la, la, oh, la, la, oh, la, la, yeah. Hello, my dear, when Christmas is already coming, and I know you want to buy a few things for your parents, but because Boji jackpot, hello, my dear, even though you are not in jackpot, you're not wondering who will help mommy in Beji to, buy all this remaining tomato, beans, egg, yam, rice, noodles, and cocoa. Do not worry. I'm here to introduce to you Help Me Waka. Hey, waka, waka for me. Amen. Now, what these guys are going to do for you is they will help you to deliver anything that you want to your parents, to your husband, to your wife that you have left in Nigeria. Koda, you that are giving Baba Adejo that is doing the work of former, according to former in your college, you're marrying. That's fact. So they can help you to build your house, they help you to buy cement, block, paint, tiles, that is, and so on and so forth. They also do personalized gifts. Look at this. For example, Ray has my name on it. And it has exciting and personal items. I love class. You already know that. They won't put clock to remind me, wait, I should not be using another person's clock to run. You understand me now? So anything that you want whatsoever, they are in Nigeria, they are in Ghana, and Cameroon. Don't worry, just go to their website. I'm gonna put a link in my bio. Follow them on Instagram. Gbogbo Ishoro, Gbogbo Aile, Gbogbo Nile, Gbogbo Riro, Gbogbo Bibo, Gbogbo Kiki, Gbogbo Shisha. Any problem or any ills that you are having and you want it to be resolved, help me to waka. We help you to resolve it. You want to joke and think I will cut and I will not pack all these things. I will pack it. I will wash me eyeball to eyeball, so you can come to my house and come and take it.
You're welcome.
I'm not welcome.
Yes, I got your call. Who sent this to me?
My brother.
Wow, so excited! Aliko, hurry up! I'm so excited!
Surprise! Surprise!
How
are you guys?
I'm
nice to see you.
I'm live.
With Help Me Waka, I came to your house from your brother in America.
Wow!
Are you happy? Help Me Waka, the people who do what? Run errands for you in Nigeria and in Ghana. Say Ghana. Ghana. Say Ghana.
Ghana.
Nigeria and Ghana. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka.
Help Me Waka.
Help Me Waka, the people who run errands for you.
In his essay, Africa's Tarnished Name, Chinua Achebe writes, our humanity is contingent on the humanity of our fellows. No person or group can be human alone. We rise above the animal together or not at all. If we learn that lesson even this late in the day, we will have taken a truly millennial step forward. As we enter 2024, I welcome you with these two messages from Chinua Achebe. The first one goes into the heart of what is wrong with how we see others, and that is about stereotyping. On that, Chinua Achebe writes, stereotypes are not necessarily malicious. They may be well-meaning and even friendly, but in every case, they show a carelessness or laziness or indifference of attitude that implies that the object of your characterization is not worth the trouble of individual assessment. The great East African Ubuntu philosophy says it all. I am because you are. And it follows that you are because I am. That is all there is to know when all is said and done. Hello everyone, welcome to Have Your Say 247. Today is Saturday, January 6th, 2024. Happy New Year. This is our first show for the year and I welcome all of you to the show. Thank you for making our time to join us on the show today. We appreciate all of you. On today's show, we are going to talk about the stories in the news. As always, we're going to start with the money that are being stolen out of Nigeria. Less than 7 months into Tinubu's administration, corruption stories are all over the news. The first one is Minister for Humanitarian Affairs, Edu. She is accused of sending 585 million naira to a personal account. Something that is against government rules. And the former Minister for Humanitarian Affairs, Sadiya Umar Farouq, she could not account for 37 billion. And she was summoned by the EFCC and she hasn't gone. She's giving excuses that she wasn't feeling well. Going further on to Dangote, our own Dangote is in trouble. There is EFCC investigation that about $750 million was sent to Dangote towards the end of the administration of Buhari by Emefiele. So we are going to talk about that. The EFCC stormed his office in Lagos to investigate. So the other stories in the news, we will get to all of it. But first, let me bring in the people who are here in the studio. So if you join us in the studio, please turn on your camera so that we can bring you in if you want to come in. If you want to just watch, you can go to YouTube and watch us via YouTube. But the studio is for those who want to come in and participate. So let's welcome those who are here. Ikolala, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thanks for having me. It's a new year and our funny stories. I find Nigerian stories funny these days because it's the same thing. We've had the same thing from 1999. So even from 1960, by the looks of it. So it's just a fun situation. It's just good to laugh sometimes at it, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Yui, thank you so much for joining us. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, sir. How are you, sir?
Good, good.
Such a pleasure to talk to you again.
Yeah, it's good to have you. And I guess you guys noticed that we changed the time. We moved it a little bit 1 hour ahead for people in America. So we start at 11 this Saturdays this year. Righteous Man. Oh, okay. He's not on camera, so we'll take him out. So thank you guys. Righteous Man, Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. How are you doing?
Good, good, good. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Welcome to 2024.
Yes, yes. Happy New Year. Did you go?
You're looking very handsome and younger. What happened?
Nice.
Very young, very handsome.
No, nothing happened. So how are you? Did you go home?
No. But my elder brother, he told me that home was peaceful and most of our village people that lives in the US, about 90% of them came back this last December, and it was a very, very beautiful celebration according to him. The security was okay. There was no incident, no fight, no killing, nothing. Everything went smoothly. Some of them have started going back to the US.
Those that left Lagos, are they back to Lagos?
Not actually, no. Like the compound where I'm living, virtually it's only me and my wife and one other guy that is in the compound. Those who traveled are not back, but the story I'm hearing is the cost of transportation is high. I think they're paying 42,000 to come back, and a lot of police stopovers and such, and collection of their usual fee.
Okay. All right, let's go to Niger first. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, Doctor. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you?
Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. Good. May this year prosper us in Jesus' name. Good news will come in our way in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Thank you very much. God bless everybody. God bless you.
That's something Nigerians agree on, saying amen to any prayer. Especially the one that will bring good things. So how are you? How are you doing, Niger first?
Well, thank God. Everything went fine. We glory to God. We can see this new year. We hope and pray for a better life and a good Nigeria, good leaders, and see what the year will bring again for us. Let's continue till the country is good, so we don't have to step down. We will be giving them bomber to bomber, as they said in the local palace. Not grief for anybody this year.
Thank you. Maxi, welcome. How are you?
I'm great, Dr. Damages.
I can see
the way you are the way you are damaging the people from even before the presidential election is not easy. So that is the reason why I give you the man of the year. But Dr. Damages, I'm not happy with what is going on. As we are laughing here, right now, as we are laughing here, as we are talking right now, as we speak, under this Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Ogun State and Ondo State is under rampage. As we are talking, just 3-4 hours ago, if you check, you will see it in Punch, you will see it in Niger land, Naira land also. They are all there. Vanguard, they are all there. Our people are on constant attack from people that you have nothing to do with them. I am not happy. I am not happy. I am not happy. There is nothing to celebrate. There is nothing. If people will be killed on their own land for committing anything, it's sad. It calls for you and I to stand up and begin to challenge this government. There is nothing to laugh about. There is nothing to smile about. Is it economic implications that is going on in Nigeria? A Naira is 1,300 plus. The World Bank has instructed this present administration to increase petrol price to 700 and something. What is there to laugh about? What is there to smile? We can afford to smile because we are in different countries outside Nigeria. It is sad. It is sad, Dr. Damages. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Maxi. We add that to our conversation because I saw that breaking news that something is happening across the Southwest. Mazi Prince, welcome.
Dr. Damages, good morning.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you.
I'm okay. Same to you. Well, well, of course, I'll be happy. It's a happy new year, you know, that my life. Uh, let me not say, I was gonna say, you know what, I'm in another country better, but it's okay. Just to buttress what Mazi is saying, Dr. Damages, I sent you an email yesterday about Bubamawa. Yeah, it's Rudolph Okonkwo at gmail.com.
Oh, that's not my. Okay, I'll find it. I don't really check that.
Okay.
Email to use it for communities.
So
I was wondering where did he send it? Okay.
Okay, so Human Rights Writers Association have come up with they unveiled that there is a plan, there is a plot to implicate him. I'm not surprised, you know, because at the end of the day, when you dine with the devil, you are supposed to use the long spoon to dine with the devil. So I'm not surprised. At the end of the day, they're trying to push him out and have their own person sit there. And then Nigeria is going to be a narco, you know, free for all narco country. Apart from that, also, I'm also, a few minutes ago, I was going through, you know, messages. I saw that of, Ogun State. It's not surprising. But the one that touches me most is if somebody is saying that they were gonna discount about 5 million people, give them 50% discount on their transportation, and only 163,000 was captured. Is that a pass mark? Obviously not, but they are praising themselves that that's the pass mark. They are also using 12 billion to borrow $3.3 billion. $12 billion to borrow 3.3 billion from Afrexim Bank. So where they come what is their plan?
Mazi, it's 12 billion worth of crude, not $12 billion. 12 billion worth of crude.
Yeah, whatever it is, I know it's equivalent. It's the money. They're gonna get the money. They will sell it. They will get 12 billion, and they only got 3.3 billion. I just don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what to say anymore. These people are just running the country into oblivion. I'm sorry to say. I'm not laughing just because I want to laugh. I'm laughing because it's painful. It's really, really painful. And I weep for my country, Nigeria. Let me rest for now.
All right, thank you so much. I'm trying to reach someone in Nigeria who could give us more information on what's happening in Ogun State. All right, so let's start. Let me ask you guys quickly, any story that we're missing other than the story about oil swap, I think, or the loan they are getting, which I've added to this, and then the attack going on, which we'll get more information on. Is there any story that I didn't mention that is important to you? Let me start with you, Kolola. Any major story?
No, like I said, there's no major story. I don't follow Nigerian news anymore. I only read your StreamYard content. Yes. So I decided, okay, probably I should come and listen to everyone's view. It's so. I'm so sorry, Maxi, that when I started, I said I came to laugh at the issue. It's a situation whereby when you've been serious much enough to the point that your seriousness only takes it to the negativity. I mean, what can you do? What can you do? When Obasanjo came in, we thought, okay, he's going to be one of the best we would have and lead things to the positive direction. I mean, it went from there to negative, so it's very sad. So I'm just going to sit around and take my time to ask people questions on what they know, because believe me, when it comes to Nigerian news, I think everyone here knows better than I do. I stopped. You can't have a criminal at the helm and think you're going to get a better result. You're wasting your time.
All right, thank you. Niger first.
Yeah, I think Mazi, let me just continue there where you stop about the palliative for the citizen during the Christmas fair and the train fair for the train slash. The palliative of they give I think 100 million palliative to all the House of Reps and 200 million to the Senate, each of them for the Yuletide season, and they are giving just I think 160,000, 163,000 people benefit from the transportation during the Yuletide. And like as Maz is hand, and with people, they are celebrating. If we calculate that money with the slash of the 50%, and look what they give to 360 House of Rep, 100 million each, and the Senate 109 to 200 million each, and compare it to what the city. In fact, I don't just understand these countries. Where are we going? Honestly, I don't just understand. And people will still judge this thing and will still gaslight us and will still defend it. So I don't really know the role of the citizen in that country. Look at the budget. I look there's some analysis that we are saying, analyzing that budget, that is for the elite. That budget was just to maintain the elite. Because if you look at to fight terrorism in that budget, is 200 billion. That's money that were allocated to fight terrorism. How can they use 200 million for that? Look at the percentage given to education. Look at what is given to health. And look at what them are getting out of the budget. So automatically that budget is just to maintain the elite. That's what the budget find. The budget is small for Nigeria, for our population, but the little we still have to bring out, they still have to provide, they will still siphon it. That is the problem in Nigeria. And look at all the money, look at the ministers, like you said in your headline. Look at the ministers. Okay, maybe when we come to that place, when we come to that, but we'll continue for that. Don't let me deviate. So that is still another one. But another good news I will still get the rain, because I was reading, I think in the Post, I think it was last week, the rain in East, that is a Port Harcourt, Aba, that is the narrow gauge rain, have been completed. Port Harcourt, Aba, I think Port Harcourt to Meduguri or something like that. So I was reading that. But the rain, the narrow gauge has been completed, but what is we are waiting for the train. That is another problem there. That is one of the two things, because Nigeria, there's millions of things, but we don't have to come and blow our minds. Just to pick one or two and find one good one and find one bad one to be able to balance it. Because if you start want to talk about Nigeria, we talk all people, that we just confused. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Righteous man. Oh, is there any story that you feel that we should talk about that one?
Just backing up what one of the gentlemen said earlier, there's consequences for our choices. When you live in a country, if you do the analysis, let's take the 4 presidential candidates, Bola Tinubu, Atiku, Peter Obi, Kwankwaso, and let's assume APC won the election, really. So let's give APC 40% of the votes, and then let's give Atiku 30. That's 70. Then let's give Peter Obi 20. That's 90. Then give conquest to 10. That means 60% of Nigerians didn't vote for APC. 60%. So that 60% does not recognize APC as the president of Nigeria. That's 60% disgruntled human beings in Nigeria right now. So you already have that 60% as a deficit. Then you now add all the decisions that have been made in the past few, is it 7 or 8 months? You've now increased that percentage from 60%, let's say another extra 10%, 70%. So you now have an illegitimacy issue where you're trying to govern a state that does not recognize your legitimacy. So now you can see what's happening in the country. Crime is up, banditry is up, kidnapping is up, killing is up. When women have to now rise up in a state and then go on strike and go burn the house of a traditional ruler. I think that's in Benin State or Plateau State.
Nasarawa State.
Okay. That should let you know the extent of how bad things are. You know, when something is built on a faulty foundation, it's near impossible to stand. Bola Tinubu has 12 months. I'm going to predict it to everybody here on the phone now. He has 12 months. So from the day he was inaugurated, count 12 months. He has 12 months to stabilize that country and to build confidence in that country. After 12 months, that country is going to be in real serious trouble. If you look at everything, you have the killings in Plateau. Now you have killings in southern Kaduna, based on what I've been reading in the papers. Talk about the budget, allocation of funds, how money is being. I'm even reading the paper where a minister was on Twitter, where she said, it says here, is it Edu's bid to pay millions into private bank accounts was blocked by Accountant General.
No, the Accountant General did not block it. The money went to the private account. But we are going to talk about that. That's not one of our topics.
So these are the things that the damages. When me and you read it, and the people in Nigeria read this, it further adds to the issue of illegitimacy of the presidency. These are the things that are getting people angry. And you see videos online where you see soldiers with these bandits. So I don't know what's happening in Nigeria. It's just sad. It's just sad. I don't know what you're going to talk about. Is it about the corruption? Is it about the killing? Is it about the governance? Is it about how much money is allocated to the House of Assembly members and how much is allocated to education and transportation and other areas of the economy? They can't even get money to borrow anymore from outside. Nobody wants to borrow money to Nigeria at the moment. It's sure they are borrowing, but now you're looking at what, 20, 25% interest rates? My brother, if we start talking today, I don't think we'll stop talking for 365 days. All of us will stay on this phone and we'll wish each other Happy New Year now, and then wish each other Happy New Year again before we stop talking. That's how bad, my brother, it is. It's very bad. You know, watch out for the elections coming up. The ones in Edo States, especially Edo States. It's going to be bloody. Just watch out for it. You know, that's my own 10 cents, you know.
All right, thank you. One thing I forgot to mention, which is in my description, is the issue of fake certificates from Togo and Niger and how they are reacting to that. The government is actually stopping some schools from being recognized in Nigeria. And when you think about it and compare it to what Tinubu did when his own certificate issue happened out of Nigeria. So we are going to also talk about that. Let me come to you, Maxi. Any story that you enjoy?
Dr. Damage is the only story that we are looking up to in Ghana here now is the coming presidential election come December 8, 2024. So we are preparing towards it. And as it is in our tradition, our vote counts. Nobody will come and intimidate me in the polling station. Because while we carry out our votes, our constitutional rights, there is what we call provisional votes that all the electronic medias and the rest of them will publish. But as they are publishing it, they will tell you that it is provisional result. And there is no time we held an election in this country where the provisional results, the leader in that provisional elections or results as published by this electronic media has never won. So that is where we are today. And one other thing that really strikes my mind is that my leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, is also being held in the prison in DSS. I do not know when the Nigerian government will deem it fit to release that man to go, because 13 times he has appeared in the courts of Nigeria, 13 times he has won, and they are still holding him there. With the recent Supreme Court ruling, it's obvious that it's going to start afresh again to challenge, his illegal detention and the reason why he was kidnapped from Kenya. So these are some of the things, these two things, and the ordeal Nigerians are going through as we speak. My brothers and sisters that are listening to us, and those of you in the panel, in the studio today, you will bear with me that Nigerians are suffering so much. Even the BBC or everybody campaign about did not help matters. The man they wanted, the INEC wanted to remain there, irrespective of the anomalies that covers him. But he is there, trying to tell people, trying now to ban results or certificates he considers as fake from Benin, from Togo, from Niger. Even Kenya is among. I don't know whether you saw it, Dr. Davids. Kenya is among. So that is it. Someone that doesn't have the morals will come out now to tell you people what you should do and what you should not do, which is not supposed to be. If actually Nigerians that believe that Nigeria will work did something that they're supposed to do in order to remove most of these, I call them, political criminals that have rendered Nigeria, make Nigeria a mockery in the world. Thank you.
All right, thank you. One more, righteous man. Any story?
Yeah, Dr. Damages and every panelist, I greet you especially. The issue of Nigeria is an issue that has no end.
Please permit me to, continue to take my mouth as my elder brother, continues with his submission. Thank you so much. Cheers, my people.
So,
go ahead.
Those of us in Nigeria that joins this platform, as things stands today, we may likely not be seen all the time, because the prices of everything in Nigeria now, this new year, they have virtually increased all. Both data, banking. If you are doing a transaction now, there is no money, no physical cash you can see in Lagos. We are buying money, back to the days of buying money with money again. And so there is nothing actually working, no light. There's nothing actually working, nothing, absolutely nothing. And what I plan to ask you today, Dr. Damages, in 2024, you've built, let's recognize the fact, even if you are denying it, you have built one of the best platforms on social media, across the globe. a view of about 2-point-something million, as you said last year. It's not a joke, you know. It's a reputable platform. What is the agenda of, or what is your vision going to result into in 2024? What is the agenda of your platform? Will we still congregate here, analyze issues, and allow the opinion and submission of people just to go like that? Is there any step you are taking to harness all these fantastic and wonderful submissions individuals are making to either make Nigeria a workable society or otherwise? So I'm expecting something very germane from your platform, especially you are the leader of this platform. I want to hear something from you that is going to give us, energize us, and also spur us to do harder things in order to make things work than it has worked previously in your platform. As we are talking about Nigeria, we should also talk about this platform that we all enjoy. What is our goal this year? That's number 2. Number 3, Dangote was, the office of Dangote was raided by EFCC. And I know it's just a camouflage about the foreign exchange, forex and whatever. And then the fake certificates, I had opportunity to make a contribution in one of the national radios. That was yesterday. And I put this question across to them. I said, who is going to investigate who? What about the Chicago issue? How did the Nigerian judiciary tackle the Chicago State University saga? How did it end? And so the way it ended shows that the Nigerian government lack the right to interrogate these people, because if we want to investigate it, virtually 95% of the Nigerian politicians are culprits. They are wrong people in position, because so many of them who parade professorship and degree and so on and so forth actually bought it over. They didn't write it. They are not intelligent and brilliant enough to acquire those degrees. So I said, if the investigation has to start, it has to start from the head, because whoever that is sitting there as the Nigerian president have issues with his education certificate, starting from primary school, secondary school, and then the university. There is no authentic, will I say, information about the educational career of Mr. President and so many of them. So that's the issue that is trending in Nigeria for today. I'm just hearing it from this platform that is healing Ogun State and the neighboring state, because there is no light. And to burn fuel right now to start my gen, I'm going to spend approximately 25,000 naira to fuel my gen to have light. And that fueling of my gen will not last more than 8 hours. Dr. Abati was saying it on Arise TV a few days ago, that he went and bought fuel of 50,000 naira from his place to VI and going back home. Everything evaporated, disappeared, as if, imagine 50,000 naira fuel, he could not use it for the second day, just one day. It's not even about the cost of the fuel that we are suffering here. The fuel is I think, is the last quality fuel that any nation can give to her citizens. It has no, it's not the fuel of those days that you will buy 2,000 naira fuel, you will use it and it will not just evaporate and just burn off. The fuel we are having here is the most ridiculous fake you can even give to any country. And that's what we're using in Nigeria. You spend your money, you don't have value for the money you have spent. It's just, we miss Peter Obi. I said, I think Tinubu called Peter Obi to join him in the New Year broadcast. He asked Peter Obi to come on board and join him and Atiku, and Peter Obi replied him. And I love what he gave him. With Nigerians, we miss Peter Obi. Life is becoming harder. And I think those of you that are there should do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, righteous man. Mazi Prince, yeah.
Okay. Before Dr. Damages, before you answer him on what he's saying about, what is your plan for the platform? Righteous man, good morning again. Righteous man, most of us are in the diaspora. You will not expect us to come to Nigeria and fight for you guys. If you listen to the news, something happened yesterday in Plateau, and it was done by women. Women did it. People sitting in Nigeria waiting for us to come and tell them what to do. I'm sorry, it's not gonna happen. But I believe something is in the works and it will happen. The way we we converge here and share ideas and talk about it, to some of us, it's helpful. But what I will not do is to buy a flight ticket and come over there to say, oh, I'm protesting for you guys. You guys can protest.
That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean.
Okay. That aside, last night in Kaduna State, 17 people were killed, 34 have been adopted, and they operated for 6 hours. Where were the military? Nowhere. Also, as we are talking, somebody said something about World Bank telling Nigeria to increase their fuel to 700. Please, we are all educated. What World Bank is saying is this: Nigeria said there is no more subsidy. That's what they said. But then they're not being transparent with what they're doing.
Mazi Prince, sorry, can you hold this thought so that we can go around and start the conversation properly? There are people that we need to hear from, okay? When we start the conversation, we can go into details. Tone, welcome to you.
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah,
Tone,
hi.
hi,
Hi.
hold on, Tone. Let
It's
me
okay.
go to Alexander because he's at work and he needs to just quickly say
Yeah,
something. Happy New Year, Dr.
Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. I hope everybody's keeping well. This country called Nigeria is giving me sleepless nights. We're in dire straits. We're in dire straits. Things are getting from bad to worse. And like somebody said on this platform, I think it was Uyi. Uyi is a typical Benin. I think Uyi said that if Tinubu does not get the country in order in the next 1 year, the country is totally kaput. And I totally agree with you on that, Uyi. You are right. He has 1 year to turn the fortunes of the country around. And if he keeps on going downhill, this time, September, October, we're going to be in dire straits. But I called in essentially and solely because of this Dr. Edu embezzlement. If that's found to be true, and I still have my suspicions, but if that's found to be true, then we as a people have inherent corruption about us. This is a lady that's barely the age of my child, and she's already gone into government in 3 months or less, stealing almost R1 billion. We have a problem. This is why we are where we are today. It's inherent. We have to admit it. One of the ways to solve a problem as an expert, I'll tell you, is to first of all identify a problem and then solve the problem. But once we're still in denial that we have a problem, then we're going to be beating around the bush. If this story of Dr. Edu is true, that she tried to embezzle R1 billion or thereabouts, then we have a problem. Our administration are whacked. The whole system is messed up. Our mindset is warped. And I feel sorry for us. I don't know where we're going to go from here. This just breaks my heart. But I hope that is just an allegation that is unsubstantiated. So, Rudolph, that's what I call.
Listen, yeah, let me ask you, please, before you go.
Yeah.
I'm looking at stories here. There is a story from PM News saying that why I approved the payment. She's saying that she approved the payment. And now, in less than 24 hours, people are coming out to tell us that, oh, we did not approve the pay, we did not pay anything to any account. She's saying that it's legal what she did, that it's not illegal. And we saw now the Attorney General of the Federation coming out to say, oh, we didn't execute their why are they doing this? Why are they
damage control? Damage control. That's all it is. That's the simple expression for that. Like I said, I like to believe that is a false allegation, but if it's true, and I have no reason to doubt the authenticity
but at
of
least
that.
we know that she wrote the letter where she was giving the directive that the money should be paid. There's no doubt about that. So
it would be totally unethical for a minister to have government funds paid directly into her account. It doesn't make any sense. We're very educated. All of us on this platform are educated people. It's not adding up. If you pay money directly into your account, it's because solely and purposely you want to siphon some of it. That's all it is. But I like to think that it's not true. If it's true, she needs to be fired immediately. Immediately. She's not fit for purpose. That should never happen. That should never happen.
Do you know her? Do you know anything about her?
No, I don't know this lady. I know she's a brilliant medical doctor. She was a commissioner in Cross River State under the old governor, the old administration, and I hear that she performed wonders as a commissioner of health or something like that in Cross River State. But other than that, I don't know much about her. I know she was very active during the Tinubu campaign, and she was rewarded accordingly. But no, I don't know her personally, and I don't want to know a person like that. At 38, 39, if she has that mindset, knowing what the people are going through and running a humanitarian portfolio, and you decide to siphon some money into your account, ethically or unethically, it's out of order, and she should be fired immediately. And I'm going to give you my personal guarantee. I'm going to call people who matter in Nigeria, and I'm going to find out whether it's true or not. And I'll come back to you, Rudolph, on that. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right. Tone, welcome to the show.
Yeah, hi. Good day, everybody. Where will I start?
So
every day.
Tone, hold on. So if you don't, I think we should go ahead and make this story the first story that we're going to discuss, which is the Edu story. So we can start from there.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that was where I was about to say. Every day there is revelation and fresh revelation and fresh revelation. Yesterday I was on a panel, and I was saying to them that, as it stands now, I doubt that will be able to sort Nigeria out, and they all attacked me. They didn't know where I was coming from. And why I say so, I'm going to start from the angle. Why I say so is that we're so messed up, we're such in a bad place that even Peter Obi does not have the resolution to deal with it. And Dr. Gomez just said she should be sacked. I don't believe sacking at this moment is a deterrent to corruption, the level of corruption, because the level of corruption now we have in Nigeria is impunity. They do it with impunity, knowing that at the worst case scenario, I'll be removed, but I will keep all the money. That is not good. I want to see a Nigeria where somebody is convicted of fraud, a public officer, and they go to proper jail. They go to proper jail, not house arrest. They go to jail. They should be able to put on whatever uniform they're putting on, go to the farm every day and feel the heat that the ordinary Nigerian and all their properties confiscated. Plus the ones that even they allegedly acquired legally should be taken from them. So that would be a punitive measure. So before you go out there and take a public office and steal money, you think twice, because they know there's no consequences for this thing. That is why more are going to come. There are some people that come on the comment section, even on this panel, that if they are given public office, because listen, money reveals who you are. When you've got good money, when you start making good money, and it will actually reveal who you are. And how can public funds be paid in your private account? That is unprofessional in the first place. For starters, it shouldn't be. People that are saying that she's a brilliant doctor, what kind of doctor? Man, if we start drilling very, very well into our educational thing and all that, her certifications and her performance, it's all concocted, it's all lies. University of Calabar, by the way, that she graduated from, it's a public knowledge. I mean, it may not be for everybody, but I'm telling you guys now on the panel, I know one or two people that are here in the UK that claim that they went to University of Calabar with masters, with first degree and all that. It was all false. They bought it. It's still happening as we are talking. Imo State University is one of the citadel of fraud, for educational fraud. People, especially for ladies, they don't go to classes. They have people that sit for exams for them and all that. They sleep with lecturers and they are awarded degrees. Ekpoma State University is another fraudulent university. I'm talking about the southern ones that I know. I'm not alleging. This is what I know firsthand. What are we talking about? And we'll be saying Hausa Fulani, and all that. Everybody should look at himself and his own region. There are criminals and fraudulent activities has been happening in Nigeria. We saw those soldiers those recruits that are being recruited that said they came from their local governments or local government. They never lived in Lagos. They can't even speak Yoruba, basic Yoruba. This has been happening for years and years. When I got in the academy, even though I lived in Lagos most of my life and all that, they sent me back to Anambra State to get a letter from my local government, and that was what I did. So this thing that we are talking now, it has been going on for years and years, and it only came to the fore. The impunity now, when Tinubu got on there, it was a floodgate. It opened a floodgate for corruption to reign. So in my own submission, final submission for now is Tinubu and cannot deal with all these things because he too is a criminal. He is a criminal. He has surrounded himself with his faithfuls, with his criminal faithfuls and all that. He has said, he even said it that if you did not vote for me, you will not be part of my government. So he has nitpicked criminals like him to support his criminal enterprise. Nigeria is now Tinubu's enterprise.
All right.
To loot and loot dry. So,
John, thank you.
Put me in the background. I'll be back later.
No. Don't wait. Okay. I just wanted to. I wanted to address something that he said.
No.
Now he's saying about University of Calabar. I got my first degree from University of Calabar. So he shouldn't say because people went to University of Calabar, then everybody is corrupt. I am not.
Okay. All right.
So he should know how he should talk about that.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, Electricity, let's come to you. The flagship, I know you're here. He has to go soon, so let me hear him. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for obliging me. Greetings to everyone. Unfortunately, Mr. Alexander Gomez have left. I wanted to test his argument that because I asked him a question in the comment section, if Betta Edu is found, the allegation is found to be true, she should be fired. The question I want to put to him is, who is going to fire her? Who will fire her? Is Betta Edu the first person? So I think at this point of time, we need to start to test our argument. Who will fire her? Is she the first? Or honestly speaking,
Electricity, hold on. Are you saying that is there any other case that we know of in this current administration that is very clear like this one? Because the argument, what is worrying me about arguments being made now is that She wrote this letter. Just
Yeah.
the idea that she wrote it and it's out there. It went to the accountant general, and she came out to defend why it's not illegal. And people are trying to gaslight us, I think, basically saying.
I understand that gaslight
So
aspect.
what I'm saying is this. Why do you think that the government, this current government, cannot fire her?
Mr. Rudolph, Dr. Rudolph, I'm going to answer your question with a question. In the context of this present government you are talking about, I want you to name one person that can fire her. You're muted, Dr. Rudolph.
Tinubu, of course, the president.
Why are you? Why are you laughing?
No, I'm not.
You can't even keep a straight face in this.
No, I think no. Let's look at something. Sometimes there's something bigger than the president. You know, in any president. I think for the sake of the government, their own government, and survival of their government, he should. And remember that who was that? Who fired the other lady from Biokuta or Lagos? The lady that was finance minister.
Is it the one that came from the UK?
Yeah.
Adeosu.
Yeah, she was fired eventually.
It was Buhari. It was Buhari now.
But Dr. Rudolph, you see, we can't keep a straight face in this matter. That is just the truth. Now, I can agree with you to an extent that if I am corrupt and I want to really turn corner, I start to make an example and fire people. I can understand that. But testing our argument, Dr. Betta Edu is not the first person in this current administration. She's not the first person. That is my point. So
who name the other person that we know? No, just name. I'm not saying that they are not corrupt. I'm saying, who do we have evidence the way we have it now? You see, this is the only thing that could happen. Let me tell you.
The token that was paid into the account of the legislators, they receive salary. Is it supported by the budget, by their budget?
Okay, that one is totally different. You know what I'm saying is different. Okay,
how is it different? It's money.
I know they have their budget. Okay, I don't think that they got the money from outside. The money is from their budget, and whatever way they decided to do is something that is not.
Oh no, Dr. Damages. I would disagree with you on that.
I'm not saying it's the right.
There is a budget. All right, go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is this: we have somebody that is caught. We caught her, or whoever revealed this caught her trying to steal money. And unless we buy this argument they are putting out there that the money didn't hit anybody's account, we stopped it before it got there, that's not even enough. Even if they stopped it, the fact that she wrote this and signed it, and she has come out to defend it, that's enough. And as long as we don't buy it, we can put pressure on them, they will fire her.
So the question now is, who is putting pressure on them? You and I?
We are doing it by talking about.
So we are putting pressure on them to fire her.
Yes,
I can agree. We can agree on that ground. But if we are going to practice fairness has to be across board. She's not the only one. I agree. We are talking in the context of our discussion. We are focusing on her. However, if we're going to practice fairness and equity, we must apply it to every one of them, including the president. That is the point I'm trying to make. I yield the floor back to you guys. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. The flagship.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. Good morning, everybody on the panel. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
2024, I believe, is going to be much.
Sorry for interjecting. Please put me back, say Dr. Rudolph. Thank you.
Okay. It's going to be much, much better. You know, there is a common adage in Nigeria that says when the wind blows, you see the backside of the chicken or the hen. The wind is blowing, and one person has been exposed. The fact that this was conceived initiated is enough to request for resignation. Immediately, no debate, no back and forth about it. I want the resignation. If it's not done, the president should fire her and let her go. The journey of 1,000 miles always begins with a step. Yes, we'll go across board, but let's start from here. One person has been spotted, they have to go. That's the only way out. And yes, it starts with us who mount the pressure on them by talking about it, letting them know that we know about it, and we demand accountability. And a start for this is to let her go, and then we talk prosecution next. I think it would be a good place to start in this regard. Nigeria's problem beats simple logical reasoning, and for the life of me, it's hard to figure out and understand. So I think that, yes, she needs to go. She needs to be out of office, and then we talk prosecution. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Who has something else to add to this? Go ahead, Uyi.
Just want to, I know the gentleman mentioned some universities. So, disclosure, I went to Ekpoma. So, Ekpoma's names have changed over the years, Bensu, Etsu, and whatever it's called now, I don't know, Ambrosali and stuff. I went to Ekpoma. I got an electrical engineering degree from there. I have a master's from University of Liverpool. I'm doing my PhD. And I work for one of the largest utilities in the US, here in the state of Massachusetts. So it's not right to paint everybody in one broad, highlight bullet, one broad brush. Sometimes there are bad eggs in Unilag, LASU, ABU, it's everywhere. So let's just be careful about that. On the issue of the fake certificates, what I'm going to say is, I'll be surprised. Okay, Bakassi cracked a joke on Night of 1,000 Laughs some years ago. He said this guy from Shell, a big guy from Shell, parked his car in Warri roundabouts, sat with his friends, was drinking pepper soup and drinking beer. One SS1 girl was coming with her friends. He said, see that guy there? Now my boyfriend. So the girl's like, come on, shut up. How can you SS1 girl? They did that big man. He said, my boyfriend. I said, I watch now. So the girl crossed the road and slapped the man on his bald head. Johnny, have fun now. I'll not see you again. Everybody was shocked. Now, what does that mean? The guy has done something with that girl that has lost his respect in front of the girl. That's why the girl has the girls to cross the road and slap him on his bald head. And that's life. The lady you're talking about that stole money, you're calling her a criminal. Well, what about the president? What about the Senate president? What about the governors? What about the House of Assembly? Right? You have the lady of humanitarian affairs under Buhari that stole billions. And they said, come and answer to the EFCC. She didn't respond. Let that be Mazi Kalu or let that be Flagship or me. 5 minutes, we're already at EFCC office in Abuja facing the consequences. So I agree with Flagship. An example has to be shown. And if you don't show an example, we don't learn. We don't learn. When Lawrence Anini was terrorizing the two states, Babangida asked the IG of police, where is Anini? Simple question, where is he? Go and get me Anini. How many days from that time, or how many weeks from that time did they used to catch Anini, Mondo Sembo, and Yamu? How many days? After that, did anybody hear any peep in Edo State again in terms of criminality? But if I catch a criminal in Benin, because that criminal is from my village, he will escape. Nigeria is, I don't know how to put it. It's a country looking for an example that doesn't define tribe, doesn't define religion, doesn't support corruption, has a backbone to speak the truth, and has the courage to lead. We don't have it. We don't have it. The judiciary is gone. The legislative is useless. The executive is questionable. The state governors are a joke. The traditional rulers are not respected. I want to stress that word, not respected. If you come on Twitter and hear some of the things people say about traditional rulers. Man, I was in London when Oba Akenzwa died. I was in London with my sisters. We got a phone call. Oba Akenzwa has died. All of you scrape your hair. That's Benin culture. Nobody coughed on. We all went to the barbing salon in London, and we were all skin cut, bald-headed, to the last drop, every single one of us in your house. We're more than 20, both boys and girls. Who would tell me to go and barb my hair? So when morals are lost in a society, there's consequences. Wike can do what he's doing in Rivers State today because morals is gone. When things are being done and are all right, and we all come out and say this is wrong, like the lady you're talking about, if we have an outcry today, we put pressure on the government, she's gone. The lady that you said Buhari fired, Buhari did not fire her. There was pressure on the internet, in the society, in the media, Arise TV, Ruben Abati. There was pressure on the government to get that lady out. Without pressure, if you don't pressure the government, they're not going to sit down there and do nothing. And that's just what I feel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Uyi. Thank you. Let's go to Ikola.
Going to support electricity on his view. I think he's not just saying don't fire someone, but the point is this: they say when the head is rotting, when the head is dead, the body is rotting. You fire, it's like in a home where there is suffering, and then somebody rises and says, "Look, this suffering must stop," and then you kill that person. You haven't killed the suffering. Someone is going to rise again and say, "Look, this suffering must stop." And if you kill the second person, be very sure that the person is going to rise again and tell you, "This suffering must stop." So what you see is a result of a rotting head. Yes, okay, you're talking about someone in Buhari's time. You haven't even talked about people in Jonathan's time. You haven't even talked about people in the so you fire her, she's gone. You just made a room for someone else to come and say, "Oh, what a lovely place to be. I need a house in Australia. How much does it cost?" You know, it's a joke. You're joking. I'm so sorry, but I think that is. I'm just protesting like this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Niger first.
Sorry. Hello, are you hearing me? Mr.
Yes.
Doc. Okay. I think we have to know that the Tinubu are fire. I think this woman, what is the name of this woman? The woman for social development, corporate affairs, or something, Alima something. And then during this week now that they're funding one thing for maybe for some fraudulent something. So they suspended him and they subdued that to investigation through the financial economical crime. So if Betta Edu, we have seen this letter. You have been there since 3 days, even till yesterday. So I don't know why. You know, one thing, sorry to say, let me just go because I think this is New Year. Why we in Nigeria? We always want to do excuse for these people. Same way we complain, same way we want to do excuse. Legislator, president doesn't have power to fire any legislator. Minister doesn't have people mandate. Is appointed by the president. Legislator have the people mandate. That is two different things. Tinubu cannot go and fire any legislator. He have the people mandate. It was elected, it was voted for. But during that time of that prayer, how many of us in our constituency that cry and shout for those people when they come back home? Nobody. We will leave them, we will go. We always want some excuse. So please, don't know why Nigeria, we only want to make excuse. Some we go against, but fine. But we, all of us, before 2023 general election, many of us, this election make me to know that many of us are just evil and wicked and we don't want Nigeria to work. From 2017, many groups that we are all working together, people that we are working together, both in abroad, saying, Buhari, no, this APC is a evil government, this and that. They will never. But when it comes 2023, I wonder most people that in the kind of all of them change because of money and forget and support what they gain against for more than 6-7 years. That is the problem of we Nigeria. I don't know do this to us, according to Dr. Damage. We are not focused. We are not what we do, because if this thing is from here, we just want to turn it. Look at Emefiele. People are defending Emefiele. Some people money. I know about 3 people who their money is still hanging during that October, November last year till now, that are not yet ratified. That money are still hanging. The bank transfer it never come back till tomorrow. They have make a report, still yet. They have come back to abroad. That money has gone. People died during that time. People suffer. People was buying 10,000. You have to pay 3,000 or 4,000 to get 10,000. But today people are making excuse for him. His political wishes, is this one, is that one. Let people suffer. Let them suffer for it. No matter we cannot say this one must come, this one must come. Anyone that can, let it start, so that we have an example tomorrow. When another person do something like that and they are not taking action, we can cry. Look at what they did to Emefiele. Look at what they did to Emefiele. We can have something to shout for the other government. That is the way come to go. But Nigeria will make excuse and will be against. You will become the most evil. You will become more wicked. You will have hate. You will have insults. But during the time of us, we are championing one thing when we are suffering. But today, that is it. Like this woman now, this Betta Edu. I don't see in a sane society. Let's be realistic. We have to check our mind and forget this. Is from my region, it's my brother, or because it's from here. No, Nigeria can never work like that. We the citizens, we have to do our part. The office of the citizen. We can't just be talking and be talking. We have to do. We have to know where we stand. If we say all of us, let's be realistic. All of us, we have conscience. If you do evil to somebody, your own conscience by yourself, you know that this thing I do is evil. You know. So I don't, unless you just want to stay, but when you live there, you know that this thing I do is evil. I'm 40 years. This woman, how can somebody who was just appointed by August, till now, how many months? Look at money that have gone. Look at the other woman, the one for corporate affairs, the other one will be suspended. I don't just understand. This is the way. Okay, look at what is the name of this woman? This man, Dangote. The EFCC. Oh, you said for there's some forest or something like that, about 54m. Okay, all the old results, everything, the reports, all the old transaction, everything is in the CBN. Yes or no? Why can't you get it there, check it, and find it? If you find them wanting, charge them to court. There's come to there, millions of security, everything, and the whole world will be seeing. I don't know what they want to do to that man. You still see some Nigerians still defending it, so we don't. I don't just understand that country. Please, if anybody that have better solutions should give us. I'm tired of Nigeria talking, no solution. Thank you very much. I'm tired. I'm just confused a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Niger first. Who else had something to add? All right, go ahead, please.
Just to add to what.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Oh, Maxi, yes, we can.
Okay.
Please,
yeah.
Hold on, let's hear Maxi, go ahead.
Just to add to what Niger Post just said, you know, the thing is this. If they are to carry out an investigation, let them carry it out thoroughly. And then, before they even go for the person and present the person to us. My own thing is this. Nobody is defending anybody, but it's just the way that they go about things. About 2 minutes ago, I was just seeing on channels, the police have brought about 5 people and said 5 guys and said they are the these lovers. And in front of the whole world, the police are disgracing themselves. The people they brought are saying they are not what the police is saying they are. And police, don't we have a policy whereby it said you are to remain silent because anything you say could be used against you in the law courts? Is the police now the jury? Are they now the judges? It's terrible. That's what makes me mad. If you investigate somebody, don't tell us anything. Take the person to court. Let us see what you did. If the person is tried and the person is guilty, then that's it. Emefiele that we're talking about, do you know, Niger Force, my brother, they don't even want Emefiele to talk because if that man opens his mouth, most of them will go down. Most of them will go down. So if they see a way to silence him, they will do that. I pray for him, not well, I don't pray for people. They can pray for themselves. I don't care about that. But I just wish him all the best. If he's alive till next year, glory be to God. But I'm saying it knowing Nigeria, for what I know about Nigeria, that man might not even live up to next year. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Maxi.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. I would like to align myself with Ikolala and electricity that left. The reason why you have what is happening today, you are experiencing what you are experiencing in Nigeria today, like I always say, is the fraudulent system that you people have, validated. Like I told you people, I was a member of the Nigerian Army under one mechanized infantry division. And
All right, Maxi, your connection is not very good. Ghana is not doing well today.
Even Nigeria. I don't know if you can still hear me, Dr. Damage.
We can't. We are in and out. So even Nigeria is better than Ghana today.
Can you hear me?
You are fading out, in and out. So we can't make out what you're saying. Can you join us again? Just log out and come back again. Maybe that would be better. Or climb a tree. Or
can you hear me now?
Okay, good.
No, I had some interference. I had calls on my phone. You see, the fraudulent system that most Nigerians has agreed to work with. That is the problem that you have. Nobody is allowed to check anyone. And as long as the fraudulent system is permitted to bring in people with questionable characters, don't blame anybody. Like Niger First, don't blame anybody for defending their own. Don't blame anybody for defending their own. If a former finance minister will spend over 400 and something billion, remember this same woman paid 600 billion naira during COVID-19 that she cannot account for. And today, everybody has gone to sleep. It is Emefiele. Emefiele cannot do anything without the instruction of the CNC, the commander-in-chief. He can't. He cannot do it or implement any policy that is going to affect the generality of the Nigerian people without the tacit approval of the president himself. Why are we attacking Emefiele today? Look, when you create an enabling environment, the reason why most of these things are happening is Nigerians, we live in denial. Nigerians live in denial. That is the reason why, my brother, Dr. Damages, I said, instead of everybody lumped up in the same place and begin to speak the way we are speaking, divide that country, destroy that system that is creating this enabling environment for people to do what they are doing and get away with it. Electricity, I support you. If you are not going to do it to Tim, don't do it to Harry. The man that is there, What did the INEC said? What did they go to Chatham House to tell you? They told you that your vote will be counted. What happened? What happened at the end? What did Nigerians do? The implication and the manifestations is what you are saying today. If you are a man that is bending down, looking at another person's nyash, like Fela said, another man is behind you, looking at your nyash. What morals do you have to fire a person when the system that brought you is also corrupt? If you really want to have a sane country and a sane system, like all of us are benefiting, I count Ghana as one of them. Please destroy that foundation. It is fraudulent. Remember, like I said before, the 1999 Constitution is the bane of problem, is the bane of problem of Nigeria. That is the document and the foundation that made Nigeria what it is today, that give powers to criminals to come out because they have money and they have support to do whatever that they are doing to these people, to Nigerian people. That is my own problem because my people are affected with what is going on. Thank you so much. And please permit me, Dr. Damages, I have to go backstage so that I'll be able to take care of my people they are calling. So I need to go and attend to them. Electricity, thank you so much, my brother.
All right.
I love you all.
Thank you. All right, Electricity, go ahead.
Dr. Damage, I know you are the moderator. Allow me to test your argument that we are here to put pressure so that she should be fired. I'm testing your argument. It is alleged, or don't let me say alleged, it is claimed by Peter Obi and Obedience that their mandate was stolen by Tinubu. What pressure was put on Tinubu by Peter Obi and the Obedient for him to leave that seat? What pressure was put on the judges for them not to, in quote and unquote, the mandate be given to Bola Ahmed Tinubu? In law, they say he who comes to equity must come with a clean hand. Now, that does not necessarily mean that your hands are 100% clean. But for the balance of truth, we weigh it. So what pressure? I'm testing your argument. What pressure did we put in respect to the stolen mandate? My concern here is Peter Obi. He said we should follow peace. We should be peaceful. What pressure did we put? I yield the floor back to you.
No, that's just, we discussed this. I'm not afraid. I have a very easy answer for that, but I don't want us to go away from.
All right, okay, all right, respected.
But hold on. Also, you know what? I wanted to say that interview we talked about, maybe we should have it. But this is a question that should actually go to Peter B's people, and I'm actually inviting Kenneth to Concours. I'm trying to negotiate to get him here, so that we can talk to him, because I don't speak for Peter of these people. Okay, go ahead, Ikolola.
Thank you again for giving me a chance to speak. I have a question for Uyi. He made a statement which actually got me. I don't know if it is out of facts or out of a hunch. You know, he said the man would not last more than 12 months if the state of the nation does not change. So, Uyi, I don't want to know what your facts or reasons are. You know, we can also observe it. But is it out of a hunch or out of evidence-based rumbling of, or actions going on somewhere? You just say, if you get what I'm saying. I don't want to know the details, but is it out of actions happening somewhere that you know about, or out of hunch, like, okay, I'm an observer?
No, what I said was that I didn't say he won't last 12 months. I said he has 12 months to stabilize the country, or the country is done.
I see.
Because what I'm trying to say to you is this, right? Look at all the indices of a nation. Look at all the indices, right? I read an article yesterday where it said that if the price of fuel, I'll look for it if I can find Dr. Damage, said if the price of fuel ever gets to $1,200 per liter, there'll be anarchy in Nigeria. I think I saw it on someone on Twitter. It was an article I was reading, right? So look at all the economic indices. Unemployment rate is high. Inflation is high, right? Criminality is high. You have the Ondo Ogun incident happening. It's about land and tribal stuff that's happening, right? So you have strife. There's hunger in the land. In a state down in the north, you have women who have revolted to the point they went to go and burn the house of the traditional ruler and burn his cars, right? So all the indices are there. Then you have an individual who is president of Nigeria. Whether you agree with him or you don't agree how he got in there, I can say from what I see, his popularity is not up to 50%. So he doesn't have the entire country behind him. So this man has to do things in the next 12 months that will build confidence in the Nigerian people. So now, if you look at what's going on now, they are buying SUVs for themselves. They passed a budget that gave more money to the House of Assembly than they gave to education, or even to the student loans and other things, right? Students cannot go to school because their parents cannot afford to pay their school fees or pay for their accommodation or pay for other things for them. So all the indices are there. So this man, Bola Tinubu, has to do something remarkable in the next few months, within that 12 months, to turn that narrative around, because you cannot succeed if the people are not behind you. You can't. You can't succeed. If the people are behind you, even if he's making mistakes, they'll say, yes, now my president did that, I did him back, nothing. But when you have a situation where people are not behind you, you can't stand.
So do you think he can pull this stunt off in the next 12 months?
My brother, if I knew that, my name would probably be on first.
No. You're using indices. You just gave indices, So if you look at those indices as well, do you think he can pull off a stunt in the next 12 months?
I don't think he can make everything perfect, but he can do some things that people can see as tangible steps in the right direction. For example, they said Dangote refinery was going to start working last year. It's
not going to work. It's not going to work.
No,
forget that.
That narrative changed. They said Port Harcourt refinery has been refurbished. That was not going to work.
It's not going to happen.
Okay, now, if what I heard on the radio just now on the TV, somebody said that is it the World Bank or somebody said they should increase the price of fuel to 700 or something like that, right?
Yeah, it's just share economics, yes.
Okay, so what that means, what that tells me is that we are still subsidizing petroleum products.
Exactly.
Because if you remove full subsidy, that means market forces will control the market narrative. Yeah. So if you remove it and the market narrative goes in and the price of fuel goes up, what happens? Cost of transportation goes up, cost of food goes up, cost of living goes up. All that boils up in the economy. That's what I'm trying to say. All boils up in the economy. So I don't even if you put at even if Bola, even if what's his name, Peter Obi be Nigerian president, he would have had the same problem. The uphill task he would have had to get to stabilize the economy would be very difficult. The only thing that may have been beneficial to him would have been the word of legitimacy, where people would have said, you know what, Moku stay for him back, Moku waka, right? So that's what I'm saying, that Bola Tinubu has bought markets. Has bought the markets. Now he has to make sure he gives the people the products that they need. Companies that live in Nigeria, the largest syringe manufacturer has left Nigeria. Procter, the guys that make diapers and stuff, they've left Nigeria, right? So you can already see the country is in a serious situation. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. But I totally understand what you're saying. I just wanted you to clarify it. But one last question for you, please. These companies, I also have a theory to it. These companies live in Nigeria. Do you think it's the new administration trying to have its hands in all part of the economy, such that he is actually frustrating them to leave, such that he could get his own negotiations, such that they come back and then he gets it caught, what he has done in Lagos.
That's a very deep conspiracy. That is, Bola Tinubu must be one. In short, he must be Gandalf in Harry Potter to pull that kind of stunt. And if he does that, then I hope he succeeds, because the more jobs we create, the better for the Nigerian economy. But that is crazy. Let me just throw you one narrative. I work for a gas utility, right? I'm an engineer. I design for them. We have less than we are in New York. We're in Massachusetts. We're formerly in New Hampshire and formerly in Rhode Island. So we're in New York and Massachusetts, the whole of New York, right? Our total customer base in those sectors altogether, probably about 10, 15, 20 million customers. Our yearly revenue is in excess of $4 billion. That's gas. Just gas. That gas is used to generate electric power. That gas is used to heat homes. That gas is used to power companies around those states, right? They're making over $4 or $5 billion yearly. We're flying it to Nigeria. Now, these companies that are leaving, think about it. They don't have constant electric power. They don't have security. The same indiscipline you're talking about in government is also among the employees, right? So if you take all those factors and you calculate cost of production, cost of materials, when they look at their overheads and their profit margin, it doesn't make any sense, right? So if I'm spending 800 naira to buy what is a liter of diesel, I don't know how much diesel is now. I'm just assuming that's how much is Nigeria. How much production do I get on a daily basis? Then if I calculate my total cost in a month, my profit margin in that month, am I breaking even? You know what I'm saying? We used to have Leventi stores in Benin. We used to have Kingsway in Benin. Why did they close down? They'll buy a box of Bonvita, put it on the shelf. The records show that the money they made is equal to 50 tins of Bonvita. But in their records, they bought 150. But they're out of Bonvita in their warehouse. So where did the 100 go? So over time, when they look at it like, you know what, we're done, we're out of Benin. Leventi stores closed. Same thing with Kingsway. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just the government, it's everything. So if Tinubu is doing what people think he's doing, my God, even me, when I see him, I'll lie down on the floor and dobale for him. It is the most dangerous stunt you can think about, because unemployment rates in Nigeria right now, I believe, is almost about 30 or 40%. Inflation is close to 30% or so. It's not sustainable. So I don't think he's doing that. It's just all the economic indices that is coming together and is finally biting us fully in the ass. There was a gentleman on South African radio yesterday I was watching. He was talking about South Africa, right? South Africa is among the top 10 countries in the world that has uranium. But they will not allow South Africa to build nuclear power plants. But they are mining uranium from South Africa to take to other countries like China and other stuff for their energy sources. But if South Africa built nuclear power plants in South Africa, guess what? They could power South Africa, right? What if I told you that part of the Southeast, Cross River State, Calabar, all those Akwa Ibom State and stuff, they have uranium. We can easily put nuclear power plants in Nigeria and solve our power issue within 2 years. The question is the will to do it, right? So it's there. Just from gas alone, Nigeria has more gas than oil. Just from gas, Nigeria can generate nothing less than $20 to $30 billion yearly. Liquefaction of gas, sale of gas domestically for use in the country. It's all there, but you know it's not going to happen, right? So we just want to sell oil, then the proceeds from oil put in our pocket, we're fine with it. At some point, remember anybody who says in the Ikeja, remember the company called GasLink? There's a company called GasLink along that Lagos-Ibadan Expressway at Ikeja. They ran a pipeline from the Abiola Estate picking station, and they supplied gas to all those Guinness and stuff in Ikeja, and they converted their generators from diesel to gas. That's economical. So let me stop. Thanks.
All right. Thank you for explaining that. Let me leave Dr. Ru Damages. It's been wonderful. And it's been nice seeing your views. So hopefully I'll see you in the next 12 months. I will see what happens.
All right. Thank you so much. Uyi, let me just point out that South Africa has nuclear powers. They have 2 plants, and they are producing 5% of the electricity. It would be if what you said had been right. I just felt that I know that South Africa once had nuclear bombs.
Yes, it did.
It was destroyed.
Yes.
So I know that if they did get to that point, there was no way they couldn't have nuclear power and nuclear plants, which they have. I think the conversation actually should also go towards a different direction. There's this Ayodele, Primate Ayodele church leader. He said that that Tinubu is taking a risk that he could be stoned. And that's part of our conversation for today. I think what he's saying, connecting it to what you are saying about the next 12 months, if nothing is done to change the situation, and they are aware of this, because if you listen to
the narrative, very important narrative.
Yeah, if you listen to this minister for solid minerals, Dele Alake, he said it that Tinubu essentially is aware that people are suffering. They are aware of it. They can't pretend they don't know. And some of these things they are doing, like when they say we are cutting the cost of transportation, we're paying something for people to go home. Their hope is that it will soften people, the anger in people, the suffering. They are aware of that. The issue is that at a point, they may not be able to control, even if they throw money at the problem, it won't be enough to stop people from agitating. So,
yeah.
All right. Flagship, let me come back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, great. I think the writing is on the wall. It's just a matter of time. The Ayodele religious leader you talked about, what he said, there's already the signs. When Tinubu was in Lagos recently, you saw the reaction of the people to him. You compared that to the first time he came after he got inaugurated. Right now, the people are not as pleased as they were before. They're getting to the point where they are asking questions now. And if he's not providing the answers for them, the next step will be a revolt. And believe me, it's going to come from within his own camp. That's why I think that, or rather, I believe that as soon as his base starts, you jolt it, people will start beginning to look for alternatives. And that will leave him with little or nobody to stand and hold his fort for him. So the signs are there.
Go ahead.
He's going to get the pushback. It's just a matter of time. And I know we're not there yet, but I think it would be right to mention this when you talk about stoning. Plateau State, the women that went out to revolt, that's what is going to come out later. So the stoning would result in amount to that. When they are able to pick up that courage and boldness and say, let's go and protest with the anger that they have within them. So yes, it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. And like Uyi said, it depends on how he handles his base. And 12 months might be too long, actually, because if the country keeps going in the area and direction that is navigating now, it's just one little spark, and it's going to come from within his own camp, and the whole thing will come down. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Let's watch a little bit of this where people were shouting, "We're hungry." We've shown that before, but it's important to remind people. Now, just look at the amount of waste. What is the need to have this amount of vehicle and people following him to go? I understood that he was going to the mosque or something. Why must that happen in a country? I mean, I know that in America it's exactly the same thing, but when you think about the size of our economy and the size of the American economy, we shouldn't be copying things like this. And you know, even people who support him, someone like Reno Mockery, they are beginning to question the costs of the size of the government that he's running, and the fact that he's not willing to make personal sacrifices, while he's been basically asking Nigerians to make sacrifice. So that's something to think about. And there is this video which I can verify from a lawmaker saying that they received, let me play the video.
To celebrate the Christmas with our people. I want to appreciate President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for deeming it fit to give all the members of the House of Representatives palliative grains. So here you have 2 trailers of rice. You can see 1 trailer on the right, 1 on the left. So I prepared this for my constituent here in Isako Federal Constituency. So I want us to celebrate the Christmas in a very joyous mood. Thank you so much. There's a trailer here. These are 2 trailers here. This way. I'm not doing one of those states. Here is another one. This one is not up to. This is about 400 bags that we have here. There's 2 trailers of rice here. This is 400 bags. Can you see the rest? Then not doing one of those trailer here. I have about how many bags of rice? About 900. One at because of the space. All in all, we have 4 trailer load of rice. That's 600. That is 6 times 4. That is 1,000. 6 times 4, 2,400 bags of rice, which we have branded in my name for my federal constituency.
So after this video came out, some lawmakers came out to say, oh, that they didn't get this. So what do you think is happening? Is it that the government is it propaganda? Who is lying? Why is it that nothing is straight with this government?
What's local government called?
I forgot what
he said. Esako.
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah.
What's the next governorship election happening in Nigeria?
Those states.
Okay, there you are. Just leave it at that.
So you see that if you listen to his comment, you heard what he said. It is branded.
He said branded in my name.
Branded in his name. It didn't come from the
but he's saying that it came from Tinubu.
No, it did not.
No, he said it that Tinubu gave it to everyone.
Yeah, he said it. He said it. I agree. He said it. But I'm saying
people around with it that their lawmakers got this, but they are not willing to give their own people.
Well, I can make a phone call to my friends in Delta State, where I'm from, to check. But I can bet you that they did not get it either. This is from him personally. He's only using it as a photo ops for Bola Tinubu.
But he's also putting other people in trouble, because if he's saying that we got it, all of us got this, and
that's the myopicness of their reasoning coming. You know, it's like penny wise, pound foolish. You're doing this thinking that you're helping the president and may get one or two favors from him, but you do not know what it's going to trigger from the other camps. That's why I say that with Betta, it's a good deal that she's prosecuted. She's fired and laid off. What that is going to do is stir up the base. If she goes through it, another person goes through it, a third person goes through it, it starts to shake. Now you imagine the number of legislators who will call this guy and say, why did you do this? Don't you know the kind of image you're going to create and how this makes us look in our constituencies? When did the president give you this that we did not get it? Now, if the members of those constituencies that didn't get it can muscle up the courage and go to their legislators and say, these people in Esako got it. Where is our own? And they push on it. This is how it starts. And the revolution we're talking about begins.
Thank you. Niger first.
I just want to come. You know, I said it before. There is because I saw it at least that was 4 days ago in the Hex. That is the president media team. They gave the House of Rep. Before when we started, I said it before. They gave them 100 million naira worth of palliative. Then the Senate, each of them 100 million naira worth of palliative for the Christmas. Then the Senate, they give it 200 million naira worth of palliative.
Where did he say it?
I said in the day, go and check in the X, President, where Tinubu released everything he did every day. Like the presidential media, Tinubu presidential media, this thing. You will see it there. It was, I have every day by day. You can check whatever they did every day. It's out from there. All the project, how the that's where I follow all the project throughout, how they distribute it, how it was worked. So it's there. President Tinubu media in the media handle, you know, there is one they have in that's one that they have. So that's where I see it. Okay. 200 million for each.
So when you said that, hold on. When you said the president did that, where did he get the money? From where? Did he just decide?
No, that is let me break everything down.
No, I'm
what they brought out. No, let me show you. Excuse me. So I have to be correct here. So if you understand where I'm coming, what they brought out in that plan, it was about 4 plans that he want to did in Christmas. They showed the 50% for what they give to the citizen, 50% for the slash for the buses. Then they put a free trade. What they did. Then they now go what they did to each senatorial district through their rep and the senator. That they gave him 200 million naira worth of palliative. That is how it's written there. 100 million naira worth of palliative to the every house of rep. Then 200 million naira worth of palliative to every senate. That is how it's written there. They will carve it, put it in, like, you understand? Because if you go there every day, you see every evening, you see what they did every day. You see what everything they do. Other is be and watch it and see it every day. They want to follow them. Right. For the money that they just release the supplementary budget they released in November. Where is the money? I think they said they want to use it in December. Maybe the money will be from there now. You know, there was a supplementary budget that they passed in November that they said they want to use for December.
Now, can you send us the website where you find where these things are?
You have to go. Are you not in X?
Oh, okay. I mean Twitter. I still call it Twitter. Okay, go ahead.
Right. President, you will see there's only the president, that's the presidential media aid. That is the one that is, you know, when that's so raw. You will see that there. Right. President Tinubu media aid, media. President Tinubu media center. So we'll find it there.
Okay. We're actually going to
if you have email, I can send it to you. You can.
Yeah, send it to drdamages@gmail.com.
Okay, I have to log that because I'm using my phone. I will send it to you and come back, okay?
Okay.
drdamages@gmail.com, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, Mazi Prince. Oh, okay, you're there.
Okay, first and foremost, if I weigh in on the Ayodele kind of a thing, for me, it's not surprising. Okay, I'm not gonna call him fake. However, I don't know what to make out of all these prophets and apostles and pastors. Believe you me, to me, where I am, I just don't believe any of them. They all crooks. You know, the thing that gets to me most is, you know, how we are on this platform and we're talking. You have certain people on the, you know, comment section who I refer to deplorables, faceless entities. They will come there and say, "Oh, what are you saying? This person is not saying this." I've challenged one of them. Let's see your face. Let's see your profile. Come and talk. You are welcome to the platform. Let us see you come and debate. But they wouldn't do that. All they do is that they go from platform to platform just to say things that are just don't make no sense to me. I don't know how much they've been paid, but it's a shame that people of their caliber goes about being paid to come and disseminate falsehoods and counter people. Coming to the palliative of a thing, the one in Isako is even little. You guys didn't even hear about the one that happened in River State. The governor gave his own, and what's his name? Wike gave his own I think it's 2,000 bags each local government. And you begin to imagine, what is these people up to? What are they up to? They think they want to impoverish people and just use this food in order to buy the people's conscience? Is that what it means? Is that how to govern a country? It's so sad that these things are happening. And we talk about it. I know there's nothing much we can do than to talk about it. But at the end of the day, it breaks my heart to see these kind of things happen to citizens in Nigeria. I think I was in a program yesterday, and the guy, I think it's Akinjide something. What was his name? He was on VOP 90.3 yesterday, and he said, formally, he said that each of these politicians have constituents, and what happens is that most of them, whenever they go, there are people who come to their houses to get food. That Nigeria will be better the day people will stop going to will refuse their food. It's so sad. It's so sad. I think, Akinjide Bakare. Yeah, barrister Akinjide Bakare.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mazi Prince. I'm looking at the media center, and we're trying to reach anybody from the media team to come on the show. What I'm seeing is President Bola Tinubu's palliatives so far. So from looking at this, I think I don't think it was a new thing. It's what they've been giving out. I don't think it's something they did, the money to the senators. I don't think members of the House of Rep. I don't think it's something they gave to them recently. But whatever the case may be, we are going to invite in 2 Sundays from now. We have a senator who is coming on the show on 90 Minutes Africa. Natasha is coming, and we are going to find out the truth about some of these things when she's here. So I look forward to that. Okay, so let's welcome new people joining us. Paul is here. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning, and Happy New Year. Again, I'm struggling with your name.
Just say, hey, me.
Okay, hear me. Okay. All right, hear me. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. And
All right.
greetings to everybody on the panel and the listeners.
Yeah, Happy New Year. So we are talking about scandals that have been reported in the news. One is with Betta Edu, who requested, this is so we can confirm, we have the letter, she requested that 585 million be taken from government account to a private account of an individual. She came out to defend it, that it wasn't illegal. And today we have counter stories, narrative from Attorney General saying, and Accountant General, that they did not honor the request. So the question is, she had the intention to do that, defraud the country, break the law. What should happen to her? And then we have the former Minister for Humanitarian Affairs, Sadiya Farouq. She couldn't account for 37 billion naira. And she was invited by the EFCC to come and explain what happened. She fell ill. Of course, we have Dangote. Dangote, it's revealed that Dangote got $750 million foreign currency from Emefiele when Emefiele was a central bank governor at 450 something naira to a dollar. They wanted him, they stormed his office in Lagos and wanted him to explain some things. So that's where we are in terms of what's going on in the government of Nigeria today. We're already seeing corruption everywhere. So we want to know what you guys think. So let me start with you, Hemi.
Thank you, Dr. Greetings to everyone once again. Actually, I came probably because of this discussion, because I was listening at the background. I was somehow, let me say, I simply disagree with quite a lot of people's position on it, especially electricities and position and Maxi. You see, we have to come to a point where we must stop defending evil, stealing, corruption, and whatever name we can call it. Especially when it is this obvious that it's a kind of shady deal, and one way or the other, we are fortunate to have it revealed to us, because a lot of this kind of deals would have gone underneath and it wouldn't have come to the surface. And of course, if we didn't know about it, then there's nothing, because actually, I think if you look at this situation, this is actually what is tenable virtually in every of the space of government in Nigeria. This is virtually tenable in every of the space in government in Nigeria. But the thing is that anyone that comes out that we are fortunate to know about, because actually it's going to take fortune for us to know about them, that we are fortunate to know about, we all must come together to really criticize that this kind of situation should be nailed to the cross properly. Whatever law and punishment is, that is what to be meted to that person should be meted to that person, so that they could, they can have record that yes, there's punishment for something like this. Otherwise, once we continue, if one is going down the ladder into hell, wrong by wrong, we continue to take the wrong decisions. We continue to go down, and gradually we are going to have a state that is simply ungovernable, and there will be no iota of integrity in anybody again. Because how do you even convince the youth, for example, to stop Yahoo, 419 and all those things, when there's evidence that no matter the evil you do, you will never be punished so far you lay hold on the money? And it starts from this kind of places. We just have to make sure that things like this don't go away. Yes, maybe Tinubu is also a criminal, whatever, if we want to put it that way, no problem. But he is there as the president, and he can't. We should just not let it be that everything dies down, and from there again we move on. Then that is where we are in soup. Okay, look at Wiki, for example. Just, because if you look at the level of disdain and denigration they are showing Nigerians, we should be angry as now. Everybody should be on the street to demand something meaningful for this country. Because you can't continue to waste and then people are going hungry and everybody's quiet. How can Wiki, for example, say that I bought forms for everybody with whose money? Then I demand 2 billion every month. From which money? Yes, it may make sense to want to say, okay, that's how Nigerian system is. That's like, what do you mean by Nigerian system? How is it done? Why should it be done that way? It is because of this kind of corruption. And the confidence they put in this kind of things now is even making everybody to go much more subservient. People are getting so look, people are no more human beings again in Nigeria. That's why I'm seeing it. We just have to query this thing to the fullest. We have to push for it. Platforms like this have to push for it. People must talk. This 500 and something million can go a long way in a lot of things to solve our problems. So I disagree with people saying, yeah, but they are doing it. Yes, of course, everybody they are doing, but once we have the fortune to get evidence against one, we must go all out, especially the masses. The masses must go all out to call that justice and law must take its course. Thank you very much on that.
All right, thank you, Hemi. Paul.
Doctor, I don't know what to say when it comes to Betta Edu. Just funny, I could remember when she was working with the linguistic governor who keep giving all type of name of budgets. Maybe Betta Edu just to say, well, Mr. Governor, I don't know how to speak English, so let me just do my own personal account. You understand? She just wrote them and said, send the money to my personal account. That's how I want to carry out my own budget. It's so funny. Doctor, these people are criminal. But they can't even invest. They can't even spend money to be a good criminal. At least one of the ways you spend money to be a good criminal, you still use it to create jobs. You understand? Here in the US, you see people open something like the barber shop and everything. They use it to clean bad money to good money. You understand? Oh, yeah, this barbering salon make a lot of money. That's how they turn bad money to good money. But in doing that, you are still creating job, in as much as it's not good. But this one, they're so powerful because they don't nobody question their order. She just do it clearly to our face because nothing will happen. Transfer the money to my account. Then if I want to cut a slack for her, the new reigning thing that our siblings back home used to, many of us that lives in the West today say, bros, I won't go to school for Canada. I need statements so that you send money for them to their account. I need statements. Maybe Betta Edu want to give some of his family or his constituency statements. So they put all those money so that I'll use it as statements for people who want to go to school in Canada and the US. I can't get it. This does not supposed to be a scandal. This don't supposed to make a news for so long. This is something that immediately come out. The presidency is supposed to take action immediately because she's an appointment. They appoint her. You understand? It's not like somebody who they elected that you are looking for to impeach, to do this, to do that. An appointee, and the president couldn't do anything. It's just like my namesake in the Bible, when Paul said, I saw myself doing the things that I don't want to do. It's not supposed to make news. The president is supposed to fire her immediately. You understand? And even fire her and even ask for more questioning. They're supposed to do forensic account audit in that ministry immediately to see if so many things must have been going wrong. But that is Nigeria where we come from. Nothing happened. But we really want to blame this woman. When the big boss in every sectors in Nigeria do the same thing. I don't have access to any big boss in Nigeria. All you hear is say, Oga say. Nobody can question the boss. You understand? If the people who work with her can look her in her face and question her, I don't think she can do that. But when everybody who works around you happen to be an eye service person, these are the type of things that is bound to happen. So, Doctor, I I get tired when you hear all these things. We talk about the humanitarian services, you talk about the money that is missing. Why won't money miss? We have what is called Section 8 here in America, what people call, the UK people will call, my brain is frozen.
Cancel flat.
Yeah, the council stuff. Doctor, even though if you have a Section 8 here in America, in every 6 months or thereabout, they still want to check your status again, whether you started making money so that you lose some benefits. You pay more. If you are getting all these food stamps, whatever, cash assistance from the city, the government, they want to audit you time to time to see if your status change, you lose some of your benefits. My daughter is going to college right now. You understand? We are doing our FAFSA. They see how much I make to know if I'm to get, if my daughter is to get benefits. There is system in place. There is system in place. They put system in place. There is a reason why. I tell people don't even understand that the politicians, the people who work in corporate organizations here in the West also love to steal. But because of they put system in place, it just makes it hard. Like I keep saying, if they put a G-Wagon and a Golf, and I know if I enter that G-Wagon, that car will lock me inside the car. I will steal G-Wagon. But I know that I'll go free if I steal a Golf. I'll keep stealing the Golf till I will amass a lot of money to now develop my own technology to know how to steal G-Wagon. This is where Nigeria is going. You understand? We make small thieves become big criminals. You understand? Because we celebrate them, we do everything. Growing up as a young boy, the people who know how to play soccer are losers who know how to play football. To some extent, they are so stubborn, their parents beat them, and everything. They hide till they make that name for themselves. Then the parents will rally around them. It is the people who are brilliant that the community celebrates. If you are brilliant, you are the people that is brilliant that the youngest want to run after. The boys want to run after. I get no buko. That boy no buko. Today, doctor, what do we celebrate in Nigeria? The thing that run our economy today in Nigeria, it is simply Yahoo. Something that they said back in the day, some 10, 15 years back. No girl want to follow Yahoo. Na ritually so. No girl, they fear Yahoo. And they run the economy. All these cars that we send to Nigeria, these are the people that bought these cars. The economy is crumbled. You know, where did we get it all wrong like this? Because we celebrate mediocre. We don't celebrate technocrats. You know, it's so bad. These people will go to church. The pastors know, the imam know, everybody knows all these things. We celebrate this thing. You understand? They give it all type of name. It's called workshop. It's called this and it's called that. Where did we get it all wrong? Where our so-called traditional rulers are never that thing. They don't have any respect no longer. You understand? I can put the king off my own place. I can put the king in my payroll. Yes, they start doing stupid things. Look at the senator from the Delta North or whatever. You understand? Ned Woko. Arrest nearly all his kingmen. Do all type of things. He's making news. He became a senator with all those negative scandals. He became a senator. That is the type of people we've become. And I don't know how we can get out of this, but we just need one leader like Lee Kuan Yew. We still need a leader that is positive, like Trump will say, let me be a dictator for one day. I'm telling you, we need a dictator for one day in Nigeria. I don't know. It sounds so stupid in the modern day world where we read books. But doctor, if a Jonathan come again, he will fail like Goodluck Jonathan failed. If another Jonathan was confused, he became a drunkard in the White in Aso Rock. You understand? When he heard all the problem, just drink himself fast. I don't tire. The wife was shouting. You know, I'm telling you. That's my take, doctor, for now.
All right. Thank you. Righteous man.
Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
Yeah. My battery went flat and there was no light. The little fuel I have here, I'm just reserving it for the night because the heat is much. You know, that was why I went off. It's not as if I deliberately decided to leave the platform. My battery was flat. So I have to go inside my car. I'm just there now using my card to charge the phone so that I can join the platform. Dr. Rudolph, there is problem, and when I keep lamenting there is problem, people don't really understand. There is problem. We are dying. Oh. We are dying. What Nigerians are experiencing here is not life. We are really dying. We are going down as human beings. Even the Gaza people that are fighting war with, Hamas and Israel that is fighting war, the Gazians are looking more better than Nigerians. My wife was seeing them on the screen. She said, but they said these people were under blockage. How come they look robust, look very fine, dress well, and that's true. Those Palestinians are looking better than Nigerians, even in the face of war. Because we are not fighting war, but we are being killed here in numbers, and nobody is doing anything about it. You see, I came to a conclusion to say, I think we all have to bear and share in the rottenness of this country, because we fail to do the right thing. You know, and sometimes somebody will say at the platform, but there was a time you were in Germany. Yes, I was in Germany and I returned back. You know, it is because we refuse to confront what is confronting us in Nigeria. Those of us who had the opportunity have to quit, leave Nigeria, and go abroad to live our life and fulfill our destiny. And those who are here are facing the rottenness now. Had it been that all of us remained here and we didn't quit, we all, maybe by now we would have progressed and changed the situation of things here. Imagine you will be in your house for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, no light, and you are still paying for service charges. Imagine that kind of thing. You still pay for charges when you have not used the light. The rottenness in Nigeria, what you read on the pages of newspaper and you listen on social media, does not give you the accuracy of the things going on in Nigeria. If you want to know, call your people that are living in Nigeria. Ask them to give you day-by-day report of what they are facing here. The newspaper edit so that they will not be banned. The radio station they do, the television they do. You can't get exact position of things in Nigeria from reading newspapers or reading social media. What you get is just maybe about 25%. Nigerians are dying. You guys have to do something. And when I say do something, I am not asking you to come back to Nigeria to protest. But you have Nigerian embassies, high commission, situated in each of the countries, whether it's in America or Europe or Asia, where Nigerians can come up together, go there and protest and say they are against what is happening here. That is one of the things you can contribute. Let your voice be heard, not only from this platform, but Nigerians living in abroad can position themselves, come together, go to our embassies and protest. News will carry it. They will know that Nigerians in abroad are feeling the impact of what we are feeling here. Okay, talking about Dangote being EFCC raiding him, you can imagine. My wife was asking me, he said, he thought that Dangote was part of the APC that brought in Tinubu. Why is there a crack on the wall? Why is his office being raided? How can he buy foreign forex at 400 and something naira when Nigerians were paying almost 700 and something at that time he was buying? That's what we're saying. There is no equality. That is the reason why I said we miss Obi. Nigerians missed Obi. We needed somebody that have not been corrupt to the level of these politicians we have in this country. Somebody with a genuine certificate, a genuine primary school, a genuine secondary school, a genuine university, credentials that have moral standard, that can pilot the affairs of this country. Somebody that have not stolen from the government, have not executed direct or indirectly any contract that looted the treasury of this country to pilot the affairs of Nigeria. My friend was telling me from California before the election, he said, let him tell me that if Nigerians mix Obi, that we will go 50 years backwards. And that's what we are seeing today. This man have nothing to offer. APC have nothing to offer Nigerians. We are saying give him 1 year. Well, very soon it is 1 year. It by May 29 or thereabout, it will be 1 year. Yes, January is going. And there is nothing on ground that shows that this man have something to offer. APC have nothing to offer this nation. And I think the best thing we should do now is to begin to raise awareness so that the issue of election, these electoral processes, should be changed from the National Assembly. There should be a campaign for electronic transmission of results. We should start it now. People should begin to campaign for it so that the awareness will be created so that we will not have a repeat of what happened in February in 2027, because all focus now is on 2027. Atiku have come up to say he's going to contest. APC have replied it that they are going to defeat him hands down. So all this money is given as palliative to people that does not need it. The people that have looted our treasury. The federal government is still giving them palliative is to prepare himself for 2027. He's not ready to govern Nigerians and change the status quo, to change the life and the well-being of Nigeria. APC is not ready. APC is not ready. So we should start a campaign now telling our senators that they should, and the House of Representatives, champion the change of this the INEC laws that does not give that does not make INEC answer why they did not transmit the election. I think the campaign should start now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Doctor, please, 1 second. Let me just inform Righteous Man about one aspect of it. The time that Dangote got dollar for 4 something, it was actually 4 something. I have my family member that is schooling here. We were literally buying dollar for 4 something. I will send the money to Nigeria to buy the dollar in Nigeria with Naira to pay school fees back in the US. It was 4 something CBN rate. So when Tinubu come in, Tinubu just stopped that thing. It was 4 something.
All right.
That was the CBN rate.
Thank you for correction.
All right, so on tomorrow's 90 Minutes Africa, we have Adiola coming on to talk about how she almost died. She had a health scare. So if you can join us tomorrow, our new time is 11:30 a.m. New York, 5:30 p.m. Nigerian time. That's tomorrow. And next Sunday, we have Senator Natasha Akpoti. She's joining us, and we'll be able to talk to her about what's actually going on in the Senate with all this money that we hear about, whether she's getting them. So that will be interesting. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Rudolph. Yeah, that Adiola, she's growing on me. She's really, I saw this story when she put it on her channel. That was grueling. Yeah, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. Yeah, I think it's about this corruption issue of an appointee of the current government. I think everybody has said what needs to be said now. They need to hang our quarter and dispatched as soon as possible. The question is, why are they not acting quickly enough? It's very obvious now. If somebody commits an offense, you have to execute and get them prosecuted and remove from office. Remove her from office, then prosecuted. And maybe find out maybe there are others that are doing similar stuff, because if she just came into office and did all this in such a short period of time, maybe Tinubu should be asking himself what kind of example he set. And this is what I don't like about that their weird KPI that he's talking about. Because what standard is your KPI? KPI that only you have the metrics. We don't have any. That's not transparency. If you say you're trying to measure the performance of your appointees, then maybe you should give the people the standard they're using to measure, so that everybody will know whether you are enforcing it yourself. So, but that's the problem. That he's not enforcing it yet, but I'm sure she's going to go down for what she's done. And the issue with the Dangote stuff, I was always skeptical about that because one, I don't think Dangote is going down for this, no matter what. Nigeria, in short, worldwide, elites get away with all kinds. And in terms of the foreign exchange, I was also curious to hear that he got almost $1 billion at some exchange rate, and people just jump to conclusion that, oh, that's corruption. It's not necessarily corruption. You don't know, because I think Paul just went on and said that it's 400 something naira, because at that time the official rate was quite low. If it happened now, that, or just before Emefiele left office, that's corruption. I'm not even sure when Emefiele left office the exchange rate was that much different. So maybe they did it for whatever reason, to get Dangote refinery to come on stream and all the rest. Who knows? Because there are certain things governments do. We see that in other countries too, where they support too big to fail institutions. That is something that we all know about. Regarding the World Bank saying that we need to increase petrol prices, I think World Bank, they give their own advice, and it's up to us to follow it. And I think our leaders should completely ignore them, because these people, they don't. What they should be advising is, get your refineries on stream. What is going on, Nigeria? Get your refinery. That's what they should be advising, not to be making life difficult for people unnecessarily. But there you go. The same people that have been telling us cut down spending on government, we've cut our federal forces to a bare bone. I've said it before. I was shocked. I think it was Rudolph, Dr. Damage, that raised this issue about the civil servants in Nigeria. I was shocked when I saw that. You see, sometimes we see these numbers, we don't compare it. We miss the information that it is giving us. Because when Rudolph brought the issue about 750,000 public sector workers in Nigeria, and I went and checked the numbers with other countries, and I found that ours was woefully tiny. And the people that kept encouraging us to cut it down are the same World Bank and IMF. When they give us loan, reduce spending. You have to austerity measure. You have to do this. You have to cut it down, to the point whereby there is barely any service left for the Nigerian government to be able to actually run the economy and run the state properly. Who is going to fix the roads? Who is going to dredge things? Who is going to take care of the neighborhood? Who is going to actually imprison people or even execute convicts? Do you know there are many convicts in Nigeria that have been sentenced to death? They have not even executed them. Many, I think at least 4,000 of them like that. In prison, they have been fed every day. I think there is a bit of feedback coming through. Concerns. Let me see. Yeah, so.
But forefathers, it's not because there are no people to execute. The reason why they have not been executed was, I think a guest of us said it last time, was that the governors, it was that lawyer that said that the governors refused to sign. The governors refused to sign for the execution of these people. And you know why they refused to sign?
No.
They feel guilty, that these people did something less than what we did. Why would I sign?
Seriously?
But they refused to sign. That was it.
They don't feel guilty when they're about to get into office and killing innocent people.
Doctor, that's the soft spot. The reason why they refuse, I could remember the so-called CPA pastor then and everything, the king.
Yeah, king.
They refuse because of their religious thing. That means sign to kill somebody.
Okay.
You understand? And it's just so funny. Why do you take those kind of opportunity? You don't want to see blood, you want to be a doctor. You want to wear white, but you don't want to stain your clothes.
Look at America is Christian. They execute people all the time. I don't know what the big deal is. Because in the end, there are innocent people dying because of this lawless state that they are creating. As a matter of fact, there are people that are being arrested. Even a general came on TV about a month ago saying that we arrest people and they release them again. How are you supposed to do your job properly when you know, okay, you have this dangerous criminal, you go and arrest them, and then the dangerous criminal now knows you arrested them, then they go and release that dangerous criminal to come and endanger your own family and your life. How that lawless system, it has to be dealt with. And we all know why these things are happening. I can't go about repeating myself on this anymore. My point is that these people have reduced the Nigerian state so much that it's barely functional. If the UK state was cut down to the size that Nigerian state is at right now, the UK one, and UK is 66 million. We are 200 million. If you reduce the UK civil servants to the size of that of Nigeria, you're going to have problems. They are over, I think, going to 1.3 million in the UK as we stand, and they are 66 million. So in America, it's almost 3 million. And if you include the states, civil servants in America, it's about 19 million. That is how crazy it is. And we have caught our state to bear, and we don't know. We don't know. That's why whenever I get information about Nigeria, I check.
Yeah, but forefathers. Anyway, let's not move away from the conversation. But let's get to other.
No, you can go ahead and query it now.
The pushback really is this. There were these police officers. Everybody, I think we all saw when they were looking for money from a tourist who came into Nigeria. They were arrested. They were used as an example. They were dismissed. And I was happy that they granted an interview. Their excuse for what they did was that they were not being paid. They've not been paid. They were not being paid. Even if they were paid, what do they get paid? 50,000 naira a month. 50,000 naira a month. That's not enough for them to survive. Okay, so one of the things we found out, it's like when the government said, one of the palliatives they gave, I read now, was that they gave 35,000 to civil servants, federal civil servants. That's the federal one. The government cannot pay the workers enough for them to live a decent life that will stop them from stealing money from people. If the police stop collecting money from the public on the streets today, they won't be able to pay for their kids to go to school. They won't be able to feed their family. It's impossible.
I agree with you. It's a very dicey.
It's not just about increasing the numbers. It's about, are you able to pay them? Are you able to sustain that? Okay, but let's not go there. It will take us far away from the conversation. We can come back when the forefathers. Okay. But let's go back to, I want to hear from Coco, KJ, and we round up, because I want to talk about the church in Nigeria. There's something that is troubling that is out there. Coco, go ahead.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year. Coco, I thought you are now in. Yeah, were you not? Where are you? Coco, where are you? What part of the world are you? Yeah.
I'm in Nigeria.
Oh yeah, that's true. You were not the one that escaped. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we can pardon your connection. Go ahead. It was very. We can hear you very well. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Evening, the panelists. Happy New Year. I'm glad to see your good, handsome, beautiful faces today. So I'll start from the Betta Edu issue. It's very pathetic what is happening in Nigeria, that the public servant and those that are supposed to kind of work for the people, they are not actually there to work for Nigeria. They are there to work for themselves and to amass wealth for themselves. So I've listened to virtually all the people that have been talking about on the issue, and I will concur to many of them. She's supposed to be sacked by now and should face the law.
All right. Thank you, Coco. KJ.
Okay. Dr. Damages and every other member, we thank you for being here.
Nigeria.
Today, I'll be a bit soft because I seem to be under the weather, but thank God. Here's what I'm going to say concerning Betta Edu. You know, the Nigerian media space sometimes bring you to trial, even without knowing exactly which way it's going. Now, the reason why this story is being written this way is because somebody's interest is at play. If you watch it, if you let it play out, you eventually find out that it's not being accomplished in it, maybe a little, or doesn't even exist at all. I'm not someone, I will not say I don't like her. I just don't like her politics, because I feel that she moved too fast into where she is, and she had so many other enemies coming in as a young lady and being made the woman leader of APC. So she already had a lot of enemies. And the Igbos have a proverb: the person who have enemies, whose neighbors are enemies, guide his life. So she has failed to guide her life by the whatever she was doing. And so now they've turned around, because the farmer is slow in catching the thief. The thief turns around to say the farmer is the thief. That's simply what is going on. But watch the media space, like I said to everybody. This may be one of the times that, what I've been saying all this while will maybe make sense to a lot of us. When they bring you to this space, they want to judge you in the media space, condemn you, and remove you even before you get an opportunity to have your day in court. They find you guilty. They declare you guilty. They say it is possible. Nobody could have done except you. You did it. That is, we have seen it over and over and over. And Betta Edu's case is not going to be different. So if you ask me, I would say let's be patient. For whether you are for or against her, let's be patient and watch it play out. Okay? That will be my intervention for now. Thank you, sir.
No, don't go. I don't understand what you said. Are you saying that this letter we are looking at, that she didn't write it?
Okay. Rudolph, in the Nigerian space, a lot of things go down. I'm telling you the truth.
Fine.
But
Honorable Minister.
That's what I'm saying. Anybody, remember that Yar'Adua's signatures were forged in many ways. Remember, and even the last one we just saw, Yar'Adua's letter signature was forged. So what I'm saying, I'm not saying she's guilty. I'm not saying she's not guilty. I'm just saying let us observe the media space, let it play out all. Because I have seen this thing many times. You remember the case of Taishola Ring, okay? His signature was forged. The same thing. He couldn't defend it.
KJ,
all right.
No, KJ, you have to help us because you know the media.
Okay.
Space. Hold on.
All right.
Media space, and you are saying that this story broke. This letter came out. She came out and said, "I did not do anything illegal by transferring this money to." This was as of last night. It was when I got up this morning that I'm seeing that the accountant general, the attorney general, the argument now is that, oh, we didn't pay the money. We didn't, no money went into anybody's account. That's the new argument.
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of this. Your money. This your money. I'm not aware. Like I said, I've been a bit under the weather.
All right.
The last I heard about it was when it was just playing out in the media space.
Okay, I will pardon you for that. Thank you, KJ. Let's go to
Thank you, sir.
Chim. We're discussing corruption.
Excuse me. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Happy New Year.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Because I was thinking the internet was fluctuating and causing a little bit of delay. Because even when KJ was speaking, there was this whole, dragging. But anyway, ordinarily, I really don't have too much to say about Betta Edu. My concern is I don't want to get into that mode of I come here and then we start dissecting people and it begins to turn to the same thing we've been talking about. I did a quick search. Okay, like KJ said, I also don't like Betta Edu. Not because I hate her as a person, but I mean, I watch her antecedents through the APC leadership elections when she emerged as APC woman leader, and then the campaigns for Tinubu and everything. All of these people, you see, the thing with our media, when I bash them, is that our media does not help society. When people get thrown out into society, they are new faces. Everywhere else, the media goes to do a search on them. If you don't already have information, if this someone someone just appears on the scene, you go do a search. Who is this person? Where is this person coming from? What's their antecedents? Where have they been? What have they been doing? That way, Nigerians are informed that, okay, look at the caliber of person who is being propped, thrown up to be whatever, minister or whatever. I'm not against, she's a 37-year-old woman, which is supposed to be a plus for us, especially in a country where we've consistently have had octogenarians being minister, president, people being recycled. We've complained that, oh, people are being recycled. And now we're having young people being thrown up for political positions. Unfortunately, those young people are not any better than those old people. It speaks a lot about our society. It actually is very shameful. Now, I'm not against her because, like I said, I know her and I have any problem with her. I'm just against her because I listened to her views during the election. I followed every time she came on either channels or Arise and she spoke, and I kept telling myself, this person is a corrupt person. I'm not because I had seen her steal any money. I just kept telling myself, this person is heavily corrupt because I listened to the volume of the quality of the things that emanated from her mouth. So I just did a search on her. She was minister. She was commissioner under Ben Ayade. Ben Ayade, let that sink in a bit. Ben Ayade, the man who kept making bogus budgets, the man who cried as governor that he's so pained that he cannot do anything to alleviate the lives of Cross Riverians. He was governor and was crying that he couldn't do anything. And people were clapping and saying, can you imagine how emotional this governor was? And I had to tell a friend, are you sick? This man was elected to take care of Cross Riverians, to take care of the economy, to fix the economy, to pull people out of poverty. And then he was seeing poverty in his face and he was crying and being melodramatic about it and everything. That's the person Betta Edu served under. I'm one person who always tells you that the prevalent spirit in any society is the spirit of the man leading. When I say this, people always say, oh, why are you bringing spirit? I say, it's the truth. Go check it. It doesn't matter if it's America or whatever. Once a man is in office, his major tendencies become like literally the norm, the way everybody begins to operate. Go check it. So right now, we have a corrupt man with certificate that is forged. I know we've gone past that. Now it's time for governance. But you know the truth about it, we can't run away from it. Everything around this person is going to be exactly what his personality personifies. So personally, I don't have any conspiracies. Like I was having a private chat with you, Rudolph, and we're discussing this behind the scene. This person, this is my own bias. My bias is this. Why Betta Edu's matter is coming out right now? It's not because he didn't write that letter. It's not because this new, what is it called, analogy they are bringing that, oh, no money was paid. That's not why. This matter is coming to the forefront because there were people in the civil service she did not carry along. If she had carried those people along very well, this thing would have sailed smoothly. There would be no problem. Everybody will know what their courts are. I'm even going to expand the dragnet and say perhaps even people in the presidency, in the first lady's office, probably all know about all these things. But guess what? She's going to be the fall guy. If she doesn't play her cards well, they'll all deny her. But if she plays her cards well, they'll look for a way and wriggle around it and protect her. Because she has done a good work for Tinubu during the election. She didn't carry along certain civil servants, people of high level in the civil service who sign. Remember, these people, no minister can steal money without a PAMSEC or a director. It's not possible. You can't do it. In fact, if you're going to be exposed, it's the minister and PAMSEC. They may feed their little dogs down the line. I mean, these are classified documents that are kept within certain frames. So when it starts leaking, that should tell you that somebody is pissed off and has decided that I'll teach you a lesson. We will let you know we're the ones who are here. And so that's why we're beginning to see it. But let's go beyond that. When are our so-called ruiners, as Dele Farotimi will call them, say we shouldn't call them leaders. The best we can call them is, dictators or whatever we want to call them. When are they going to learn? You promised to fix. You came into a government that is saying it has inherited a lot of problems, and you are carrying on the management of state affairs even worse than the people you replaced. I don't seem to understand it. Shouldn't you be proving to us that he really means business? I think I've said it several times. There are times when everybody, says you're no good, people look down on you. You tell yourself, I'm going to prove everybody wrong. I remember as a kid, sometimes we want to write the exam. They say I'm Olodo. I'm going to go and pass that exam just to prove everybody wrong. I don't see that with our political office holders. They literally seem to confirm what we already suspect about them. And truly, honestly, I don't know. So, but I'll leave that. Like I said, Betta Edu's matter is a family matter. They know what they are doing. They are playing their games. They will look for a way, like you rightly come up this morning to tell us, they are already looking for a lacuna for her to, overcome it. But coming to Dangote, quickly, Nigerians should not get carried away with the antiques of our elites. What other way do you think a Tinubu will want to prove that he's serious, if not to go for something he feels, even the big fish that you think is being prosecuted knows it's all a game plan? Because guess what? Who gave Tinubu Dangote land to build his refinery? It's Tinubu's family. When I mean Tinubu, his political family. He's the governor of Lagos State. He didn't just go there and collect land. So they are all into all these things. So all this thing they are doing is to create some form of, it might sound conspiratory. Yes, I agree. I'll be the first to admit it. But these guys are on a game. Nigerians have become a pawn in the hands of these guys. They just play Ludo with us, and then we clap, we come here every day and we dissect all those issues. Why they continue to do the things they want to do behind the scene. That is Nigeria for you. It is not a country where serious political conversations are going on how to develop the nation. What is the next plan? Someone said in another forum where I was listening, when nations, India has problems, America has problems, but in the midst of all those problems, serious governance is going on. India has gone to the moon. India is talking about how to pull other people out of poverty. They have elections coming up soon. Whether Modi wins or another person comes in, these things are going on. It happens everywhere. But in our own case, our leaders seem to be focused on their pockets, on how to sort themselves out, how to steal the next money. They've gone to loan money. All of us know that Nigeria is loaning money where they are going to pay back with oil. Some crazy deals are being signed. We all know this. You understand? I mean, if you're following what is going on in the last few weeks, you will notice that the government is going to borrow money. It doesn't have good plans to pay, and it's signing something that looks like the what's that deal that recently that they just quashed in the UK? Something very almost close to the same thing. We're about repeating it again. Someone help me? That deal, that IPD, whatever. What was it?
PID. Yeah, something like that. I know.
PIB.
We are almost signing something similar to it is being done under this government already. Do you guys know that? They are loaning money somewhere. They don't have very concrete plans to pay that money and using oil for payback for it. And these are people who are serious. Somebody who's not going to sit down and begin. He has not cut down on cost of governance. He's not asking himself, where are the places I can cut things, at least to start work before I can talk about going to borrow. First of all, before investors take you serious, they want to see what you're doing. You want to get married, and you're going to ask people to loan you money to marry. No, even though people are going to help you do it because we know that yes, people will give you goodwill. But people want to see what you've done. You've paid for your horse, you've bought your clothes, you've paid for all of this before you start asking people to give you. In our own case, we just going out to go and ask people to give us money. And you think investors will throw their money at you? I mean, let me rest my case now for here. I think I don't want to go on this year having to discuss these characters because it's just not
Rudolph, if you just give me one second.
Hold on. It looks like we are reading this. This guy just went for more than just about 10 minutes. Nobody stopped him at all. I didn't go 5 minutes without getting interrupted. It's ridiculous. We have to keep this level.
Rudolph, I just want to add something to what he has said. Let me say
maybe you were saying more meaning. You were saying something more meaningful than me. And people tell him I was saying rubbish, so people had to know to allow me to finish my rubbish.
It's 10 minutes. It's time. It's the time. It's not about.
All I want to add is that for Betta Edu, the permanent secretaries are the controlling officers. They cannot, and she cannot sign anything out without those people and the finance officers being involved. So it's like I said, I don't want to go into it. It's totally set up. It's a total setup because the permanent secretary is the one who is actually kind of day to day. This other person is just a political head. So they prepared that document that she signed. If she actually signed it, they could have been advised her because that's what the role of the permanent secretary is, to advise her. This what you are taking, this step you are taking is wrong. Secondly, I want to dare the government who has gone after Dangote. We all know that Dangote have been used to siphon money from government for a long time. If they truly want to go after Dangote, let them investigate the whole company. Let's know when Nigerian money started getting into Dangote and with the purpose for which he has monopoly over certain items. Not just jumping up and carrying EFCC to his office. making all that.
By the way, I slightly disagree with Paul. While I'm not, I'm not saying he didn't get 400 or whatever. Dangote has been getting opportunities that the average Nigerian doesn't get. So please, let's not get that wrapped up. Whether he was buying dollar at 400 or not, I'm not going to go into that. But the truth remains, he's been getting certain privileges from government, which we can't even.
But the 400 and something that is the scandal is right. It's not wrong. That's all I'm saying. The 4 something.
Did you hear me? I'm not talking about 400. I'm not talking about I'm saying that Dangote generally over time.
Then Chim, let me make you understand. When we were talking about the capitalist economy, go and check how much the US government give Delta Airline, American Airline, United Airline, Walmart. Go and check how much they give. This organization must not die because government is not in the business of creating jobs. There are certain organizations you keep there. All government needs to do that they are doing wrong. Check Dangote very well. Is he taking good care of his staffs? Like Delta Airline take care of their staffs, like United, like Walmart, like Costco, like Sam's Club.
Paul, leave that in. Paul, leave that in. Paul, leave that in. Leave that in.
$46 billion.
Leave that in, Paul.
Paul, when you make those points, listen. Sorry, Paul, quickly, please, if you allow me. Paul, nobody is saying don't give corporations. I actually go listen to yourself. How many institutions did you just mention? You mentioned institutions. Did you mention an individual? So when
I call Dangote is Dangote Corporation, Dangote Group. I didn't say Aliko Dangote.
Not correct.
I hope you know that. It's Dangote Group. I didn't say Aliko Dangote.
Chim, hold on, Chim. Hold on, Chim.
Educate me. Remember,
Chim,
they are also looking into BUA too. They are also looking into BUA too, not only Dangote.
When you make these assertions, you mentioned institutions, and look at how many you mentioned. Walmart feeding the country, Costco feeding the country. I can go on and on. Name institutions that take care of the ordinary Nigerian that the government is giving a subsidy to. They're giving a big man money. He can hide.
That's why I say let us use common sense. If Dangote is in the business of creating jobs, one of the highest employer of labor, let us use common sense. You checkmate Dangote. You think taking care of his staff. Not looking into where you don't even need to look to.
Let us look at it from another way. Let us look at it from another way. Dangote has monopoly over a lot of products in Nigeria. Is there any company in America that has monopoly over the country? Dangote has been receiving subsidy from government for over 20 years. Unaccounted subsidy. Okay? It's not the first time. That's what I'm saying. If they want to investigate Dangote, they should go from the beginning. Let us go. Look, you know that there's a time that only Dangote was importing sugar in Nigeria, cement.
I know, but, excuse me, KJ, it's more sinister than you're making it. Rudolph, let me say hello to you, but let me on this particular topic. Even the most critic that Dangote has is, underreporting what's going on. What Dangote is doing to that country is not subsidy. I mean, he is a total fraud in the country.
Yeah,
right? Every country has somebody like that. So why don't you deal with the substantive issue? Talk about the real issue. Now, this man, do you know how I came here a couple of weeks ago, and Rudolph had a guest, and I was asking him, how much do you think Nigeria invested in that oil refinery? He took state funds and invested billions of dollars. Where is the refinery? Right? Since 2021, that was paid. Billions of dollars. We don't have any money. But you go from industry to industry, segment to segment. He's choking the country, and it's a form of terrorism. That's what it is. It's not a civil issue, and it's been going on for a very long time. He needs to be treated like every other Nigerian. He needs to be brought in and prosecuted for all these crimes. Now, there's a lot of people like Paul. He's proud of, we have a billionaire in our country, right? I mean,
far from it.
Hold on. I heard what you're saying. It's no different. I mean, I'm putting it simply. He lost in the Forbes billionaire to others from other African countries, right? But why would you support somebody every time there's a list of from when Sanusi was a banker there, his name was on that list of people who fleeced the government billions of naira at that time. He is always exonerating himself in the press, like we're doing here. Why doesn't he go do it in the courts, like everybody else from the East? MFLA is an independent agency. He has the right to make policy. He could make a bad policy, right? But he's independent from the presidency, as independent from the legislature. But what I'm saying is that even those who are trying to bring him into account, you are making it less sinister than it is. What we have is an Islamic terrorism in our country. And one way that it manifests itself, right? Yeah, under forefathers before, why I came in here is actually talk to you about.
Just bring your fact point by point. I would love to learn from you.
Hold on.
I would love to learn from you.
I will teach you right now.
Hold on. You went too far. I actually wanted to go sequentially because I want to hear from Bore, who is here, and we skipped. I thought you were going to interject.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry about that. But please come to me very quickly. I want to talk to Paul and forefathers. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
All right. Let's hear from Bore. Welcome and Happy New Year.
Oh, my beautiful, beautiful people! Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Loud and clear.
Oh my gorgeous and surmountable people, I'm proud of you. Ooh, I am, really. You know, I feel minimal, skewers, but hey, that's why I'm your sister. But thank you, guys. You wouldn't believe it. But it is real. We are in a new year. So I'll say what I don't usually say. I don't go with happy this, happy that. Just have you whatever you want to have. I'll say it. Happy New Year. Thank you. Thank you.
Happy New Year to you too.
Yeah.
Same to you.
Thank you, Rodolphe, alias Dr. Konkwo, alias Dr. Damagis. Encomium, support encomium, okay? Thank you. You are worth more than whatever encomium that comes to you. So is every one of you here. Thank you. I was listening to what you did on the night of the New Year, that New Year's Eve, or a little bit before that. I was listening to that for the past 9 hours. This is California, from 3 a.m. until 10 a.m. this morning. And what you guys were discussing is like a continuation in Nigeria forever. Because you hear this one say, well, the army, they are not doing what they should do. And the other one says, yeah, the government, they are not doing what they should do. And I'm like, I know we all know the genesis of our, of our, whoever is in the helm of affairs of Nigerian government. And there are, you can call them the army, you can call them the government, or you can call them Boko Haram. When you say Boko Haram, that represents all that. So army can't stop government can't stop, and because they are all the same people. Now, when that is the case, this one has happened about the Edu lady having been caught. And somebody said, let it be investigated. I said, whoa, some investigation in that mess. Some investigation in that mess. To be very frank with you, what really stands for me is that you may not know. Ngazia, hello. You may not know.
Good evening.
This is my university, and it really is. Because I grew up doing everything I can to survive. Everything I can, other than pursuing anybody's husband around here, which, hey, assuming that was, I saw that to do to be able to eat. I don't care. I wouldn't have minded. But it got me to knowing, tearing everything I can up to be able to cram everything and, throw them out on a paper so that I become a nurse. Hey, they don't pay. Go to America. And I found a way to come into America. Here I am. So when and now that I'm listening to you guys, it's a big, Igbo will say mahadum. It's a big mahadum for me. And when Igbo says mahadum, that is interpreted as university. Now, there are a whole lot of you that are not here because of how big this platform is. But I thank you for teaching me every second of the day. I heard Chim say that he used to go for his football or some type of ball. He doesn't go anymore. I said, oh, I thought I was the only addict. Thank you, guys. Now, I have a little, I didn't join in time because my computer know-how, my IT know-how is very, very minimal. And trust me, I have registered on Wednesday to, okay? So by the time you catch me again, I'm coding, okay? Thank you. Now, I'm learning there. I'm learning here. And I can't stop saying thank you. But until what is holding us? Nigeria, can we be one? Can we be one for over 60 years? For if there some that will start counting from the 40s. And we all knowing that it is visitors who came from wherever they come into your house. They want to kill you. And you say, be in peace with them. They still want to kill you. And you keep saying, be in peace with them. They want to annihilate you, flush you out and take your dwelling place. Well, if native welcome to my house like this, won't do, I might go snuff them off. Person will say, throw them or dump them was very, very kind to them. Fling them somewhere else. Let them go and fight and kill each other wherever they came from. But hey, like I said, one of the things I'm learning from you. Sorry, Ngozi, that's why we are both Ngozi. I don't know any Ngozi that is soft and soft. We tell it as it is. All the Ngozis that I know. Now, I am saying, thank you for what you teach me. I can repeat that 500 times because it is from my heart of hearts. And I am also saying what you guys, what we all come out here. Why you don't see me every day is because when my daughter hasn't come back from work, I have no clue where to push on the laptop to. But please, you all are offering workable solutions, each and every one of you. But reality is, Igbo will say, Ebuyejole, where do you carry it to? Who are you talking about? Is it something to be implemented in that rubbish we call country that here I go again, the Kabas and Caliphate are Fulanis or whoever they are, and they make sure that Nigeria is run wrong. Whoever instituted them, call them the West, Queen Elizabeth, or whoever is there, made sure they came on common grounds they had was for everything to be done wrong in Nigeria. And it does not matter what it is that you think to implement. When you know where you are going to implement it, whoever is doing whatever they do in that governmental setup is paid to go wrong. So thank you guys for really helping me cool down, calm down, because to know that if I live here, even at the grassroots, when you go there to try and get things normalized, somebody who is in somebody's pay list will, first of all, warn you and tell you it's not done right here. This is not America. You better carry your pangolo and go back to America. We really do have a problem. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry I may have taken longer than I should have.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Let's go to Ngozika.
It's me. It's me. Come to me. I can't be here for. I cannot be here forever. Please let me, Ngozika. This time around, let me ask for your.
I wanted.
Hold on, please.
I'm not taking words from you. I just wanted to ask for something. Since Mbore is here, Mbore, okay. Now, Dr. Damages, we wanted to talk about the World Bank thing, and you said wait. However, forefathers brought it up at some point.
So, no. Hold on. Let's. I want to hear Pansat and Ngozika.
Okay.
And then we can change the topic now.
Okay, good.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Ngozika. By the way, and Happy New Year to you and all our people back home and those here on this platform, and more importantly, those in the chat rooms. Now, let's just calm it down now so we could talk. Rudolph, I thank our sister for eloquently identifying our major problems. Obviously, we're like goons in Nigeria, goons, right? We're cowardly and we're stupid. You have an arbitragoer, okay? Arbitrage. What is I don't know if forefathers, if you know what arbitrage means. That's the simultaneous buying and selling of securities, currency, or commodities in different markets, right? So you try to create some kind of advantage. An arbitragoer is a type of investor who attempts to profit from market inefficiencies. So these inefficiencies can relate to any aspect of the markets, whether it is price, dividends, or regulation. Now, Dangote, like all elites in many third world countries, they benefit from the price, right? I mean, imagine somebody buying something and then selling it perhaps in nanoseconds or in a week or whatever and making huge profits. All they have to do is to rinse and repeat, taking our money, buying it at a lower price and then selling it higher to the citizens. And his forefathers have been doing this to Nigerians for a very long time, but he's taking it to a commercial level. We have no chance whatsoever with something like that. But the more important arbitragoer that he is the kind that benefits from even regulation. Regulations are made for him. And it doesn't matter what government that comes into the office. It could be a Yoruba guy, it could be a Southerner, it could be a Northerner. He is the only constant in all these governments. He's untouched, unscathed. There's no value added in any of the products that he does. He's taking businesses away from market women and probably those who try to make cement or something like that. Selling little stuff that doesn't require any intelligence. No value added. He's not like, say, Elon Musk, people who innovate, right? So what he's doing now, you go from sector to sector. He's there to retard our country. The first thing, if let's say I come in as president of Nigeria, the first person I'm going to grab is him and shake him down and get all our money because he's got all the money. He's doing it by state-sponsored monopoly. But do you know what it is to go to the government, the central bank, take money and sell it back to us? All he has to do is rinse and repeat. He doesn't have to do anything else.
You know?
Doesn't have to do anything else. And that's a form of terrorism because at some point, now you could be a businessman and you're self-centered and you should profit. I love market. I love entrepreneurship. I'm not against that. Capitalism. I'm a capitalist myself. But there is the form of what Dangote is doing to Nigeria is a form of terrorism because we have 60, 70% unemployment. Our kids are out of school. He's watching that.
You know?
There's no health care, nothing for our fathers and our elderly. There are no roads. His vehicles are polluting the place, killing a lot of people. And this discussion I should ask for unanimous consent complete my remarks. I mean, this is a very important thing because you have forefathers here making a soft landing, arguing for argument's sake, academic bullshit, right? People are getting murdered in our country. So who are the constants in the government in this country? Who are, you have variables. They come, like Jonathan, he comes and he goes. So he's not a problem under Buhari. It's not a problem under Tinubu. It's not a problem under Obasanjo because he came 5-6 years, he's gone. So many others have come and they're gone. Gozo Kunjiwa, they're gone. These are variables. But the one constant we have in the country is Dangote. It's Dangote. That's where all our monies are. Even all these heads of state, or they put him in there, they gave him stuff, and then he pays them back. So, Paul, if you wanted me to give you, I'm trying to tell you, we're not stupid. Are we stupid? Nigerians we're smart people. We may be cowardly, but we're not stupid. We know what's happening. We know what will happen in that country, and it will turn over overnight. With Buhari and all these guys, they're not intelligentsia of the North. You have this Erufai, and when it comes to this, the violence in that country, that is one of the constants there. That is one of the problems we have in the country. But all of them come under what my sister Mbore from California said. We have a Fulani, but more particularly broadly, Islamic problem. If you go and you look at Israel and Gaza now, you would say, okay, these Muslims, they think they're smarter than we are. They are more powerful. Though they're not. You go and you look at Gaza and you look at Palestinians and Muslims in general. They can't say Fim. If you're so tough, go over there and fight. Go over there. These people are ready for you. All these Africans in the villages who are defenseless, they don't have any weapons, they don't have anybody to actually care. Because you're lucky that I'm not there. You go into these villages and you're massacring people in Plateau, in Benue. You go to the southeast, you do the same thing, and they put it under IPOB. You go to the southwest, you do the same thing. But you're strangling the economy. You're not letting people go to school. You're not funding the youth. You're not doing anything. You rig elections. You turned off the beavers, and we're supposed to come here debating academically something that any idiot could see. You go to platforms where Oyibos are discussing Nigeria. You see that they see what's happening. We're like goons.
Pansat.
Yes, sir.
When you said they're lucky you are not there, why are you not there?
Well, that's a very good question, right? But if I tell you, I'm gonna have to kill you, right? I gave you a model. I call it the Iraqi model, right? People in diaspora are usually the people who help save their country.
Yeah, because
let me land.
Hold on. You got something now. You got to something.
Yeah.
People left America to go and fight for Israel. Why are you not there?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Listen to me very carefully because I made this point over and over again. Number one, the pen is mightier than the sword, right? In the Iraqi model, now remember Saddam Hussein is a Sunni Muslim, it's a minority in Iraq. This is around 2000.
The question, you went back to Iraq. Why?
No, I'm telling you. Listen, here's the model: how to save Nigeria. You cannot save Nigeria from inside. You have to save Nigeria from outside, right? Saddam was powerful. He launched missiles at Israel. He captured UN staff.
So can you go straight? Leave what happened. Go straight to the answer. What are you doing?
Here's what I'm saying. We are supposed to organize here and do what the Shias of Iraq did, which was to take justice home, right? We're supposed to organize from here, talk to somebody like Trump, for example, if he wins. We're supposed to help him now win. And we're going to go convince him. We'll do the fighting. We'll do the battle. Just escort us home with the 102nd Airborne Division and some Tomahawk missiles to go and take our country back. These Shias did it, and they went back and they fought the Republican Guard, right? In 48 hours, Saddam Hussein was hiding on the ground, and they dug him out from the ground and took their country back. So now maybe they don't have beautiful castles like Saddam used to have, but at least they have a chance. Now, don't forget, they're not like Japan and Germany, who America did the same thing for. See, they haven't done it for us. They did it for Japan, wrote them a constitution, and they run off to the races. They did it for Germany, and Germany run off to the races. They did it for Iraq, but the Islamic country, democracy to them is haram. I've said it here many times. You think it's a joke, right, Rudolph?
No,
no, it's not a joke. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
This is what we have to do. We cannot do it from inside. We have to do it from outside.
Yeah. Thank you. I've offered you a chance to be a guest so that you have enough time to air your view. You refuse. But
I'm not up to being a guest. Okay. I'm a panelist.
Okay, we have to move on to someone else.
Okay.
Doctor, when Fofana talk all these things about Dangote, it just pissed me off because Pansat, because why it pissed me off? It pissed me off in the sense that Pansat is a smart guy. I want to believe he's very, very educated. So when he said all these things, you talk about it, you say somebody have monopoly. Why will you say somebody have monopoly when you are using a smartphone to be on this platform right now? Doctor, there is Flour Mill. Flour Mill is older than me in that country. Flour Mill has been bringing everything. Dangote Sugar started in the millennium. There is Flour Mill that has been bringing sugar for God knows when. You understand? Dangote just started. Dangote started 1978 as a truck driver, doing only logistics. You understand? All these companies are there. If you don't know how to cut deals, or if you are so weak, you just want to blame one person. There's Flour Mill Nigerian PSC. And Flour Mill at the time, Nigeria were complaining that Flour Mill is too big. It's a foreign company. This is how they fight and fight. We started having our own. There is Bua there, doing the same thing that Dangote is doing, bringing all the grains, everything that Dangote is doing. Dangote tremendously is doing very, very well when it comes to sugar. Dangote literally brings every sugar from Brazil. Today, they're pushing, is diversifying in Nigeria today. All I'm telling you, Dangote business model is very, very good. When it comes to employment, Nigeria has a ministry called Federal Ministry of Labor, Employment, and Productivity. You understand? How do you checkmate these guys in terms of how did he take care of his staffs? How do you checkmate this guy in the other aspect in terms of his equipment that is putting on the roads? These are things that makes us hate Dangote. They go free with all those bad trucks on the road. The way they park on the road constitutes menace. But Dangote business model, I think is okay. So we just have all these ministries that are starters to checkmate all these things. They are not doing their work. If you don't know, as powerful as Flour Mill is, that is how Dangote come. That is how standard Flour Mill, also in Nigerian companies there. If you don't know, go and check all these things. They're all there. I don't understand anywhere where anybody tell me that Dangote have immunity for sugar. Among all these companies that I call, Dangote is even the least. Dangote just started sugar. I don't know whether the Coke you drink in the 70s and in the 60s when Dangote is not there. Where are the companies? So people should just be saying.
I hope Fofana is happy now that Paul has jumped in and is talking long. He doesn't have a problem.
They just say they just say all these things.
But I just it's not only you. No, it's not only you. It's everybody that speaks more than me. It's not only you.
You said it. I take it personal. I'm being honest with you because you
don't take it personal. It's not about you. I was talking to
But I'm telling you, I'm not a hypocrite. I'm taking
then, doctor, when people talk about all these CBN forests, we are looking for forests and everything. Looking for forests sometimes it just pay the multinationals more because they have this trick of we're taking our money home. By so taking their money home, the same way they can use their money to still bring product back, it is easy for them. But when you're local, how do you want to say you are taking money out there? Then you need to go back to CBN, start to look for currency, struggle and everything. I think everybody do the same thing. But sometimes I will tell you one bitter truth among these things. Sometimes the way we play politics, the way we bring tribe into business, it pisses you off. An Igbo man that needed to survive in doing business in Nigeria must rub shoulder with a northerner very well. Must rub shoulder with, let me just use it, must rub shoulder with the 6 geopolitical zones very well.
You have gone to Igbo people now. Leave Igbo people out of it.
Hold on. You pride yourself. Hold on. When you pride yourself, hold on, let me land. When you pride yourself as a businessman, I am using the highest when it comes to business to make my case. I don't want to use the lowest. As an Orobo man, the only business we do, we sell Ogogoro. I can use it. It's 1% business in Nigeria. You understand? So when you, as an Igbo man, you want to cut this, you make friend with a Yoruba man, you make friend with an Hausa man, you make friend with an Ijaw man, you make friend with everybody. I will go back now. So now let me be negative. It is the same you that will cause that Igbo man. You don't forget your brother, they go rub shoulder with Yoruba man. This is what Dangote do. So Dangote is friend to everybody. You as an Igbo man, you need to be friend with everybody. As an Yoruba man, I need to be friend with everybody.
All right.
That is
I totally sorry. Rudolph. Sorry. When he talks this way, you forget that this same Dangote took over Benue Cement and crashed it, and there are many other companies that he have taken and destroyed just because he want to have monopoly. So let us stop playing this kind of. And then when you bring an Igbo man in,
excuse me, when we keep making it,
that is a lie. Dangote buy Benue Cement company.
No, that's the thing. I will be screaming if you don't allow me to talk. I will do that. I'm going to do that. When he's talking about Dangote, we forget. Do we have amnesia? If Dangote was in cement, or he was not even in cement, he came into cement to meet an Ibeto, and he waggled his way. Tell me the friendship you want Ibeto to go and arrange to keep his business running. Come into a business. If you're offering better services or better quality,
Dangote was in cement and made flour me there.
Can I finish, please?
He made flour me there. Start there.
Can I finish?
He made flour me, and flour me is still there.
Can I finish? We can go on like this day. I'll be ready for you for that. When Dangote came into that business, he used his political influence to put up another person. A business was shut down for 3 years. And tell me, is that politics? This is business. This guy is in business, you're in business. Let the final buyer be the one to say, okay, I like Dangote's cement. I find out when I buy Dangote's cement, my building, my structures are stronger. And then they can run him out of business or make him. But you went to use your influence, your political will to shut down another government, and you're here telling me it's because it didn't make friends with this person, it's because it didn't. My dear, this is not politics.
Tomorrow, flour me cement is bigger than Dangote cement.
What is rubbish?
Paul, hold on. Paul, you have to hold on. Chim, thank you. Let me. I know a lot of people want to weigh in electricity at CEO, but let me go to Ngozeka first, and then I'll come back to you. Flagship is here. Go ahead, Ngozeka.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, all the members of the panel. Mbore, good evening, ma'am. Special shout outs to the viewers and those in the comment section. I greet you. Happy New Year. I want to talk about the ladies of the day. They are not ladies of the night. They are this one rubbing us dry in the day. And the funny thing is that they both their ministries they are both from the same ministries or similar. I'm a bit confused. The other one is Ministry for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. The other one is the same humanitarian affairs, but something else. So I don't know if it is the same ministry that was renamed, or if it is still the same ministries. But I got the name.
No, Farouq was the last one with Buhari. So Betta is the new one.
But the names are a bit different. The only common thing is humanitarian affairs. The other one is poverty alleviation. This one is social kiniko. Anyway, I just want to say that they have that in common. Two women from the same ministry having this scandal on their head. And I just wanted to point out that the people in this administration did not take long to show us their cards. They did not even come and start pretending. Let us do small work or deceive these people a bit before we cash out. There was no pretense from day one. It started with snatch it, grab it, and run with it, and you all thought he was playing. I just wanted to say quickly that, excuse me, with Nigeria, and I don't know about the rest of the world, I have noticed a pattern. Once a politician tries a tactics and it works, like play, every other person will fall in line. I remember when it became a thing for a former politician to claim illness as a reason not to show up to EFCC or ICPC. I remember when it became a thing for them to, to collapse in court.
All right, so we lost Ngozeka. Electricity, can you hold off a little bit? Please, let me go to, I just want to give a chance to Flagship and Forefathers, then I'll come to you. Flagship.
Thank you. I won't say too much on Ngozika. If she comes on back on, I would yield the floor to her. In the real sense, I don't think we can argue this too far. Dangote was a monopoly. We know that. It's certain. It's everywhere in Nigeria. And Dangote, yes, did start off as a truck driver, but when he got to where he got to, those that made him be what he is and signed the agreement with him to be the stakeholder for just about every and anything importable in Nigeria, did promise him everything that he's getting now. So yes, he did. He's a monopoly. I had a friend whose father, back in the day in Delta State, was very wealthy, wanted to venture into the same business, but they met a very strong pushback and they killed it instantly, because he cannot pose a threat to what has been established. So that is known. Yeah. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the aspect of an opposition in the sense that we speak out, we're able to say something. And I'm sure you all remember chatter on Twitter, what chatter on Twitter did in Bola Tinubu's regime last year, when they were talking about 8,000 naira or 25,000 naira per household for 6 months. And they had to go back and reconsider because the people pushed back. Joss has done the same thing. Look, my people, there is a way out of this problem. I don't think we should be throwing punches at ourselves about who's right or wrong. Everybody at this point has a workable solution. Let's figure a way out to put them together and form a strong force and go back to effective change. And lastly, let me say this with all due respect to every panelist. I'm sure we all know that there are non-Nigerians who are right here online watching what we're doing, listening to us, and who may come after the show ends to watch the video and hear about how we are going about solving our problems. Let's stop using those foul languages on ourselves. It doesn't help, you know? And that's why they go back on TV and talk about us the way they do, because rather than come together and form a strong force, we're calling ourselves names. I won't repeat them, not to give light to them, but please, as much as we can, let's minimize it. Everybody here is educated and wise and smart, no matter what level you get to. So let's show that respect and let the world know that at least there's light coming out of somewhere, no matter how much time we spend until we get it together. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, forefathers.
So quick one, please, before you move on. Please, I've heard it repeated twice that Dangote started as a truck driver. I don't know which truck driver, or do you guys mean he started the trucking business? Is that what you mean?
Logistic, not truck driver, logistic.
Okay, but you said
logistic.
Truck driver. That's what you
said. Trucking, logistics. The uncle.
Oh, no, I know. What I'm just trying to correct is that
he started logistics. It's not a truck driver, logistic business, okay. 1978.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So, forefathers.
Yeah. Thank you. Jim, for no reason would I ever target you. By and large, we tend to agree anyway. So why would I target you? I was basically calling out the time some people are allotted while others are not. Like me, I'm not allotted enough time. You know, I like time.
So, I was also trying to get bandits too today. Don't worry yourself.
So okay. So regarding the Dangote issue, I think it's not entirely fair to be going after Dangote the way people are doing. Because there are a lot of people that don't even offer remotely close to any value compared to what Dangote offers people. When somebody's offering value to an extent, selling cement, all kinds of different goods to the country, he's not just going there to just circling money and just raking money. There are a lot of people that don't do anything. They just do foreign exchange and just use that to exploit the currency. They don't offer any value whatsoever. Some of them steal the value that Nigerians have. So he makes the effort to do all this hard work. He tried to build a refinery in River State. He failed, and he tried to buy one. He failed, and then he moved to Lagos. Right, and the whole Nigerians are waiting for his refinery to come on stream now. because it might actually help out. For better or for worse, this is what you get in capitalist system, except you're asking for us to go to socialist or communist system. If you want to, you can argue that. If you have a capitalist system, you have oligarchs, you have this in cabals, you have this in cloud oligarchs, as they call them in the West right now, that control the economies. The search engine you use, isn't only Google that controls it. Facebook that we are on, YouTube, how many YouTubes do you have out there? It's only one company that runs it. And Tesla is occupying its own space now, taking over so many other areas. You have, that's the natural nature of capitalism, and it's actually dangerous to capitalism because when people get that powerful, they can threaten the system. If you are arguing from that point of view that they are Dangote threatening the system, fine, but don't say it doesn't offer value. The YouTube that we are in now, that YouTube is making money from it, is because it's offering value. It's allowing us to talk to each other from remote locations. Similar to what Dangote is doing. There are a lot of useless people, billionaires out there in Nigeria that do absolutely nothing for people. They just suck the system dry. And the worst of it all, they don't even invest in the economy. They send it overseas. Dangote's money is in Nigeria. So we have to truly consider some of this we are doing is employing people. He's doing a lot of things on the ground. If Dangote falls, who else is big enough to employ as many people as he's employing? We have to recognize that, okay, fine, he has issues. Big businesses always have issues. If you go to any big business ledgers, you're probably going to arrest somebody. In Google, all of them, they are all doing shady things. They don't pay tax in the West. Not to mention in the West that we like to hold up as an example of transparency. They barely pay tax. So this is what we are. That's why I'm saying we should cut Dangote's slack. I don't like some of the things our elites are doing. I'm sure if you check his books, you probably throw him in prison too. But he is offering some value, and if you go after the one that is offering value, then what else is remaining? There's nothing else there. You are encouraging the ones that they would say the other ones that are busy stealing money without offering anything. They'll say, you see, look at what he's doing and look at what they are punishing him for. If you go to innocent cars now, you are going to find something that he didn't do right. Nigerian laws are meant that you break Nigerian laws left and right if you do business in Nigeria. But it depends on whether they enforce it. So if you want to criticize Dangote that he did something specifically wrong, you criticize him that he did specifically wrong, something specifically wrong. And something that I fear that some people's criticism is clouded based on whether the person is from your area or not. And that is not healthy at all. You can't go on like that. We have to try to be measured in the way we criticize stuff. Otherwise, everything will want to burn down. That's how I look at it. And we have to, that's why I'm just saying, let's be a little bit circumspect. And the way you want to criticize people is whether they are offering value. Yeah, what are they doing for you? I've seen nations where some leaders come in and they destroy the nation completely. But by the time they left, because they left something of value, the nation forgives them. That's what you have to ask yourself. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'll give Chim 2 minutes because you're responding. I actually want to go to electricity to question Paul.
Okay, I will make it very short. Forefathers, ordinarily, I don't have any problem with all you said. Ordinarily, let's cut people's slacks. And what you just mentioned on issue of irrespective of who the person's ethnicity, if the person is doing business and offering service and value to the society, fantastic for me. But nobody has answered this question. Ibeto was in business doing cement, and Dangote came into the same cement space. Was Ibeto shut down to favor Dangote or not? That's one question. You don't have to answer now. I'm sure all of us know the truth. So when we start making this,
don't let us go back and forth. Make others make company. Add others make company. Don't use only Ibeto. You are turning it to tribal issue. There's Flower doing cement too. There's Benue Cement Company. There's Igu Cement Company. Why are you measuring one company? There's so many companies.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Doctor, he's making it too personal, even when I'm not from the north.
Yeah.
He's making it too personal.
Are you in my mind? Are you in my mind?
You hold on. Let him.
Flower did not die. Why are you calling one company that you blame Dangote for it?
If you want us to make this an argumentation, I will wear that hat and we'll make it an argumentation. Honestly, I'm not even playing this.
Let him speak. You have the chance to speak.
I allowed forefathers, even when he was saying things I didn't agree, I let him make his point to the end before I can respond. So please.
I just want you to put all of them together. There are other companies. You pick one, like they share one flat to do church.
I don't have to respond the way you want. You make your views. I disagree with you. It's respectful. Forefathers use some orange and apple analogies that don't fit in. You see, every time we say Western elites don't pay tax. I think sometimes you think their society will allow them not pay tax. You're describing this based on what you feel or the way you look at it, which I call sometimes liberal perspective with all this pay fair share, pay fair share. Who determines fair share? If IRA or CRA or whatever tax is getting the money they have, build a corporation and say he has paid what he's supposed to pay, it's subjective for you to say person is not paying tax. Because the same argument can fall for Dangote. Listen, governments everywhere in trying to encourage economic growth will always subsidize or support initiatives that will grow the economy. It's a normal thing. From South Korea to Japan to the US to the UK, they all do it. I do not have a problem if Dangote comes up with an idea or a business model and the Nigerian government says, look, we can see that this thing is going to help our people, and they help him. They give him the leverage. I don't have a problem with it. If you're listening, I would like you to listen properly. What people are arguing against and the word monopoly has been used severally. In fact, I can't even say it as intellectually better than what Flagship put forward. Dangote has been a monopoly. You can argue with that for a long time. When somebody comes into an economic, a business space, and you see the government propping one particular person and is not offering the same benefit to every other person, there's a problem with this. Now, I don't have all the facts because I've asked a question. This guy, Innocent, who is doing business and is trying to raise money, because I know if I say that now, people say because he's an Igbo man, but I'm going to go there. I'm not going to be afraid about that. He is trying to manufacture vehicles, call it assembling, call it whatever it is. How much subsidy, how much help has the Nigerian state offered to say, you know what, we want you to mass produce this thing because we want our people to start having cars? Because the American government did it with the Fords of this world. They did it with the GMs of this world. How much has anybody done in that area? I can even bring in maybe a business that the Yoruba man is doing if you want us to begin to go into ethnicity. That's not the point. My point is simple. And Flagship has said it. These guys have identified that this man is their anchor head for whatever business thing they want to do. And they are using him to push it. For anybody to come and tell me that Dangote is enjoying the benefits he's enjoying because he's doing anything special, that's not correct. I'm a Nigerian. I follow Nigerian politics. I follow Nigerian economy. I was in the same industry working for another company that Dangote was. So I know what is going on. I saw what was going on, and I can still see it. People, the Nigerian business government gives this guy a lot of latitude that they don't give other businessmen, including businesses that are literally new, that could even help our jumpstart of economy. This guy is into trading. He's not doing anything special. He's not doing. I don't see any innovative thing he has done. He only gets into spaces that are already existing. You can't call him an Elon Musk. You can't call him a Mark Zuckerberg. You can't call him even a Bill Gates. He's not in the same kind of mode with these people. This guy is literally being propped up by the Nigerian state, and we can't see it. But I'm not against his business. You think that's the way the Nigerian system wants to run? Beautiful. Go ahead. Create a monopoly of one person. But what you know is that you are also wrecking other people who should be coming up, because the guy is literally, crushing every other person. He doesn't want any other person to compete with him. And like I've said, please, anybody who knows how Ibeto went into extinction in cement, come and tell me. Boy, his brother, who is a Northerner, has also accused him of the same thing. What are we talking about?
All right, thank you. Electricity, you're next.
I thought he created some kind of rail system to transport goods in Nigeria. I would call that innovative. He had to do it himself. He didn't rely on the state to do that for him.
He didn't do that. So let's
gentlemen, I have the floor, please. I did not interject anybody. And anybody that interjects me, I'm ready to be personal with due respect to everyone, please.
The president will get it from you. Thank you.
Good evening, all. I have listened to everyone's argument. So the position I take is for us to test arguments and see if it's going to pass that test. Paul, you spoke about Dangote. Further, you said it brought value to the economy. Would that be correct? Could you highlight one value that benefits the people, if you don't mind?
Jobs.
How much is their salary?
I don't know their salary, but he creates jobs. Those people are not on the streets.
Further, I don't want to be personal with you, so I'm going to avoid that part. Okay? You see, when we talk about value, we have to look at it in every aspect, not just You don't just pick one. I could be a job creator. I could employ you and at the same time pay you a shitty salary. Would that be correct? So I could create job and not give you that conditions of service. That doesn't mean I create a good job for you. So we have to look at everything in that. I won't say Dangote is this, but it has enabler. Don't let us, we should not sugarcoat things. It has enablers, and that is why it is where it is today. So it's not just the problem. The problem is multi in every aspect. Just like Emefiele, Dangote said, Emefiele is the only man who has visited that refinery than any other person. And it's Emefiele that also facilitates, I stand to be corrected, the dollars he got. Would that be correct, Paul? So
100%, and it is the right thing to do.
Well,
100%, and it is the right thing to do.
Listen, Paul, it is not about right or left. If we go into the nitty-gritty of the law, if we go into the nitty-gritty of the transaction, I don't think
you go there. You want to ask question, you go there. So that I'll answer you. Go there so that I'll answer you.
Listen. The problem is everywhere. It's not one person. Even on this platform, like I said, I don't want to be personal. Because if I go personal, it's not going to go well with every one of us. And that's just the truth. Like what, what's his name? Alexander Gomez said, that in us is corruption. In every one of us. That's what he said in the comment section. So, Dangote will not be where he is today if some individuals do not enable him. And I'm not going to stand on that moral high ground to what? To condemn him because I don't have the facts with me. But I know for sure that he didn't get to where he is today just by a shrewd businessman. No, let's be realistic with ourselves. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Yes, he may have created a job. Yes, he may have done whatever he wants to do. But the system, the situation in that country today, it's not where it's supposed to be, regardless whether it's Dangote or whoever it is. There's no value in that country. There is no value in that country. Nobody's providing value. Let's point to one person that is providing value. If not, the people will not be crying today. So it's about the people now we should look at. And that is what we should be focusing on. Like Dr. Rudolph earlier argument. Let's push for change. Let's push that this woman be removed. Let's push for everything to be changed. Not just one thing. Everything. Where's the electricity? Even Tinubu said, electricity is the bedrock of economy, of any economy. He didn't say security like what Father has been saying all this while. He's the president, the chief commander. He didn't say that. If you listen to his speech, he said it. That's electricity is the bedrock. You can shake your head from now till that kingdom come. I don't send you a message. I don't want to be personal with you. And don't let me be. Because you sat down here, you will criticize people, but you will never reveal your name. And yet we are saying we are being transparent with one another. Let's look at ourselves before we start to stand on that moral high ground, be judging other people. It is our problem, not one person's problem. Some people enable him. So also we've enabled each other. I yield the floor, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Paul, you want to respond 2 minutes? I want to go to Uyi and Sim.
Doctor, I really love to respond for a little bit. You want to give me to respond maybe tomorrow? I don't know. So, Doctor, you see, all I see when we talk all these things, we talk the sentiment. Elon Musk, I'll start with Elon Musk because he mentioned Elon Musk a little bit. Elon Musk's father is a South African. If we want to do it in African way, which means the richest man in the world is an African. His mother is a Canadian. Elon Musk went to Canada. He started a thing in Canada, discovered that Canadian government will not give him what he wants, like a capitalist economy. That guy moved to US, immigrate like myself. Today he's doing what he's doing. Many of the benefits Elon Musk is getting it from the government. Because first of all, what you hear, government is not in the business of creating jobs. Government regulates. Elon Musk is doing it staying in California. When the government, the state of California, the tax is too much and everything, he gets another tax waiver. He's moving to Austin, Texas. Government, again, and it's creating tremendous jobs and real estate in Austin, Texas. Many people don't even know that Austin, Texas is the capital of Texas. When you call Texas, people think Houston or Dallas. Elon Musk is opening that space. It is still government. So when we talk government, all I'm saying, and I use my word carefully, I said it. I said everything Dangote is doing, is he breaking the law? The answer on this aspect that some people are criticizing it, I will say no. If I want to tell you the part that I will say Dangote is doing wrong, I will tell you, how did he take care of his workers? In terms of his logistics, this heavy equipment that you put on the road, you regulate all these things. The way police harass these Danfo drivers everywhere on the road, is that how they harass this Dangote truck? If you want to tell me those parts, I will say yes. Let us blame them for that. Then to put it straight, Dangote is the I use the word far, and I add another far, highest employer of labor, private labor in Nigeria. No company. No company. You understand? Then I'll go back to my brother again, Chin. When he said all these things about Dangote, you make mention of Dangote, that Dangote killed Ibeto. But meanwhile, there is Benue Smith. Meanwhile, there is Flour Mill. You understand? There are other companies out there. There's Standard Flour Mill. There's Flour Mill. You understand? Why did you just want to keep only one and everything? People do business. There is a reason why they tell you that no business have lasted the test of time in Nigeria up to 50 years. Doctor, there is a company called Niger Right Roof in Ikeja there, Obahakan there. That company started in 1960. That company is still standing the test of time. Monopoly is good for business. And also remember that monopoly will keep business. Then also, how do you call deals in business? The fourth largest state in America have only 16 Walmarts. Go and look at Oregon. Go and look at Montana. In my city, there are over 200 Walmarts in my city. I live in New Jersey before I moved down. You understand? When you look New Jersey, you don't see Walmart a lot. Why you don't see Walmart? Sometimes some states want to create mama and papa business, small business here and there. They frustrate the big businesses to create opportunity for the small businesses. And when you talk all these things, remember, my brother, you people that is talking Ibeto, remember, state-owned land. If the governor of the Southeast want to create and help their own small businesses, again, at the same time, if you want to talk all these things again, probably maybe they will frustrate Dangote, they will make Ibeto. Because you need land to start your companies to do your business. Things like that. How do you cut this? How do you break boundaries? This is the thing I'm saying. I am putting it back to you because if you want to turn it to personal, let's go personal. When you see your fellow Igbo man, your fellow Robo man, try to rub shoulder with another tribe, you say, oh, it's a sellout. You don't forget us. If they help Igbo man, if they go follow Yoruba man, do business. If they go follow Robo man, do business. But that is the right way to do. That is how a white man left his country to Nigeria.
I don't know where your mindset comes from. Honestly, it's very whacked.
When you call Benue Smith, when you call Ibeto, you call it Ibeto because you are an Igbo man. Like an Hausa man is taking an advantage of an Igbo man. That's my interpretation.
Paul, that's so wrong. That's so wrong, Paul. That's so wrong. That's not what he meant.
So if it is not that, then let me generalize it. That's why if it is not that, if you are not seeing it from a tribal point, then let's generalize it. Generalizing it simply means Flour Mill is there before Dangote, and Flour Mill is still there now. You understand? There's still standard flour mill. There is still Buam. Businesses will have loggerhead amongst themselves. They will use the media. They will use everything. But you must understand that it's also business. You understand? So when you see Arise News today doing very well, you say Arise News is the one that killed AIT. Where did we get all these things wrong? Businesses are bound to come and businesses are bound to go. People can sell their businesses.
I don't know.
When
I don't know.
other companies,
I'm trying to hold my peace, but Paul, you are going
Dangote
totally out.
Dangote bought Dangote bought BCC Smith, the biggest cement company in Nigeria back then. BCC, Benue Cement Company. Dangote bought BCC Benue Cement Company. You understand? Because the government, they frustrate Dangote so much. But Barnabas,
Paul, I wish you can discuss if you don't have details of what happened in the BBC. I don't think you should just go in there because I was living in Makurdi. Hold on, sir. Hold on now.
Then let me land. Then you educate me. BCC is owned by government. Benue Cement Company. Barnabas Gema, they run that company to ground level. You understand? He was highly investigated. He jumped into PDP, and he was the second PDP chairman. Barnabas Gema, when BBC is no longer, when Dangote was trying to cut, when government set up all these things, Dangote is trying to do local, not to bring all these things from outside. Dangote tried, the Kogi government frustrating, the Benue government frustrating. One of the loophole is to buy BBC, and he bought BBC, the biggest cement company that is dying. And Dangote bought BBC Cement Company. I make a lot of money from Benue Cement Company because when we get the information, Benue Cement Company is down in the Nigerian Stock Exchange. I bought Benue Cement Company very cheap. When Dangote take over Benue Cement Company, I sold my stock immediately. I made good amount of money. When I say good amount of money, I made good amount of money. So when people talk all these things, nobody want to talk how business. This is how capitalist economy run. Walmart is in the business of so many things. They are in the business of so many things.
Thank you. Can we just have a subscribe break so that we can calm down a bit? Should I go ahead, Dr. Rudolph?
Hold on. Let me just hear. I want to hear KJ because when we come back, we'll change the topic. Otherwise,
okay. Thank you so much.
Give me a few minutes when you finish. Give me a few minutes when you finish to just say something, and then before we go on break, please.
Okay.
Okay, I give my time to you.
No.
When you finish, I'll talk.
Because okay, hold on.
KJ, you talk where you feel I'm doing wrong.
Okay, all right. Let me go ahead and say what I want to say.
KJ, hold on.
We were all visiting Benue Cement when Barnabas Gamade was MD. We had friends, okay. And the tea people resisted the buying of Benue Cement by Dangote, and he used, just like what I've said, he used his power of monopoly to buy over the Benue Cement. It wasn't because the tea people couldn't buy it. I think the rule is that the people who own the land should be people who are supposed to give them the first offer. Okay. Now, what really happened? Was it the first time that Benue Cement was? It was all an internal thing. And even if Barnabas Gamade was not doing very well, he wasn't the first MD of BBC or BCC. Okay, he wasn't the first. Remember that there was a team, Benue Cement, team that was quite, lively those days. So the cement factory was doing very well. It was, in fact, the whole of Boko was booming with business because of Benue Cement factory. Okay, but eventually government policy decided to come and because they had the intention of selling it. That I know very well. They had the intention of giving it to one man called Dangote. And when he came to the nitty-gritty, the people said, no, we will buy it ourselves. No, we will not sell it. And that was why he dragged until the cement factory went down. Not because there was poor management. The raw material is in Boko. The machines are in Boko. The people working there are in Boko. So why will it go down? Why should it go down? Okay. But because there was that policy of trying to make sure that the company is sold to him, they played through that policy until the cement factory packed up. And it was sold to him for peanuts. And then he finally finished it. Is it working today? Have you gone there? So let's not say these things. We know how the politics work in Nigeria. If you want to sell the refinery in Port Harcourt, you run it down by the people and then say, oh, it's not working. And nothing is working. And then you sell it to your cronies. and then they go there and make mines. I mean, make millions from it. Okay, the same place you say wasn't working. We know these things. It's not rocket science. So when you say that, just look. I have nothing against Dangote. Let us agree. He is using monopoly in Nigeria. That is, everybody in Nigeria knows this. And I keep my argument have always been that if you make a goat the chairman of Dangote Cement, he will be the richest goat, because you're giving them all kinds of monopoly. You're giving them all kinds of
KJ, everything you describe is what happens in capitalist systems.
Would that be it? We see.
That's exactly what they do in the UK. They kill companies so that they will privatize them.
Stop. I didn't interrupt you. Let me speak. You keep saying this thing. We're not against giving monopoly or giving a subsidy to Dangote. But if you want to give to everybody. Give to those who are in other departments. Do not, because of one man, kill other people's business and say because you want to promote that person's business. Okay? No, it doesn't work that way. How many people can walk into the central bank and get the kind of loan that he was given to him? Is it that he's the best businessman in Nigeria? Is it the best businessman in Nigeria?
Let me quickly say this so that you can go on this break if you don't mind, please.
Let's go on this break. They don't let us go on this break. After he talk now,
I'm not going to say no. It's not even.
Tim, let's go on break. Let's go.
No, as soon as we're done, we are changing.
Let's go. Tim. Relax.
Elon Musk that Paul was using. Elon Musk is known in the EV business. We know that he went into a niche business that not everybody was into, and the government saw into the future, and which is what these Western nations do. When you go into an area, they begin to see opportunity. They went into space-related things and everything. They give you that resources because they want to see how that place will pan out. And he made a success of it. But as soon as he made a success of producing EV cars and of course helping the American government and their space-related things, all those things, what has happened? Did the American government kill GM because of Elon Musk? Did they kill Chrysler? Did they kill any other person? But now today, EV is no longer a monopoly. He may have been the one who was a forebearer in EV, but today
so why did the government kill flour mill as a foreign business?
This is what I don't like about you. This is what I don't like about you. You make a point, you don't want any other person to make their point, and you need to
stop. I'm raising my fingers and nobody is responding.
I didn't see that, but we have to end it here after this.
No business was killed.
Your finger was not on camera.
So please, that's what you need to understand. When you make this
I hope you know Elon Musk make his money on paper. Elon Musk make his money on paper and left. What about that?
So thank you, everybody. We have to go on break. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation, another conversation. Let me just play a video and we go on a little break.
And I came to thank God. Last year, at Shiloh 2022, I prayed and told God that by the next time I come for the next year's Shiloh, I want to be a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. On the last day of Shiloh, just as I was working out, I saw Papa, Bishop David Oyedepo, and I went to greet him and meet him as usual. And I whispered to him, I said, Papa, I need you to pray for me. I have just one prayer request now. And he said, what is it? I said, I want to come back to Shiloh 2023 as a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He put his hand on my head and he said, it is done. I stood up and I left. I came today to return all glory to God, that in spite of all odds, today I'm a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, one of the youngest in the Fourth Republic. People my age are not at the Federal Executive Council of Nigeria in this Fourth Republic, but today I can boldly stand here to say God did it. I came to return all glory to.
All right, that was, for those who may not know, that was do.
Dr. Damage, what God cannot do does not exist.
Does not exist. So
I must go to Shiloh.
The break is
all this all I'm doing here is a waste of time. This is rubbish. Bullshit.
so bullshit. You guys
Dr. Damage, can I go first? Because I have something more to say.
We're not back. I've not even talked about subscribing. We want to encourage people to please subscribe to the channel and to Iroko Post TV, which is something that we're doing. So we're preparing for what the monopoly might do to us. So please subscribe to our channel. We really appreciate that. And then we will take. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah. Before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you're about to click on. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son. Ask your daughter. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Malukwa maluni mego mi fojo. Wesigi nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme. Wisdom onume ekene gị. Mama iyo biko lapụ. Zoro, 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 zoro. Geduru joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara Onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying. And who is highlighting all this? I don't know who's doing it. Okay.
It's me. I just wanted so that people can read what they have been saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead.
Yeah, that video you played. Let's forget all this Dangote matter and all those things.
No, we're done. We are moving on from that.
Yeah, we're moving on again now. I thought we were taking a break.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We are not talking about Dangote anymore. We are moving to something.
No, okay. So I'm talking about that video you played. Is that okay?
Yeah. It's about I want to go to church, and that's also connected to that. But
okay. All right, that's good. Okay, that's our specialty here. Because myself and Chin will be holding broadcasts. Many broadcasts to come in respect to that, because I'm on fire right now. This is what I've always been saying. If
electricity, if you don't mind, why don't you work on your light? No, that's not too good for some other persons.
Paul, you are using Google and it's disturbing your eye. Is it disturbing your eye?
No, remember somebody can also have autism. That light is not good for people who have autism. The whole world is watching you. You understand? That's all I'm saying.
I only have one light where I am. What do you want me to do?
No, the way it's shaking. Just go dark or put it on once. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I've turned off my camera. If Dr.
You're a boss. Nobody.
No, you can't do that. I will remove you then. Yeah.
Okay, let me change position. Let somebody else go.
I'm okay with you. Go ahead.
No. Because Paul is saying that people have autism. So let me be.
Go ahead. Electricity. Go ahead. Just as a little banter. Go ahead.
You want me to remove Paul?
No, you said
but that's not banter now. That's not good for some people's health now.
Okay,
that's all I'm just saying.
So I want
now it's stable. That is good.
Let somebody else go. I will go next, please. Let somebody else go. Let me change my position, please.
All right.
I don't want this back and forth.
Dr. Damages, I did not want to talk about Dangote. I only wanted to correct certain things that Paul said about Elon Musk. About Elon Musk. No, when you guys were talking, I did not interrupt. Now you guys are interrupting me.
No, wait for your turn now. This is how we start. Rudolph, I'm holding you accountable for this, honestly. Let people go sequentially and then we come to...
All right, Jim, I will mark your register. I will mark your register.
Do. Go ahead and mark it.
All right. There's somebody who is very mad at me. Let me go to him, Righteous Man. Let's start from Righteous Man. And Righteous Man, we are talking about the church. Let me frame the argument. You will still get angry and say the things you wanted to say. But I want to frame this argument this way. All right, Righteous Man, this is coming from you. There was a time I actually removed it because of the noise from your end. But I want us to go to this. There's a very important component of what's happening to the country. and it's something that we see from about from the church, and they have impact on the society. So let's watch this and begin from there.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph.
No, not yet. Righteous man, hold on. Okay, just 1 minute. All right, that was a crossover service somewhere in Africa. When I saw this, I felt that, sometimes we come here and say, you're expecting people to do certain things in that country. I wonder, who are the people? Are they people that have been reduced to this point where they could... Are they the people you are expecting to be outraged that somebody spent 32.3 billion in Akwa Ibom State to build a church? 32.3 billion Akwa Ibom State to build a church. State money. For God whose son was born in the manger, we were told, and who said he had mansions built already, just die and come to him and live in a mansion. Anyway, but it made me wonder, maybe, all right, so the church and the state. Righteous man, start. Oh, electricity, you are ready to talk electricity. Okay, electricity starts. The righteous one, you have to hold on.
I hope the lighting is better now, Paul. Thank you.
You're afraid of Paul now, not me.
Me, afraid. We'll be reminding each other. I don't mind people calling me out, because when I start to call people out, you'll be surprised. You see, I keep saying that until we stop practicing stupidity and expecting a miracle from heaven, we will see a change in our country. And when it comes to nation building, even the Bible clearly highlights how great men of God contributed in nation building. In nation building, not this way. This is, people have argued there that the church is responsible for what is, and I agree. As difficult as it is, I agree with them 100%. Because one, we're supposed to be a clear example. We don't participate in politics. I was talking to someone today about this Power Must Change Hand, this program that is run by Mountain of Fire. Why has not the people take this power and change the country? Why? And when we talk, they say we are attacking men. I'm a man of God myself. Come and tell me that I'm not a man of God. Whether you are the one that called me or anointed me or ordained me. I said it in 2020, when I was in Nigeria. I stood up and asked him. I didn't stand up. I wrote him. I'm going to mention it. Sir, this way you are collecting this money to build the house of God, to repair the house of God, is not scriptural. It's not consistent with the Holy Scripture. What did they say at the end of the day? If I don't like the way he runs his church, I should leave. I said, no problem. You just confirm to me that God actually asked me to tell you this. And I put 5 naira in the envelope. I put it on the altar. I said, may God and your conscience judge you. This is what I can afford. This is foolishness. If she's saying as a result of the prayer that the man of God prayed for, why haven't they prayed for the nation to change? Why? Why do they keep misleading to me, to understand, like I said, I will be running a program on this. Let anybody say whatever they want to say. Their action is not consistent with the Holy Scripture. And Jesus himself has challenged most of them. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees. These are leaders. Imagine that Akwa Ibom, when I saw it, for crying out loud, how can you use such amount of money to build? And yet people, your own member, forget about even the other your own member in abject poverty. And you say, do you think God is interested in that? No, God is not interested in that. God is interested in how you treat people, how you and I keep saying this, most people do not understand why God chose David. One reason God chose David was the way he was able to tend for ordinary sheep. He said, when the lion came, and when the bear came, I tore it with my own hand. And God said, this guy has the heart of the people. He will take care of my people. He will take care of my people. That is the reason why God chose him. What do we see today? Extort money from them. Discourage them. Tell them it's generational cause. The one that is looking for a husband, they will say it's your father and your mother, your father and your mother foundation that is worrying you. I know somebody who have walked out of her marriage because it's her mother, it's foundation. Your foundation, you are taking bad advice from your parents, say it's your foundation. I told that straight, it's not your foundation. Bad characters. And until we address this thing, the way we address our politicians, they are not above calling out. There is nowhere in the scripture that say we cannot call them out if they are doing wrong. And I blame the members. Gullible human beings. Look at the video you play, walking under the pastor for New Year. Into where? You are going under his leg from where to where? I don't get it, to be honest. And we want the nation, and we think the nation will change. Kai. Dr. Rudolph, what? Now you do us.
Who did this to us?
No. I think it's you. You did this to us.
All right. Thank you, Electricity. So let me go the other way. I hope it's okay. Uyi, you're next. There are a lot of people who are actually waiting to come in. So if you're in the backstage, don't go away. I'll bring you up, please.
I don't know if Dr. Damages, you saw the video last year where the pastor was asking his congregation to get naked in church, and he put them inside a basin and was bathing them into the new year. It was on YouTube for a little bit where they showed the video. You see, we get what we deserve. That's the honest truth. As Africans, we get what we deserve. You know, I used to tell you, Dr. Damages, that as a child when I grew up, my mother can go to the market in the morning and she'll tell me I'm playing with Dr. Rudolph's in the streets. He will tell your mother, please, I'm going to the market to help me take care of my son. And she'll tell me, you can eat in Dr. Rudolph's house, so don't worry about it. My mother will go away for 8 hours, 9 hours, come back at night. She knows I'm safe. Today in Nigeria, we're in prisons. If you go to every street has a fence. Those days I could walk through somebody's house to the next streets. We had a communal relationship. Christmas, we cooked food, we all ate together. Now the churches tell us that everybody's a devil. Even there are some people who they will convince you that you lost your child. Your mother is the one that killed your own child. And you have daughters not talking to their mothers, or fathers, sons not talking to their mothers or their fathers. They'll tell you, if you go to your father's house, something is buried in your father's house. Of course there's something buried in my father's house. There are people who lived on that land before my father was born. So what are you talking about? My father is buried in our house. 10, 20 years time, somebody else will come and buy that land. He'll dig it and find a bone. They'll say, okay, you see that bone there was the reason your daughter, that's a lie. That's my father's bones. Somebody else who bought the land 20 years from now doesn't even know whether we ever lived in that location. The society that we have today is what we deserve. Let's just be honest about it. We glorify wealth. We glorify lies. We turn pastors into GOs and all the nonsense that we turn them into. During the COVID crisis, people were hungry. People were hungry. How many churches came out to do soup kitchens to help people? You have schools today in Nigeria that belong to churches. How many of the people within the church can afford to go to the schools? So we get what we deserve. I know you talk about the Akwa Ibom State Church. It's all over the internet and everything. But like once again, we get what we deserve. Do they have a standard hospital in that state? Do they have if we sit down, let's tell you, Dr. Dam, if we sit down and talk about Nigeria, all of us will stay on this topic for the next 365 days, and we'll all wish ourselves New Year on this topic. We get what we deserve. I went to Benin one time, Dr. Damages, along Ubawa Road. There's a 4-story building. 4-story building. Each floor has a different church. Each floor is a different church. I mean, I don't want to talk about pastors or churches anymore. It's gotten to a point where we're tired of it, because the foundation of where we are today is what it is. You have pastors who support, who said, somebody made a comment one time. I think it was Peter Obi that said it. He said the governors steal money, they come to church and they become, they give them front seats in the church and they become senior pastors. That's the society we're in. And as long as the church, we always talk about, as long as the church, which is our conscience, the church is our conscience, as long as that church that is our conscience is dead, then you now come to the traditional rulers who are the moral authorities of our society. That is dead. Then we now come to our political levels, people that we hope to make our lives better. Then we're getting what society is giving to us. And that's just the unfortunate truth about it. We can talk about churches from now to tomorrow. Like somebody said I think it was Chima that said it. No church has built a hospital. No church has built, they've not done it. There are churches in Nigeria today that can build businesses that can employ more than 10,000 people on a monthly basis. There are churches in Nigeria today. Redeemed Church can comfortably build businesses in Nigeria that can employ people. Christ Embassy can do it. MFM can do it. Deeper Life can do it. But they won't do it. For Christ's sake, when a pastor is moving from Lagos to Aja, his entourage is enough to feed everybody on that street in terms of cost of vehicles and stuff. So we're getting what we deserve. The society is decaying because of what we're seeing. The morality of society is just dying in our presence. It's completely dying. And it's only God that knows how he will heal what we have. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
You were doing well until you said it's only God again that will do it. That was when you lost me. Because
I have to have faith.
That's just the point. That's how it ends.
You know the funny thing with the Rudolph, right? There's a pastor, is it Jenkins or so I watch on TV sometimes, and he makes a very important statement. If you preach the word of God exactly the way it is, it can never fail you. But when people change the word of God to suit their own interpretation, that's where we get to where we are in society today. Just preach the word as it is. Step back and let the faith of God do what he's doing. Whether it's any religion you're thinking about, is the messenger that delivers the message to the hearer. And if the message that the hearer is hearing does not meet that qualification, then it depends on how that listener is able to interpret that message. That's just what I see in society. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Bore, next.
All right. I will just make one sentence on this because I don't do church and any and everything about it. That one sentence I will make is, if human beings were serious about their what's the word?
Interest.
Not interest. Development, achievement, seriousness towards their lives. The way they do it with that thing they call church. We all would have been somewhere before now. But for any and everything about church, I'll let you guys discuss the rest of it. So I submit.
All right. Thank you. Righteous man.
Dr. Rudolph,
Yeah.
you know, you are a leader, and we that are your followers, we are your eye, and we are to tell you when you are not doing too good. So what I wrote there is not that if I'm mad at you, but the truth be told, that few people cannot dominate the platform for almost 1 hour on one subject, and you allowed them to freely do that. And then all of us we just became onlookers. That was why I wrote that. It's not as if I'm mad at you. It's your platform, but we have to help you to make it reasonable so that people will value what you are doing. That is just why I wrote that. Please, those who are dominating the platform and believing that they cannot be removed because Rudolph is too close to them. Please, we are all human beings and we deserve respect. You cannot dwell on one topic for 1 hour. And Rudolph, just being a gentleman, he allowed you to keep flowing and keep arguing within yourselves. I mean, it's not good. That's just my submission about that. Then concerning the church built in Akwa Ibom, is it this present governor that built that church or the past governor? Because this is within 6 months. I can't imagine within 6 months a 32 billion naira church was built. Is it this present governor or the one that just left before this one? Who built that church?
Oh, you're asking me? I don't know, but it's not important as much as that the church was built and the money was the said money. So that's the conversation we're having, and I'm sure.
Okay. If I have to make my contribution towards that, we have central mosques being built by state governors. I don't see anything bad if a state decides to build a general worship center not meant for one church, one denominational church, but for all Christians. For me, I don't see anything wrong with it, because when governors build central mosques in their states, nobody criticized them. Ojo Kanu built a very mighty mosque in Abia State when he was governor of Abia State with a state fund, and nobody debated about it. It was not a case. So if the Christian state, the government of that state, have decided to build a church for all Christians to come and worship, I will not say anything against it, because in the Bible, when the Temple of Solomon was to be built, I mean, when it was the time of David, God told him not to build because his hand was sore with blood. He shifted it to his son. When it was the time of Solomon, Solomon asked the people of the land, whatever you know you can bring, donate for the building of the temple. And they built the temple where the entire Israelites were coming to worship. So instead of them stealing this money and hiding it in overseas banks, and the European countries and the Asian countries are using it to build their economy, and they decide to invest it in the house of God, which will create employment also, because pastors will be hired, church workers will be those who will be working in that place, secretaries will be employed, and salaries will be paid. For me, I'm not against it. And as long as it is meant for the Almighty God, who gave us life and who gave us the land, and who have asked people to build for him. The Bible we read said, God asked his people to build a house for him, that we make our own house with sills and make it look good. But where we come to worship him is like a broken place. He was not happy, and he commanded the Israelites to build for him. So there's nothing wrong in it. The pastor that during the the crossover night was asking the church members to pass through his leg. I don't know whether his leg is the new year, is the crossover year. For me, that sounds that does not sound. It has no bearing with Christianity. If his leg has become a crossover to a new year, well, I don't know whether it happened in Nigeria. If it happens in Nigeria, if this video you showed really happened in Nigeria, then I am correct to say that Nigerians that are in diaspora, they are the ones that will deliver this country, not Nigerians that are in Nigeria, because we are stranded. We have lost our sense of reasoning and thinking, because I can't imagine a human being passing the leg under the leg of another man, another human being, mortal body that can perish at any moment for him to get his miracle. That shows that Nigerians are damned. If that film, if that video is actually from Nigerian church, it means that our society has gone banana, and it's a serious case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Righteous Man. Sometimes I don't want to go back because it will mean you have to speak again. But there's something you said. I just want to make sure that you are aware of that. You said that God asked, I'll come to you, Ngozeka, I'll come to you next, that God asked David, and then whoever built it, is it Solomon that built it? I eventually said to people, bring something. Whatever you have, let's build the church. He didn't use the money of the state. He asked them, bring something. Because if the government of Akwa Ibom State decided to say, I want to build a church for God, and people can donate money to build it, not use the money you could have used to do so many things that will have helped the people of the states. You know, nobody will be having issues with that. And the fact that some people built mosque, it's not a reason to justify you building a church. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And we're not going to stay here and say nobody said anything then. How do you know? Maybe people protested. I don't know when he was building a mosque. So it doesn't all make up. I know you are a Christian, you want to support your people.
Dr. Rudolph, during the time of David and Solomon, the spiritual leader was the governor, the president of the state at that time. And so whatever that was used that time was a state. When you ask the people to pay their tax or bring their resources to build the house of God, those things they brought belongs to the state. They didn't have democracy we have that time. That time it was God that was appointing leadership of the nation of Israel. And so it was the state fund that was used because it came from the pocket of the people. The Akwa Ibom people, money was used to build the house of God.
Righteous one.
Okay, when it comes to the issue of building mosques, go across the 36 states of the Federation and central mosques, find out those who built it.
Thank you, Righteous man. I don't flagship, you're next.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So the church and the state. These two have always been one, but we do not seem to want to agree and believe. The number one, for lack of a better, well, I'll use a better word. The number one clergyman in the world is both a politician and a clergyman. The Pope is the president and most respected politician in the Vatican. And the Vatican is considered the smallest country in the world. So he's both a politician and a preacher. So how do you separate the church from the state? They go hand in hand. Let me come back home to our country, Nigeria. Unfortunately, the politicians and the pastors, they work hand in hand. They are partners in business, but they just have to find a way to create that illusion that will make the people believe that Both of them are for the people, but they stand on different platforms. I mean, take a look at it. When you hear that 32 billion was spent to build a church in a state that a one-time governor who, when faced with poverty, was weeping in front of the nation that he couldn't do anything. But here we are, 32 billion, building a church. I did a little bit of research sometime last year, and I was trying to figure out how much it would cost to build a trauma one hospital in the US. A trauma one, it has everything in it. It can handle the worst case in terms of any incident. If the human being is divided to two, they have trained specialists that can try to put them back together. That's trauma one. Trauma 2, and then 3, which is the least. Trauma 1 is the most expensive. And it shocked me to find out that one politician in Nigeria has stolen enough that can build 6 trauma centers in each geopolitical zone in Nigeria, caked and equipped with every modern day equipment that the medical world has to offer. 32 billion naira. It can put a trauma 2 or 3 hospital there in Akwa Ibom that could benefit the people. But we put it there for church, for one person and one denomination, I believe. So until the people start to wake up and ask questions, things will continue to get worse. Walking on that, in between the foot of one man into a crossover is small. Come on. The worst is yet to come. We have to sit down and look at our pastors or the clergymen in the face and ask questions. These practices were not done in the Bible days, not even in the Old Testament. And I don't want to go into details about Bible talk, because that alone is one of the biggest problems why Nigeria is where it is today. The people that go to church are taught not to ask questions. If you go to your Bible study, I mean, for those of us who are Christians who are here, when was the last time you asked your pastor in a Bible study meeting a question that challenges the practices of the church and you got a good answer? It's never there. Churches these days are ran and designed as organizations. They are now tailoring their pattern of operation as businesses. Pastors go to business seminars these days to go learn how to run their churches as an organization. It's no longer a church. And I've heard many of the big names say the same thing. They don't call it church anymore. It's now an organization right in the face of the people, and nobody seems to catch it. Everybody sit there with their Bibles opened, looking up at the stage, while the man is just bamboozling them with words, and nobody can even think twice to say, this thing you are saying, how does it relate to what's in the Bible? I'll end with this. When Jesus was here on earth, as stated in the Bible, somewhere in the book of John, when Christ had a conversation with Peter, Peter was his right-hand man. Peter was there with him from the get-go of his ministry on earth for 3.5 years. Jesus asked Peter in 3 verses. The first verse, 15, I think it's John 20 or maybe 21. Please, if I don't get it right, don't slam me. He said, Peter, do you love me? Peter said, yes, master. Jesus, I love you. He said, feed my sheep. I'm almost ending. Secondly, do you love me? He said, yes. Third time he asked him, and Peter got upset. And Jesus said, feed my sheep. Today, it is the sheep that are feeding the Peters. And nobody seemed to have any issue or problem with it. I'll end there. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, the flagship. You know, I want to, because I know you want to speak, and Electricity, I know you want to speak, but let me The problem with this kind of conversation is that there's
I
always
haven't
a
weighed in. No, I haven't weighed in. I'm just coming with my issue.
going this way.
Don't even try that. Don't even try it at all.
Rudolph, I've been waiting to weigh in on this to go away. I told you guys earlier. So let's just let it flow so that I can make my contribution.
But let me get to Ngozika, then you guys I will continue to go that way. Ngozika, go ahead.
Is Ngozika a bishop?
Thank you very much. I am not a bishop. Oh. My laptop battery has run down. My phone battery is about to run down too. And there's no light. So if I don't go now, the batteries will go off and I won't be able to go again.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
That is why I was so when it comes to discussions, I'm sorry about my voice. I have sore throat. When it comes to discussions about the church, especially in Nigeria, I won't say I am conflicted. I am cautious to weigh in most times because while I know the place of the church, ideally, I also have to admit that they have not lived up to their expectations, their calling, so to speak. I would not totally discard religion or the church entirely, despite their shortfallings, because no matter how you look at it, they hold a special place in the society. And it's not spiritual, it is merely psychological. They give people a sense of hope. The country is really bad enough as it is. People have lost faith. Most people are hanging by a thread. So for some people, their religion, their church, their mosque, their traditional beliefs is what is keeping them going. The hope that their faith gives them that there's a better tomorrow is what is keeping them. So when I want to speak about the church or religion in Nigeria, I'm a bit cautious, knowing that for some people, that is what is keeping them going. But on the other side, I am very, 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 very always disappointed with the Nigerian church, especially in the South. The only people I know or I feel that still practice a good measure of Christianity in Nigeria are the Christians up north. Yes, and I say this without missing words. The Christians in the South are so lukewarm. They are going with the wind. They don't even, it is not more like a business for them. But you see those ones up north. They are the ones that will face the persecution that the Bible talks about, and the ones that will go through everything. When you meet a Christian in the north and he tells you he is a Christian, best believe it. Best believe it, because they've been tried through furnace and whatnot, and they are standing strong. I find it really ridiculous when some of these churches say they are planting seeds and they don't do it in the villages. They do it in the city centers. If you really are genuine about winning souls, which is what they claim they are doing with the branches they call with the additions to their conglomerates they call branches. If they're really serious about winning souls, they'll go to the villages. But you see they'll move from one street to the next one to open another branch, and you tell me you're winning souls. What kind of souls have you won in the city? When people in the villages don't even know the name of your churches. This is my issue with them. Some of the things we talk about, we have against the church, that most people have against the church in Nigeria, I consider it superficial. They're not the real problem. The problem is that they've left what they're supposed to be doing, which is giving hope to the people that believe in that faith, because like it or hate it, that sense of hope, and it is going to be better tomorrow, that their belief gives them, is what is still keeping some people sane. Take it away and Nigeria will become a full madhouse. And most of us, we know this. What we should be commenting on is, how do we get these people to do right by those that believe in them? And please, can I quickly comment on the humanitarian minister's testimony? I think it's a representation of what we've always talked about on this show. Most Nigerians will only speak the truth when it favors them. They will only criticize the government when it does not favor them or when they know they cannot eat at the table. And that woman is a typical representation of it. I rest my case. I might rejoin later when I'm able to charge my phone.
All right. Thank you, Ngozika. I left the righteous man there so that electricity has a question for the righteous man. That's why I left it. But I wanted to point out to the flagship that if you want, anybody really, you can check the logo of Redeemed Christian Church and the logo of Starbucks. You will see the similarities. So talking about church as a business, and you'll be shocked that it's similar, exactly, almost the same thing. Why am I sharing this? No, sorry, it is not what I wanted to share. So let's go to electricity. What do you have? I think you have a question for.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Righteous man, you referenced Solomon. Would that be correct?
Are we in the court of law?
Yes, we are in the court of law.
Electricity, calm down.
No.
Hold on.
Don't do that.
Hold on. This is New Year. Just speak. Don't question me as if you're in the court of law.
This is the hypocrisy.
It is only lawyer that asks that question. Okay, go ahead.
You reference Solomon. When Solomon dedicated the temple of God, what was his prayer? How did he pray?
Is that a question?
Before David died, did he make provision for Solomon to build that temple? The servant and the people under Solomon, did they suffer? When you are justifying something, righteous man, and distorting the word of
hold on. If you're asking me a question, allow me to respond.
Okay, respond.
Okay. Number one.
Righteous man, hold on. So, electricity, please, I want you to ask all your questions so that he will answer. I don't want it to be back and forth between two of you.
All right.
I want other people to get in.
Solomon's servant is subject, and the people under him, did they suffer the way people in Nigeria, Christians, are suffering? So when we distort the word of God, like what Flagship said, feed my sheep, not the other way around. The Bible says it is God loves a cheerful giver. They've used this particular scripture to cajole people. Paul was not speaking to everybody. Paul was speaking to the overseers for them to go and work so that they can give to the poor. So I need you to answer my question. Who provided for Solomon to build that temple? And the Solomon's subject, were they in abject poverty as the people or those in church are in abject poverty? Because I can tell you many people in church who cannot pay their rent.
All right.
Please answer my question.
Okay, electricity. Number one, there is no distortion of the word of God. The Bible said the poor you will always have in your midst. So God, as creator, has already made provision that poverty will exist among the people, whether they are children or whether they are called Christians or no Christians. So when they are talking of during the time of David and Solomon, that's a different dispensation, but I'm going to lecture you a little bit about that. I know you're a Sunday school teacher.
You have 2 minutes. No lecture, 2 minutes, please.
Let me tell you something. God commanded the building of his temple. In the book of Malachi, the book of Malachi, one of the things God was finding out was the...
I didn't do that. All right, let's go to Mazi Prince.
I'm not seeing myself again. Are you following me?
Oh,
In
yes.
the book of Haggai, God also made mention of it. In the book of Habakkuk, he made mention of his house. Now listen, David made a provision. He was the one that asked the people to bring, but he couldn't build because God said he cannot build his house because his hand is sore with blood. Now he left it for his son Solomon to execute. Okay, as at that time, David was both the spiritual and traditional, or what we call today, the president of the state of Israel or the nation of Israel, as at that time. So he was playing both the leadership of a Democrat, or what we have today as democracy, and the government of God, theocracy. So what the people you are referring to as poor people in Nigeria, it is not the building of that church by the state, and the Akwa Ibomites have not come to protest against their government to have built that church. And when you said that that Jesus said, "Feed my sheep," he was not referring to physical food. He was referring to the teaching of the word of God. As the head of the apostles, Peter needed to teach the disciples feeding the sheep does not mean physical food. So don't interpret it to be physical food.
All right. Thank you, righteous man. Thank you. Let's see. We are going to, you guys can continue the conversation when you have your session. I thank two of you. Let me point out this. I wish that Africans would quote their constitution the way they quote the Bible and the Quran and all those things. There was something that happened while we were talking here. James from Gambia, you guys know him. He sent me notes. He was sending me notes. Sometimes I get notes from people. And he was actually quoting the laws of Nigeria to say that what Betta Edu did was wrong, was against particular sections of the ministry, I think it's from public service regulations, which is something that I wish all of us know. I wish all of us can confront these people running the countries that we live in and say, look, based on this constitution, this part of the constitution, you shouldn't be doing this. But, you know, we can put the Bible and the Quran, but the basic book that governs us, we don't have any clue. Mazi Prince, you're next.
Finally, right? Well, let me start with this. First, when you talk about James writing, you already knew that what Betta Edu did was wrong. Okay, I work for the county, and in the county, you cannot use your own personal card to do something for the county. There's a procedure, there's a way they do it, and you go by that way. That's by the way. When it comes to church, let me start this way. First, righteous man is over here talking about, oh, the food is preach, not food, not physical food. You know, it's kind of like so very much surprising and absurd that in Nigeria we bring the Bible, we just preach the Bible to fit into what we want to say. So are we saying that first and foremost that Jesus saying feed my my sheep or whatever it is, that he didn't know that he would say preach to my sheep? Are we saying that that's why he said feed my sheep? That so he's using a figure of speech to or whatever it is to instruct his disciples? But that's by the way. I'm not coming for an argument over here. You see, it's so interesting that even Jesus himself said that there are three kinds of whatever types of Christianity when he talks about the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the Sanhedrins, and all that stuff. And we also remember that Jesus went to the temple, and what did he do? in the temple. He found out that they were using it for business, and he chased all of them. He flogged all of them out of that place. So when we talk about Christianity, Christianity is not a building. It's not. It's not the way people build stadiums. Righteous man, you've been to Germany. You see the kind of churches they have overseas. Most of us no, they don't even build big stadium and other stuff, all in the name of church. They don't do that here, and they don't make the noise that we make in Nigeria. Most of us don't even. For me, last year I've only gone to church about 3 times, and nobody died. Nobody died. And no priest or pastor will come and question me, why didn't you come to church? But in Nigeria, if you miss church one day, before you know it, they will send delegation to come and see, because they're missing the money that you coming to put in the offering. They will come. And there's another significant thing that happened when Jesus was when Jesus died. After Jesus died on the cross, what happened to the curtain in the church or in the temple? It was torn. It was torn. So people telling me that the state will use the money to build a church when they can build factories and other stuff. And righteous man, you are here talking about Israel. The kind of religion that Israel practice is not what you guys even practice in Nigeria. It is not. But we always quick to link Nigeria with Israel. Another thing I wanted to say, quickly before I forget, for me, let me be the devil's advocate. Last year there was this woman that said she's a bishop or a pastor that was giving her to people. I would have loved to go to that church. I would have loved to go to that church. At least let her give me the meaning one, and it will satisfy my urge. Yeah. So
All
let
right.
me leave it at that.
Thank you, Master Prince. I'm coming to everybody. If people can just speak for 2 minutes, so that we don't people don't get exhausted. There are still people who are not in here. They are waiting for chance to come in. All right, KJ, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph. It's because of this topic that I've been waiting. Really, I've not been feeling too. I've been feeling good, but so let me start from the least important to maybe what I consider the better. Now, Rudolph, I thought you're going to also bring the issue of when we do good, you also should praise us. The Igbo people that fought in the Anglican church in Atlanta, refusing the gay priest that was sent to them. When he was walking
in Atlanta. Oh, that's a fake story. That's fake story. I actually know.
Oh, really?
The original video. What happened in that church? I brought the bishop one time on this show, and he talked about what happened in that church. People superimpose that picture with something else. It's nothing. Forget about it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clearing that for me. Good. I'll go to Betta Edu. Why the reason I said earlier that I don't like her politics is because of what you just showed, because I know she gave that testimony in Shiloh, and she also gave that testimony in Jerry Eze's ministry, where she said she went to him and he prayed and and made some declaration which eventually work out. So in Christendom we have professional testimony givers. They go from church to church. So someone like me who have been in the this thing that for a long time, when I see one, I know them because they tell their story so well, and that you cannot miss anything. Okay, so that's why I had a problem with her in the first place. However, coming to the building of the church, you see, we are making a mistake. The mistake we are making is that and some people have spoken and said it is okay. Jesus said a time will come when before now you are said to go to Jerusalem to go to that way, but now a time is going to come when you not go anywhere because the gospel is in your heart. It's to you. You don't need to go to Jerusalem to worship. You don't need to go to any other place. So the church sometimes mistake that, and there are so many big cathedrals in Nigeria, upon one of which is Pastor Enenche's one along the airport road, which can sit 100,000 people. But you see, right from the very first day they opened it, which it almost had, I didn't say it was covered, almost had the whole seat taken. After that, no one has been able to fill that place. So you find out that the money used for that, if we are planning properly, we could have used it to build an industry where members will be employed, and that will go well. I've always argued against that. One of those who have rebelled against, or not rebelled, but I left the church because after we finished building the school, I didn't have children at that time, you know. After we finished building the school, the fees were so high that members couldn't put their children in. And I asked the leadership, I said, we were building this thing because of our members. Now you have people of the opposite faith who have more people in that place. What it is, they say, oh no, yes, now we're evangelizing them. What about the children in their own church whose parents, those who couldn't even provide money, carried block? They came to that place. Some of them work 3 days a week, 2 days, just to make sure that building was up. And now the school is finished, and you say, oh, we're evangelizing with it. Why did you talk evangelizing with it before, so that those people can come and build a church? You know, that's one. So we have it wrong there. And look, God will not live in a house. There's no house that God will live in. Not even the St. Peter Cathedral in Rome. God does not dwell there. You know, to use 32 million naira to build that kind of, I don't even like the building. It doesn't even look good. You know, but to sink that kind of money into a state where you could have been able to train some young men, maybe in computer repairing, servo repairing, all this, you can even open up a whole hub, you know, of a social media in hub where people can come and be trained. Is for me, it's ludicrous, you know. And then the Starbucks thing you talked about. Someday, please give us a chance, and I will explain to you what the Starbucks logo is. So for a church, if you have anything close to Starbucks, man, I'm really amazed. But I won't go into that now because that's not what we're here.
Marine symbol, KG, I know. Marine symbol.
Okay. The quality of our constitution. We know the constitution. We have been quoting our constitution. Who cares, Rudolph, if you quote the constitution? Didn't you quote the constitution when the law case was going on? Did anyone look at it? The judges told you that they're not concerned about what you are showing them. You know, it's not even you. Who are you? It's only in Nigeria that will tell you that you are learned. You're not learned to interpret the constitution because you are speaking from an ignorant position because you're not a lawyer. So it has gone on for a while, and that has sicked. Okay, and then here's where I'm going to end. You see, most people are mistaken when you see that they are men of God who are using the word of God to make money. The word of God, when the devil came to Jesus, he said, if you say you are the Son of God, turn these stones into bread. That's the first temptation. So as a man of God, each time you hold the stone, which is the word of God, you have two choices. You can either preach what is right, or you turn it into bread to fill your stomach. See, most people don't understand this scripture because I've been misinterpreted many times. But you see, the lively stone in the Bible, when you talk about lively stone, when you talk about the stone, you talk about the word of God. You have to dissect it. Now, most people will go there, just like this man. I mean, look at how short the man is. Even his leg is not even tall. Other people are, going under his leg. Of what scriptural value is that? Okay, but the people are hungry. Their inability to reason properly has been impaired. So most times when they say something, they rush into it. Am I saying there's no faith in God? There is faith. Am I saying that miracles do not happen? There is miracle. Am I saying it has stopped happening? No. I'm simply saying that when you come to church, God did not ask you to remove your brain and come in. Come with your brain. The Berean Christians went home and they looked through the scriptures to see whether what Paul was talking was true. If you come to me and I finish speaking and you go with what I've said, am I Christ? Did I die for you? Okay. It could be for my own advantage because these things are used to oppress, okay, to manipulate and to even enslave people. Because I know some people who go to pastor's house, they are there, they wash clothes, they iron them, they cut their clothes, they drive their children and walk up and down. Come on, guys. Okay. It's not done. And for anybody who have an understanding of God, will not do those things. However, those who said, Jesus preached. When he finished preaching, the disciples said to him, send the people away because we cannot be able to feed them. He said, no, I've given them the word. Now I have to feed them. Okay. So he said, make them to sit in, and he fed everybody. So when people come and say you don't have to go, church don't have to provide food. No, church provides food. And I also want to say this as my final point. Nigerian churches provide social services. You may not know the church, but I know so many. In fact, Catholic Church is one of them that provide a lot of good hospitals and schools. I went to a Catholic school, okay, Holy Ghost primary school. All right. They provide those services. Some other denominations also provide those services. The only one that sometimes don't provide this are those ones who are just coming now. But like I said, the church is a hospital, not a place where everybody has become come of faith. So people are called. Oh, God calls some people. Some people call themselves. If you go to those churches where they call themselves, they can manipulate you and do whatever. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, KJ. I see Chim is clapping for you underneath. Hello, Ernest.
Yeah, happy new year to everybody. I usually don't like to talk much about the issue of religion because I believe translated, only God knows who is serving him. But however, this is a topic that affects our politics, so you will see me dwell into it since it's affecting our life. But before I go on, let me throw out a few quotations out there. Righteousness exalts a nation, direct from the Bible. I love your Christ, but I dislike you Christians. You're not like your Christ, Mahatma Gandhi. Now, all the bad things of this world, they carry. All the bad things, we pick their democracy, we no practice and well. We pick their Christianity, we no practice and well. We pick their Islam, we no practice and well by Fela Kuti. Here you understand all the bad things of this world. Now, firstly, on those who have made a speech, I want to directly attack righteous man, not attack as an enemy, attack as a brother and a friend. The proposition that some people do it, so therefore you don't see anything wrong. It's a wrong way to talk, to think, to come here. Because righteous man, young people are listening to us. If this medium serves no purpose, let it serve an educative purpose. Those who founded democracy in America were very clear about separating the state from religion. State and religion, two separate entities. You cannot mix them because your faith is personal. You can see my tone is beginning to go up. Now, because the Muslims use state money to build mosques, that does not mean those of you in the South should now start doing it. What is wrong is wrong. You shouldn't use a dime out of the taxpayers' money to build a church. It's illegal. It should be unconstitutional. It should not happen in any civilized society. Talking about civilized society, even societies that don't so much believe in God, like China, they put religion aside so they can move forward. Russia puts it aside so they can move forward. Even America, that is so God, in God we trust. You dare not bring an issue of religion to your workplace. You dare not. You will lose that job. Nobody jokes with that kind of states and really totally separate. But it's only in Nigeria that we have a general prayer before we steal state money. Anyway, that's been said. Another thing is that I wanted to attack Paul and forefather earlier when they were talking about Dangote. That was why I was begging to join the link. But let me finish this issue of religion, and if Dr. Rudolph allow me, I will tackle them on that issue. You see, another quotation: those who make you believe absurdities, they will definitely make you commit atrocities. That is the story of Nigeria. We have taken the gospel of salvation. We have turned it into the gospel of prosperity. Like KJ stole from my sermon on the first temptation of Christ, where you turn stone to bread. You understand? When Christ was being tempted, he was in need. He was hungry. And as the Son of God, he has the power to transmute that stone into bread. But what did Christ come back to the devil and say? Man does not live by bread alone. Man does not live by bread. That is what makes us superior above any other species. Because we have a soul, we have a conscience, although forefather doesn't have one. I just want to throw that stone there.
But hold on. Let me.
I'm going to be very dramatic on this thing. I'm still going. I'm just getting started. Go ahead.
Since you would throw something at forefathers, let me throw this out. So you see what you did now. You talked about the stone and the bread.
That's right.
I'm surprised when KJ interpreted that to be something I've never had before, which is
I have my own interpretation. He touched a little bit on it.
He said that the stone was the word of God.
The word of God. I wanted to disagree, but sometimes because we have different perspective of interpretation, but I don't really want to. I don't want to touch on that, but I could disagree. But that's not what I have.
That's what they do. Tomorrow, next 200 years, somebody will now come back and say, "Oh
no, Rudolph. You know, the word of God has a standard of interpretation. So that's not
finish.
I just want to say this and I'll go away. The word of God has a standard interpretation. Yeah. And if you want to go through, I've forgotten the right name they call it now. If you want to go through that, you see some of these things, you go back even to the history of what is written. Anywhere you see stone, that's why the Bible says we are a living stone. Anywhere you see stone, it simply means the word of God. It is that. Okay. So he has a plenty different interpretation, but I don't want to go into that now. Like I said,
don't want to disagree with him. His interpretation could be right, but my own is a little bit different. And I got this when I visited Nigeria some years back. You understand? Whereby, we went to Ibadan. Out of every 10 houses, there were 6 or 7 churches on each street, and then me and my cousin was telling me about how he tried to get married at the ministry, and the woman who was supposed to sign their certificate had all this sign. He said, "I'm born again. Christ is this, Christ is that" in our room. And when it's time to pay for the official amount of the marriage license, she said, "No, Oga, you got to add 50,000." And he goes, "Why? That's the way we do it here." And I'm sure that woman will go to church that Sunday.
We want to ask you a question, please.
Before you ask questions, I got to finish. My presentation is really interesting. You're all going to enjoy it. I swear to God. So I swear to God. So that's where I got that interpretation of turning stone to bread. So what that woman did was to turn a stone, because she has the power, to bread. You see, that stone of collecting the official amount and collecting the inflated amount is the stone. And every policeman does it on the road. Every judge that did that last election did it. Every Nigerian at the airport does it. Everybody is doing it. Every day, we are turning our stone to bread. That is type of the Christianity we have imbibed. And that is how Christianity has contributed to the destruction of that country with the help of the politicians, because they have changed the gospel of salvation to the gospel of prosperity. They have turned it to the need of the man, not the soul of the man. There are two big differences in there, but this is not a church sermon, so we have to move on. Now, that is what KJ took out of my sermon of the stone. That's a powerful sermon for every Christian. You have the capacity because you are a child of God. You can turn stone to bread, but should you? That's the question Christ is asking them. Should you? Just because you have the power to do something doesn't mean you should do it. That's the difference. That's what separates a Christian from others, because that's why they say you don't do things the way of the world. It's the way of the world that turn their stone to bread, because it's all about profit, gain, now, and need. But a Christian mind is about sacrifice, serving, helping others. But a lot of these churches, particularly the Pentecostal churches, they have made a mammoth god for us Nigerians. You got to read that article by Pius Adesomi, the Nigerian god. I don't know if I can ever find it. The Nigerian god. So we have created a separate god, not the real God. But God is not a fool. We cannot mock God. And I believe, I might be wrong, I hope I'm wrong, that it's because Nigerians have mocked God for the past 40 or 30 years. That is what is responsible for their suffering now. Because God cannot be mocked. You continue to mock God, you continue to call his name in vain, you continue to do the wrong things that is counterant to the glory of God. So that's saying that. Now let's go to the
dramatic section about this God issue. Now, there was a poet, Jackie Hill. She did a poem called Jigaboo about Christian. And it goes, what has happened to us, church? You know, what has happened to us, church? How the church in itself has died. You understand? He said, what has happened to we human beings is that we are still enslaved to sin, that the church is still enslaved to sin, that what you see them do in church every Sunday is tap dancing and shouting and singing to human praises. He said, instead of the people in the church to get excited about the glory of God, you see, they are rather entertained like human iPods, touched by everything that make love to their five senses. So they feel good in the church, some singing, speaking, you know, like their pastor is speaking like he's having a heart attack. He said it doesn't mean that that person is anointed. It doesn't mean they are, just because they are, it just means that they are emotionally inclined to base reality on how they feel instead of the truth. And this poet really got it right. And he cited an example and said, when you go to a grocery store, you pick a piece of fruit, you examine it to see if it's rotten, you smell it, you turn it around in your hand, you press it with your finger against the skin to see if it's ripe. Even though you are called to do the same, every person that stands behind a mic and tend to speak on behalf of God, we don't examine them just because of our need to be entertained. Instead, what do? Of our flesh to be entertained, we just go along. Oh, this pastor speaks strong. You know, he's making perfect sense, even though he has sprinkled the truth with some falsehood. And back in the days when you do that, they call it heresy. Do you know what they do to an heretic person? They will flay you alive. Does anybody know what flaying means? It means they will peel your skin out of your body while you're still alive. You watch them peel. That's how painful punishment back in the historic days, what they do to people who twist the word of God. But we are in so much, I'm not advising they do that, but maybe they should, to bring out the glory. He said, sometimes...
Question, Alaba. Question, please.
Go ahead. No question, because we have to move.
I will ask you question.
Don't ask question, you will interrupt me. Even Apostle Paul said that preaching should be plain and be void of clever, persuasive words, so that the listener's faith would be based would not be based on human wisdom, but in the power of God. But what today's church has done is they have mixed everything up. They have make it sweet. It's more of an entertainment. That's why there is no correction, no rebuke, no call to repentance, but a new car, a new house, more blessings, more reasons to submit to sin. That is what the church has turned into, because we're not following God's word. And some of these pastors, they are sheep, they are wolves, they are ravenous wolves in sheep's clothing. The Bible also tells you that. But who do you blame? You blame yourself for not using your brain to know that these people are the devil, just the same way I use my brain to attack my friend over there. You understand? You got to know what this person is saying. Is it what the Bible says or not? So that's all I got to say on that one. Now, on the subject of Paul,
hold on, Father. No, we can't. Let's, you know what? We just hang on. We don't go there. One question, yes or no? Are you from? Did you go to Ibobi?
Yes, I went to Ibobi College.
Oh, okay. All right.
How did you know?
Someone knows you, and we'll just.
Somebody knows me. Yeah, I went to Ibobi College and then to last.
Can I ask you the question, Doctor? Can I ask you?
That's where. Yeah, let him ask the question.
No, he will not. He will not. Not today.
Just seconds.
You are next. No. He will continue to speak.
Dr. Damages, I'm going to speak for 13 minutes.
Rudolph, why are you skipping me?
He spoke for 13 minutes. I think it's only you're eating into my time. Please, people, you're eating into my time. Please, I respectfully ask you to hold your peace. Thank you. I'm very respectful. Okay, my brother spoke for 13 minutes, and I'm going to speak for 13 minutes. It's only fair now, Abi. No, be so.
There are some people
right. First of all, I want to address you. I never said earlier when I came in earlier in the program that ECPOMA is everybody that passed through ECPOMA has a fake degree. Okay, please listen and understand. I was saying that racket has been running from ECOMA. That's what I said. So I hope we are clear on that. We're cool. Now, let me go to, I'm just going to touch a bit with everything everybody has touched. A righteous man, that your submission is wrong. No, the state cannot use state money to build churches. Let's just get this right. That is not Christianity. And I want to say as well that Christianity, Chim and perhaps KJ will understand where I'm coming from, because in the world we live today, that's why I'm very, very careful when it comes to religion and all that. I see myself as a spiritual person. Everybody now has got the tag born again. Born again, and a lot of people do all sort of things. They're not spiritual. They go to church, everybody has become a church goer in Nigeria. Just going to church, either you're going to Anglican church or Catholic or Pentecostal. The Pentecostals, I must say, are one of the most irresponsible because they are not controlled. The country does not have a rule and a law. They are not controlled. The GO is the CEO. The wife is the assistant CEO. Is the children. It follows like that. They can hire and fire. Nobody asks them. The state does not interfere and all that. They do whatever they like with their money. Now, if you are going there and you cannot read your Bible and allow the Spirit of God to speak to you, the same way that man hears, even the same Bible says that when somebody speaks to you, when a man of God speaks to you, he should speak to you first. You should confirm. It should be a confirmation of what you have received from your time with God. People do not even spend time with God. They want to go to prophets, which I don't see anything wrong with that. But how many true men of God do we have in Nigeria right now, or vis-a-vis Africa? Very, very few. There are a lot of men of God that are still grounded. They are still doing great things. When they speak, you know that God moves his hand. That video again, Oyi, let me correct that video where the guy was bathing somebody. Is a flagship or Oyi that mentioned that video where the guy was shaving ladies in the church? It wasn't during the New Year. That video has been trending from 2022, and that was from Ghana. And Christianity has been bastardized in Africa. Even if you go to Zimbabwe, everybody is a major prophet. That is Africa. That is a bane of Christianity. So I'm not shocked that the Western world have removed Christianity from our workplaces, because you find it's only in Nigeria that someone will take his Bible. During the time that he's supposed to be doing his work, he said that they are in fasting and prayer, and he'll be reading his Bible in the office. That is not what God said. And all these things we are seeing in the Christian church now, it's not today it started. It even started the days of Christ. Remember the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and that was why at some point you will recall in the Bible where Christ went to the church with a whip and gave them water and all that. That is the Son of God giving them water, physical water, for them to chase them out. So what is happening doesn't listen. So we shouldn't. I wouldn't be in the company of those because of irresponsible people. That a lot of irresponsible people we have now in the church. I will start bashing God and say God does not exist. The Christianity is fake and all that. I will not be in that company. I fear God. And when I say fear God, reverential fear, I fear God, and I go into my word. I find out what the word of God says and all that. I do what the Bible tells me to do and all that. I pay my tithes to where I know the man of God or that organization is responsible. And when I can't find one, I give that money to charity where it will make a difference in someone's life. So let's just not get twisted about this and start bashing. I think it will be unfair for us to start bashing the church. The church is the body of Christ, people. It is not the building. It is a body of Christ. It's the ecclesia. So if you claim to be a body of Christ and you're still doing Yahweh and all that, like our lady, the youngest minister, she thinks she's very young at 38. Well, anyway, that is another matter for another day. And because Oyedepo placed his hands on you and all that, he anointed you to go and steal, is it 30 billion or about then? Wala day, like they will say. So That is it. So let me just stop now. Let me not take too much of our time, so somebody else will talk. Thank you, people.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope Paul will learn from you and give example and reserve time for the other person. Paul, go ahead.
Well, Doctor, let me just start with this stone thing and everything. This KJ and the stone thing. I hope KJ will not come back again. And if he come back, it means he's strong. So I'll be very, very happy. You know, so talking about this stone thing, like I tell people in my own interpretation when it comes to stuffs like that, my Bible also make me to understand the sickle 12 and the sickle 5,000. So Christ has the sickle 12 disciples. Christ also preached to people. And there are people, the 5,000 people that Christ feeds with fish and bread. Those people are the people who are looking for miracle of bread and fish. And Christ fed them. You understand? They are not looking for miracle to build a house. They are not looking for miracle to get a visa like me to come to the US. They are just looking for bread and fish to eat. Christ fed them. I see so many people here talk about criticizing the Pentecostal dearly, even when we don't want to criticize the other type, the other part of it. The Catholic that have done so much, and when the Catholic did so much, as at that time that the Catholic did so much, you discover that these are the time I was growing up, seeing all the Reverend Fathers coming from the West. Then when Catholic turned where Yoruba started fighting Igbo people that, no, we want our Yoruba to be Reverend Father in Lagos because Yoruba, they don't give Yoruba Reverend Father in the East. Now, problem come. We started having all type of Catholic universities. We have 4 Catholic universities in Nigeria. They are very, very expensive. Like the others, like the Pentecostal universities and the so-called Catholic universities. They're all expensive. So on the flip side, right now, they all failed us. The glory that we give to this so-called Catholic, Baptist, Methodist was back in the days, not now. Right now, they all failed us. I can tell you that. So talking about all this miracle thing and every other thing, it's just funny. I see the young lady who went there and keep giving all the testimonies. People give testimonies, people do all type of things. I see people go to church and do everything. But doctor, one of the things that you must understand why people go to church and the way they go to church in Nigeria. Growing up as a young boy, I have aunties and uncles who will make me go polish their shoes, do everything for that weekend club that they will go. Somewhere along the line, they started criticizing people who go to club. If you go to club, you look like a criminal and every other thing. The club life started dying in Lagos. As the club life is dying, church started coming. I have these nice clothes and everything. There is nowhere to go. You just go to church. Church has become a new club because people don't have anywhere to go. So people go to church. Some of them want to make themselves known. Then they just put some words together and come out and say they are giving testimony, how they pray, how they sow seed, how they got promoted in their place of work, how they get visa, how they drag their land, how they put something on their land, how they pray. You just hear all these stories, things that you can't really put things together. Then my good brother, righteous man, talk about really building churches and everything. And even in Lagos State did not even build churches, build mosques. Yes, the mosques that you see was IBP that built it, the one that Tinubu went to go and pray. So that was when the capital was in Lagos and everything. So these things don't make sense. We see church support some of all these things. And when church supports some of these things, if they go too far, we criticize it. What is wrong is wrong. When they built the national mosques in Abuja, somebody like Rocha Sokorocha, that is how Rocha Sokorocha stand up. He fight through the Red Cross, everything. They put money together. They also build the church. How does that help us? How does that help you, the individual, in your Christian faith? How does that help your faith as an individual person, as a corporate entity? How does that benefit? After they build the national hospital, the national church in Abuja, have you seen the fight going on in the national church? Let you, a redeem, say you want to do one big program and you want to ask to use that church. Go and see the requirements. Go and see the challenge. over how churches are fighting churches to make use of that same place. It becomes another problem. Some church just say, I don't want to go there because they don't want to criticize themselves. These things don't mean anything. Let us stop all these things that we are doing. We that live in the West, we are seeing some of the things, how this religion are going and every other thing. Because government has failed us so much here in the US. Like, let me use US. I can give money to church as a businessman just to write off my tax because I'm seeing how the church is distributing the money back to the society. You understand? My church feed homeless people morning and afternoon, and where they feed homeless people, they don't preach to them. They just come, eat, and go. Just to eat one food. There is place for them to take shower, and leave. You understand? So I can use it to write tax because I also felt the government is also wasteful when it comes to our resources. So let me use it to better my local community around. This is why churches give. So when you see churches do a lot, yeah, in the US, churches do a lot, not because of your offering and my tithe. Churches do a lot because of the way the system is organized. But in Nigeria, I don't see all this type of thing. But we see everything. We see Ghana president that built church for 5 billion. You understand? Say he promised God. You see 2 presidents in Ghana come to TB Joshua Church. Look at the economy today. You that promise God and you do everything. What do you benefit from it? Look at the one in Zambia that also come to TB Joshua. How long can we continue? Is it that these churches, they don't learn? Is it that these so-called individuals that are very smart and educated, is it that they don't learn? This God thing is individual. Let us serve God. Let us love God. It's a personal thing. It's not a corporate thing that the way we want to put things together and then just oppose this and that. Oh, this church do that one. This church do that one. Church is a religion like the juju in my village. How many times my local government sponsor and develop my juju shrine in my village? You understand? How many times there's a way my local government chairman or my state will also develop those shrines in my village. It will become a tourism center that people will come from abroad to come there and they'll be generating revenue that put it in a way where everybody's scared of it. You know, it's a temple, like a church. When we start doing all those things, the churches is not helping. The mosques is not helping. None of these things is helping. These are not our problem. And doctor, lastly, before you kick me out, I will say something. Doctor, anywhere where there is no devil, God is not there. And for a very long time, devil have left Nigeria. Devil is not in Nigeria. I will tell you that because devil on his own, somebody went and talked to devil, want to give devil contract. Devil begged for the contract for a very long time. Say have his own, devil have his own record to show. And when the person tell devil that I want to give you a job in Nigeria, devil say you need to do because I will do 1, Nigeria will do 10, and lie all the old 10 say that devil work. We even cheat devil in Nigeria. I'm telling you, we cheat devil in Nigeria. So devil said don't review Nigerian work. Until devil will come back to that country, I think the country will be better because God will also come. Devil is not in Nigeria. We are the devil in Nigeria. We are our problem in Nigeria. Until we solve our problem in Nigeria, we are wasting our time. There is no devil that is doing us. We are the devil.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for Eagles Air. Happy New Year.
Yeah. Good morning. This is 3:12 a.m. from here, India. So I'm just speaking from India right away.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
So thank you for making part of this program. I want to say something that we need to look into it so that we will not be mistaken some certain things. Because I've been carefully listening to every speech that is going on here. When they talk about the church, I want us to correct an impression in that place. Talking of building house of God and all rest of them. But if we look at the truths, according to the New Testament, you and I that is here is the church we are talking of. Spiritual church. All these things they are building is just a structure. It's not the main church God is looking at. God is looking at you and I. That's what Word of God said that do not know that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost. That means we are supposed to build the right thing, supposed to be in our body, our spirit, our mind, our understanding, where we're supposed to build the right thing. That's supposed to be not the structure. All this structure, God is not interested in those structures they are putting. God is not interested in those mansions they are building. God is interested in your soul, in your spirit, in your character, in your understanding. That's where God is interested. Then another thing I want to talk of concerning this testimony of a thing, but let me start from the video that you played concerning a pastor. They are doing crossover nights, that the members are passing through the legs of the pastors. I want us to understand this. The Bible said that by their fruit we shall know them. By their fruit we shall know them. So I don't need any other interpretation to tell me the kind of pastor the person is, or what the person that is overseeing the movement of the church and all the rest of them. By their fruit we shall know them. Now, somebody make mention of Christianity. Christianity is a religion. Please, I want us to understand this thing. Christianity is not a religion. It's a life to live. Christianity is not a religion. It's a life to live. Let me come. And when you read the book of Acts of Apostles, because we want to know where this name originated. Where this name originated.
You didn't hear me well. I said Christianity is not a religion. I didn't say it was a religion.
Okay,
I said it's
thank
not.
you. Okay, thank you for your correction. So, because when you talk about this Christianity, where this name originated from? First, this name was originated from Antioch, where Peter's, they are doing the same thing Jesus did. So people of Antioch say, no, these people are Christ-like. Have you seen it? These people are Christ-like. But the problem that we have in these days, that people that call themselves pastors, people that call themselves GO, what they are trying to establish is a stomach infrastructure, not Christ-like. That's why they are bringing some certain attitudes that they will use fear, is to get fear into the heart of people, and people began to throw money, began to bring money that God will give them. Let me tell you, church does not give money. Church does not give money. Church is not a money-making machine. You go to church to worship God, to adore God, to reverence Him, not to go to church and make money. But because of these new pastors and new reverends and all the rest of them, they have turned church into an enterprise where they use word of God to put fear. For instance, there is a popular scripture they normally use to put fear into the heart of people. What is that scripture? Malachi chapter 3. Chapter 3 from 8, 9, 10, and 11. When they use that scripture, they say that you are cursed. Let me tell you the truth. When you look at the Bible, what Jesus did, according to 2 Colossians chapter 2, verse 14 and 15, say, having wiped out the ordinances, what is that ordinances that was contrary to us? Every causes that they attached to that Malachi concerning tithes. But because of people are blind into the word of God, people are blind to understand what scripture is saying. They use all these things to put fear in them. The people began to bring money, like first fruits. They are talking about first fruits. I'm saying the right things. They are talking about first fruits. Let me tell you, if you look at the weird Paul write to Galatians and all the rest of them, you know, all these things that happened that made Paul to shout, "Oh, foolish Galatians, who bewitched you?" This Apostle Paul saying it, "Oh, foolish Galatians, who bewitched you?" Because they have left the direction and teachings that they're supposed to follow and begin to follow all these pastors that put fear in them. They begin to fear them. Now, I want us to talk about something that is very serious in the building churches and all the rest of them. Let me tell you one thing. Here in India, they respect religions, they respect Christians, they respect Muslims, they respect Hindus and all the rest of them. But you do not cross your boundaries. You do not cross your boundaries. Here in India, they use gold to build a church. I mean, to build a Hindu temple. Here in India. But one thing they need to do, they pay tax. Government collect their own tax. They don't play with it. You give them government tax because they find that they are running what a business, an enterprise over that place. So please, the problem that we have in Nigeria is that the devil itself has used weapon of hunger, poverty, and meant people to do what? To focus in the church. And pastor began to tell them that, come, God will bless you. Come, read this money, bring this, that. Finally, please, finally, I want to talk about this school they are talking of. This thing is something that happens to me when I was in Nigeria. What happened? The church asked to contribute money and build a school. And the school have academy, secondary school, and university. Do you know that all these pastors that are pastors in all these branches, none of their children is a partaker of this school? And they asked us to contribute money for university. I called the general overseer and said, listen to me, man. If people that are pastors that work under you, their children, one of their children could not benefit from this school, then you expect me to contribute money to build a university. For what reason? I told them this is the wrong thing they're supposed to do. And the man see me as an enemy of progress, but indirectly, I'm saying the truth. So if church want to build something, let it be a helping hand to the member of the church that will benefit from it. If you read the book of Acts chapter 2, verse 42 and 43, it makes something sense. It said that all of them, they are breaking bread and equal, run to house, helping each other. They share according to the needs of each other. So church is supposed to be a helping hand to grow people spiritually and physically, not a place of sorting money from them. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I really appreciate that you stayed up 3 a.m. to be able to contribute from India. I know you've been in and out, but thank you. Just to remind our viewers again, tomorrow we have Adeola coming on the show. She will actually join us at 1 p.m. US time, but we're going to start at 11:30. So what I'm proposing is that we start having conversation, anything connected to probably this topic tomorrow until she joins us at 1. So I will appeal to people to quickly, the rest of the people that we're coming to, not to drag this for too long. We probably will start with this again tomorrow until she comes. So we could use that time before she comes on the show to talk about this more. There are a few other things that we really need to touch on: fake certificates and the reaction of the Nigerian government, and the situation in Ogun State where the bandits is actually something that is ongoing, and people are bashing us that we're talking about church when security issues are happening in some other places. But the point is that there will always be security issues, and even when we talk about that, people will say you're talking too much on this topic. So it's really not a major issue. But I think we need to hurry up with this topic and maybe get to other important things. And I know that Jim is here to talk, Forefathers is here to talk. So I'm just appealing to those who are here to speak. Maybe they can summarize it. We can continue from this conversation tomorrow.
Please, quickly, when you say U.S. time, is it Eastern, Pacific?
Eastern, yeah. Always New York, I think from New York perspective.
Thank you.
All right, yeah.
Let me address what Tone said. Tone, at no point did I say you accused Ekpoma of anything. All I was trying to say to you was that we should be careful how we generalize, whether you like it or not. For as long as I've lived, the name Ekpoma has always been associated with something that is negative. So what I was just saying was that it happens in every university. When I went to Ekpoma, the architecture department, the law department, was one of the best in the country. Engineering was solid. We had more than 12 professors. Professor Madumeze that died, I can mention their names. Professor Bolaho was there when he did his research on snail. There's a Guinness Book of Records. So I just want to say, what I was just trying to say to you was that it happens everywhere. But we thank God that we have people within those institutions, whether it's Unilag or Uniben or anything, that excel to make us proud, right? That's what I was just trying to say. So I wasn't trying to say you said something bad or anything. I was just trying to...
No, we're saying the same thing anyway. But yeah, it all happens. Why I mentioned that is in reference to one or two people that I know personally have done that before. So that's cool.
Yeah. All right. Thank you,
Okay, no problem. That's good. No.
Go ahead. Just make it quick.
I agree with what.
Dr. Rudolph. Rudolph, can I address the
No,
issue?
No address and no.
I agree what Eagles has said about the church and what Righteous Man also said. I think end of the day, it's about us. It's not about the physical edifice called a church. It's we the people. It's the individual that is a church of God. People might misappropriate money and use it wrongly for different kind of reasons, but end of the day, it's about us. On that last day when we all stand before God, they're not going to ask who built the best church in Akwa Ibom or in Benin. It's going to be about me trying to tell God that I'm good enough to enter into his kingdom and maybe get one of the nice rooms in the mansion. So that's where I am when it comes to that. And when it comes to Christianity and all these Islam and stuff, personally, I like to stay far from it because the most dangerous thing about religion is the messenger. The messengers are the most dangerous. They're the ones that take the word, whether it's Islam or Christianity, and they sell a message. The fear that we have, that me and you should have, is the person hearing the message. What are they hearing? Are they hearing the true word of God, or are they hearing a different word? When somebody says Islam says kill people, is that what Islam says? I bet you that's what it says. But there are people who take it literally and believe that's what it is. If you take Christianity, there are areas in Christianity too that completely wrong, but people take that perspective and they sell it. So that's just for me. The danger in religion is the messenger. And then the fear for all of us is the person hearing the message. What are they hearing? The important thing for whatever I hear, I just pray to God that on that last day, I make it into heaven. That's what I care about. And I pray, Dr. Damages, we can all do a panel like this in heaven and be cracking jokes about what's happening on earth at that point in time. So that's my point of view. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. See, I like you for that. This brief commentary. Let's. I'm giving Righteous Man just a chance to respond to.
No. Rudolph, I actually need to go. Once it's 3 o'clock, I'm off. I have somewhere to.
Righteous One, so you have to stand by. Stand by. I'll stay. You will respond to people.
We can't let Chima go.
Let me. I don't want. People are waiting for Chim to respond to say something. Yeah.
We can't let Chim go.
He has fans. Yeah.
I'm not responding because of what people are saying. Is it Flagship's turn to talk or?
Yeah. After him, then I'll come to you and for
Well, I don't have much to say. I think all that I needed to say, I did say in the last comment that I made. The only thing I would like to add is in reference to that testimony thing that lady gave. I think there was one of this nature. Was it 2017, 18? The lady called Nkechi that talked about Google, Microsoft, and all that good stuff, how she made that comment until people found out the truth about what she said, that it really wasn't as she said it on that stage. And here we are again, 2023. Someone else has come again with a very nice one to make everybody there feel like, God is selective. I bet you there are many people there that the bishop must have laid his hands on years ago who do not have that kind of testimony. In summary, these things, we need to be careful about it. We need to tell the people the truth. This lady knows that she was in line for that office, and she came and used the moment. I think that she's being unfair to the other worshipers there because she has been trooping with Tinubu 6 months prior to Shiloh, and she knows she's going to get it. So here she is telling people that it was the laying on of hands and prayers that gave her that office. And also that Jerry Eze thing she said, it contradicts each other. 1 minute you're with Oyedepo, the next minute it was Dangerous Seed at Jerry Eze's. Which one do we believe? People need to wake up, be smart, read your Bible for yourself, ask questions when you go to church. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, the Flagship. Let me just point out just something that crossed my mind. If this money had gotten into the account of the person, if we believe them that it didn't get there, Part of that money will have gotten to the church as tithes, somebody paid. Nobody is thinking about it, you know. Part of that money will have gotten to the church as tithes, because if you get 580 something million, the first thing you think about, oh yeah, God did it. God signed the check. Anyway, Chim, your chance.
Okay, thank you very much, Rudolph. First and foremost, let me. It's difficult to, bring any major difference in view in terms of what people have said. But let me just start from saying this: in the conversation about God and religion, there's always something we fail to appreciate, irrespective of where we stand. Is the fact that I believe in God. So, and hopefully many of us here, the Bible tells us that God has given us a free choice. He says, I've set before you life and death. Choose you life. God knows that. See, God could have designed us and make us like robots. I mean, my remote control at home, I switch it and I use it the way I want. But incidentally, he didn't make us that way. He created us to be free will agents, to choose to do what is good. But the thing about it is, he set a template to say, this is the right thing to do. Incidentally, human beings choose, and God does not have to force anybody. So we must always have that at the back of our mind. Now, the other thing flowing from what I've just said is the fact that my people perish for lack of knowledge. My people perish for lack of knowledge, meaning people don't read their scriptures, like Flagship has said. People don't take time to search the scriptures for themselves. People just literally want to be spoon-fed. Importantly, Nigerian Christians love to be spoon-fed. We love to go for meetings where they are praying. Somebody wants to go and bid for a contract, to go and, Papa, I'm going to say, Papa, please pray for me. Who'll sit down with his team and put together a good brief that he or she thinks will be able to sell to who or she, whichever company you're going to. You want to be, so you're telling me that your Papa will pray for you, and your bad business plan will certainly be the one that people would prefer. And the person who has taken time, looked through the company's needs, and is presenting a fantastic solution, they won't pick him. You understand? So that's another thing I want to put out there. The other thing I want to say is this: there will always be bad examples in any circumstance. There will always be bad ambassadors. There will be people who would, present the wrong picture. As a family member, I carry a name that other people have treaded on. I see my father say, don't give this family a bad name. Don't be the one that will carry that last name, and people begin to wonder, is this the same family I know? That's how I believe God feels most of the time with certain of us, be they GOs, be they pastors, be they bishops, let's go and watch. I know it's a movie, it's a series, but I'm sure those of us who have watched the Bojas, you see how people were using the name of God to do all manner of wickedness. And I personally, I think when God stays where he is, for those of us, whatever you think, I believe there's a God who just sits and watches and says, see how these people are giving me a bad name. See how these people are giving me a bad name. Christ came into this world for those of us who believe he came into this world. And he showed every good example. Ferrer has talked about it. You understand? Christ could have turned stone into bread. He was hungry. Let's not try to over-spiritualize it. He was fasting, he was hungry. But it wasn't yet time for him to break his fast. And the devil came to tempt him. The whole idea was to see if I can shift this guy from the core purpose of what he was called to do. And he told him, turn stone into bread. Is it proper to use miracle? Yes, miracle. Then you waste a miracle on barely your stomach. You want to turn stone into bread and feed. He could have done that. He chose not to do it. And every day we are faced with this opportunity. When you are the minister, giving contracts, would you allow the tender process to go the proper way? Or are you going to say you will bend rules? That is what turning stones into bread will mean to me, as far as I'm concerned. Changing things, to suit your short-term. And that is what we constantly find with Nigeria. We're constantly looking for shortcuts to everything. At the beginning, I told you people that Betta Edu, I don't know who she is, but the first day, if she's hearing me, let her see my face clearly. The first day I saw her, I said, this woman is a crook. I'm not even hiding about it. I told somebody, this woman is a crook. This girl you are seeing is a crook. She has started proving it. She's a crook. She's a crook. But what pains me is the pedestal she was given to give that testimony. I'm shocked. I am actually literally shocked that she got there, and the man, if she's being honest, allowed her to be given that platform to give that kind of devious and dubious testimony. See, Dr. Rudolph, I was in the corporate world in Nigeria for a while. there was someone who tested me. I went to buy a vehicle for my company. And in the tender process, I went to some different places and got beat, gave to my MD. I didn't know, this was my being naive. I didn't know that there were people who, when they were going to buy those vehicles, would add something on top of it. And the vendor will say, okay, I'm giving you a pro forma invoice of 2 million, but the vehicle is 1.3. The whatever is on top of it, we will share when they pay. So when I went the first day, the guy told me, what do you want me to write? I said, what do you mean? How much are the vehicles? He said, it's 2 million. I said, then write 2 million. They went round and round. After a while, I was wondering, why are these guys running around in circles? Dude, you're wasting my time. I have other places to go to. He said, are you sure? I said, please write the 2 million. So they wrote the 2 million. I went and gave it to my MD. I traveled on an official assignment when my MD went to that place to confirm if that pro forma invoice was actually the correct thing. When I came back and she said, Chim, go and buy the vehicles, I approve it. I said, okay. I went to the company, pulled the check and everything. You know what the lady, I'm telling you the true life story. I met her later on down the line. She said, what God do you serve? I said, what do you mean? What has that got to do with anything? She said, your MD and chairman came here 3 days ago to confirm the pro forma invoice you gave to them, and it was accurate. Whatever God you're serving, serve him well. Dr. Rudolph, true life story, 4 years down the line, I was in another organization. This woman came to supply cars. And in the middle of the car park, she was telling people, hey, this man is a good man. But you know what? She had gone to a church to testify after taking bribe that God had blessed her. I've always said it here. Conductor will keep the change of a passenger. And what would he say? Oluwa ti ṣe fún mi. Oluwa ti ṣe fún mi. God has done it for me. That is what Betta Edu has done. A woman who was into politics, who doesn't know that if your principal, I mean, if I'm campaigning with Peter Obi and suddenly you see Peter Obi make me his spokesman based on whatever strength he feels I have, would that be a surprise to anybody? What sort of testimony is that oh, you came, and these are people who give religion, Christianity, or whatever faith it is, bad names, especially this caliber of our elites. So for me, I think our problem is let's separate this whole trying to bash the word of God and bash Christianity and focus on the individuals. I will end with this. There was Naaman, there was Elisha, there was Gehazi. Naaman had a problem. He came to a minister to help give him solution. He told him, go and dip yourself in the water 7 times. He got a healing and came out, came to give a gift. And the minister man told him, I don't want your gift. I don't want your gift. Do we read our Bibles very well to see this? Those people who always pick to bash, go and read and see all the good examples of people who were enticed and said no. The man said no, but his servant went behind and took the gift that he wasn't supposed to take. Did you see it? So why am I always bringing this out? I'm not going to, because of some bad eggs, bad examples, then I will say Christianity is not a good religion or that there is no God. No. At the end of the day, like who you said, when you appear before the main judge, he will be the one to say, you have given me a bad name on left side. You who gave me a good name on this side. For those of us who believe it, I believe it strongly. There will always be a day of recompense. What pains me is that people don't read their Bible. People don't take their time to go and search. There's nothing new. What Betta Edu is doing now, it happened in the past. It has happened even in theological era. There's nothing new. There's always people who want to sell the word of God for pittance. There are people like that. There was a prophet in the New Testament who was trying to buy miracles. And Paul, or was it that told him, may you perish with your money? And he was blinded. These things have happened. So I think we need to always put this into context when we're looking at the scriptures or looking at the word of God versus what is happening now. And then to righteous man, Israel of the days of David was a theocracy. When there is a theocracy, it's purely religious based. We live in a modern era where it is no longer the society and religion are being separated. People are allowed to pursue their faith. Go and pursue whatever faith. You don't mix it. I do not believe, or do I agree, that the state should be funding religion. The state shouldn't send anybody to Israel. The state shouldn't send anybody to Mecca. The state should hands off. If I can afford to go to Israel on missionary work, let me fund it. If the guy Jato in the north can be able to afford it, let him do the same thing. But where the government starts putting their hands into this is wrong. And then lastly, I think what the Akwa Ibom state government did, because the initial time I saw it, I thought that was an event center. I'll be honest with you. I didn't even know it was anything really. I thought it was an event, and I was celebrating. I was saying, wow, if these guys continue the way they are going in terms of building beautiful infrastructure, this will help the landscape in Akwa Ibom and Uyo in general. That all they needed was to start looking at building good industries, not mushroom industries, to support their infrastructure development also. But a few days later the line, I began to see that, okay, this thing was not exactly an event center, but a religious institution. So I think perhaps the mistake the Akwa Ibom state government made was to, quote and unquote, designate that thing and a kind of economical center and not an event center open for everybody. That's where they got it wrong. In terms of structure, building that kind of thing, it's a beautiful edifice. Honestly, I want to see more states do those kinds of things. Those are things that will open up our different states. But if it is a religious center, okay, then at this point, I disagree with them. So I think personally, I think the individuals that are giving faith a bad name, those who are in those faiths should start standing up and start saying, you're giving us a bad name, and start pointing them out. Amos in the scripture took the leadership of Israel at that time. There is a scripture where he talked about people selling the poor for a shoelace. You understand? Which is what is not different from what's happening in Nigeria right now. Both our religious elites, political elites are taking advantage of people. People are hungry. When there is hunger in the land, people will do all manner of things to survive. You don't want to live in an environment where people are looking for food to eat. In fact, let me tell you, people will do anything. People will give their children as prostitutes to go and make money for them. And I'm afraid that Nigeria has gotten to that level and sinking further down the drain when it comes to, the way hunger and bad economic decisions are making our people do all manner of things. But please, I think Bishop Oyedepo, I was avoiding calling his name, but let me call his name. Bishop Oyedepo should not be allowing people to use his platform for that kind of thing. That woman is not a good example. And I'm even surprised for a man who is literally against APC, giving an APC woman leader a platform to come and be talking about the same APC he's been speaking against. I'm really, really disappointed. I'm pained to see that, because these are the things that gives the kingdom of God a bad name. And that's actually what I was looking to say. I have nothing against building infrastructure, but if it is a religious institution, like it's being said, then at this point, I think they're wrong.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Thank you.
I'm still waiting, though.
Thank you.
You know what I'm talking about.
I didn't forget, please. I didn't.
Thank you so much, Chim. I just wanted to point out before forefathers, I wanted to point out that you said if it were to be, what do you call it, a center, something center that is not religious. I saw a video of Obudu Ranch. Somebody went there recently and made a video. It was so sad that the money spent there, it wasn't maintained, and people don't go there anymore. So even when they build these centers and function halls, sometimes they don't maintain it, especially these expensive things. And then to think about the amount of money spent, 32 billion. I don't think the government...
Rudolph, in fairness, can we separate issues? We will continue to build infrastructure. Then we can always have the conversation on maintenance culture. Because personally, this is my view. Listen, I don't like Apabio for anything. But you see, infrastructure is also part of what gives a society some leverage, landscape, and all those things. When we travel to Paris and all those places, we enjoy the landscape. We enjoy the beautiful ambience of those structures. There's nothing wrong in having it in Nigeria. There's nothing wrong in having that beautiful stadium in Akwa Ibom. What I'm saying is, as they build those things, build industries also to support the people, so that people who want to go and watch games will have gone to work, make money to be able to pay for the ticket. So that people who want to go to event center to watch a movie would have gone to work, make money to be able to fund their lifestyle of going to go and watch a movie. But when you're building those edifices and people are poor, then there's a problem. Then now comes the next angle you have brought into it. that maintenance culture, then also build a good maintenance culture. Would I like to have my government build infrastructure that is fantastic? Oh yes, I would. I would.
Yeah. All right. No arguments there because it won't end. Forefathers, honest.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I must say that Chim's understanding of continuity is a credit to him and maybe to people if they can listen. Regarding that pastor that had people crawling under his leg, that kind of stuff really gets to me. I don't understand our people sometimes, but I'll leave that aside. Regarding the idea of religion, anyway, some people may be getting some kind of perceived value from such things, and maybe that's why they put their money and go there every Sunday. I don't think human beings are entirely stupid. There must be a reason why they go there, and but we all know that they are not getting value, and most of the stuff they are doing is not leading them anywhere. It's a vicious cycle, and religion has been corrupted gravely. I really don't understand some of the things our people are doing to ourselves, and I've always said it. I'm really struggling with this. I'm still trying to come up with a firm definition of what I'm trying to understand about religion. And from what I see, and I try to understand what is going on within religion, and almost entirely every single one of them have been corrupted by politics and just downright greed and power. All of them, every single one of them have been corrupted. And when we talk about spirituality, I always say that human beings, we are spiritual people as we are here, just as we are physical. If they say where your mind is, can anybody find the mind? No, you can't find the mind. Even if you crack the head open, you just see a mush of a brain, and then where is the mind? It's gone. It's not there, because you're a spiritual being. And I think we've lost track of what religion truly means, and we have to start reuniting it with what we are. And because all religion talks about how you need to understand the creation, how you need to be, understand the greater good and be kind to other people. But ultimately, you truly have to listen to the world, what it is telling you. And most of the stuff I talk about it has nothing to do with what I read. It's what somebody once said, that if you want to know the truth of the world, just look at it, understand it for what it really is. That's your true education. And without this education that we have now, it's just a new form of it. But the true education is the people that didn't have education the first time we evolved, they looked at the world and learned. And we should never forget that. And because that is where the true spring of knowledge comes from. And that is the purpose of life. If you look at it, it's the most essential purpose of life, why we are here. When you ask why did God create the world in all religions, you tend to find similar answers. Every single one of them talks about having to know God. Even when they talk about God is the word and the word is God, it's still the same thing. They all talk about how we need to study. And you wonder why, when I look at it, and for me, it actually correlates with why the Europeans are doing better, because they study the world more. They listen more to the world. They actually listen to what the world is all about more than we do. We think we knew it, but we've corrupted it. And like what the lady did in church, saying that, just because she got a religious, that's got a job, is down to God. And, that's a corruption of what your job is supposed to be. Because she probably, used a connection to knock one person out of the position or the other. Is she the most qualified person to be there? Quite not likely. But she got there because of she used connection. She didn't just sit there and pray. And the prayer just got answered in that place. So for me, I just feel like I cannot say I understand this, but I'm still trying to truly understand the nature of things. And I really encourage people to do a bit more of that, because that is where our future lies. You have to break new ground. You can't keep going around in cycles the way we have been doing. Thank you.
You have more time.
Forefather, do you believe in God?
There is not much to say now. What is there to say?
Forefather, do you believe in God?
Of course I do. I didn't create myself, did I?
All right. Let's go to give a righteous man. I'm coming now. Let's give righteous man opportunity to respond to so righteous man.
Yeah, I am very happy for the submissions of every panelist, and even in the commentary section. I think everybody have been making reference to what I said, and I hold nothing against anybody for thinking the way the person thought in his or her heart. What I said had been misinterpreted. And sometimes when I go back to listen to this panel, after we must have closed for the day, I discovered that sometimes we respond or reply to people completely outside what that person must have said. You know, so sometimes I ask myself, maybe it's the speaker or the voice, you know, does not get to us at the time that we will understand what that person said. So in this issue of church, I said something. I say, for me, the governor or whoever that built that church, instead of him taking the money to store in a foreign bank and he used it to build a state-owned religious place, it's better for me than carrying that 32 billion and put it in a foreign bank on behalf of himself and his family. And then that country will be using that money to grow their economy. I say I prefer him that he have used it to build a religious place of worship. That's number one. Then number two, I did not say that Christianity or religion has not been corrupted, not only in Nigeria, including in the US, where some of you guys are, including Europe. Religion had been corrupted worldwide. But will you blame this governor that used the money, the state money, to build this temple? Let me refer you to the Constitution, which Dr. Damaji said we are fast to quote the Quran and the Bible, but we don't quote the Constitution. The Nigerian Constitution recognizes Islam and Christianity and abhor anything secret cult, which include your juju worship. Let me ask you a question. Does American Constitution recognize Islam and Christianity? Plainly written. The answer, if you will answer correctly, I think it should be no. There is no place in the Constitution of America written that Christianity or Islam, but it's in our Constitution. And that is why our government sponsors people to go to Jerusalem and go to Mecca. That does not mean it is right. I'm not saying it is right. But since the Constitution had given these people right to spend our money on religious trips and purposes, why have our senators, our House of Reps, not sponsored a bill for that to be removed from the Constitution? That religion should be a personal thing. A trip to any holy land should be a personal thing. They have not done that. So the Nigerian state recognizes these two religions. And that is why on Sunday is a public holiday for the Christians. And on Friday, most Muslims, they don't go to work. If you look at the religious calendar in Nigeria holidays, you have Christianity and you have Islam. Days of their worship and the observation of the period of holidays to celebrate whatever that is written in their holy books. So if on this ground, if a governor have invested money to build a religious home or a religious place, instead of stealing that money and put it in American bank or British bank or Swedish bank or Italian bank, I said I am pleased that he used it to build a temple. That is my submission. And finally, Dr. Rudolph, I know you're a doctor, maybe professor.
I'm not a doctor, just so you know, but I let it go.
Okay, you're a professor now, right?
It doesn't matter. I'm Rudolph Okonkwo. If you want.
Okay, Dr. Rudolph. Okay, Dr. Damages. I have a question I want to ask.
They keep insisting that he has to attach something to the name. I don't understand it.
Okay, sorry. Saudi Arabia, that place they go for Mecca, was it built by the state or individual?
Are you trying to compare Nigeria to Saudi Arabia? Or are you dreaming of Nigeria being like Saudi Arabia? Is that your ideal?
No. I'm asking a question. We learn every day.
Do they have a democracy in Saudi Arabia? There's no basis. You can't even think of, there's no connection to Nigeria. So if you want to look at democracy, look at democracy.
Do you know a place called Yamoussoukro in Ivory Coast?
Mm-hmm.
Is Ivory Coast a democratic nation or not?
You're just like Nigeria. Why are you asking? Are you talking about what the former president built there that is abandoned? Nobody can maintain it. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I have my reasons of asking these questions. My reason is because
most of you are
if in Akwa Ibom, Dr. Rudolph, hold on.
Yeah.
In Akwa Ibom, we have the best state-owned stadium. That stadium built by the Senate president of today, Akpabio, still remain the best state-owned stadium. In fact, he even beat the Abuja stadium. That's number one. We have Ebom Air, that is state-owned. Now we are having a church building or a temple or a place of worship owned by the state. All these things are state-of-the-art that can attract somebody to a place to go and, oh, let me see. It's part of infrastructure. What Rocha Sokorocha did in Imo State, he was molding images of human beings. Had it been that Rochas have used that money to build a state-of-the-art church building, I think it would have benefited the Imolites than the human statues he was molding. Where are they? All of them have collapsed. They are falling down. Nobody is coming to see them. So I am not saying that it is good to use state money to build churches. I am not saying that wasting of state resources in religious things are good. My answer is, instead of stealing the money and banking it in the Western world and they use it to develop their economy, if what ran into the heart of the governor at that material time was to build a church and he built the church, fine and good, better. That's my submission.
Okay, one question before I let you go. Just, when we have this conversation, it's not really about you or anybody else. It's not about picking on anybody. I just want us to always evaluate how we think. You said that instead of taking the money abroad to do this, it sounds as if you are sure that he did not take money abroad. The fact that he built a church meant that he didn't take money abroad. Because I'm sure, just like everybody else in all the other governors, they did what they are doing. The same thing.
Dr. Damages.
You can't, no, hold on, let me finish. So you can't say that as a fact, because you are making it, you are trying, it sounds as if you are defending, you are trying to find a way to defend something you don't even know. That is not possible, because we know that no governor will say, I have 32 billion to steal, or should I build a church? Let me just build a church instead of taking it abroad. I don't think there's any governor in Nigeria that will do that. So the point is that it's not about you. It's about how we justify our positions and make assumptions that may not be true. All right, go ahead.
Okay, Dr. Rudolph, you see, you asked a question and I'm going to respond to that question. Listen, we got to know about 32 billion naira because of that building. Let's assume that that building was not put up. Will you know that there was any 32 billion that this man would have invested somewhere? The answer is no. So whether he stole money, let me finish.
No, that's why I'm stopping you. It's not no. because you can go back and calculate how much they are getting in Akwa Ibom states from the federal government. You know how much money they get every year, but you don't know what they do with the money. So don't say that it's no, that we don't know that they will have that money. Akwa Ibom gets, I can tell you exactly what they get every month. It changes, but I can tell you close. You'll be shocked in a year how much Akwa Ibom state is getting. And if you think about the population of Akwa Ibom state, in fact, it will actually be better for them to share the money to the people than what they do with it every year. So don't say that we wouldn't know that they have 33 billion. They have more than that.
No, what I'm Doctor, wait. Dr. Damage, if it was a northern state that invested that on a mosque, most of us here would criticize them. Please, righteous man, you've got no choice. You've got no point here, my brother. Not bashing.
No. Don't listen. No, don't listen. You guys are not understanding me. And this is where the thing, I think I said, does it mean there is a break in communication? You guys are not understanding me. We can see physical infrastructure, whether it's a temple or event center, whatever you assume it to be. We are told it's a religious place. We can look at a physical infrastructure where 32 billion can be traced to. How about those who have embezzled this money and you cannot see anything that you can trace it to and say this is where this money is? That past governor that built this thing can turn around and say, okay, he spent 32 billion here. We can evaluate that building and say, okay, it's up to or it's not up to. But at least there is physical thing we can see. How about those who are stolen hundreds of billions of naira from their state coffers and we can't trace where this money were taken to? That's what I'm simply saying.
Thank you, righteous man. There's one guy, a nephew of President Buhari, I think, called Sadiya Tunde. What's the last name? Sadiya. Most of the time they call him Tunde. From all the indications, he was the person that most likely stole more money under Buhari than anybody else. The fact that nothing has been done to him, it's not a justification to say that whatever Betta Edu did, that she shouldn't be punished. You understand what I mean? So this argument, and that's why the standard is low in Nigeria. There is no, expectations are low. We don't want to look at the best practice. It doesn't matter that somebody is free. The best practice, once you start implementing it across the board, but you have to start somewhere. That's why I was challenging who was talking about, I don't remember who that was. When we have something to hold on to say that this woman signed this letter, this memo to say, I need this money, move from here. We don't have any other thing about any other person. I think it was electricity. If we have, this is what we have, we can prove this one. We can follow this to the end. It doesn't mean that we don't believe that other people are doing bad things. But if there's an answer, there's a result, there's an outcome, maybe the person that leaked this one, because somebody leaked this information, you guys don't know. You think it just came out from out of space. Somebody leaked it. If we're able to do something and get an outcome that is positive, somebody else might leak what another person is doing. But if we all say, oh, because there are other people who are stealing and we haven't done anything about it, the person that leaked it, he took a risk. Anybody that brought that information took a risk. And the other person may not do it if the outcome is not positive. So that's how I want us to think. We have to think globally, bigger, the best practice. It's not about individual. I don't care who they are, but the best practice, if we follow it always and raise expectations, we shouldn't be comparing ourselves to Saudi Arabia and all these useless countries. If we say we are practicing democracy, we are democracy, and we go towards that direction. All right, guys. There's a topic that we need to touch on because it's still ongoing. The issue.
Rudolph, that's your last statement is making you to be exactly like me. Oh.
No, I just felt like I have to air my view on this. It's not that I don't have opinion, of course I do, and sometimes I think we have to raise the conversation too, So, all right, guys. So there's two things: fake certificates and fake universities, and the reaction of the president and the government to do those things. Now, most people don't know what happened. A reporter pretended to be a student, was interested in going to school, and went to Benin Republic, got a certificate in weeks without going to the school, and then went in to apply to do youth service, and he was able to do youth service in Nigeria, got registered and everything. So it blew up in the face of people, and there are a lot of people who got certificates from there, and the government moved immediately and said, okay, we have to review this, we have to stop them from. So, and when we talk about people who run your country, people started making comparisons with Bola Tinubu and his certificate issue in Chicago. And so, Okija, welcome to the show. Happy New Year.
Dalo, well done. Happy New Year to you and your family. All
right. So that's one conversation that we could have. And the other conversation is about what's happening in Ogun State. So the story so far, I've not had a chance to read details, is that they were overtaken by the bandits who are better armed. And it raises the question about defense and forefathers. This is your tough. So even when people, the state government, they were able to put together this kind of response, sometimes they're overwhelmed by these people who come, as we know, and we discussed last week, from outside the country, for the most part. And there was a video by the very dark man, I think that's what he's called. He went to Plateau State and found out there were things, on the north Ogun. Okay, I was told that it's on the north Ogun. All right, so there's this idea that most of these attacks are happening at places where there are solid minerals, that the goal is to push people out from that area and eventually take over the place. So that's an interesting thing that we need to have a conversation around that. And I think to start it off, maybe we should play this video and then we'll start that conversation. Well, okay, I'll let you speak next when we come back. Okay.
In Jos, where those people came to attack those poor people, if you remember the video again, where they were pulling a child from behind his dead mother and his dead folks, you understand? So this is where it happened. Now, let me tell you what's funny. Bring the camera down. This is tin. This is tin. These are minerals. Look at it on the ground. These are minerals. So it is pretty obvious. See them, come. It is pretty obvious that these people are being killed because of the richness of their land. Can you imagine they had to burn down the place? Come. See, start from here. They had to burn down the place. See these houses? Everything burnt down. We came into this village. There's literally nobody in the village. Like literally nobody. They had to run away from their own land, from the place where they were born, where their grandparents lived. Do you understand? Can you imagine minerals on the ground? See, minerals on the ground. Minerals on the ground. I mean, this land is rich. Why are they doing this? I don't know. It is obvious, but we act as if I don't know for political reasons. But please, Nigerian government, please. Now, I'll take you to where the children are. The children that are being affected. Those people that they killed, their children. I will take you to the IDP camp where they are. If you see them, then let's not even talk about the ones that are in the hospital without hand and legs because of insecurity in Nigeria or because of greed. What we all can enjoy in Nigeria, we have a lot of minerals in Nigeria that we all can enjoy. We are not supposed to be poor in this country. Dubai get only oil, see how Dubai day. We are rich anyhow. Look at this land, plain land. Turn this camera. Look at the land, raise it up. Look at this land, plain land, see, plain, beautiful land with raw minerals on the ground. But yet, Nigerians, we are still suffering. We are still poor because of the greed of the people that are supposed to protect us and take care of us. Because of the government. So, basically, somebody was trapped in this car. Somebody was trapped in this car and was burnt. Now, these things, where that guy did? What's it with this? Which bone? Human being bone. What I'm holding now, according to this guy that was here, have you put your face? I know if you show your face, now I just show only your body. So according to this guy, see now waiting. Bones, human being bone. So this is the car. The person was, and as you can see, this is somebody. This is a human being bone. These are bones of somebody. But this is very dark, man, and I'm out here in Jos, Bokos, local government, Bokos, where the attack happened. So there was an attack on these people. Everybody that you are seeing here, they are not random people. These are like people affected by the attacks that happened on the 24th. It happened on the 24th, 25th, and on the 26th. So a lot of them didn't have the opportunity to do Christmas because of these attacks. And what is funny is that I've done a little bit of investigation. I walked around. Some of them are staying here, and then some of them are staying in this town. Let me see the zinc houses. This place, and then behind. Now come back. So what's going on is, first of all, this is a very big community. How many community was affected? About 28 communities, am I right? About 28 communities were affected, where a lot of houses were burnt. These are like normal people that they go about their day, they make the Irish potatoes that you eat, they send it from here and send it all the way to Abuja, you understand, for you people to eat and you enjoy your life, do you understand? Now, with these people affected, a lot of things that you see in Nigeria cannot be. Alright, so this is another community that was burnt down. Apparently, this one is even bigger than the last one where we were. Oh, sure. Take it around. Follow me. Show the houses. See livestock are being left, abandoned by their owners. Come. See all these places. See people are. See their animals. See generator. Burnt. This place is bigger. Now, let me tell you what's funny. From the last place we were to this place, it's like we drove for like 35 minutes on a normal low driving speed. Now come. Apparently this whole thing happened in a day. They attacked different places in a day. Their livestock. Tell people to care for them. Come. Sir? I need to rush. You don't make a head back for one side.
All right. Thank you, everybody. So we now know that there was an attack today in Ondo State. We don't know exactly the details so far. So I will let Okija, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Before I get into that, it's some topic, but I want to say something to forefathers. Righteous man, you are in Nigeria always telling people in the US to come and, oh, you guys have to do something. And then you talk about, you see someone who beat a church. I don't know how I can, in good conscience, fight for you, when you support someone built a state money, built a church, and that's, you are here defending it. I think, you have to go and sort out your problem. People who are here abroad, please face your life, let them fight for themselves in Nigeria. They'll not fight for themselves. This is the kind of set, you want me to fight for you. I was gonna say like Dr. Zabudai say but to talk about money, but I don't want to say that. Betta Edu, I think somehow I contributed to her stealing the money because
that's breaking news. This is breaking news.
Yeah, breaking news. Because there was, like a space. I think it was on Twitter. Some people were bashing her, and I came in also because I never liked her. Which she this all what do they call this hair women wear? This with Vaughn or whatever what they wear. She wears a whole lot of them and they're bling bling. And I was like, I was saying something, this woman, why are you dressing like a masquerade all the time, And then someone was telling me that the hair cost about $50,000. So I'm
fathers have said women should stop wearing hair. That is the reason. The hair is the reason.
Yeah, masquerade,
Fathers have said it.
you know, like that's what I call the masquerade, you know, masquerade performance. Because Okada masquerade, some of them are like that. So anyway, so you know, so I was, you know, saying that, you know, maybe, you know, why she's using only, I think, the red black one all the time. I was like, you know, why not to change it? I thought maybe, you know, she stole some money to, you know, that's probably what happened. Anyway, but I mean, like I said before, I don't know what is going on in Ondo right now. I haven't read the news, but we know what happened in Plateau, happening Plateau, Kaduna, you know, Benin. It's been happening. I don't know how. I like last time I was here, I said something and people thought I was just joking. I wasn't joking, and I'm not joking. Fulani must go. You know, there is no way about it. We must find a way to chase the Fulanis out of Nigeria. I mean it with every strength I have. Fulani, they must go. You see a people, they don't have land. They are controlling Kaduna. Where are they from? How did they become owners of land in Kaduna? Now they're controlling Kaduna state. They are majority in Kaduna or whatever. You know, they rule Kaduna. They decide what happened in Kaduna. You know, they all over, you know, like, you know, we start, we are just, you know, playing, we are dreaming. They come on, last year, was it, 2 years ago, the Ekiti church, you know, now we are hearing on those states. They are coming. We have to be prepared to fight to defend our land. I mean, I've said it before, Igbos and Yoruba, you know, I'm not, sorry, I don't want to say just Igbos. This old Southeast and the Southwest and the Middle and the Midwest, we need to team together to defend the South. To defend the South, you know, we have to form our own army. We have to do everything possible. Anything we can raise, any guys we can raise, any people we can train, them. We have to defend our land because they are coming. You know, it will not be enough for them, you know, just, and then, you know, look at, okay, during Buhari's regime, nothing was done to put these guys in order. They killing people kill people, so much people in Benue State, and nothing was done. Nobody was arrested. No one person arrested. No one person was arrested. And then, you know, you think, you know, that this is going to stop. No, it's not going to stop. We have to rise up. You know, those in the military. I don't know, Tony, you were in the military. What's your Maxi? He was in the military. You guys know.
So can I just correct an impression? I think it's unfair to just say all Fulanis must go. They are wonderful Fulani people.
Sorry.
I've had classmates. They are wonderful people, people of integrity. They are Fulanis.
You can form WhatsApp group and stay in touch with them, but they almost go. They almost go. We don't have any same kind of thinking with these people. What they want to do is, you know, pillage, you know, like, you know, kill people, you know, or occupy. We need to chase them out of Nigeria, just like other people are chasing them out of Ghana. They don't do this kind of nonsense in Ghana. They don't do that. That's what they started in CAR. We need to chase them out of Nigeria. How many people will die, you know, before we do something? How many people will die? They've been doing this, you know, even when I was a child. In Obaru, in Obaru and Anambra State, they come with their cattle, you know, they go to Obaru, they go to these people's farm, and the animals, they scatter the farm, you know, eat everything, and then they fight the people. You know, my neighbor, you know, was killed, you know, one Sunday they came back, news brought that he died because he went to his village in Obaru, and they were eating his farm, and they fought and they killed him. So this is when I was young. So it hasn't stopped. It will never stop. We have to find a way. Now, you know, like it's no longer about cattle. It's now they want to occupy places where they have minerals. Okay, so their brothers, you know, Stone is trying to defend them. You know, what are they saying about it? Have you seen this Fulani man that, you know, said, you know, oh, we don't like this. This is not Fulani. You know, with this needs to stop.
All right. Okay, I have to stop you. We can't say that anything about all Igbos, all Fulani, or Yoruba in anything. We can't say that. Well, first of all, on this panel, I have to correct that. On this platform, I have to correct that.
I can sing national anthem.
You can say that, but I'm required to stop the person and make sure I correct that. This is not opinion of this platform that any group will be chased out of the country. First of all, it's not even practical thing to do. It's not. Nobody does something like that. It's not in this age.
How do we stop them?
And and you are not going to, if you are on ethnic group, people turn around and say they are going, you are not going to like it. That's what I want people to
No, if we are killing people, okay, do you see Yoruba people go to Igbo land or go to Hausa land, killing people?
But it's not Fulani people, it's not all Fulani people that are doing this.
Then their brothers who are what are they saying? Like in Igbo land, you see people, on ground government or killing police, you see Igbos come against them, say, stop doing this, you are not doing this in our name. You don't see any Fulani saying you are not doing this in our name. So until they start speaking, maybe I can temper.
I think most, let me say this. I think from my own understanding, most things in Nigeria is simply a failure of law and order. And the people you hold responsible is the people in the government. So let me give you an example. In America here, you have issues with the border in the South. The border in the South. It's not the issue of all Latinos must leave America, that we must, it's law and order. If the government is not able to control their border, then it's the fault of the government. The same thing in Nigeria.
No, but Latinos or whatever, they're not coming to America to kill people.
Yeah, but
even if they are killing people, there are some Latinos that say, maybe some of them illegal immigrants are coming in. There are some Latinos that say, no, you can't come into the US, like that. You have to get papers. You have to get, come legally. They are saying it, but how many Fulani are saying these things? You're not doing it in our name in Nigeria.
Okay, Okija, first of all, how many Fulani do you know? You can't generalize like that. If there might be some saying it that you don't know. So we have to be careful with statistical numbers.
Yeah,
how many Fulani do you interact with? How many Fulani stations do you listen to? How many Fulani leaders do you know? You have to contextualize your opinion.
Okay.
You can't say all Yorubas are not bad, all Igbos are not bad, all Fulanis are not bad.
It's my time. Have you heard Igbo people saying IPOB and other people that kill Igbo people that you're not doing it in our name? Have you heard them? There are places where people speak. Twitter is there, or X, whatever. Things like here. News, Arise News, all the news media in Nigeria. When have you seen any one of them say something?
I haven't heard. Look, you can't generalize. There's no opinion on earth that has a generalized purpose. You're saying, have I seen Igbo people say this? I have not seen all Igbo people also say release Imam Dikanu. You understand? So you can't just. You can't just
anyway, that's my opinion. That's my opinion.
Yeah. You have to keep your opinion to a generally accepted standard.
No, I don't need standard when it comes to matter of life and death. I don't need standard.
Yeah, we can't spread hate. It's not about hate. Illogical opinions.
It's not about hate. It's about we don't want you stay on your own.
Let me say this. Let me say this one last thing before anything. So Peter, this is a platform that we have, and we can see the participation here. But there are places like they call Arewa Facebook, Arewa WhatsApp. There are so many platforms. Maybe most of the opinion that we are not hearing here are opinion that are expressed there. The point I'm making is that there is no basis to say that nobody is speaking. I hate that whenever I hear nobody's talking, nobody's doing this, because we don't know everybody. We don't hear from everybody.
I ask here, nobody, have you heard, Dr. Damages, have you heard, have you seen, have you heard?
I don't read the Hausa newspapers. Maybe they speak.
You have to read Hausa newspaper? Did you read Igbo newspaper to see Igbo people, say
Igbos don't have a newspaper, just so you know. There is no single Igbo newspaper.
There is a single, the Anambra newspaper.
No, they don't publish it anymore.
They publish.
Go and check.
Anambra newspaper, they publish.
Even the official English paper in Anambra closed. I'm telling you.
When did it close? Last year,
I just came back from Nigeria. It's not.
Anyway, this is my opinion. There are places in Nigeria where people come to speak. Okay, what's his name? Or you can put that video online. People will listen to that video. Or you can go to Arise, go to channels, go to so many AIT, go to so many other media, NTA, go to NTA and say something. These killings,
can I hold? Sorry, Okija, hold on. Let me ask you this. These people doing the killings, did they ever say that we are doing this in the name of Fulani people? You are the one making the assumption.
Okay, do they have to say they are doing it in the name of
hold on, because I know that during the before the war, the coup of 1966, Igbo people had issues with people who were calling that coup Igbo coup. Igbo people had issues with that, and I have issues with that. But people will continue to do that. Why will you then turn around and say that what some men, you don't even know whether they are being sponsored by businesses that are interested in taking those land to become to build a mining factory. You don't know, but you are now saying ascribing their goal. Their
okay, all right. Let me answer you.
Yeah.
The coup in the 60s. How many times did it happen? Did it happen like, you know, were they conducting coup like, you know, every day killing people? No, it happened once. Okay, but this killing of people, before they discover minerals, they've been killing people all over Nigeria. Like I told you when I was a child, when I was still a kid in primary school, they killed my neighbor in Onitsha. It's been happening for how many years? How many times, you know, like Igbo Q? Okay, let's say there was Igbo Q. How many times did it happen? They keep killing from one state to another, one state to another. You know, I don't know. You know,
listen, Okija, an extremist position, you make your own position worse when you take an extremist position. We have, listen, yes, we have a Fulani problem, but it doesn't mean all Fulanis are killers. You have to be careful, because now somebody who is hearing you now will now interpret what you're saying that all Igbos hate Fulanis, and it now becomes an Igbo problem. So if you think you're helping an Igbo cause by talking like that, you're not. You're not. You have to moderate your speech.
What we have in Nigeria right now among Fulanis, we have Fulani killers and Fulani sympathizers, supporters. That there are two of them.
You don't have evidence for that. Please don't spread hate. Don't spread hate. You don't have evidence for that. Moderate your speech. I agree with you. We have a Fulani problem, but I don't agree with you that all Fulanis are killers. That's where we differ. I agree we have a Fulani issue, but I don't agree that all Fulanis are killers. I mean, you're going to make people start to hate Igbos when you say the wrong thing. You have to understand the implication of your speech.
Do they like Igbos now?
Hold on.
Some hate Igbos. Not everybody hates Igbos. Some are using it as propaganda. You have to moderate yourself.
I cannot moderate myself. What I'm telling.
Hold on, guys.
It's what should happen in Nigeria. Fulani must go.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Okija, for your viewpoint. We don't even have a Fulani problem. We have a problem with some people. Some of them are Fulani. Maybe if you go there and check, some of them are not. I'm hearing that the attack on the church in Ondo wasn't even done by Fulanis. So we have to be careful what we say. It's easy to assume. People send me videos and say, "Oh, somebody is producing fake medicine. Oh, it must be Igbo people." You don't want that. So I don't want the same thing for other people. I don't want someone to come and label everybody from one ethnic group or one state. Or, you know, let me. You guys have made me to do this. I'll do this. I think. Hold on, guys. I'll hear you out. I want everybody to air their view, but I want to make sure that we learn something. Also, we agree that there are some things that are not right. So let me play this. This is Chinua Achebe. As we enter 2024, I welcome you with these two messages from Chinua Achebe. The first one goes into the heart of what is wrong with how we see others, and that is about stereotyping. On that, Chinua Achebe writes, "Stereotypes are not necessarily malicious. They may be well-meaning and even friendly, but in every case, they show a carelessness or laziness or indifference of attitude that implies that the object of your characterization is not worth the trouble of individual assessment." One more. In his essay, Africa's Tarnished Name, Chinua Achebe writes, "Our humanity is contingent on the humanity of our fellows. No person or group can be human alone. We rise above the animal together or not at all. If we learn that
Not
lesson,
at all.
even this lesson,
If we learn that lesson, even this
truly,
lesson today, we will have taken a truly millennial step forward.
All right. So this is, I believe that so much that we either decide that we are all animals and behave like animals, or we rise above that. And that when you don't think that anybody, that people don't deserve individual assessment, that that means whether it's even good, whether you are saying that, oh, these Indians are very smart, it's still wrong, because I'm sure not all Indians are smart. We all deserve individual assessment. Otherwise, we are just lazy, we are careless, we don't care. It's just, throw out statements out there. All right. I'll let Okida round up if you have any other thing to say.
What I want to say is that I say things some people are afraid of saying. That's all. Kulata is there saying that career move. I'm not trying to make a career in Nigeria. This is my. I live in US. I don't want to ever do anything in Nigeria. So I'm not looking for anything in Nigeria. That's me. I whatever I believe in, I come out and I say it, and that's my belief. Fulani must go. That's all.
All right.
Can I just ask a quick question? I don't understand. Okay, yeah, it's like every time I see you, you are becoming more and more extreme, and now you're wearing a kind of hat that is associated with Islam. Are you going to be in kaftan by the time this is done? I don't know with what direction you're heading, because you're dressing more like them and becoming more and more extreme.
You calling him
I'm just curious. I'm just curious because the hat he's wearing is a kind of Islamic hat, and he's hating on Fulanis.
I don't hate Islam. Listen, I don't hate Fulanis. I don't hate Islam. But if it comes to a matter of life and death where you are killing people, we need to. You need to go. You need to get out. If you come to my house and start killing me, I mean, what is it? You have to go. That's the issue. I don't hate them at all. It's not about hate. It has nothing to do with it. But
so you think that the best option, the fact that you have a problem, your only solution, it's like something is wrong with your leg. Your solution is cut off the leg, cut off your head, and that's the solution.
No, okay. Do you know why this is? Because Nigerian government, since when I was a child, they haven't done one single thing. One single thing. So I'm coming up with my own solution. So when the government, in situation where there's absence of government, they cannot take decision. They cannot take action to make everybody's life, preserve anybody's life. So people can restore to any way to protect their lives.
So do you support recruiting into the security forces?
Danjuma said that we should bear arms. That's his own option.
Okay, do you support recruiting into the security forces?
Of course.
All right.
Okay, then that's what you should push for, instead of getting rid of Fulanis. Are not our problem. They are not in Somalia, but they have been fighting forever. So let's not always scapegoat a group in the country. Okay.
Let's see.
I've made my statement. That's
Wale, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damages, can you put me in the backstage for a few minutes? I'll be right back.
All right.
Good day, everyone. I've been listening to everyone since I've been out, but I couldn't join. Where should I start? With the religion, I think everybody has spoken so well when it comes to this religious aspect. My conclusion would just be, in our own part of the world, I mean, from Nigeria, I tend to see us to be very religious, but we're not godly, because either you're from the Islam, the Islam perspective, or Christianity, you could see that, okay, if you're following Jesus, who is Jesus? What kind of person he is? And someone said, even when he was fasting, hungry, he got tempted. He didn't, because of that, turn stone to bread and eat. He was tempted. So if I'm following Jesus, I really want to follow Jesus. What he detested, what he asked me to do, what is my utmost goal. But these days, we don't do that, because we have so many worshiping centers, both in Islam and Christianity, but the rate of crime is still on the highest. Then you ask yourself, who are these people? the cleric that preach to them, do they preach the word of God? Do they preach that, look, one day, what does it profit you? You gain the whole world. You're going to lose your soul. You know, the richest man will die. The poorest man will die. You cannot sleep with your two sides. You can only sleep with one side. If you build a mansion, you can only sleep in one room. So what is the madness? Jesus could have owned the biggest temple or the highest numbers of donkey. He didn't. Rather, he gave to the poor. So what kind of Christ am I following? And if you are a Muslim, what did your Quran say that you should do? So if people really, truly, truly godly, they will know how to love their neighbor like themselves. You wouldn't let your neighbor be suffering while you still all the billions, for what? So that is that on religious aspect, just like Lumido and Mr. Ferrara said, that if we have to talk about this religious matter, my people perish because they lack knowledge. You choose what you want to do. If you want to follow a pastor that want to preach prosperity, it's your choice. If you want to go as a woman, go under a man's leg to be, I don't know, it doesn't even make sense. But that is someone's daughter. That is some people's wife or daughter. I don't know what kind of miracle they are looking for. But to me personally, Job in the Bible had everything gone. Does that made him to change his belief or faith that God is not God anymore? No. So if we can read a lot of people in the Bible, do they not go through temptation? How did Jesus ask us to pray? Do people follow that? That is that on the religion. On that lady that went to church and said she prayed to God to become. That's just, I'm sorry, my language, bullshit. And it tells you what it is. Anyway, if we look at everything happening in our country, honestly, sometimes I really respect people in this platform that, intellectual people. I listen to you. But sometimes it got me hungry to say that the government spokesperson, they are just doing their propaganda, their PR. They will pull up a stunt for us to talk about, to split us, to fight each other, to agonize. Whereas they just continue doing their own thing. Tomorrow we'll hear another story again. What is the solution? What can we do? And many people said in this platform that we need to pull the plug in our eyes. We need to ensure that these Betta Edu or whatever their names is, they are not aliens. They are from us. If you look at people in this administration or previous administration, you will find the Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Fulani. You will find them there. This money they are stealing, who are they spending it for? Probably you and I. And that's why previous week I asked Mr. Chin that if my uncle happened to be a judge, he embezzled money, he sent me to the best university, I qualified as a judge, then it's time for me to pass that judgment for the embezzled uncle. What should I do? And he nailed it on the head that I have two options. So that is the way we need to look at it. We need to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, am I part of this thing going on in Nigeria? If the answer is yes, we need to go back to the drawing board and say, look, if I want the country to be better, I need to do the right thing. I cannot continue to justify or defend people who stole money to build edifice that is not productive. That church, trust me, is a church member that will go there to go and steal the work clock. When people are hungry, trust me, they will do all sort of things. And what about the maintenance culture? So let's be honest with ourselves. This country that we run into, how many of us will run to Afghanistan or Ukraine, even if the bag of rice is 5,000 naira? No, let's be honest. It's because we have somewhere to run to. If we have nowhere to run to, probably we'll become
Emeka will go to
Nigeria.
Afghanistan. No, Emeka will go to Afghanistan and sell rice. Just let you know.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I want to stay on the topic of the new topic about the killings
Sorry, if you give me a minute, if you give me a minute just to quickly talk about the killings and everything. I understand where Mr. Okija could be coming from. If the Yoruba land, he say, if a madman kill your mother, when you see a mechanic, I mean those mechanics in those days, you will run. Maybe he has experienced, a family member that got killed by what I would call maybe a Fulani man. But saying that, like you hear from everybody, we cannot stereotype and say because one Yoruba man killed an Igbo man is a bad person. It could be a situation where things like that happen. It's just like the country where we are, we stereotype all white people to be racist. There are some that are even genuinely, they're not racist. But because one white person killed a black man, we could say, oh, all white men are racist. No. So it depends on where you're coming from. But saying that, what is the solution? I cannot say because an Igbo man did this to me in the past, that all Igbo men are evil. No. It's just my encounter with that person at that moment. And I need to ask myself as well, have I done something to wrong this Igbo man that he now wants to retaliate or revenge? And I just happen to be the victim in that situation. But in our own country, there's just a lot of things going on. We need to, if we truly think that country can be rescued, we all need to do something. We all need to tell ourselves the truth. Like if my uncle, my niece, my father, my mother are part of what is making the country not to be great, we need to speak to them. If it's my pastor that is collecting money like the electricity say, and if they can't justify it, I need to be able to speak to my pastor and say, look, what you are doing is not what Christ asks us to do. They might say that I'm an evil person. That's so be it.
Well,
that's just my...
Thank you. You said we need to tell ourselves the truth. I think the new expression this year should be, we need to agree on what is the truth. Because if you raise any issue here, most of us will not agree that this is the truth.
You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free.
We need to agree on what is the truth. It doesn't come.
Rudolph,
No.
Hold on. I maintain my. I'm in queue.
Pansat, you are third online. Just take.
No, but I left space.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about a different topic. I have to be strict this time. Go ahead, Chim.
Okay, so we're talking about the killings, play 2, I believe.
No, there's a new one in Ondo today.
Okay, and who do we have an information on who did it?
Well, we don't have like this.
Yes, there is information, breaking news from Central Television. Let me give you the information.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I'm just watching it live now from News Central.
Okay.
Bandits attack Ondo communities, and villagers flew from their different communities, and they are refugees in schools now, as I'm talking to you. It's not one community, it's not two. Many communities have been sacked in Ondo State by these bandits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. So what I can say is this: first and foremost, the information is still sketchy. I don't want to run into the trying to accuse people when we're not sure. But at the end of the day, I bring this still again to the foot of our leadership, our government. It's not so much about whether it is Fulani herdsmen, or it is ECN, or it is Yoruba Union, or whatever you want, or OPC, or whoever. We have a government in Nigeria, or supposedly we have a government in Nigeria. Even when there is no, let's even say for purpose of argument, let's say there is a vacuum, we don't have a president. Most societies will still have, if you remove Biden from office now, America will still run. The American security operatives, whether it is FBI or CIA, will still be doing their job and carrying out their mandates. And life will still be going on until they feel that vacuum of that office. So what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say in effect is that we have a military, even though our military shouldn't be involved in stuff like this, because unless when we have a major, external attack from then the army should come in, or the armed forces should come in. This is supposed to be something that is within the capacity of the police. Again, it brings me back to my conversation, was it last week? When I said we need to start considering bringing policing closer to the people. Because I don't understand how we have a government that has a mandate. And the number one mandate of every government is to protect life and property, to protect the citizens, your people. And then we're told that they're busy protecting strategic assets. How are you able to protect strategic assets and people, Marudas, are running around and killing your citizens? Something needs to be done. I'm not going to begin to talk about whether it is Fulani. I don't know. I don't want to go into that conversation because
can you let me go and talk about?
Let me finish. No, Pansat, sorry. Let me finish.
It looks like you don't know. You don't know anything.
Can I finish? Sorry, Pansat. I'm sorry.
No, hold on. Chip.
I'm not hold on. I won't hold on. I'm sorry. I give you the respect. No.
I know, but listen.
You have to listen. If you want us to go, we will continue to go like this. You let me finish.
What I'm saying, you have to listen sometimes.
Pansat, I refuse. I refuse. I'm sorry. It might be a bad behavior, but I refuse. And this year, Dr. Rudolph, I will give it back to anybody like this. People are not going to be decorous. I refuse. We're not dumb. I'm not dumb. I'm making a point. Let me make my stupid point first and foremost. Then you can come in and give us your wisdom. I think it's becoming annoying. Let someone finish his views. Even if you are interjecting, jokingly, I will understand that. But you just can't come and write over.
No, Chim.
Okay, bye, guys. I've had enough.
No. Go ahead, Chim. I thought he calmed down. I brought him back in, but obviously he's not calm yet. But people should actually allow people to finish. I don't know why it's difficult. I don't know why.
Even if you want to pick holes in what I'm saying, hear me out first. That way you understand where I'm coming from, and then when you're bringing your superior views, then you have a basis for the superior views you're bringing. So all I'm trying to say is, from the perspective of government taking care of its people, that's where I'm concerned. I don't care whether it is an Igbo man doing it. I don't even care if it's my village man that is doing it. It is wrong. What we're saying is government should live up to its responsibility, up to its billing. People elected you to protect their lives, to go and defend them. And then we have people who are busy spending resources, buying SUVs, signing outrageous letters, pushing money from private accounts to individual accounts. And then the people they're supposed to be leading are suffering and being slaughtered every day. So I think the buck should go back to the government. What is the government doing? This is becoming crazy. I live in the Western world, like as many of us. Are you telling me that the American government will be watching its citizens? They will slaughter people in Dallas. Tomorrow you move over to Mississippi and slaughter people. Then you go to Delaware and slaughter, and they'll be watching and telling us, "Oh, it is." Please pardon me. I don't intend to use any. They'll tell you, "Oh, it is a Mexican." Whatever you want to call them, a cartel. They will begin to find those people. But what is showing is that the Nigerian government does not take its citizens seriously. It doesn't love its people. I haven't seen a group of government officials that have this disdain for their people. That is what it is. If you love your people, you will protect them. So I don't even know what we're discussing, but my point is the government needs to live up to its expectations. That's the point I was trying to make.
All right, thank you. I just a point to pick on something that you said, Chim, before I go to Mbore, who will be next, and then Pansat. You said this security should be closer to the people. Ondo said they have security, but what happened in this case is that they were not. But they were not equal to the what they call them, militants, bandits. Okay, whoever they are, they couldn't stand them. So what it means is that the next thing that will happen, which people should be concerned about, is that they will have to fortify the local security that they have already to be able to deal with whatever will come in. And at that level of arms, we don't know what that will lead to. So that's one. The other thing I wanted to say, hold on. I forgot the other thing I want to say because you were trying to stop me. Go ahead.
Sorry, my apologies. So I don't agree with that assertion that listen, with all this Amoteku talk, Amoteku is limited. Amoteku is not a constitutionally recognized structure for security.
It's in their edict.
Amoteku does not bear arms.
Oh, they do.
Officially bear arms. They just bear arms because
No, they do. They do bear arms, but it's not the kind of arms that these bandits are using.
Okay, and then lastly, so that
Chin, if you don't agree with Amotekun, what's your solution? Please always
no, I
focus
didn't
on
say I
solution.
don't agree with Amotekun. Please hear me, get me contextually. I'm saying I'm even exonerating Amotekun. The point I'm making is Amotekun is not like having a proper police force. Amotekun is not like having NYPD. It's not like having California police. Amotekun is, for me, it's just still vigilante. They don't have the network that this guy. Amotekun cannot stay in Ondo and be able to have security information to tell them that there's some people are moving around, suspicious people, and then they will take their guards. They don't have that.
They have that. If they don't have that, it's not a question of whether they can have it. It's just that they were not equipped, but they do. They have a way to know, and it's in all the Western states, other than
okay. If you say so, I yield.
Yeah. All right. More, you have something to say? Go ahead.
Anyway, thank you, Dr. Damage, for, and the rest of the panelists for giving me time to say something in this. The government, why are they not doing anything? Or why is it that if they send whoever they send, we hear that they had informed the terrorists where they are going to send those people at and to intercept them at such a point? Could it be that the terrorists are doing the government's bidding? Who is it that chooses who becomes a president? So much so that Olusegun Obasanjo and the likes have been what they have been presidents at their own times, but none of them has a navigable way, or whether waterway or road that can get to their homes. Whoever is behind those, whoever decides, because somebody decides before a president is picked. I have learned from the panel to not say their names anymore. But what if those who are there making all those decisions, who to pick, what happens, are sending or are, as we all hear, strongly behind these terrorists? So, like I asked before, okay, but in most of the villages, like I told you guys, I was in the village for a long time, between 2021 and 2023. You see, excuse me for whoever it offends, I don't mean it to be offensive. I'm just stating what I think the fact is. I support Okija. I may not say it's all Fulanese, but when in these villages, remotest areas, Fulanis are encouraged to go there, whether they allow you or rape them if possible, have children. And that has been happening in Owerri for a long time, so that they know the culture of Owerri more than the Owerri people. And when they fight, because they understand Igbo language and they do everything, the attention is waved away, and it is said, it's Igbo killing Igbo, without knowing that it is the long-time born Fulani indigents who have been there, who this was their plan in, since inception, that is perpetrating all this. Well, if we don't have to call their names and all that, let us, even if we don't say it in this platform, ask ourselves, who are those who are the cabals and caliphates, who we understand if they do not crown a president, that president will not be. In fact, I am happy that Obi didn't go, because if Obi went there, the presence of those people will still, you can do nothing. So whoever they are decided to be at the end of it all, whether they have a good or a bad version, I don't think they are the type of people that should be with anybody. Because whether they are there peacefully or not, they have to kill and evacuate and, you know, make sure nobody remains there. Clean off, dab off everybody in that community and bring their own people to live. And the government is happy with it. So it sucks. It really does. I submit.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Pansa. Lava, hold on, Pansa.
All right, thank you very much. I am going to suspend what I'm going to do for Jim and you treating me so badly, having me go to the back when Jim didn't know what the hell he's talking about, and he said that. Now, my sister that just concluded her remarks nailed it. Nobody likes to come here to pick on any tribe. I'm a Pan-Africanist. It's the likes of me who should be battling people like Trump or Obama and Biden, and for what they've done to our continent and our country. But we cannot do that because there's no foundation. We're not doing good. So there's no need to come here debating petty little things. When Okada mentioned that Fulani terrorists are doing havoc in Nigeria, he didn't say every single one of them, like babies who are suckling in their mother's breasts. That's probably the only people you have to exclude from that group, from terrorism. Let me post on the private chat a link that will give you the GTI, Global Terrorist Index. All right, that's a worldwide monitoring organization telling you. So Rudolph, I post a link, so maybe you could share with your audience, because we are the ones getting the blunt of all these terrorist attacks. If you go through that, maybe you could share on the screen and read it so that they know, since it's taboo for victims to say, hey, look, we're getting killed. This attack in Ondo is something, it's like a repeat, because not too long ago, I think it was June of 2022, they massacred over 50 people in a Catholic church over there in the Southwest. Right? 50 people in a church. So they're doing it concurrently with other states, other areas. Now, as a Southeastern, as an Igbo man, I can't come here complaining that Fulanis are...
Hold on.
Yeah.
Did you hear when I said that, and there are news reports that supported that it wasn't done by the one at all wasn't done by Fulanis or Fulani militia?
They did it. Right? They did it.
You have to tell us who did it then, because
no,
everybody.
No, actually, this is official report. I'm not. This is what they say.
No. But if you're going to say what you just said, you have to.
Official. Who's official? Who's your official source?
You can.
Who's your official source?
The government. The government. They arrested.
Which government? Government of which country?
The thing is, Rudolph, are you going to actually leave it there that it wasn't the Fulanis, so therefore it wasn't anybody? What are you saying?
No. They mentioned. They said they are Iberis.
They said they are the Ubiras or Ubera or something like that. Yeah,
that's what the reports. I'm telling you. This was in the papers. I'm not saying I wasn't there.
Ubira, so we gotta be. They said it was the Ubiras.
Okay, go ahead, Pastor.
Please, what I'm saying, I was politely trying to admonish you, Ferrari, because you're one guy that I agree with politically here, right? And you heard Okada come in here and made perfectly correct statements, truthful statements, without the semantic squabble about the prepositions. Or if somebody said 100%, he didn't give you a percentage. He says the Fulanis did it. And if you look on the things, I'm posting it.
Yeah,
right?
actually, I'll share your what you sent to me.
Share, and I could even give him a break and just start from 2018 to discuss it. But I mean, this is pedantic nonsense. We're only arguing because we're disorganized and we're weak, because we shouldn't be debating these people. We should go and get them, capture them. So that's why I'm against the talking.
So hold on.
Yeah.
So you are trying to say the main reason why you referred me to this is to mention that I'm trying to just summarize it. That summarize what you read, because I'm not going to read all these things now.
No. I know you're a journalist and you know everything about this stuff more than all of us panelists here. Obviously, you want us to have our say, and that's fine. But as you pass through all that, there's not a single paragraph there that doesn't go to the point. But you could share the link, and those who are interested in academic debate can go and look at it. Okay. All I want to show is that I'm speaking from an authority, those who are in the know. This is the GTI index. They rank there. I normally don't try to pass them out and say this is Fulani terrorists and this is ISIS. All of them are Muslim Islamic terrorists. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I didn't see any Fulani mention of Fulani. I'm seeing Islamic State. I'm seeing Boko Haram. I'm seeing the Hutu rebels. I don't see. But even if there is,
they're there. They ranked 5th. As a matter of fact, I mean, it's right there.
Maybe it's on this page. Okay.
Yeah, it's right there on that page. I mean, they rank up there. But if you want another source, that
okay, I can take. I know that it's mentioned Fulani militia, not Fulanis. And also to correct you, when Okija was speaking, he said that all Fulanis must be kicked out of Nigeria. That was what he said. And that was why.
What's wrong with that? What is wrong with that? That's not what we're talking about. But what's your problem with that? There are other things people have been saying here that are a problem. If you kick them all out, look, you have to look at the anthropology of the Fulanis in Nigeria. It's a known thing. History, anthropology, where they come from. What the hell did they want in Nigeria? They came there conquering our Hausa brothers, right? They are the conquest. They are not indigenous to our country, and that's just a fact, right? But if you come, you amalgamate, you're part of us, no problem. People do it. We're here in the United States, we've done it. People go to other countries, they amalgamate, and they become productive in a society. But if you come there, that you've come on a conquest, and you are taking all our resources, undermining our country, not going to school, you hold no patents, right? No patents at all. You don't win any Nobel Prizes. There are no virtues. Mostly vices. No, hold on. Now, let me land. Now, I mean, come on. You asked me a question.
It can be.
By the way, let me ask you something. Okay, let's have a dialogue between you and I, because this is your show, right?
I told you to be a guest. Not now.
I understand. I mean, listen to me. Let's have an understanding. This is your show. Listen to me. Hear me out. Are you?
Hold on, Pansat. I offered you 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever you want. Be a guest.
I understand.
You have a conversation with me. But you said no. You can't dominate when there are other people here.
No, I'm not. You let everybody talk all day, right? And you let everybody talk. You don't want to hear from me. I'm very shocked.
Well, listen, Manzat, I want to take you on that statement. All Fulanis, and we have to kick them all out. Let me ask you one question. I did
not say that I agreed with it. I didn't say that. I didn't see any problem with the statement, but I didn't say it. I'm saying there are a lot more.
You said Okira said it, and that I challenge Okira on it. I told Okira, me and him are on the same page. I agree we have a Fulani problem, right? But not all Fulani. You understand? And
but he didn't
Fulani
say that. That's
from Nigeria.
Look, okay. Listen to me. I heard you, and I heard the dialogue between the two of you, right? Okay. And you nailed it. But what the mistake here is that you're attributing to him to what he didn't say. He did not say 100%, right? What he said
all means 100%.
No. That's not what it is. You have to look at the
What would
spirit
all
of,
mean? When I say all Yorubas, that's 100% Yoruba. When I say
No,
all
but
Fulani, I mean 100% Fulani.
no, I did not. He did not use all. He said the Fulanis now. But listen, it then went down to where all is implied. But he's not talking about suckling babies, right? It's a matter of speech, right? So when we're talking, it's the idiosyncrasy.
We have to be careful whether we don't diminish
Pansa,
our.
I gotta.
You might be on the same page on the same.
Calm down, guys.
Yeah, hold on. But
I must tell you, Pansa. I must tell you, Pansa. He did use the word all. He used that word. I've been listening. And I must say also that because he may not have articulated himself at the best level of political correctness, it doesn't take away his point. So I'll leave it there and let Pansa continue until it's my
Let
turn.
me respond to it. Let me finish. Yeah, hold on. Let me say this is what I mean, right? Somebody comes here and he says Fulanis killed 50 people, 100 people daily. And then somebody says all Fulanis in one of his statements, right? Which one am I supposed to concentrate on? What is my problem in those two statements? Is that 50 people were killed. I'm not here to start correcting everybody who used all instead of 99%. That's what I'm saying. The outrage is misplaced. From what I've heard here today, there are a lot of things that should upset me. One of them is not that Okada did not use 98 or 97% when it's talking about the Fulani doing something, right? Now, but I know Okada, we know who he is. He's not the kind of person that would generalize the whole tribe. Now, let me
interrupt you, but listen to this and you will laugh. When Okija said all Fulanis, he offended some people on this panel because father is a Fulani. When he wants to kick all Fulani out, he's kicking his father out. So we have to fight against that.
All right. Let me. I know we're kidding, but let me just say that as much as possible, we try to make sure that we are saying things that we can. I know you are joking, but I hope our forefathers understand that you can be referring to someone's father and say that something you don't know, unless you prove. So
this is your political correctness. Normally, you say, "Hey, I deal with you say, boy, are you having Here's what I want to know the rules. I'm a fair guy, right? This is your platform.
You know this. You cannot make any stereotype of any group. You cannot say Jehovah's Witnesses are this or Catholics are this. No.
Okay. All right. But how many times have I called you and I said that your host, your people hosting your show, one of them right there, that they're talking about Igbos in a general term, right? I've called you and I've complained. I say remove them from hosting the show, right? And you say to me, hey, look, when I'm gone from there, they can talk anyhow they want.
That's that.
Right? No, wait. But every time there's an Igbo now, I understand the position you're in, but I have a more important question that I want to ask you, right? Okay, you're a journalist. We see you here and we'll kick you around as Dr. Damages, but you're a serious journalist. Serious. One of the people that we're proud of. And we're not ready to have you.
I know what comes after that. Once
nothing is gonna come. What I'm saying is that what I'm suggesting is that I think I said that the first day I came here. I said, look, true or false should not be sacrificed. Now with wrong and right, good or evil, we can do that. But when it comes to true or false, we should not sacrifice it on any platform. And that's what I'm trying to make sure that you understand that's important no matter what's going on. Whether you want to be neutral, you don't want to be neutral, we have to go with true or false. The issue is that we have a serious problem of Muslim Islamic terrorism in the country, but more particularly the Sunni Muslims, because they're a majority. As a matter of fact, the Shias also get whacked around by these people. Just like in 2015, they killed over 1,000 in one afternoon or 2 afternoons. and they've been killing them since. And they're rampaging the whole country, killing people, going to church, massacring people, going to secondary schools with vans, picking up girls from Chibok High School, pick up hundreds of girls, almost 300 in one case. So now, why can't I talk about that? Is it a YouTube problem?
No. You can't talk about that. You can say, and I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Bandits, you can say, if we sure they are Fulani bandits, you can say Fulani bandits. But to say that all Fulanis are doing this, that all Igbos are doing this, I won't allow that.
Okay, let me then reclaim my time to officially start my commentary. Okay? now that I got the clarity of what it is that you want, right?
Everybody protecting. Hold on, one last thing. Yeah. I was actually thinking that someone will bring up the issue of when Buhari was there for 8 years, and the argument we were making was that because he was Fulani, he couldn't deal with that. And now that we have Tinubu, who is not Fulani, he still cannot deal with this. So what does that say about the way, the lens we are seeing things? You understand? And right. Every day they are making me think that Obasanjo was actually a good president because he was able to deal with issues like this better than anybody I've seen. I don't know. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, well, we knew going into this thing that somebody like Tinubu is vacuous, right? He's a body that parasites could get into his body and then take over. You understand? So the people surrounding him, the people who are allowing him to be in power, are these northern irredentist terrorists, right? That's who supported him. There's nobody who fears the Lord that would put Tinubu in power from north to south. There's nobody who fears the Lord that will vote for a guy like that. Nothing like, I mean, you actually check the pulse of Nigeria with who would support somebody like that to be in office. It's not the Yorubas, the reasonable ones. Definitely not the Southeasterners, both reasonable and unreasonable. Right? Not northern Christians. Is the same. When I come here and I say we have an Islamic problem, that's what I'm talking about. You could trace all your topic today from Dangote to any issue. See, Nigeria is a giant of a country with talent, resources. I mean, human resources. Probably the best anybody has in the world comes from Nigeria, right? And we have, we're blessed with everything that the Lord made. We have it in that country. So it doesn't take much to resuscitate the country to move forward. All we need to do is to first identify the problem, because it's looking at us in the face. That's the only problem. One problem we have. It's not tribal. There's no tribal problem in Nigeria. What we have is fundamental Islamic terrorism. Now, because Nigerians are so naive, though they let it fester, but it manifests itself in pockets. Sometimes it looks like a tribal issue, but it's really not. Right? Sometimes it looks like a regional issue, but it's not a regional issue. When you even talk about the North, it's not geographic. Most people who are getting the brunt of this Muslim Islamic terrorism are in the North, especially the Christians in the North. You don't know what these people are going through. So at some point, as men, as reasonable people, we have to sit up and say, okay, look, let's identify the problem, not the symptoms of the problem that may come in various ways, because we are in danger. We are in danger. They didn't expect that we wouldn't fight back. When Buhari came in there, it was pretty much a military takeover, an Islamic takeover of our country. That's what he did. They accomplished it, and the provocations were there for the war, for us to say, we're going to war. But we're not even thinking that. So they're surprised. So they keep going there. The ascendancy as we speak right now. President is Muslim. Vice President. Now, remember, left to Buhari, he was going to jettison Buhari in the last minute and put in a northern Northeastern Muslim as president. It's just that the five northern governors thought that that was just too much, and they had to pull him back, right? And they say, you know, if we do this, that's going to unite the Yorubas and the Igbos and the Southerners and the Northern Christians. It's just too much. So at the last minute, Buhari succumbed and had Tinubu emerge. So I want you to know that there is no avoiding this. I would have kept quiet. There is no avoiding it. We have to sit up and identify our problem as an Sunni Islamic problem, and then we're going to have to find a way to resolve it. I prefer warfare. I don't want to resolve any other way. There's no other way to resolve it that is going to be fair. In essence, you couldn't come and say, you know what, let's be reasonable. Let's share this. You cannot do that.
Hold on, Pansat. I will give you 2 more minutes, but let's humor you a little bit. So when you want to fight this war, how are you going to fight it? You know, who fights who? Where will the army be? What divisions? How is that going to be?
Okay, I could just give you a little flavor on this because it's not controversial if you think about it. That Nigerian military is absolutely what it is. It's a Nigerian military. It doesn't belong to anybody. You have Westerners in there, Southerners, Southeasterners, Northeasterners, Christians, Muslims in the military. If they're going to keep killing people, first we're going to need a mutiny. We need to educate our people.
All right.
We need to educate. Let me land, please. Let me land. I asked you, is this a YouTube problem or is it a Nigerian government problem?
It's a YouTube problem. Yeah.
Okay.
When you're talking about mutiny, you're talking about killing people, you're talking about
okay, but don't ask me because I have to tell you the truth, right? I have the answer. I have the answer. I don't know if YouTube is going to let you get the answer. Yeah. Okay. So I understand. Let me round up by saying this to all our people here. Like,
and people who don't know us, they don't go on TV to.
No, but that's the one I'm letting them know. You don't know what's being hidden from them because if you think we're gonna sit here, right? We're just gonna come to Dr. Damage's show to worship YouTube rules while our people are getting slaughtered, then you got something else coming, Rudolph, right? Yeah, it means you don't get it because I don't give a rat's ass about YouTube when our people are getting killed scores a day, right?
Think about it. The bandits, they don't have a YouTube channel where they are talking about what the next place they are going to attack. So I believe if you are thinking about what, it's not here that you should be planning. It's not on this platform. It should be.
I respect it. Like I said, I wanted to know what your rules are because I'm a fair guy. I'm a fair guy, but people need to hear the truth. Right? The truth is what you need to hear. If you have cancer, you go to the doctor, and YouTube say we don't want to talk about cancer. And then you're gonna have your panelists say you have a headache or whatever. That's up to you. But if you wanna cure what you've got, you have to diagnose your problem. That's the first thing. That diagnosis is very important for you to talk about prognosis.
So to summarize, your solution is simple: war, and that's the way to solve it.
I believe so. Yeah,
all right.
I believe
Thank
so.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's why it's have your say. Who is next? Uyi, you're next. Oh, Alaba, I'm going this way. I'm going to leave soon, Alaba. So for that, but after Uyi, I'll come to you. Then I will skip to him. Go ahead, Uyi.
So I agree with what everybody has been saying about this issue. So number one, we have a Fulani problem. It's a fact. It may not be all of them, but we have a Fulani problem. And it's a mentality that they have. So how do you change that? Number two, we have a government problem. I said it before. I think during the election, I can't remember whether it was Oyedipo that said it. Somebody said it. We should all brace ourselves. We're going to have 24 years of Muslim rule in Nigeria. Period. There's nothing you can do about it. It's going to be 24 years of Muslim rule, and that's how it's going to be in Nigeria. So elections have consequences. 3, I've always asked myself this question. I don't know if anybody can answer the question. Somebody said here on the phone that we have a Nigerian armed forces. So let's play some scenarios among ourselves. Igbos are giving us problems today. Let's assume I'm giving scenarios now. Igbos are giving problems in Nigeria. We send the armed forces over to the east, and majority of the armed forces are Igbos. Would they kill Igbos? Would they actually fight to kill their people? Because remember, you mentioned Nigeria. I don't see Nigeria. I see a nation of tribes. I don't see Nigeria like you see Nigeria. I see a nation of tribes, right? We are all segmented. Would they kill Igbos? You have an armed forces that is majority North. You really think when you send them out to go fight these bandits, they really will do it? That's just me, my own question for everybody, right? We have to define what Nigeria is. As far as I'm concerned, in the 70s and 80s, there was a country called Nigeria. It existed. But after the 90s, when Babangida took over, the idea called Nigeria doesn't exist. We're a nation of tribes. That's our problem we're having in Nigeria, in my opinion, today in Nigeria. And politicians have been able to play those divides effectively for them to keep control of the Nigerian states. And whenever you or me try to take that power for them, they bring religion into it. Now, it doesn't work anymore. Christians don't care, Muslims don't care. So they can't use religion. Now they're using tribe. It's working. The last election, Lagos was told no Igbo person should vote. You watch on TV where they said Igbo should not be allowed to vote in Lagos. So we have a problem. And I think if we go to war, I keep asking this question to everybody. If we go to war today, who are we fighting? A Benin person has a wife who is Calabar. A Calabar person has a husband who is thief. A Yoruba person has a wife who's Fulani. A Benin person has a wife who's Hausa. Who are you fighting?
Could I take that? Could I answer that?
No, hold on, please, sir. Who are we fighting? Okay, if we are fighting the terrorists, who are the terrorists? I cannot get malaria without mosquito biting me. If I put all the mosquito nets around my house and I use ray to flit it, the moment I open the door, one mosquito is going to enter. We have a problem in Nigeria. Our tribal leaders or our tribal heads, they're all traitors. Our religious leaders, they're all traitors. Our politicians are all traitors. The women that burned that chief's house down, when I watched the video on TV, on YouTube, one of the ladies made a statement. They burned the chief's house because one of the kidnappers or one of the terrorists told them that their chief was the one that was giving them support. So who are we fighting? Now, if you're saying Fulanis are coming from outside Nigeria into Nigeria, well, guess what? Your Nigerian president went to the north, went to the northern part of Africa. What did he say? Fulanis, you are free to come into Nigeria. It's your home. We all sat down there for 8 years.
Who said that?
Buhari said it. When he went to, I don't know what he went to in the north. When I say north, I mean North Africa. He said that. It's on record. We can Google it and check it. Nobody said anything. Not one traditional ruler in Nigeria came out and said, what the hell? Not one. Not one pastor came out and said, what the hell? Not one tribe, I think maybe the Igbos or so, but no other tribe came out and said nonsense. Everybody kept quiet while they did what they did. Look, my brothers and sisters, we are reaping what we have sowed. It's just simple. We stand in a country where the president said disarm citizens, but he said these people can carry guns to walk through the forest with cattle. So basically now, when they go into Ondo State now to raid, who's going to fight? The Sena Moteku is fighting them with what? Pump action? People that have AK-47 rifles? Pump action, by the time you shoot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, by the time you are trying to load back, the guy that you are fighting has a weapon that can shoot over 100 rounds. Who are we deceiving? You're saying Southwest has a Motekun. Really? What's a Motekun going to do? How well armed are they compared to these bandits? These bandits kidnap somebody and they'll tell you they will pay the ransom of 100 million naira, 50 million naira. What is that money for? Do you think to go and marry 5 new wives or to go and build a brand new mansion in Aja? To go and buy weapons. They go and buy weapons and come back and kill more people again. It's a business. Abacha said it. If things like this are happening, the government has a hand in it. The Nigerian government is complicit in this. Let's not deceive ourselves. The Nigerian army is complicit in this. Let's don't deceive ourselves. Let's don't deceive ourselves. Sunday Igboho, sorry, let me just say this. Sunday Igboho was bold enough to stand up for his people. They almost killed him. Yorubas protected him. Nnamdi Kanu spoke the truth. I'm not Igbo, I'm Edo. Nnamdi Kanu spoke the truth. They grabbed him and put him in jail. What was his offense? Can anybody on this TV, on this YouTube, tell me what Nnamdi Kanu's offense was? Can you compare what he has done to what Shegumi has said on TV in the past 8 years? Let's be honest now. Or even Pantami. The statements credit to Pantami, who was a former Minister of Communication and Information. Can you compare what Nnamdi Kanu has said? My brother, we have a problem. And the problem is the question of, is there a Nigerian state? There's a Nigerian state. What is that state? You know, the language I mentioned earlier in our first discussion. Think about it. I'm going to say it again. We have a president that has credibility problem. Majority of Nigerians don't believe in him. That's why I mentioned that thing. I said he has 12 months to deliver. We're going to have more problems. You have a judicial that nobody respects. For Christ's sake, when we're growing up as kids, for Christ's sake, can you even look at a military officer's face? Today I watch YouTube. You see a police officer fighting a military officer. You see what do you call them, road safety, fighting military officer. These are people that you couldn't even touch their clothes when we were growing up as kids. When you see mobile policeman, you sit upright. We don't have a police force. It's a joke. Every institution in Nigeria is dead. We don't have it. Which traditional ruler today can come out and speak? Is it the Ubong of Calabar? Obi of Onitsha? Who can come out and speak that they won't go after them? My brother, let's just be honest ourselves. It's not about war. It's not about killing anybody. It's not about driving Fulanis out. We as Nigerians have to ask ourselves, what is the definition of Nigeria? We don't have a country called Nigeria. We have an entity of people living in a space with a fake name called Nigeria, and we are all individuals, tribalistic individuals, and that's why we're having our problems. If Yorubas and Igbos combine together, this nonsense going on will not happen. Can never happen. But once Yorubas and Igbos are like this, everybody's vulnerable. Let me ask you a question. Let's assume it. Let's how do I put it? Let's conjecture for a moment. Let's just assume all the rumors and stuff we hear is true. Let's assume it's true. Let's say the Fulanis succeed, they take over the whole Southwest. Now they start coming for the Southeast. Who is the Southeast? Can anybody define for me who the Southeast is? Esan and Benin, you have Esan Benin. Akoko Edo, you have Isoko, you have Ishekira, you have Urobo. The Southeast is even more tribal in terms of composition than the Southwest or the Northeast. So, my brother, let's be honest to ourselves. We have a problem, and until we start trying, I know we cannot say certain things on TV. We want to be sensitive. Until we start being brutally honest to ourselves, and that's where I like what Pansat was saying. But killings is not going to solve it. We have to define for ourselves what is Nigerian.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Uyi, I did want to say something. I want to say something to you, and I noticed that this.
Thank you so much.
Ferrari, just 1 minute, just 1 minute, and I'm done. What I'm going to say is, I noticed something.
Keep it to 1 minute because I don't want to respond to.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
I
was going to say, I find it remarkable, when I listen to people from Edo, right? And they are just perfect in every way, except when it comes to the Igbos, they get it wrong. I don't know what it is. We had a guest here, very smart lawyer, activist, right? And on another show I go to that's called Niger Watch, the guy is good. Except when it comes to the Igbo, to them, I don't know, I don't know what they think Igbo is, or Igbo land, Southeast, right? You say, oh, they are divided. Whenever it comes to the Igbo, to them, the Igbo is the worst in pretty much every category. But otherwise, they fight for truth, they fight for justice like you do right now. I mean, I agree with pretty much all your premises and actually your conclusion too. But there's a premise. Whenever I'm going to tell the Edos, you are great, but go and study the Igbos because you've got it wrong. Time after time, you get it wrong, right? Igbos are not. Let me just land now. When you look at the votes, no, listen. Those people you called are not Igbos, right?
You said 1 minute.
I said 1 minute, but let me say the people Edo to me is divided into half. Half of them are Muslims for one thing, right? Igbos, we don't have Muslims.
It's okay. Your turn is gone now.
All right. Thank you.
You don't want to hear it.
Let me just say something to
hold on.
When I use the word southeast,
hold on.
I mean the southeastern region.
Those areas were not southeastern region either. The people you mentioned.
Only, okay, no problem.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to point out, Uyi, what you said about Buhari, I had to Google it. What Buhari said in Egypt was that all Africans are free to come to Nigeria. You see, sometimes I know that Buhari can talk anyhow, but there are some things I know that even Buhari will not be able to say. And I didn't.
He did say it, Rudolph. You're wrong about that.
No,
right?
I just have I read the story.
From what source? Give us a source. I'll give you a source where he said that. That's what I'm saying. I know he said that. Yeah.
What he said was that all Africans are free to come to Nigeria. Are visa free to come to Nigeria. Okay?
No, but that's not what he said. Somebody's trying to make it look good. Whatever you read it, give me the source. We'll take it over. I'll call you. We'll talk over the phone on this.
All right.
I'll prove it to you.
All right. So let me go to, and one other thing I want us to think about, because we have to think about this issue in different dimensions. So people thought that we have the Chief of Army Staff, Labaja, who is from the Southwest. You have the Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa, who is from the mid-belt. So the question I want to also you guys to think about is this. Do you think that these people do not want to stop this from happening? Alaba, go ahead.
Thank you very much, everybody. I want to start
just to ask, when are you coming to me? Because I've just been here languishing.
I've been backstage. I don't know when my turn is gonna come.
So this is what I'm going to do. This one
when I finish,
I can say after Alaba, forefathers. Because I want forefathers to air his view before he starts moderating, so that hopefully he will just moderate more than.
That will never happen. That
yeah. And then when is it my turn, my brother?
Okay.
That's our New Year resolution.
Now my turn.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to say that
you didn't say when. You didn't say when it's my turn. Oh, I don't know how you speak.
After forefathers, your turn. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I agree. Uyi spoke well, man.
Dr. Dame, what is my turn? I came before some of them.
Your turn will be determined by forefather. Let's move on.
No, Dr. Dame, I came before using Jagun. I came before Jagun.
Okay, after Jagun, you.
Wait, no. Everybody, wait, calm down.
See, this is why I go line by line, so that
Doctor, why is it going that way? You came back.
I got to finish my own. You can ask the question later.
So why is Ferreira? Why have you jumped concerns and Jagun and the Dexter? It should be that way.
Let me finish. Can I finish and then we take this over?
Ferreira now.
Okay, turn. It's okay. I'll correct it. Go ahead.
Okay, now I would say Uyi spoke real well. In most of his submissions kind of make sense. But as we talk on this platform, I don't want us to be focused on could have, should have, will have. It doesn't help our situation. We shouldn't be too focused on restating the problem we all know. We all know the problem. We shouldn't spend excessive meaning on restating what we already know. But as we say that, Nigeria is the only country where I've seen where everybody knows the problem, but yet there's no solution. Even the wise man says, when you know the problem, then half of the problem itself is solved, except in Nigeria. Before I go further with my submission, I wanted to ask everybody if they've seen this video. Actually, I saw it on Daily's whether WhatsApp page or Instagram page or something, about the recruitment in the Nigerian army in which Dr. Gudov, you should try and get your hand on that video.
I have
in
it.
which Dele was making fun of the Lagos Abobakus who have been going around that the Igbos are taking their land. The funny thing about that video was it's a recruitment, which is why sometimes I'm against all these proponents of let us recruit and just do the agbado and feed them agbado. Anyway, it was a video that shows the recruitment within the Nigerian army, recent one. But the funny thing was that the people being recruited are from Kaduna, and they have papers showing that they are from Lagos, Oshodi, Apapa, this, that, signed by either the Oba or whatever local government chairman. And all of them, they couldn't even speak Yoruba. They couldn't even, they don't even live in Lagos. They couldn't even speak anything. They would ask them, where are you from? From Kaduna. Who gave you this paper? One lieutenant, so. Why you get this? It just shows you how bad the country is in terms of how things are. The black one. In terms of how things are in the country, that when you have a state of lawlessness, a total state of disorder, recruitment is not your solution. Because if you recruit, you will recruit foreigners into your army, and that foreigner will destroy you. It's called the Trojan horse from within, because you have no data, you don't know who you are recruiting. You're recruiting Fulani sergeants into your army, and you say you're building an army. So it's a dangerous proposition. Even countries that have made it big militarily, before they went into recruitment, they first went into industrialization. Germany, before it became a world power and before the Second World War, was busy under Russia, building arms, industrialization, building this, building that. America, industrialization before they now go into recruitment. Production. Because you might have a 10 million army. If you still have to import your arms from China or from America, you're still as weak as anything, because you're only as good as what they sell you to fight. So you're useless. So if you don't develop your educational skill, your scientific skill, your production skill, you cannot deal with the issue of security. And you can't deal with the issue of security when corruption is the proponent of your government. So unless somebody else is lying to you. So that video is a thing. Dr. Rudolph, you should get that video and show it to the panelists.
I had it, but I deleted it. I'll find it again. Go ahead.
I'll find it. It tells a lot about our country and the danger that lies ahead if this is happening. The one that I've heard before was where you have to pay to join the Nigerian police force. You got to come up with 200,000, 50,000. That's another danger down the line. A police officer that you recruit by bribing or by payment, he ain't going to do no police job. So we should be thinking deep when we talk around here. So what is our, and then I wanted to quickly also touch on the free speech. I see that you're restricted a little bit, Rudolph, on what people can say, and Panzad is so sad about that. That's another problem we have as Africans. The white man restricts us to free speech. He tells us what we can say and what we can say. We have made effort to develop our own medium to talk to our people, to tell our own stories. So this goes back to that subject of we need to have a diaspora press where free speech will be paramount and censorship would not be allowed, because censorship inhibits development. So I just wanted to touch on that before continuing on this security discussion. So I like what Uyi said. Who are we fighting? Nigerians, if you don't answer this question, we're only fooling ourselves. It's not a should have, would have, or could have situation. Hope is not a solution. We are fighting corruption. 1. 2, we're fighting our own government. When I say fight, I mean they are our enemies. When I say who is our enemy, maybe I should rephrase the question, not who are we fighting. Who is the enemy here? We are fighting corruption. We are fighting our own government. Well, I mean, they are the enemy. We are fighting our religious leaders. We are fighting ourselves, individual selves. So, what is the solution? As a man who like to propose solution. Now, solution could come from these following areas. It could come through governments, 1. It could come through ranks. When I mean ranks, I mean who is the police commissioner for this area? Who is the commanding officer for this zone? Who is this for this region? It could come through geography, which is the issue of the Amotekuns and the rest. And it could come through individuals. Let me start with government. We have a government that has never provided us electricity, never provided us road, never provided us water, never provided us education, never provided us nothing that we citizens deserve. Are you going to be smart enough to expect that same government to provide you security? I will say a no. So security, your security ain't coming from not this government. I don't know. That's number one. Number two, ranks. This so-called government, as illegitimate as they have people in position who are ranks, commanding officer this, responsible for this region, police commissioner this, responsible for this area. We need to hold them accountable. Why are they not doing their job? But we need a free press to hold them accountable for that. That's been dealt with. I won't speak much on the issue of the Amotekuns, geographical solution to this problem. Let us raise the likes of the Amotekun, non-governmental army. It's dangerous to a certain degree because they could rise against the states if they get too powerful. But at this stage where the government is not doing what it's supposed to do, that might be a logical solution to look into. You know, I heard they have something in the East that was helping NWS or something. Forgive me for the wrong pronunciation of alphabet. And then the Amotekuns, they might not be as armed as they, but you need something. And the people in the plateau, the Benue, and all these people being attacked, they got to get their shit together and start forming a militia or some form of government to protect their people. You cannot be refugees in your own land. That's not acceptable. Or another last one, don't forget, these solutions are just options I'm putting on the table. Others can counteract it. Another option is the right to bear arms. We can look into it. I guess if the terrorist knows I got a gun, he would think twice before coming into my house or before coming into my farm. The right to bear arms, you know, is part of a citizenship, right? If we have a government that has failed to provide security, we have a police that is not functional, maybe the issue of the right to bear arms will grant it. That's what granted America its independence. That's what granted them their democracy, their right to bear arms. And that's why Americans will never joke about their right to bear arms. Yourself, some might say, oh, we might kill each other, so be it. But if I have a gun or I have a semi-automatic weapon and you want to come into my yard, you will think twice before you do it. So, but if you have the gun and I don't, that gives you the advantage. If the army has the gun and I don't, that gives them the advantage. If the government has the gun and I don't, that gives them. So these are my own possible laid out position. 2 points I've made from this submission. Who is your enemy? I listed them. Your government, your religious leader, Islamic insurgency, corruption, and yourself. Your very self. What is the solution? It's not going to come from the government. I'm just rephrasing. It could come from the ranks if we can find a way to hold those ranks accountable. It could come from geographical establishment or regionalism, and it could come from individualism, the right to bear arms. These are my submission. If anybody has a question or addition or subtraction, you can make. Thank you.
I have a question for you. First of all, let me commend you on your submission. It was a very good submission.
How is it that it's possible for Pansat to just jump in without me saying he could speak? I don't understand.
I need permission to ask a question. Well, go ahead. I see them ask questions all the time. I'm saying that Ferrara's always got it right, but there is an area I want you to elaborate. You just said who is supposed to who the enemies are.
Yeah.
We didn't want ourselves, the man in the mirror, and then you named all the other corporates there. Well, but you were also questioning who are we supposed to fight. It seems to me you fight the enemy. If you already know the enemy, why don't you say to fight all those enemies you listed?
No. The fight starts first of all with ourselves. We look ourselves in the mirror. You understand? First of all, some of us, our level of education, the type of information we give out, it makes it hard more to the problem. Some of us are still on the side of the oppressors. Some of us have not even acknowledged we have a problem. Some of us are still defending the problem. So you can see what our issue is. For example, Panzat, do you think people on this panel can solve Nigerians' problem when they cannot even agree on what the truth is? You see how we all react. You see how. So if we start with that individualism and look at ourselves, am I a solution or a problem? Am I a traitor? Am I an onlooker? Am I giving? We got to start with ourselves. And that's why I said we need a revolution of the mind. And that's why I'm a strong advocate of information education and the free press and the press. The power of the press. That's what makes the pen mightier than the gun. We have not exhausted using it. We have not exhausted using technology as we have it. You're beautiful.
All right.
We have not exhausted using technology as we have it today. The cell phone, even if we have a free press, if all we get is cell phone recordings from people, and that's how those are our reporters, they are on the ground. They will help change things. So there's that one. That's the individual self. On this thing, corruption, we got to kill corruption because corruption is killing Nigeria. Maybe Nigeria should die.
Alaba, thank you. We have to end it here. Let me just say this before I call for fathers.
You got this video now, Doctor. Check.
I have the video. Okay. Maybe we'll send it to forefathers to play. But let me just say this. I had to check because I mentioned that they have arms. And I was getting messages that they don't. But I know it's confirmed that they do. But it's not under police supervision, and it's not the kind of sophisticated arms that we expect. I also want to mention that Femi Falana said that they have the right to bear arms to defend themselves. So I'm trying to get him to come on the show sometime in January, and I think he will be here, and we will talk about that, because sometimes that may be the next logical solution. If the government is not going to protect people, people will do something to protect themselves. What else? So, forefathers, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a little bit shocked by some of the kind of stuff that was said earlier on about, the Fulanis and, targeting segments of the society. And some of the people doing it, and they too understand that there are people that target them too. Some people get targeted in this country because they are in office or because they are agitating for something, whatever. People target each other all the time. But the idea that is going to lead us anywhere, zero, is not going to get us anywhere, because clearly the problem is bigger than that. How is it that we all know? I don't know. Maybe we don't. Maybe our people cannot look at the world for what it truly is. Because I don't understand it. You look at your next door neighbors, you see everywhere in Africa is similar, and you like to think that your problem is unique. It's not unique. It should tell you that something else is going on here. We've just been through a lot in history. You just managed to hand over independence to us, and suddenly the Fulanis are the problem. How did that even come about? Yes, we have an extremism problem, because many of our people have subscribed to foreign dominant analogies or philosophies. Like, most people in the North are embracing the Arabic way of looking at the world, and we are in the South are embracing the Western way of looking at the world. And we have to, if we don't learn to, who is doing that now? It's concerns, of course. Let me just mute him, please. So we have to separate the ideology from the people. Our people are our people. Killing them or saying we should cleanse them or whatever is just repeating history. We've done this. I just learned this week that the Benin Kingdom worked with the Portuguese to defeat the Gala Kingdom, and then they enslaved them and castrated their men. And whenever the men grow up, they bring them to Benin to come and work, and then they castrate them. So, and they almost wipe them out because of it. Some of the stuff we do to ourselves, and guess what? They all lost. Benin Kingdom, guess what happened to it? We all lost. History, we want to keep repeating it. The Yoruba kingdoms were fighting then they barely even call themselves Yoruba Kingdom. They were fighting each other like crazy. In the South is similar stuff. We work with foreigners to kill our own, and then they come and clean us out in the end. How is this rocket science? separate the people from these foreign religions and ideologies and try to get your people together, because that's the only path to survival. It's just obvious. And that is what they are all doing. All the people would like to copy and all the rest. That's what they're all doing. They're all ganging up and ganging. It's ridiculous. If you go online now, you see all the agreements they've signed in the last 3 years alone. It's like you would think these people didn't have NATO. They didn't have the EU. They didn't have Schengen. They didn't have all those things already piled on top of each other. And they are still signing more and more. Because they understand that they have to keep reorganizing themselves and tightening their links to each other as much as possible to defeat the others. And that's why they have all the narrative over us. And we're here worshipping them. The Fulani issue, I've said it before. If any Nigerian thinks that it's a good idea to kill fellow Nigerians because of another man's religion, they're going to find with a rude awakening that Arabization is going to come and clean them out. If any Southerner thinks that they are going to embrace Western way of thinking and thinking that Northerners should be cleaned out, they're going to find that they too will lose. The only
okay, can I ask you a question? Could you take a question on that point before you go to your next point? Because obviously you say that a lot and we know that. Here's a question for you, right? We are on this platform. No Fulanis come here. They don't come anywhere. Nowhere for you to even attempt the moral equivalence that you're doing. How many times have you seen the menace of Christians going and killing Muslims or fellow Africans? Or the Yorubas going and killing Igbos, or Igbos killing Yorubas, or any other tribe, aside from people who are already in the index. So what I'm saying to you is that aside from the moral equivalence that is pure foolishness that you're trying to present here, right? Straw man arguments, nobody's making the argument you're making. My question is to you that they have a guilty conscience. They can't show up here. That when I didn't come here a lot, when I'm unpredictable. You have Mask and his people. They at least they what do they call it? Moderate, right? Quote unquote moderate Muslims. There is no such thing in Nigeria. But let's give it to Maska. He tries. He's a good guy. At least they'll show up here.
Okay. So
how are you going to deal with people who are going into our villages in the remote areas, massacring our defenseless villagers, going into girls' secondary schools in the hostels, picking up hundreds of girls, right? So now you come, you create a moral equivalence. So the question is, could you not be abstractual? Don't put it in abstract. Give me the names.
If you want to deal with insecurity in your country, I've said it 1,000 times. You have to increase the security posture of your country to defend your country. Our country is not defended. Our people are the least defended people on the planet. Any other race does better at defending their people. We have not created security in Nigeria. Hence, when you see all this problem, don't underestimate the fact that that is the cause of the problem. In the idea that when you go after Northerners is going to solve the problem, you're not so different from them. Because you all have the condition.
That is why people attack you.
Let them talk about.
If anybody should talk about security and military,
I will say it. I will say it until I will say you can't stop me from having my opinion.
Going to be shown. These people are not from Oshodi. They've never been to Lagos. They can't even make a phrase in Yoruba, and yet they are being recruited at other rank. And you're telling me about security? Please, you're just insulting people that have been to a real war.
Oh, Father, your deflection always lowers the standard of the discourse. Your deflection always
that's why you are so smart. Because you are a real war, makes it correct.
I want to say something.
What local government? Where are you? Where are you from?
I'm from Maite.
Where in Maite? Where are you from originally?
Kaduna State.
From where?
Kaduna State.
Kaduna State.
I'm Alkali Monde by name.
Okay.
Yes, I'm from Kaduna State.
Okay.
I'm living in Kampala with my brother.
With your brother?
Yes.
And you are coming out under what local government?
Lagos Island.
Local government. Yes. Do you have a family house in Lagos Island?
No.
Okay. What's your name?
Luka David.
What?
Luka David.
Luka?
David.
Where are you from?
From Kaduna State.
Kaduna State. What local government are you coming out from?
Oshodi.
Who gave you the indigenship certificate?
National.
What's your name?
Zakaria Arab.
Where are you from? Kaduna State. Lagos. Where did you get the indigenship certificate from?
I'm staying with my uncle. So
your uncle, speak up, please.
I'm staying with my uncle, Lieutenant Colonel Gambo.
Shogba Yoruba. Shogba Yoruba.
I can hear what I can.
Shogba Yoruba. Shogba Yoruba. Ṣùgbọ́n Yorùbá. Gbá mi lóhùn padà ní Yorùbá. Níbo ló ń gbé?
Kí lorúkọ ẹ?
Ṣùgbọ́n Yorùbá. Níbo ló ń gbé? Níbo ló ń gbé? Ta ló fún ẹ ní certificate? Ta ló fún ẹ? Ta ló fún ẹ? Ta ló fún ẹ? Local government wo ló ti wá? Kò ṣọ̀fẹ́. Ẹ stop ẹ. Kí lorúkọ ẹ? Kí lorúkọ ẹ? What's your name? What? Speak up, please. Where are you from? What? Kaduna. But you're coming out from what local government? Oh? Ta ló fún ẹ ní certificate? Kí lorúkọ ẹ? Níbo ló ń gbé? You don't hear Yoruba? What state are you from?
I'm from
Kaduna State. Ta ló fún ẹ certificate of indigenship, Lagos State? Bring it and let me see your indigenship certificate. That paper.
All right. So that was the video. There are more of it out there.
Yeah, if you are trying to show that there is corruption in Nigeria, shocking. The point
That
is
not
that
corruption. That's a serious security issue. Serious.
of course it's a serious security issue. That's what corruption
when you're
is.
recruiting the enemy into your own army.
What do you mean enemy?
You don't know what you're talking about. That's a serious.
There are other parts of Nigeria. They are corrupt. There is a corrupt practice
what your agenda
that is happening out in the open. Stop with all this stuff.
These
It's
people
not.
may not be Nigerians even.
That is what
They may
maybe
not
the
even
lady
be
should have
Nigerians.
asked. The lady should have
They are
asked
not
whether they are even
Nigerians.
Nigerians. Maybe the lady should have asked that question because she didn't ask whether they are Nigerians. She basically asking whether they are Nigerians.
He's asking them based on the document they had.
Yeah, they have.
Okay, so but you don't know.
And I'm
See,
sure it's Yoruba man. Wait.
This is a
I'm sure it's
serious
Yoruba man that
security
collected
issue.
money from them, the
fact,
local
When
government,
you're
to
recruiting the
dish out
Trojan
those
horse,
things.
the enemy
And
into
yes,
your army.
some bigots here in the comment section will come and tell me that I should support Tinubu. Yeah.
you notice that when people die, they are not this passionate. You guys scare me. You will scare me, and you've never learned any lesson. When people die, you see mothers crying at schools that their children cannot make it home. When they say they should secure them, like you all are secure here, you say no, you don't need it. You shouldn't. But when some other person recruits, you are passionate because you want to tear your own to pieces. I tell you this: if you, I pray that someone like me doesn't make it to power. If I see people like you in their office, I will show what I will do to you.
Don't worry, bro.
You won't make it to power.
Somebody
People
like
us
me,
will not hold our hands.
that somebody
And
like
watch a
me,
fascist Nazi
that
go to
somebody
power.
like me doesn't
People
make
like
it near
me,
office. If they
we
do,
won't let
Rudolph,
people like
can
you
you
don't have any
suspend
place.
forefathers today
See,
for today?
let me say
Can
this.
Can
Let
you
me say this.
suspend
Hold on.
forefathers from hosting the show today?
Yes,
You have to
Rudolph,
suspend them.
You won't let me talk
Yeah.
now. All
I'm
of you had
telling
your
you,
say.
the show is
You
going to
all
be
of you
real
had your
bad
say. You won't let me talk
once
now.
you leave.
Hold on,
They
guys.
all
Hold on,
spoke
guys.
for 8 minutes or 10 minutes. They won't let me talk.
The plan I have today is for forefathers to air his view, and then after that he will moderate. So let's let him speak.
Exactly. So, and just because I'm Muslim doesn't mean I don't have my view. So you all know me, I'm not Dr. Damages. Don't make that mistake. If you don't like it, that's what I am. You should know me by now. My point is that I was making my point that how can we keep repeating the same mistake over and over again? Is there something wrong with our heads? The results are all there. The results are in. We all know we played this game before and we lost.
You're just bantering, bro.
Can you let me talk?
What is
See
this
now,
guy
why are you
talking about?
interrupting me?
Rudolph, what is he talking about?
I'm not
Come on.
interrupting you. You
If
can
you
keep
cannot
talking.
understand me, that if you play this tribalistic game,
tribalistic game,
into the army.
Talk about the
that
tape
tells
that
you
was
that,
played,
that tells you
please.
that I'm
Talk about
touching a nerve that they don't want to learn from.
Me now. So we're being tribalistic for calling out people that are clearly claiming to be Lagosians that don't even understand a word in Yoruba.
Right. No. I agree with. I said corruption. No, that's not it. I'm calling tribalism because you are saying they should get rid of the Fulani. Some of them say they should ethnic cleanse them. Some of them say they are just using blanket statements.
That issue. Nobody's talking about that now.
That is the issue I'm talking about. That's the issue I was talking about. Until Dr. Damages interrupted me with this video. The video, I said it clearly. If you think there is no corruption in Nigeria, welcome to Nigeria. Deal with the problem.
So I want to
Fantastic.
But you agree that's a euphemism, right? You are using corruption in this case as euphemism because what it is actually worse than corruption. Do you understand?
It's much
It's
worse.
a security breach.
It's a security issue.
It's a security issue.
It's a serious problem.
It's jingoism for one thing. You have
we just heard that Nigerians are using fake.
It's my turn.
Fake professors.
Wait, can an illegal
all you know, you have fake doctors out there.
Can an illegal immigrant go and join the
Seriously, you're comparing
British,
fake doctors
military?
to Syria fake
An illegal
soldiers?
immigrant.
Probably not.
So why do you not see what is wrong with this?
Rudolph, I'm gonna have a problem with you.
I said it's corruption, and
I'm gonna have a battle with
danger.
you, right?
Can I finish
I'm
my
telling you
point,
now.
please?
I'm gonna exit the stage and I'll be watching. If you let this boy host this show, right? I'm gonna be going after your show.
Kansat is right.
Yes,
Kansat is right. You can't let him host this show.
You want to carry on with your bigotry, and that's it.
This is a serious Nigerian issue. For all we know, you might not even be Nigerian.
Oh my God, I'm not Nigerian too.
You saw him use a euphemism of corruption when something more sinister and it's not like he's dumb, right? And you see him threatening the rest of the Nigerians.
Can you just let me talk? You all have your own.
I'll let you talk. I have no problem with you talking. I'm saying you should not host, right? I'm saying you should not host the show because
Pansat,
so you guys calling for ethnic cleansing. It's okay for you.
Pansat, do you want to host the show?
I think I hosted it there. If you don't let him host it, I'll host it, right? He should not be hosting a show here.
Let him host that. If he's going to host, I can talk. I'm not going to hog the mic.
No, listen to this. You won't tell us where you're from. You're using euphemism on a serious issue while we're here. We're getting up. People are getting killed 100 and scores a day, right? You have Islamic Jihad. Recruitment coming fraudulently from Lagos. So we're talking about a serious issue here.
Thank you, Pansat.
Right? No, it's not fair.
Thank you, Jagun. I will listen to you, and then Jagun.
Thank you very much. Finally,
are you going to let them shut me? I've not finished my state. This is not fair. What you are doing, Dr. Damage. And you give them, you grant them.
How long do we have to listen to?
All right,
Dr. Damages, I came before Jago. You actually remove people the last time when you were interrupting somebody. But
I've already suggested my time. You should have fought for your time.
All right, I've come back to you for fathers. Go ahead, Jago.
Thank you very much. Guys, I've been listening for a while again and wondering, what we're speaking about. This is a new year. And I don't know what you guys are feeling in 2024. I don't know if you've been empowered, strengthened, if you're feeling the new year, if you're feeling the gusto, if you're feeling the responsibility of bettering our position, bettering ourselves against the 2003. That was, I don't know how it was for you, but for me, it was a tough ask. It was a tough ask last year, to the point that I come into this year with a lot of gusto and a lot of renewed energies. And, I rather feel that you are condescending to the panel, forefather, extremely, giving us your shock level, and you don't know what's wrong with our people. How dare you? Who are you speaking to? This is a panel of mindful people. You're not the only mind here. Who are you talking down to? Square up and sit up. I don't like that kind of thing. We're here together, and we are speaking about realities as far as our country is concerned. Now, part of that reality, I need us to understand that in the 18th century, when the British entered into the Nigerian terrain, not as slave bearers, but as colonists, at this time, the Fulanis were rampaging in the north. At the same time, they're both invaders. We were able to gain our independence from the British, but we didn't do the same with the Fulani. We seem to have forgotten that they were invaders. They're not people of the land. Okay, we who are Nigerian, we are very accommodating. They are part of our land now. They have taken over most of the law, and we see that between 6 and 12% of our population are really running things in that whole country. And all of us have allowed it stupidly. This is where stupidity really is at a higher veil, I will believe. Now, I think I was the first person to mention that Fulani is the issue and we should get rid of them. And then when I said get rid of them, I didn't mean all of them. I meant that this is something I've thought through. I don't really want to table it here because it's not necessarily for here. However, I did go as far as to say where I think they should go. I did go that way. However, what I want every one of us to admit is, as much as Nigeria is a hell of a problem, Nigeria is a hell of a problem. But I think we all can admit also that bringing Nigeria to a palatable point is not rocket science. It can be done. The thing is, how? How do we do it? How? Now, given that the Fulani are causing a hell of a problem in that country, and the utterances from them are quite archaic where we come from. Where we come from, in actual fact, sometimes I've listened to some of the Fulani speeches. Rudolph, you said that President Buhari didn't say that everybody's free to come into Nigeria, or the Fulanis are free to come into Nigeria. Fair enough. But we've heard from individuals like the governor, the ex-governor of
Governor Mohammed said it. He said that people should.
Not only Mohammed. I'm saying not only Mohammed has said these kinds of things. I have heard it personally from so many Fulani people that Fulanis from all over West Africa are coming into Nigeria. There are different kinds of Fulanis. Some are pastoralists, some are this, some are that. All kinds of idiotic excuses as to why the malaise is going on in that country. We waited for the North to try to educate themselves. We didn't see it fit that we should be going further because we waited, but we were accommodating. Our accommodation has come to the point where we really have to start to run down what our problems are. And if Fulani is one of our problems, then we have to speak about it. It can't be thrown away as tribalism. It can't be thrown away as there's nothing to speak about here. It can't be, because we are people of the mind. If you don't want to contribute to this conversation, then I beg, exit the place, because the rest of us are going to have the conversation. If you think it's fabulous, oh, I want to be hoity-toity and above board, get out. Which one are you talking? There is no above board. It's ridiculous. I'm just listening. Imagine people are dying and you're defending the fact that the root of this killing should not be spoken of. I'm afraid it's like, it's incredible, and yet you want to be condescending. It's ridiculous. You know, I'm not offended by some of the things that this panel, our comment section come out with. I'm not offended. We're Nigerians. We've heard all kinds of rubbish. But what I'm afraid of is that we can't find agreement upon what we reasonably see as the truth. You know, what we reasonably see as the truth. If you don't see it as the truth, then at least hear other people's truth. Hear other people's points of view upon this thing, because you're asking us to hear yours. And when I'm listening to certain points of view where this issue is concerned, even though I would concede that these are conversations that need to happen on a basis where accurate speech, or close to accurate speech we possibly can get, needs to be adhered to. But at the same time, we cannot brush it under the carpet. Right now, the way I'm looking at 2012, I don't know about the rest of you, the way I'm looking at 2012, I have to be renewed as a person, because I think that we're already late as a people. Nigeria is already late in terms of where we should be, in terms of how we lost last year, you know, in the policy, in the politics of bare corruption. We saw every institution that we have to actually capitulate to corruption. And we're here talking as though Nigeria is real. Nigeria has serious problems. And part of the people who are carrying that problem, like it's like it's real, like Nigeria is not real. It's a figment of somebody else's imagination. That's what we're suffering. It's not our imagination that we see. It's not even our history. The history that I carry, as to the understanding of Nigeria that I have, is not what I'm seeing in Nigeria. But our fathers, our parents' generation, when they look at Nigeria, I don't know what kind of connection that the panel has with the generation above us. They are.
Jagan, sir,
If I may.
Yeah, I wanted to say something just before, so you could conclude with it. By the way, powerful, very. So, Rudolph, right now, I'm asking for a sanction on forefathers. His grimace on his face when Jagan is talking about something quite passionate and very powerful, right? I'm asking you now to sanction to Niger forefathers for all his transgressions all through this ordeal of our people, right? I'm asking you now, and then Jagan conclude, because it's a powerful speech, but you cannot be a vassal, Rudolph. You can't be a vassal where we have somebody attack us from the inside, take over our body, which is this show, right? And it's marking us. We're losing people, scores of our citizens, right? So he's there, he's grimacing, he's just waiting to take over and be a host, right? Like a virus into the body. So he's
Let me continue, Ross.
I want you to sanction him, at least ban him for a few weeks. The host should be out of question. Thank you. Sorry, Jagan, go ahead.
Thank you. Let me just finish.
Interesting people who can host. It doesn't have to be him. We can't
guys, come on, guys, you're eating my time.
I'm sorry, Jagun. Sorry.
Thank you. You see, where I'm trying to get to is that we have to look at things in a very holistic manner. People are dying on a daily basis, and nobody is to blame for it somehow. And when suggestions are made as to articulate a good swathe of our problem is coming from this ethnic minority. They are the people who are running things in Nigeria. The ownership of many of the oil institutions, the oil that we have, are owned by these so-called Fulani. How do they get to own these things? How did these things come into their hands? It's nowhere near on their land. It's nowhere near them. We're not complaining about these things. We're saying, oh, la-di-da, kumbaya, everything's all right. Don't be tribalist. I'm afraid that's not the argument. It's not about being tribalist. It's about who owns this country. And the people who own this country, are they going to take it back? Because it's not in the hands of the owners. The country is not in the hands of the owners. And that's a big problem. It's a big problem if you don't know. Wake up is what I say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, James.
Can I finish my statement? Because it looks like you are giving them the ability to just shut me up and get away with it.
No, I mean, what are you still finishing? You can't keep spreading propaganda.
Hold on, guys. This is what we're going to do. This guy has been here, hasn't said anything for so long. Okay. I want to listen to him, and I see that the evening shift they are coming in.
Come on, Rodolphe. I won't take it from you this year. I won't take it from you this year.
How we speak. Tone has not said anything, so sometimes you guys.
Yeah, but why do you give them time to speak when they took my time?
Give me the chance to speak.
Why did you allow Constance?
No, you didn't. You barely did. And when they interrupted me, you didn't stop them. You allowed them to interrupt you continuously. When some other person got interrupted earlier on, you actually put some other person backstage because they were interrupting. But you allowed them to interrupt to the point whereby you handed the mic to them. That is unbelievable stuff.
Okay.
Well, no, I don't think that's fair. No, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair. You see, I had interruptions, yet I still finished, and yet I still took less time than you were taking. You were just going into the wind, bro. To be honest.
All right,
so about time.
So this is what we're going to do.
Fair enough.
Next time we say something. Tony, if you can permit me, I know you are Dexter. Chim, is that 1 minute thing, or you have to have your
However minute you want to make it, I just want to make a contribution. I'm not saying you jump anybody. I will wait for everybody else who needs to speak.
Okay,
that's my guy.
So Dexter, please. Dexter, I will come back to you for further. So finish your thought. Just think about what you're going to finish. How you want to finish.
So Rudolph, please, if sorry, 1 minute, Dr. Rudolph, if your concerns is still there.
You're on night shift now. Why are you talking?
No concerns. Hold on, no concerns has been there.
Where is he? I can't find him. Is he here? I can't find him anymore.
He's not there.
When he comes, I know. I saw your text. I saw your message.
Okay.
But look, when you leave, you start. That's when you. That's the time. Next
time. Thank you.
I'll go your show.
Next time.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Quite of an interesting conversation I've been listening to today. What I would say is, I think I agree with what the last speaker said, jargon, However, I think one of the problems we have in Nigeria is we tell ourselves half-truths. Half-truths will get us nowhere. You don't tell one part of the truth and then you leave the other part of the truth out. Or speaking on the guys in Lagos, the military guys, I know we are all vexed about it, but if we're a country, that should not be an issue. Then if you critically analyze that thing and listen to the names of those guys there, I could see that all those guys, their names were Christian names. And let me tell you, from record, I have my friends, a friend of mine from Castina. He was supposed to go to NDA. He turned up at the gate with a cross chain at the gate. And the commander told him to get out. Where are you from? I'm from Castina. What's your village? He told him his village. He saw the chain there and told his colleague, look at this boy coming here with a chain, with a cross. Are you a Christian? And he told him to get out. He's a nurse today. That guy is a nurse today. He wanted to be in the military. So you might not blame those guys that are there. That's somebody trying to help them. So let us look at it. Let's not look at it from a tribal angle. Can't somebody be in Lagos and apply to be part of the Nigerian army? Must he speak Yoruba? Is it going to be a Yoruba army or is it a Nigerian army? I don't really buy the idea because look, for all intents and purposes,
I don't mean to interrupt you, but that is fraud. When you start the basis of your security with fraud, you're going to end up with insecurity. You have to face the facts. That is fraud.
Thank you. I've heard you. Thank you. What you call fraud is not fraud. Those guys are Nigerians. If they grew up in Lagos, if they've been in Lagos for 10 years, are you telling me they don't? Calm down. Let me finish making my point. Are you telling me that they don't have a right to be?
Have a right from your own state. Don't go to and claim other people's state. This is how we fuck up this country.
If we continue in this argument, we might as well disintegrate. We might as well destroy it. Because let me tell you what made Nigeria great before. What made Nigeria great before was that I could be in Kaduna. I could be in Kaduna.
That's the way so that you don't waste your saliva. The law clearly states when you go and buy your form for the NDA, it tells you, irrespective whether you're born in Lagos or whatever, but if your state of origin, I went back to Anambra State. I don't know Anambra State. I know Lagos better than I went back to get a letter and attach my form. So these guys have fictitiously claimed they were Lagosians and from Oshodi. Probably they've never been to Oshodi. What are we talking about?
I agree with you, Tone. I agree. But let me tell you what that has done. What we don't realize in Nigeria, we are digging a hole. And we're going deeper. First of all, let me land. First of all, any country that tells its own citizens that it must be providing state of origin, not because of data purposes, but for intents of discrimination. Look, Don, you come from the southeast. You are more discriminated than anybody.
You're mixing the issue. If they're gonna do that, they change the law first. If it says you're from Kaduna and you go and feel you're from Lagos, that is wrong. This is what has destroyed our country. I understand your point. Don't mix up issues. This is what has destroyed this country.
Sorry. Do you know what has destroyed this country? The fact that you have to put your state of origin. That's what has destroyed the country. Look, I agree that is corruption. Fine. But As long as we continue in that line, we are digging a hole. I'm moving on to the second point. On the point of what is happening in Nigeria, the Islamic stuff, and the Fulani. Unfortunately, one of the things we have on the platform is that many times, maybe many of us have not really read deep. Power does not allow a vacuum. What you call, the geographical location you call Nigeria today, before the British came, the world power, the superpower, was the Fulani Caliphate. By the time the British were leaving, they handed the country back to the Fulani Caliphate. And they have whether we like it or not, they see themselves as the owners of Nigeria. The talk of having peace in Nigeria, one, you can't have peace in Nigeria if we keep on having the breakdown. They've divided you by states. People, example, there are some people that come from, in River State, there are some people that come from, there was a guy I met somewhere. The people speaking the same language, they've used a boundary to divide them. All of a sudden, people that speak the same language start seeing their brothers across the river, across the Imo River, as different from them.
Dexter, you're mixing up point. I am from Lagos State. Those boys have just denied people from my state their position in the army, and you want me to take it lightly. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? People from Lagos State have just been denied an opportunity in the army because somebody from Kaduna came to claim their position. Are you saying that is okay? And this is why Nigeria will never work. What are you talking about?
Calm down, guys.
Ferreira, I have moved on from that point. You are behind. Sorry, I've moved on from that point of the army.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Don't mix issues. This is why Nigeria will never develop.
I have moved on from that point. I have moved on from that point. In case you were not listening, I've moved on from that point. I know you're passionate about it. You're not more passionate about it than me. I have moved on from that point of those boys. That's not the point I was making again. So please stay with me. Stay with my thoughts. And
yet you want to complain that the Hausa, the Fulanis are stealing your oil because this is how it starts.
See,
you want to complain that somebody is stealing this. Somebody.
My friend, the least thing we can have is oil. If we keep on arguing about resources under the ground, then we would be the most backward state in the world. The countries like UK, it's not the things under the ground, it is their intellect that is the most important thing. We spend our time.
Those boys don't even have intellect. They don't have intellect and they're representing my state.
But I know that. I know you are pained. Let me round up. Let me round up, Dr. Damages. Okay. I know that everybody is pained about this, but what I will say is this. You don't address issues until you get to the root cause of it. And getting to the root cause of it means that if you are a strategist, you will realize that reacting to that would not even get you anywhere.
Okay, go to Sokoto and do the same. Go to Sokoto or Kaduna, go and register in the army.
My friends, and let me tell you something. My friends, I have close friends, got into King's College. They are from River State, but they claim to be from Abuja.
And that makes it right.
The principal, just like I'm not saying it's right. I'm telling you, it happens everywhere. The principal of the school in Abuja
happens everywhere, makes it right.
If you put your state of origin as River State,
we're not going anywhere. I'm telling you, the country is fucked.
And they all put their state of origin as Abuja, and they got the admission. So that is fraud. I agree with it. But Ferreira, the way you are trying to address it will not solve the problem. If we want to have a country, I'm sorry, if we want to have a country, we must be more intentional and not just be reactional. We must become proactive and be able to anticipate what is going to happen. But the way we are going about it, we are just reacting and we'll get nowhere.
Do you anticipate the implication of these boys in 20 years' time becoming a general?
You should
anticipate that.
I'm not worried about those boys. I'm worried about the people around the repentance terrorists.
The same way you were not worried about Buhari.
That's what I'm worried about. There are repentance terrorists in the army. And you're talking about innocent boys that were living with their uncles in Abuja.
How do you know they are not repentant terrorists? How do you know?
Guys, so hold on, everybody. I have to I do some other things, like the guest that is coming tomorrow. I need to prep and do something. So I really have to go.
If I had knew, I would have come now.
Look, you said what?
I say if I had knew, I would have come now. I've come later, so you will still be here.
No, I have to do something.
Once you just see my face, you remember that's always what you want to ask me to do.
It's not you. Normally, yeah.
I'll be telling you now. I'll be telling you. I'll be watching.
That's the warning. But thank you, everybody, and the conversation will continue. You guys will continue the conversation. But like I said, tomorrow at 11:30, we can have a continue some of these conversations until 1 when Adeola will join us. So please, I'm sorry for those I didn't hear their view. Like John Abba, I wanted to hear what you think about this, and Loco and Tone, and But
yeah, okay. See, before you go, I want to say something, right? My own is just easy, right?
Yeah.
Let me just say very few. So far so good. I want to say hello to the pioneers, the have you say emeritus who have not seen.
Yeah, we should actually reward those who have been around for a long time.
Yeah, no, for those who have not seen, I just want to make sure that they are okay. And if you are checking on them, have the likes of Ike Alamifule. Have you heard of him? Have you heard from him?
Yeah, no, I heard from him. I know.
Then Mr. Lexi, how is he doing?
I know where he is.
Yeah, and then Juden is okay. Yeah, what about Show?
I hear from Juden.
Show. Then Mr. Scribe, Dr. Dominic.
Yeah.
Where is that today?
Man of Prestige.
Yeah, Man of Prestige. Yeah, and one man. Queen X and Mr. James, my brother, my elder from Gambia. I know he got angry, say he left because of one man,
Oh, is it?
And then Victory, Victory, my guy. Then TA, okay, I think I saw TA not quite long. Then Undubisi and Ike in San Francisco, and Augustine and Father Austin and Igbo Basis. I've not seen them for like a month or two right now.
Everybody's all right. I think.
I hope they are okay.
Touch with everybody. Yeah.
All right.
So, Rudolph, before you leave, let me just say this, please. I wanted to say this and contribute to the army, but I won't contribute to the army issue anymore. I think going forward, this is 2024. You're going to have to improve in the way you moderate to, because we keep hitting on forefathers. I was not in support of not allowing forefathers air his views. Let him air his views. We can disagree with his views. What I don't like that is creeping up on this group is people just jump from nowhere. And I'm not saying occasionally people can just interject. That's perfectly okay. But what I find strange and we need to curb, and that is rest squarely on your shoulders, is you can't interrupt somebody. Somebody is trying to express their views. Let them finish. It's like all of you keep saying people are watching us, or some white people are watching us. Okay, fine. So how are they going to feel when someone is airing his views? He hasn't finished, and then you just cut in and you're screaming and you're shouting and you want to pull the person down. For goodness sake, I don't think it's right. We need to stop it. If we're not stopping, a lot of people are going to stop coming around. Let people air their views. We can disagree. I disagree with forefathers 2-4. But I will let him speak and air his views. It's left for the audience and people who are watching to say, okay, this is an intelligent person. He's making nice comments or whatever. It's left for them. It's not for you who is debating him to run him down. I don't think it's right. And honestly, I'm not supporting anybody on this. We need to stop it. This is 2024. And I'm not just saying it as far because of our changing date. It's normal to say, oh, this is 2024. This is a new. No, let's actually stop it. Let people air their views, express themselves, however mundane, foolish, unintelligent it may be, that's fine, but let the person air that view. Then come up with that your superior argument, that's your superior view. That's what I think we should be doing.
What if it's just genuinely boring?
Now, well, if that's for you, I actually don't like it that way when we just go. It's not coherent.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, whether it's boring or not, whether you disagree with that. And that has been my position. And the only option is to keep removing people. It doesn't look good.
But Rudolph, when people were screaming here, you could have silenced them. You have the button there to put people on mute.
Chim, you will soon have the button too. You will see that it's difficult. And when you silence people like Alaba, I silenced himself more than 10 times. He would turn it back on. And someone like Olumide, I keep, at a point, the only option is to remove people, and I don't enjoy that.
So if you don't enjoy it, so maybe when we start the program every day, remind people that they need to be respectful to other people. And I'm not saying this because I hate anybody. I just think it's not nice. Let the person finish his views.
Yeah. I think if we bring the time,
Dr. Rudolph.
Hold on.
Dr. Rudolph.
Hold on.
With your educational background, I have challenged you many times, sir. With due respect to you, sir, you own this platform. You should do the best that is.
Okay, so righteous man, this is an example of what we're talking about. I'm trying to say something. You can wait for me to finish. I will hear you. I'm not going to run away.
You are running away.
No, I will hear you. So you won't let me say. All right. I've been up since 3 a.m. So I have to really go. And I have to talk to our guests coming in tomorrow. We normally talk to the guests a day before and prepare some things. So, but let me tell you guys that we are going to roll out some other changes. We have new people who will join our list of moderators. One of them is here, and he doesn't know it yet. But
Chim.
He doesn't know it yet. So there will be variety. But I'm just saying, and I've said this before, and I'll repeat it again. The reason why you are
Jim is just happy.
The reason why you have it's not a fun job. The reason why it's and it's not paid for.
The problem.
The reason why you have the right to have your say is the same reason that the person you don't like
has the right to have your say.
If you stop that person, you'll be next. Why not? People can gang up here and say, I don't like righteous man. If we said that we are going to stop Dexter because everybody said, oh, we don't like him, then righteous man might be next. And next, John Abba, and I don't like John Abba myself, So it will be like a help. Some people will just say, we don't like John Abba. I will just, of course, I don't like him anyway. So, but that's the point. So I want everybody to understand this. And I don't think, I'm really disappointed to see, anyway, let me not say that. I don't think that there's anybody who has this superior mind that will dominate all you guys. Nobody.
Some people have in their mind, though. In their mind, they have in their mind.
Yeah, I don't think so. I have confidence.
I see them. I can see their faces here. Don't worry. You never give them chance. Don't worry. You have not give them chance. I know them. Don't worry.
You report to me. I've not been hearing from you. Just tell me what's happening on the evening shift.
Okay, no worry.
All right. So, but I sorry, guys, I have to go. Thank you, everybody, and thank you. We have to thank the people who.
So, Rudolph, you see what I'm saying? You didn't allow me to express myself.
Okay, go ahead. Go, right.
You see,
and neither did you allow me to express myself.
Go ahead.
You see, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah, go ahead.
This platform, if there is anybody that have been hammering on this thing since I joined this platform, I think I should be counted either number 1 or number 2 or 3. Please, sir, with all due respect, you are not managing this platform very well at all. You are not managing it very well. And look, I have people in Nigeria that listens to this platform. I have told you, and they have made comments that are passed to you, either directly or indirectly, that there are some people you consider very vital to you in this platform than others. And as such, you allow them to dominate, you allow them to take control. It now looks as if there is personal thing you are benefiting from them, or they are more influential than any other panelist here, or they are financially sponsoring this platform. I've told you.
Are you referring to Pansat? Are you referring to Pansat?
Hold on. So you have to, no, I mean in Nigeria here, you have to please do something. Leadership is not easy. Just like we attack those who are leading us in Nigeria. This platform is a micro Nigeria. You see the confusion here. But as a leader, you have to make standard rules. Whoever that does not obey that rule, you can backstage that person for throughout that day or half the program, then you bring the person in again. So that we will be disciplined. We're all matured men controlling families and businesses and offices. But when we come to this platform, it looks as if we are radicals, which I believe we are not. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Very good. Thank you so much.
But Righteous Man, to correct you there, he did something today that I was proud of, right? When Pastor was trying to do one of his antics and all that stuff, and I was so happy. He shut him down. But no, that when Chim was saying that no, Pastor, you will not have your day, never ever today. I was surprised before I could say Jack. Piam, don't go back.
Let me say something that maybe I've never said before. So you know these shows they call reality TV, like Apprentice and all this. It's actually not reality TV. It's produced.
It's scripted, yeah, of course.
It may not be scripted like the words you are going to say, but it's produced. So this, what we're doing here is a reality TV, and it's produced. You know what I mean? So it's not like a quiz competition where you have or debates where you have 5 minutes for everybody, 5 minutes. This is a show. There's something that if you are in production, and there are people who are behind the scene also who are involved in this, what we're doing here. You also want something engaging, something that people will watch. So there are rules, but again, you are producing something. So if you watch like Big Brother Niger, there are some people you see more on camera than other people. It's not because other people are not valued, but it's about the story arc. It's about so many things. There are many things involved. So you can never have this show where everybody has 2 minutes and 2 minutes, everybody and off. No, it wouldn't work. That's not TV. This is TV. I want you to, despite the fact that we are real, I didn't tell you what to say, but this is still TV. We are producing TV. We want people at home to be engaged. So don't cancel the idea that you will have 2 minutes and everybody will have 2 minutes, or that there won't be fight. It's part of it. Sometimes I enjoy it,
That's good.
I know you enjoy it. I know you enjoy it.
So let me. For the most important thing to know, remember this. Don't ever confuse yourself. This is TV production. This is showtime. This is show. You don't understand.
If it is have your say and people are supposed to speak within a certain time, it's fine to be flexible. But if some other person calls you out and says, okay, you are being unfair, it's good to listen to them because the viewers will also see that.
We can't hear that from you. You are the most unfair and scripted individual ever.
This kind of language
I've got all the love you want. You understand? But in terms of comparing yourself, no way, bro. You can't do it.
Speak is a fact.
One last thing.
And speak, but don't speak rubbish or Ejo because you'll be taken away.
Speak what you want, what you're happy with.
In church, for those who go to church, there are some times that maybe the pastor is about to end the service. Somebody will come and say, I have a testimony, and the person is speaking in tongues, and the pastor will let the person speak. So there are many things involved in this. This is just know that this is production. It's not. We can't follow this kind of very strict pattern. So, but I appreciate everybody. And some days it might be righteous man that will be the person that we were allowed to speak. It depends on what's going on. And I've said this, and
don't mind righteous man. When he will say, I'm in Nigeria, give me time to talk, and we give him time to talk. Who doesn't record that? He will record that.
So anyway, but I
absolutely
thank you guys.
Well said.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, Rudolph. You've done well. You always do well.
All right. Bye-bye.
My coming senator.
So who wants to moderate now? Since you all are thinking that all these wicked people, it's my turn now.
Don't say you all. It was Pansat. It was only Pansat.
It's my turn now. Yep. What was it? Go ahead.
Forefather is righteous man. I want to tell you something. There is one thing I have learned from you. I've learned how to be patient from you. You're a very patient person, but you're a very dangerous man.
Am I dangerous?
Yeah, I studied. Listen, Forefather. I studied about the tribes in Nigeria and their antics and the way they behave and live. You have a trace of the Fulani patient. You see, if the Fulani has a project.
Oh, stop guessing.
Hold on. You see this taking over people's land. It did not start today. They have planned this thing more than 50 years ago. And if you watch Forefathers, he will quietly watch, keep calm. Sometimes he smiles, he gesticulates with his face, shows some reactions, acceptance and rejection. Then when he gets the opportunity to speak, brimstone and fire and thunder comes out. Earthquake.
He has read Machiavellian's book very well.
Yeah, imagine forefather threatening all of us here that if he eventually gets into power, what he will do.
I didn't say that. I said somebody like me.
Before you corrected yourself.
No,
I listened very well. You said that's why I don't want to get into power because all you people, you started to be very condescending. You did.
You see, that's the
you just ran the table back.
You like to do this, Jagun. Come on, don't do this.
What do I like to do again? Because you always like to cloud us. You're going to cloud us.
Forefathers.
You know, the way you speak here is very condescending.
I should just shut up my mouth then.
No, you just speak accurately, bro. Speak accurately. That's enough for us.
Like the way you
want
like
to do this.
Tell me what you want me to say. I should not try thinking. So just tell me what you want me to say, so I will say it, and so you are happy.
Forefathers. Let me.
Why do I have a brain? It's of no use. So don't tell me what you want to say. What you want me to say, and I'll say it.
To spend 1 year moderating and not commenting. That might help.
Please, Jim, go ahead. The backstage seems to be full. I don't know.
I'm going to exit shortly after now. So first of all, talking about those military boys, it's a problem for us. You know, I understand where Alaba is coming from, and that's fine, fair enough. If Nigeria says we're going to do things by state of origin, in other words, the quotarism. So if we have 100 spaces, then we offer it to people based on state. Because I remember, and I'm going to start mentioning names because I think sometimes when we hide under this pseudo thing, it doesn't help us. Amos Adamu, who used to be one of the people who ran Nigeria's football, NFA. Amos Adamu was claiming Borno State, but he wasn't from Borno State. People who know him know he's not from Borno State, but he got on quota from Borno State. I wanted to join the Nigerian civil service. I went there and they said Abia State was filled, but they had spaces for Gombe, but because there was nobody applying from Gombe, they left it vacant. So if we're going to be doing that thing where we keep jobs, there are job opportunities, and we say, oh, because we kept this job for Gombe, or we've kept it for Katsina, and the people who are readily available to do those jobs are from River State or Cross River or Abia State, and then they don't get in, then there's a problem. So to that extent, based on that, then those boys who wanted to join the army need to go back to their states and join their states from the state of their origin. But that being said, that is where Nigeria is running into a danger. It should ordinarily be that people are interested. It should ordinarily be that people are interested to join the Nigerian army or the Nigerian civil service. And if they're qualified, let the best hands join it. But if we have decided to reduce it to quotarism, then those boys need to go back to their state. That is to the extent on which I am mentioning that. Then lastly, perhaps as a feedback for you, because you know sometimes when we spar and all this, people tend to reduce it to mean nobody likes you or people hate me. No, you're entitled to your opinion. Everybody is entitled to their opinion. But my perception is that we should always be rational enough with ourselves when we go back and you say, what Alaba said today, did it make sense? If it makes sense, what makes you a big man, a big person, someone who is transcendent enough and is growing, is for you to come back and say, you know what, Alaba, last week I disagreed with you, but I went back and I thought through it and I saw one or two things and I think you are right. I wasn't correct. Yes, it doesn't make you a small person. It doesn't make you a little person. That shows that you're even a very rational and well-tied thinking person. But for us to come here and sit back and you hold strictly to those views, you're not, and I'm sure sometimes in our minds, we go home and we know we're wrong. But just because you don't want to yield the ground, that's when people will begin to go against you. So personally, I wasn't happy when you were being attacked. I wasn't happy when you didn't finish your view. I admit you didn't finish your views and they were blocking you from finishing those views. And which is why I told Rudolph, he needs to stop it. As much as we're trying to create a program, I understand what he's saying. It's real life. Some of those programs we're watching, they go back and edit them. This one is not edited. Everybody is expressing their views. When someone is angry, we can see it. Like when Alaba was, you know, very emotional about his views and everything, we see it. But that being said, he needs to, when people are not letting others finish their, even if it is me, mute that person. because you will make the other person lose his trend of thought, and it doesn't serve us. We're not here just to argue. We're here to proffer solutions that, if we have good heads in Nigeria listening, they could say, someone will pick, oh, I hear what Fofather is saying, I think that it makes sense. Or I hear what Alaba is saying. As much as I don't believe in the government, I still believe that some of them could hear one or two things we could say that they could steal and go and use positively if they have the humility to want to do that. That's what I want to say before I say good night.
Thank you, Chim, for that. I don't know whether they will let me get my own view, because all these fascists that are here, some of them will let you talk.
2 minutes. I give you 2 minutes.
2 minutes, 2 minutes, but some people take 8 minutes, 10 minutes to talk. They are free to talk. See, I think Chim highlighted some part of it, that there are other aspects of the Nigerian society where you have a lopsided allocation of resources to some regions. As a matter of fact, in the military, from what I gather online, there's a report that said that the southeast and some parts of the south didn't come and join the military. So they are going to try to get them to want to recruit to join the military. So, and I think that gap is probably what some of all these people are feeling, which is corrupt actually, because I know for sure, I've seen it happen where some people have to bribe to join the military. So if you have to bribe to join the military, it means some of all these people are taking their places. So why do some people, and this person that I know of was from the south, I wanted to bribe to join the military, and they couldn't even get in. And yet, some of all these people from in Lagos, they can come from the north and still go in and join. So you can see that there is a bit of corruption going there. But I'm not sure whether they are thinking it through from the point of view that, let's recruit only our people to join the military. There was this case where there was funding for businesses in Nigeria, and about 60% or so of it, or 80% of it, went to the southwest. And people were complaining why. I was part of that discussion. Why is everything going to the southwest? So you see what I mean? So there are different aspects of society, and I think this is reflected everywhere else, where you have lopsided representation from certain groups in that society. It doesn't mean it is right, especially when there is a constitutional need to have allocations. So that shouldn't be broken, and that should be seen to. But what I was addressing was the aspect of scapegoating the Fulanis. If you want to talk about extremism, you deal with extremism. But if you make it about a people, you are basically, some people were basically advocating ethnic cleansing on this channel. Ethnic cleansing, literally, openly. Let's get rid of all of them. Let's get rid of the ones that some of them are advocating war. Why would I sit here and say that is a good idea? Because clearly we are going to lose from it. I cannot support that. No matter how much you try to bamboozle me, no matter how much you try to force me to believe that is the solution, it is not. Because I strongly believe.
Can I come back real quick? Can I come back to you real quick? You mentioned some, which is good. I like that. And then you mentioned some again who are speaking about war. What about the others who spoke differently? They didn't say all. They said that this is an actual problem. We need to look at it. And in looking at it, it is an issue that confounds all of our lives on this platform. I can tell you numerous stories from my own village about Fulani people, numerous. So I can tell you numerous stories about everyone. And the one, let me just land. Sorry, bruh. Sorry. The numerous story, I can tell you stories about Igbos in my village. But the story I will tell is not anything like the Fulani story. Nothing at all. So I'm wondering if you're taking on that consideration. Nobody's trying to change your mind. Nobody's trying to change your mind. Sorry, go on.
I take that into account, because if you look at even in Europe, you see that they go after the gypsies quite a lot. Nobody likes most societies don't like nomads. Let's face it, they don't like nomads because they cause problems, and they don't have a lot of their people around to take revenge on. So their people are based somewhere else. They just navigate and cause problems for people in locals. So nomads are not like in Europe. You have a gypsy problem where they don't like gypsies too. It's like an open thing. They can just discriminate against gypsies in a society where they think that they believe in equality and all the rest of it. But the point I'm making is that, does that mean that we should start looking at targeting a specific ethnic group? No, it doesn't mean that. We deal with the problem as any civilized society would deal with it, address the extremism. And I've been part of a discussion where Muslims were there, and by the time we ended that conversation, we all agreed that we have to put our people first before other people's ideology, because we even addressed the point where Victoria was killed.
because of another man's religion. We address some parts where some people that believe in traditional beliefs were persecuted in the South, because we keep targeting our people. That's, for me, that's, I keep saying it. If you understand me, it's about the people. And this
well,
is what,
if you're taking it from where I was coming from, I wasn't speaking from a religious point of view. You understand? I was speaking from an ethnic point of view, and speaking specifically that the Fulani are as foreign to us as are the British. That's the point of view I took. Take it from there. Try and handle it from there.
Yeah, okay, let me take it from there. You understand that genetically they are closer to you than the...
That doesn't matter. I'm talking about the land. I'm talking about the land space. Let's not get to genetics, but when it comes to genetics, the land space called Nigeria is no homestead for the Fulani people.
West Africa, Igbo created the borders.
No, so what if they created borders? We then followed those borders.
You evolved with them here. They have the same genetic lineage just like you do.
No, sir, they don't.
Let me explain now. They belong to your own genetic tree more than the Hausa man does. Do you know that?
Do you know that we Yorubas are much more closer to those who call themselves Hausa? Historically, we have such a close relationship with them. I'm telling you this, bro. We don't have that same relationship with Fulani because they weren't there. Because they weren't there.
They were there. There are some theories.
They were not there. I'm saying, I'm just putting this to you, that relationship where the Yorubas are concerned, and I'm not being tribalist, where the Yorubas are concerned, I know the relationships that Yorubas have built up with those people around them, and they are long-standing relationships. They didn't start yesterday. They started before there was anything called Nigeria. So when you bring the Fulanis in, I'm saying that the relationship between the Yoruba and the Fulani is war. In Ilorin, that's where we have a standardized understanding of who the Fulani are. So, and they came into that Nupi area that we were fighting for into the area that we now call Kwara. They came into that by war. Now,
yes,
you know,
that's
no matter.
true.
So this is what
that is more, yeah. The reason why you remember it more is because it's more recent. It's true. They invaded. I need to address this thing now. So they invaded.
Time is up, bro.
Hold on, now. Let me make my point. I need to explain myself. Because this is a very, very serious matter, because we were literally thinking of exterminating the people. So they, you remember the war. You remember
nobody said exterminate. I didn't say exterminate.
No, you didn't say that. There are some people that actually, there's a theory out there that suggests that even Yorubas may even have, some part of Yoruba may have originated from that Sahel region, whether Mali and all the rest. So that's
I can tell you where we. I can tell you where we.
I know your point, but what I mean by that is the Fulani speak a Niger-Congo language, while the Hausa speak Afro-Asiatic language. They belong to our genetic lineage just as much as you are, more than the Hausas. But the only difference, the reason why we don't like them is because they arrived recently in the space that we know as Nigeria. The number of them that arrived, they arrived recently. The point is that they are part of Nigeria now, even when many of us are overseas that have British nationality that were not even born there. Many of them, most Fulanis were born in Nigeria, and maybe 95% of them, or even more, were born in Nigeria. So they are Nigerians, and we have to work with them as fellow Nigerians. If there is extremism issue, we deal with it. If there is a security issue, we deal with it. Because we have to approach this thing without going to, buying into bigotry, falling for bigotry. Because if we do that, we are arming the enemy against ourselves. We've done it before, and it cost us everything.
I must say, bro, I don't understand the correlation between arming the enemy against ourselves.
Let me explain that. Because I sat on a panel, oh my God, I sat on a panel this week and I was shocked with some of the things I heard. And I have to give credit to a lot of our Southwesterners. They truly understand their recent history more than most. They really talk vividly about it. And there was this guy that came on and he talked about how the Benin worked with the Portuguese to take over the Igala, and they kept on castrating the Igala men for years upon years upon years, taking them as slaves and treating them as slaves because we collaborated with the Portuguese. Guess what happened how many years later? Oh, the British came, destroyed the Yoruba, that same Benin kingdom. The same thing happened with the Ijebu. Yoruba people work with the Oyibo man, fight fellow Yoruba man, and when they finish defeating Yoruba man, the British will come, you know what? You two gone. We did this over and over again with each other. Now, The other Oyibo man again came, forced all of us to live together, and then we want to start doing the same thing where we'll start fighting each other. We can't keep doing that. We will lose. The game is a bigger game now. The people that did those things to us before are stronger now. So how does doing this thing is going to solve that problem for us?
Can I put this quick scenario?
Yes.
I beg your pardon, my brother. Let me just put this quick scenario to you. In Israel right now, can you believe that they are trying to expel the Palestinians out of the whole enclave that they call Israel right now, and they're looking for space in Congo, of all places, to put these people? One. Two, in the UK, as you rightly know, the amount of immigrants coming into the country is causing great concern for the politicians. They are now looking at Rwanda for immigrants, which is enough. Lastly, I'll end on this. In Niger, it took that president to take out their own. It took the current president or the current regime to take out their president in order for them to face the French. This is the scenario Nigeria is in. Already.
I agree. If you want to take out the regime and deal with our problems, that's fine, as long as you actually deal with the problems that we face in the country. But my point is that we can't turn on each other. Somebody said we have to treat each other as if every single strand of hair on our head is worth it. And this is what kills me. And when I saw that pastor doing that stuff to our own people, it's like we don't value each other at all. We treat each other like animals, like dogs. What is wrong with us? That's kind of stuff that really drives me mad. When I see when our people are being degraded, and I fear the day reckoning will come when, can you imagine if you were present on the day when the people destroyed Benin, destroyed Ijebu and destroyed everything? It's like the whole world is coming to an end. People don't, for me, it's all vivid in my head for some reason. How terrible it must have been to them. I don't want that to happen to us again, because we are busy forgetting that we forgot the biggest threat facing us. Our biggest threat is not, if you remove all Fulanis today, the problem remains. If you remove all Hausa, problem remains. It's not going to change anything. So let's try to move away from that. Let's not fall into that trap. And let's just care for our own people, secure our own people, and deal with greater threats that are facing us. And those greater threats, we deal with them like the way we deal with the Fulanis. They are our friends if they want to be our friends. Not Fulanis, the extremists. They are our friends if they want to be our friends. They are our enemies if they treat us like enemies. If they want to oppress us, we fight them back. Because Fulani is, it's not all Fulanis. The extremists are our enemies. They are my enemies. I call them terrorists. If people call them bandits, I don't buy that. If you come to a village at night and you wipe out people, you are a terrorist. And for whatever reason, for claiming their resources, for displacing them from their village, you are a terrorist. At this stage, you can't be taking our fellow citizens' lives. If you take our life, you die. It's just, for me, I don't believe in this thing where they don't execute people. Because I believe that when you take a human being's life, you didn't take only that human being's life. You've taken all their generations to come. If you go back 300 years, just 300 years, do you know how many people it takes to create one person? It takes more than maybe 10,000 or 20,000 people. Just 300 years. So when you kill one person, in the future, 200 years in the future, you've taken away possibly 300,000 people, 100,000 people. So I consider taking of life a very, very serious thing. And anybody that takes any Nigerian's life, they should be dealt with accordingly. That's the way I look at it. And I don't subscribe to the idea that we should just be targeting each other. We have to find a way to work with each other. That is the only path. We don't have any other path. Thank you. For me, that is just so simple to me. I don't know why.
We've heard you. No, forefather, we've heard you tangibly. I disagree. You understand? So you don't have to repeat it.
What do you disagree with? Let me ask you.
I don't disagree with you. You made a lot of points. I disagree with the fundamental point that the Fulani in Nigeria, their history, their lineage, their antecedents across the West African region is such that we Nigerians, South Africa, should not tolerate them in our land, especially at the point where so much power is in their hands and so much malice is going on through their people. So for that reason, I totally disagree with your sayings.
Okay,
thank you.
At least you gave your reasoning. But clearly, I don't disagree with that. Okay, who is next? Is it Janaba? Oh, Janaba, please go ahead.
Thank you, fellow panelists, for being here. And Happy New Year to everybody.
We salute you, Janaba.
Thank you, brother. I look at us as what Nigerian is all about. I believe that 2024 will bring a change to all of us. We cannot continue in this path in a civilized world where we cannot have a dialogue. People always believe that Americans do not negotiate with their enemy or terrorists. That's not true. They have negotiators who talk on behalf of them. If Nigerians going to work for all of us, we must have this open mind and see things differently. Because if we continue in this part, the same thing over and over, expecting a change, that is a failure of imagination. It's not going to happen. We have to change something in us to see a change. Just like many have commented that change start, and I have said it all over and over, change start with all of us. But the notion that you open yourself up to bitterness, your fellow human being, whether it's black or white, that the solution you have is not to have a dialogue, disagree to agree in 21st century, that your perception of another human being in the same country where we share the same flag, you have no other intelligent way or any other way to have a conversation so we all can live peace. And those that terrorizes our community should be dealt with. And I don't think Fulani is a larger problem of Nigeria than all of us here. Because in one way or the other, we all have families and friends. And they offend us, we offend them. But we, with heart of love, there is a adage in my place that when you beat your child with left hand, you use the right hand to draw that child close to you. And if you see, many of you, I think you've never been to the north. And because people are product of the environment and they have a certain sentiment or the upbringing with angers and bitterness, and if it's not their way, it's a highway. And that go deep. We are in diaspora. We have seen what is humanly possible. Our children that were born here, they are considered as American citizens or wherever you are. Some country, maybe you stay for some years, depends. But in America, talk from American perspective, they don't discriminate. There may be other discrimination, but the law is that they are citizens. And we have fellow Nigerians that were at this level. And if we, the new generation, will not look, okay, how do we reconcile our differences? When will you start to talk? If you know better, then you do better. If you think you are a good leader and you want to do better, then you say things. Word matters. Word matters. In fact, your word defines you. So we have to use this 21st century to talk to the new generation to love themselves, fight for their common goal, and hold those criminals in our community accountable, regardless whether they are Fulani, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. The only thing when you come down to the issue of all of that is so shameful. It's a failure of our system. It's a corrupt system and there are certain things that people are giving. And in the north, the east and the west benefit from the north because most of the school in the north are the eastern, I'm talking about the east and west, I'm talking about the Yorubas and the Igbos go to the north to go free education because it's easy for them. Some of them claim the same thing. Does it make it right? No, Nigerians are supposed to visit and whatever it is, but we are in one country. And if we're going to say these people, because this is the problem, where in Lagos, they think they're so savvy, they're so unique, and then they put a camera on their face. Where are you from? If you go to the north today, I'm not saying it's right, but if you go to the north today, many Yorubas also claim that they're from Kaduna, Kano, Borno State. It's not that it's right, but if you're going to be so angry about it, then have the broad knowledge that this is the corrupt system and we have to address it. If that is a requirement of giving some certain people that privilege. But the issue of we come here all the time, oh, these people, they don't exist. There are things I cannot even say here because it's not that, we are not that deep into it. And really, if you want to do anything, go ahead and do it. The real man don't talk what they will do. The people coming after you, they don't say it. It's because you become almost like empty. And that's why if you have a strategy, it's not here you come and display it. It's not here. So mostly what you want to put up here is a voice of reconciliation and see our differences as a unique. We are not all going to be the same. And it's okay. We're not going to speak in the same language, the same tone, the same understanding, live in the same environment. And we must understand that our differences is the uniqueness of life. But we cannot just say in 21st century, we're going to be the black nation. We are better than that. Even the whole Africa, I have support of no African need a visa to even go to any African country. Because these people divide us for a reason to weaken us. And we want to divide ourselves within inside. We do not have the tolerance to have a dialogue with those that we disagree with. And when we see people in the other side having that conversation, we say, oh, he's talking to enemy. If you don't discuss with people, how do you know what is going on with them? What is their anger is all about? Please, let us tune it down.
Don't worry, you can go on for 1 hour because these people have had all the whole day.
So I know.
I've been
watching,
I will let
and
you
I
go
just
on.
don't.
I will rig it today.
No, Janaba will continue. Janaba will continue from where you stopped. Just have it there.
I know how.
And Jago, let me provide one evidence for Jago that he wanted to see that I told him.
No, Father, hold on. I will continue from.
It's just a second. It's just a second for Jago to see this. Jago, I hope you are
Don't
there.
go and start searching online now. Online searcher.
No.
Online searcher.
Because he said I said something that I said I didn't say. But let me just play so everybody will hear it. Cruz, you are passionate because you want to tear your own to pieces. I tell you this: if you, I pray that someone like me doesn't make it to power. If I see, that's it. I said if someone like me, but he said I said if I.
Yeah,
okay, I don't like when people try to malign my statement. It's not right.
Bro. If you can, bro, you didn't wait. I beg your pardon. What you've just shown is fair. I would like you to, because you actually said it twice. I would like you to either go further back or go further forward, and then we can confirm.
I can go that way.
We will get to that.
Go further back.
Can do that later. But let me not lose my distance, because I've been watching patiently, and I respect all of you guys that I do not interrupt and you are not interrupting.
Go for it, my brother.
Yes. So please, let us set a standard in 21st century. The world matters, and we can speak to issues. All this, if you give up yourself opportunity in this life, there is good in all of us and there is bad in all of us. But we have to subdue the evil in order to live for good. And the greater purpose of the continent of Africa is not even only because of Nigerian space. We are one people. There's a bigger problem facing us. And the earlier we realize it, started working together. It may not be your lifetime, my lifetime, but we can live for those that will come to continue from where we start. And we have to take animosity, feelings, and deal with the reality. We are one people. But when we say that we are not, and the only reason is that is somebody from Kaduna is your problem, it's not. They're also facing the same thing. Have empathy. If you want to solve Nigerian problem, you can go to the north. You will see a lot of problems that you, with open mind, maybe your mind will change. That, oh, these people are also the same shoe like people in my place. It may not be you and I, but there are other citizens out there that are going through a lot I'm talking about Nigerian space. That if you go there, you will say, wow, what I see here is what I see there. And we can have a better country by dealing with the whole issue. But more importantly, what I want to say as I round up in this segment, in my submission, is to look at us. We are one people, and we can do better than what we are. This is too petty. We can deal into bigger issues where we have the resources managing in every region well, that there will be peace and harmony and security issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So who is next?
I'm next.
Yeah. AY is next. AY. Somebody was asking for you today. You know, Adama was asking for you. She was missing you, and she was asking for you.
I reply to her now.
Nice.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Easy.
Pastor Jonaba, Pastor Blasto, me at the vessel now. Christmas don't finish. I don't see anything. I don't see the packet. I'm still waiting.
You go best. You go best. You go depend. No worry.
So, honestly, if I tell you, I'm actually disappointed by the level of discussion we have here. Sometimes it is another statement. The level of hatred, disunity. Man, we are bigger than this, man. Like, with our level of education, with our level of experience, exposure, we still doing all this. I begin to wonder what our brothers that are not even educated somewhere in the villages, what they can do. Because it's crazy. People come here through things that are not fat at all and be argue with everyone. Some people call it for war. Interesting. In 2024, people cannot look at issue and say, no, this is not the right thing. Even if the person does not look like you. This is part of the reason why I do tell people when I move out of Nigeria, when people talk about racism, I look at them and laugh. I said, I don't care about racism. Usually, I have white people, they ask me, oh, do you believe in racism? I said, sorry, I'm the wrong person to ask about racism. Because we are hypocrites. In somebody born in your country, you discriminate against him, but you will come to a white man land and be shouting racism. How dare you? The hate is too much. Everybody, let us look at ourselves in the mirror. It's evil coming here, discriminating against people that don't look like you, that don't speak the same language like you, that don't worship like you. That this is evil. What do you do when you're in your room, in your private room?
Can I put a question to you, AY, please?
No, hold on. Let me finish, please. Hold on. It's very disappointing. I see evil people I respect here. People will come here and speak hate. You are supporting them. You want to kill your fellow brother. How many years ago, over 40, 50 years ago, you guys killed yourself, killed a lot of people. We didn't learn from that. We having another plan to kill our fellow brothers. We can disagree. But this issue of spreading hate is not going to help the country. Jagu, I'm also disappointed in you not understanding what forefather is talking about.
I understand.
No, totally. Hold on. I need to come on this. You don't understand when forefather is calling for unity in the country, calling that if we are divided, they will come and clear us out. You are not getting the point.
Oh, I'm getting it.
It is real. It is real.
Let me tell you, I have to argue back with you. I'm sorry. What you're saying, how you began. Wait. As you called my name, I just want to put this in real quick.
No, when I finish, you reply.
I need you to think about something.
Sorry, Jago. Sorry. Let me finish. Jagu, that point forefather keep emphasizing on, people want to slaughter him on this platform. I really don't understand why we don't get it. Every issue cannot be reduced to tribalism. Every issue. It get me really crazy. Everything they are discussing. Sometimes I'm not on this platform, I'm watching, I'm looking at. Even this afternoon, I heard Paul was arguing with some people. They say, oh, Dangote, this Fulani is this, that, they are helping him to do this. Dangote is fighting his own fellow competitor in Kano. The owner of Boa is from Kano. Go and check what Dangote is doing. Dangote is a complete capitalist. He doesn't care where you come from. Dangote will fight his whole brother. Do you know how many times they've settled Dangote and the owner of Boa? Do you know a lot of issues they had? See, we need to look at issue more than the way it's so important. Just like the issue they were discussing in Lagos now. I understand if those boys, if there is another grand plan, I will not completely align with that. But let me tell you, that thing is going on all over the country. There is no tribe that are not committing that offense. Quote me. If you want to challenge me, I will give you names.
Bro, I gotta come into you.
Hold on.
No, I gotta come in. For 1 second now. 1 second, you go deal with this thing.
Hold on. All over the country, from education, from employment, from military, this is what happened. How come we don't understand this? Maybe some of our brothers have been involved in this. How come we don't get it? This is what is going on in Nigeria. So what we should be fighting for is let's have a Nigeria where state of origin is thrown into the garbage. We don't need that. So I will just let you continue, Jagu. I'm not going to talk too much.
I'm not continuing. I'm allowing you to continue. All it is, I want to put a question to you, sir. Now, whilst I take on board everything you said, and I already know from our conversations here where your mindset is as to what it is to be a Nigerian. It is slightly different from my mindset what it is to be a Nigerian. For me, what it is to be a Nigerian, for the 500 spoken languages that we have here and the various ethnicities that we have on this, is that we have a shared territory. We have a shared land, and upon this land, we know how our fathers got there. It is within our historic understanding of how the Fulani and the British came into this country. We focused on the British to get them out. We allowed the Fulani. Now I ask you, given what you know about the Fulani, and this is not about hate, you know, we use all these emotive words when we're speaking about nuance. We have to understand the nuances within what we call Nigeria as Nigeria. We can't just think forward 100 years because we're not there. That's not where we are. We are here in 2024, and we are in a Nigeria that has a myriad of problems. It's almost like I have to build the story in order for me to speak what I'm speaking, because you're not understanding me at all. If you're speaking about America is a country that's not 400 years old. It may be 300 and something years old in terms of its institutionalized countryship, if you like. Now, before they made America, they killed the natives on that land and they enslaved Africans for it to be where you are benefiting now. Today, we can say, oh, look how lovely everything is. That country, you can't compare to Nigeria, I'm afraid. I'm afraid you cannot compare it. They're not the same. We are on our land. That's where we are. And we have an issue. My question to you is, with all the problems that we have in Nigeria, and I'm not saying it will be any better with or without, but in terms of where we were going from where we began, the Fulani is not being included in the Nigerian polity. Do you think we would be further forward or not? And I'm not talking hate. Don't give me any of this irrational, emotive stuff. I'm speaking about the actual subject. Please answer me. in honesty.
They are citizens of the country. The number.
Wait, I'm asking AY, Joe. Please, I'm asking AY.
Okay. AY is not there, so
AY, you can't make you handle the question now. Unmute yourself and speak, or you don't want to speak.
Let me speak. Hold on, let me speak. It's my turn.
Touch it, my friend.
Let me just answer the question.
Don't answer the question.
AY, deal with your issue. Deal with the issue. Let me just answer it. I think, from my point of view, they are citizens of Nigeria.
Father, you talk too much.
Hey, the Blackstone. Don't start with me now. The Blackstone.
No,
don't start with me. Okay, it's 30 seconds. 30 seconds maximum. 30 seconds maximum. And it's Paul anyway. It's not you. So 30 seconds. See, they are citizens of Nigeria. They number in the millions, more than some other groups. They make up 6% of the Nigerian population. You can't just say, because they have this issue in Nigeria, you should completely.
No, bro, that's not what I put forward.
You said what I would.
That's so unfortunate. I just
repeat the question again. Repeat the question again, please.
It's a shame. You know, I spent a moment building up this thing because this thing is nuanced.
Okay, if I got the question wrong, repeat the question again.
I'm going to give you the whole paradigm.
No, you don't have to. Just ask the question.
I'm going to, please. I've given you the paradigm of America and how it's quite different from how we find ourselves here in Nigeria.
Yes.
I've also put to you that we are not that so far forward in our polity that we can express ourselves as freely as possible, yet there are serious problems that we have to deal with. Now, given the paradigm that we're in, please understand, Nigeria being what it is, with all its countries, its constituent parts, without the Fulani issue involved in Nigeria, would you be further forward in your mind or not? Being honest, and that's what
anyone will not be any further forward because of the Fulanis. Why? I can give you reasons. Somalia doesn't have them. Congo doesn't have it. There are many. Central African Republic doesn't have it. But are they forward than us? They're even doing worse than us.
Let me say, bro, I don't know. Is Nigeria as a country, or indeed, because it's not a country, for the people who are in Nigeria, mainly from the south, right across the board, from the Igbo territories to far as Calabar, those people there are the people holding Nigeria as a country. We are the people who stand above the whole of Africa, the whole of black people all over the world. Wait, let me land, please. I need you to understand what I'm saying. Please let me land. Please, and listen to what I'm saying, so you don't get me wrong. And so you don't get me wrong.
You're actually being supremacist. That's what you are doing.
No, I'm not being supremacist. I'm saying what is. Please don't give me a title. I'm just saying what is.
If somebody says,
let me land, forefather, let me land so you can come back.
It's just
let me land so you can come back. I need you to listen because I feel that that's something that you don't do very well.
Listening.
You get
You know what? I'm going to repeat exactly what you said and define it. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't want you to get spooked, charged, or taken above the situation. Hear my words. I understand where they're coming from. Where Nigerian people are concerned, I'm not being an elitist. I'm somebody here in the UK who's been here for thousands of years. You understand? Who is a Nigerian and loves and cares the country. So therefore, I'm telling you that the people in this world that are holding up that thing called Nigeria are people of the South. We are the people who have given it its intelligence, its politics, its grime, its guilt even. It's our fault, most of the happenings, but it's all down to us. And I'm saying we as the people who constitute this country are far and above. You just have to go to any country, go to Kenya, go to South Africa, go anywhere and ask them about Nigerians. And they will tell you, Nigerians, they're thinking with a different brain entirely. They laud to us, not because we want to be lauded, just because of the difference between us and the rest of Africa. We are responsible to take Africa forward, and we are failing in our responsibility. Because why? That's left for you to answer.
The second part, I agree with that. We are quite competitive in Nigeria, but in terms of whether it's the north is the problem, I don't subscribe to that, because other countries are demonstrating the same problems, and none
Fair
of these
enough,
are
bro.
present there. It's
We
just
stay in disagreement.
yeah.
We
Who's
stay in
next? I think
disagreement.
it's Paul, isn't it?
Yes, it's
Paul,
me.
Paul, welcome. Thank you.
I go be Paul. Papa, we not there yes this morning.
All this black stone, you
Don't
not
talk,
go
don't
and
come back.
show us the
I might
mosque
talk.
in Germany. Let Paul talk.
Blaster, you
Go
know
and
you
sit
can't
down.
use that. You know you
Should we
can't
start
use that
timing
to
it?
put people right.
Should we start timing it? Should we start timing it?
Stop this. No, stop this.
No, forefather, you're doing well. Everybody should be patient. We have time.
They didn't allow him to talk.
Forefathers, let concerns
Let me
speak.
time
please.
so everybody can speak quickly.
No,
So everybody has
forefathers,
their
please,
time.
let concerns.
This is the second time that he has.
Or if I don't
Forefathers,
time
let
it, it's going to
concerns
look
speak.
like we are cheating. Where's
Forefathers,
Pastor?
listen.
The man has come
Forefathers,
before. He didn't
listen
speak.
to
He's
me.
in now.
I'm
He's
telling
not
you right
speaking.
now, let concerns speak.
Tone. I can see Pastor on the screen. Oh, am I seeing concerns? Oh, okay, concerns. Oh, concerns. Ah, my man. I didn't know.
Why go speak before? Why go speak before me in the first place? Why go speak before me? This is about what I'm talking about now.
No.
I'm not so sure many concerns
came. Concerns was here before you and I. He was going back and forth.
Okay,
you guys start timing it so you can everybody knows their turn. I think I should just start timing it. Everybody 5 minutes.
Okay, go ahead, talk.
Okay. 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes, please.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Welcome.
Happy New Year. My friend, forefathers, even though I don't agree what you say, because what you say, I don't know. Righteous man, Tone, God bless all of you. Jagun.
Hello, sir.
The Blackstone. God bless you, people.
Bless you too.
Let me tell you, people. Honestly speaking, Jagun is on the right track.
Yes.
Jagun is on the right track. Honestly speaking, if that the country has been only the south in that country, honestly speaking, we could have gone far by now. And that is the truth. Whether you have a Fulani friend, though, I don't have any Fulani. I'm not any enemy to anybody, any tribe. But since I was born in that country, only one people had dominated that country. Whether they're educated though, or they're not educated though, whether there's quota system or there's no quota system, it's a problem it's a problem to the country. I don't see today, the Yorubas, even what they do to the Igbos during this election, the Igbos can never say Yorubas should be exterminated from Nigeria. No. The Calabas, Igbos cannot say Calabas should be exterminated from Nigeria. No. They cannot say Benin people should be exterminated from Nigeria. No. But why is it? How many tribes do we have in Nigeria? But it's only one tribe, only one people. One that tribe is going everywhere killing people. Why other tribes don't go everywhere killing people? Igbos, there are problems in Igbo land, in the eastern state, we know. There is problem in the Yoruba land, you know. But it's only for in their own place. They can kill themselves, they can do it, but it's different. But it's only one tribe that is going and killing people in Nigeria. And that same tribe, nobody has called them to order. Nobody. They are above the law. You can't do anything to them. They can't go to court. Even if today they are arrested, the next minute they are called. The police, the Inspector General of Police are called or say release them. But others, when others are arrested, either they are killed in the jail or they are kept there for many years. But these people, nothing happens to them. We are here when they said there was a jailbreak in Kuje. When their people were there, they were released. So recently, the Afenifere, the Ohanese, the South leaders, all of them, they said Buhari fed the nation in security. Buhari never did anything against the Fulanis. But these regional leaders also indicted themselves. They indicted themselves by, when Buhari was doing all this, why did they keep quiet? Why did they keep quiet when Buhari was doing all these things? and the people are dying. If you check today, how many people have died in Nigeria since Buhari came, since when Buhari came in and when he left? If you check the figure, it's more than 100,000 people. And who are these? Who are upon all these people? More than 90,000 of these people were killed by this same tribe. So when you look at all these things, you know, you must know that there's a problem. Whenever a child is crying and pointing a hand, you must check very well. That place is pointing that hand. These people dominate the army. These people dominate even they are not educated, but that dominate the affairs of the affairs of the country. They choose who to be the president. They choose if somebody is chosen and they're not happy with it, they start problem. Either they start killing, either they start burning people's houses or start burning people's shops in the north. They will do something to see that something is wrong, that person is removed, or they make a coup. So if Jagun asked that question, without these people, where should we be today? My brother, we could have gone far. Let all of us remember that there was a coup. There was sometime there was a coup, which was done by Okada. What did that coup say? That coup on about 5 states or 6 states. He said these people should leave. If not that that coup failed, Nigeria could have better today. Now, other people don't like what is happening. Other people say, let us go. But some people say we cannot go.
Concern, I'm sorry, your time is up.
My friend, my time is up. How many minutes have I spoken?
Your time is up. We have to follow the rules now. The time is up. Sorry. Okay, you can use 30 seconds to round up if you want to round up your thoughts.
I know. I'm not. What I'm saying is forget what I'm saying.
Okay, sorry about that.
Others spoke more than 40 minutes. I didn't only 5 minutes I've spoken. You say my time is up. How?
Yeah, it's 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes. Sorry.
I just want to say I thank you, Concern, for your support on my viewpoint. Thank you.
Wow, Django, like I'm just as shocked as AY with your views.
Let us.
Well, you can be shocked. You can be shocked, but as I'm considering your myopic point of view, you must consider mine.
In the South today, we just
no. Concerns. Your time is up. It's all time now.
1 minute. Let me give you one minute.
30 seconds. 30 seconds to round up.
Okay, let's say now. In the southern region of the Southern African region, there's no Fulanis there, and that place is more peaceful than any other region in Africa. And that place, the things are moving forward, moving good than the other place in Africa. Why is it that even in the this thing?
I'm sorry, that's not accurate.
No problem.
I'm sorry, there are issues in the southern region. That's why they had to intervene militarily. South Africa had to intervene in Mozambique, and they are even going to the southern part of Congo and all the rest. I'm sorry, it's just
that's not true. That's not true.
But Islamists, they were Islamists. You see, this is an Islamist problem.
Fulani are Islamists.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But it's not only. But there are other, like in Mali now, the Tuaregs are the ones causing problems there mostly.
My friend, you can call these different names. All of they are Fulani. You can call them tourists. You can call them nonsense names. All of
you have to go after the core of the problem. Is Islamists.
The Fulani and the Tuareg are not the same, but they are extremely similar in their behaviors and in the amount of nuisance that they're causing in the Sahel. I'll put it to you like that.
The Fulanis are more like you than Tuaregs. Paul, please go ahead.
What does that? What does that actually mean? That doesn't mean anything. I'm a Yoruba man. Wait, my friend. You have to be because you don't want to stay yourself.
Allow Paul speak now. Let's allow Paul.
No. You're being unfair because you don't want.
Unfair. I'm just.
I tell you why.
Let's allow Paul speak now.
No, you're not going. You're just going to shut me up. You're going to have your say and shut me up.
I'm not shutting you up. You're going to have your turn to reply. Don't worry. It's not going to be that.
I'm not replying. I'm just saying this. I'm a Yoruba man. They are Fulani. They're different.
So you have to allow him to respond.
Okay, good. Paul, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think I want to say it from the place of where AY stop, and sometimes we need to look the greater good. I know when I call people wicked, I call people all type of name because I don't understand when I, growing up as a young boy, when I see them fire people from job, I feel bad. I give my boss all type of name. Not until I find myself in that situation, how I can let people go. In most cases, maybe for their own good, for them to learn when they lost their job, maybe 1 or 2, 3 times, they will understand the corporate space. You know, so sometimes it's the greater good. These people who lose their job 1, 2 times, anywhere they find themselves, they'll learn how to protect their job. They'll know that it's different from school, you know. So why am I saying this? When we look at the country talking about this Fulani thing, I just think the government failures. Because why I use the word the government failures? Let's just trickle down 1 step downward to state governors. When you come to our state governors, probably maybe 99% of all the commissioners there, the special assistant and the special advisors, most likely they're all indigenous of that state. If they are not indigenous of that state, they probably live the best part of their life in that state that they are well known for them to even give them this position. Is our state doing any better like the federal government? Is our state doing any bad like the federal government? I think they are just the same of the same. You understand? So it's not about another tribe. It's about how we do things. The problem that they're having in my local government, in my towns, and my village, it's just so similar. It may be micro compared to the one that is happening in the state and in federal government. So when we talk about all these things, Fulani, the government just fails us. Security. People don't pay deterrent for whatever they do. There is no deterrent. You understand? People just abuse things and they go scot-free. What do you expect? Don't repeat it again. It's like I go to the grocery stores, I'm coming out. Some of us that live here in the US, I've seen that in the UK. What do you see they put at the front when you are checking out? All the candies, all the things that will make you, when you take your kid down there, your kids keep telling you, I want candy, I want this, I want that. The next minute they cry. You understand? These people also understand all these things. Sometimes you don't have options, you just buy these things for these kids. You know, so these are it's a market strategy. You know, I go to the store, I buy something, here that we do all type of donation. As you are swiping your card, they ask you, oh, do you want to donate for children's things? Do you want to donate? Oh, okay, 1%, 2%. You are donating money. It's a strategy. They strategize all these things, why they put them there and then other things. So we must understand. So talking about this Fulani, it's not about the Fulani. It's about our government failures. If they arrest people, they put people in jail, people serve their time, people do all these things. It's not going to happen. In my town, I can count so many detectors that are making my local government not doing well. I can count people that is making my village not doing well. And they are going scot-free in that village, even when everybody knows that they are bad people. And I strongly believe John Abba can make mention. I strongly believe the rest of us can make mention of these people. And these people just walk free. You understand? And these people, in most cases, they are not Fulanis. I understand the pain that these people are bringing to the country because they are enjoying it. But like they say, when we talk about football, winning team don't change strategy until you start losing. If you don't lose, how do you want to change strategy when you are winning? It's not possible. You understand? Which means your strategy is working. So these guys will continue all their menace because their strategy is working for them. Many years ago, when the Niger Delta guys come and started kidnapping, the federal government was forced to hear them. And ask yourself again, how did these guys that they later call all type of name militant, how did they do it and they succeed with it? Remember when they kidnap people, who go bail these people out? Who go bring these white people when they kidnap them in the Niger Delta? You will discover that in most cases, you see people like Edwin Clark, an elder statesman, people like the governor, Ibori, the governor of the state will go to the creek, go bring these white guys out, go negotiate and bring this white guy. Because sometimes these are the people that also protect these militants for them to do these things because the governors cannot even fight for their states. The so-called Edwin Clark cannot fight for their state. So they use these other guys to fight and to achieve a purpose.
Thank you.
Right.
Do you think it would be a good idea for me to be displaying the time so that people know when their time is up? Because it just seems like it's abrupt.
I think I agree with you. I was even thinking that too. If there's a way they can do, because the time is
so
on the
you
screen,
know,
but sometimes people will not see it.
I'll find a way to do something about that. I think Amadioha, I don't want to pass the Blackstone before he starts complaining.
No, pass me now. I'm important.
the Blackstone. Please go ahead. Welcome, Blackstone.
I have nothing to say. Pass go.
The Blackstone. After you, then Amadioha, and I think Dexter hasn't said anything for a while. Then we'll come down to the bottom panel. Please, the Blackstone, go ahead.
You with this your tribalism. Eh?
Seriously.
Yes,
You're welcome.
Your hatred for Blackstone. And then
What?
that's to go for your leg.
Go ahead. Your 5 minutes, your 2 minutes is already gone. You're just
Happy New Year to everybody in the panel. Yeah, okay. Talking about the Fulanis in Nigeria. We all know that I don't know if I'm right or correct. There are two groups of people in this world who doesn't have their land of their own. So, like you said, the Gypsies and the Fulanis. Right. And if you go back to the history, how the Fulanis came to Nigeria, you will know that how it started from Osman Danfodio, from Sokoto and everything. And it was welcome. People received him and everything. And then from there, they begin to do their ad hoc. The major agenda of the Fulanis is to claim land for themselves. That's one thing. That's why they are doing what they are doing. And they are trying to claim a land for themselves and have to dominate that land and have a place for their own. Right? And they see Nigeria as a very weak country. And because of in the north, the Muslim belief and things like that, they take it as an advantage for them to claim land and have their place of residence, right? And also Buhari came and make it more worse and make it more easier for them because he was also a Fulani fanatic and also gave them the upper hand to transverse only the name of cattle rearing herdsmen to other part of Nigeria, whereby the governors were welcoming them, give them land and so on and so forth, right? Trying to restore the so-called grazing route that was already been abandoned many years ago. And so this led all these things, right? One thing I believe that if you want to live with people in a country, you have to live. If you live peacefully with them, nobody will signal you out. Nobody will point finger at you. But when you are killing the citizens, you are using force to get what you want. It becomes a problem for the country, and that's what we are facing in Nigeria today with the Fulanis, right? If they want to settle down in Nigeria, let them settle down peacefully with everybody in Nigeria. Let it be part of the society and let there be peace. Right? They can live with people together without killing people, without trying to take people's farmland, without carrying their cattle and everything, destroying people's farm and so on and so forth. They do all those things just because they want to try to create problems. That's find an opportunity to destroy people's land, people's home, and take over those communities. And then you see what they are doing. They are targeting communities whereby that are full of natural minerals, right? Whereby they can be able to exploit and mine these minerals for their own purpose. So it is a planned agenda. It is just a random something. They know what they are doing. They know what they are going for. So let us not just push it on the ground or push it out on the carpet. Let's be frank. Let's be serious and say the Fulanis are out to grab land for themselves, and they see the Nigerian state as a weak state, and they can be able to. Why don't they do it on the other part of Africa? Which other part of Africa the Fulanis are going about killing people anyhow? It's only in Nigeria. I don't know in another part of Africa. They are there. But they live peacefully with other groups. But to Nigeria, because their people have been in power as presidents and so on and so forth, they take that advantage to do what they are doing. So that is never accepted by in any country of the world. You can't come to a country and begin to kill the citizens, and because you want to be recognized or want to be accepted, and then the country will not just look at it as in a very simple way as, okay, these are my people, they can kill anybody. That's not done anywhere in the world. So the Nigerian government has a lot to do, has a lot to contain these Fulani people and put them where they belong, so that these people can have peace and live happily in the country. Don't time me. You took my time before. So that's my own take. When it comes to that, the issue of the military people and so on and so forth, my question is that if you are born in any state, is that not the state of your origin? Even though you are not from, maybe if you are born in the north, right? If your parents are not even from the north and we are born in that state, where will you claim your state of origin? So that are the things you put into consideration, right? So let us all know that Nigeria is a complex society and Nigerians are complex people. And so I don't know why it's like that, but if we work together and we put our mind together, we can be able to solve a lot of problems that are before Nigeria. Thank you. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, something is making noise here. What's that making noise? I don't know what that is.
That'll be your alarm.
Okay, yeah, this is Google alarm. It don't make noise, you know. I'm just starting it. I'm getting familiar with it. Yeah, Amadio, welcome. Thank you. So I will be displaying that when he's getting close to the end, so you know that the time. Then I'll bring it back. Amadio, please go ahead. 5 minutes. Welcome.
Yeah, I don't want to say much. Just for me to say some of us speak like hypocrites here, and some of us doesn't like the way we speak. Sometimes we speak out of our tongue, like we speak it in the morning, afternoon we speak B, in the evening we speak C. Let me start out the military guys in Lagos. First of all, if you call it Nigeria Police Force or Nigeria Army, I don't think that if it's Nigeria Police Force, anybody from any part of the country can join it. That's why the word is Nigeria. As me, it's Lagos Police Force. It's okay. Let's employ the Indian or Imo State Police Force or Abia State Police Force or Delta Police Force. Okay, let Delta people. But I know the name Nigeria is there. Neither army or nowhere, and it can go to any part of the country to join it because it's part of Nigeria. Except you say those people are not part of Nigeria or they are not Nigerians. They're going to debate that. But if they are from different states and they're going to join Nigeria Army, you tell them you're not from these states. They're a quota system. So we are there setting all the gun powder for? Is it for the indigenous, or we are there setting the gunpowder for? So that's my take on that. So I don't see any reason why they will profile them where they come from, where they come to join the Nigeria Army, not the Lagos Army or the Ibadan Army or so that my first. My second point
I think their concern is because they have state allocations for indigenes. So if somebody comes and takes that position,
that's the gunpowder I say they are setting. You don't allocate a Nigeria Army or police, Nigeria Police Force. That for this federal. Anybody can join. As me is Lagos Army, Lagos Police. Who can say okay, as well as Nigeria Police is there. Anybody can join from any place. That the gunpowder Nigeria already said. The system have already set up. All right. So that's the point I'm coming from. And secondly, when we talk about Fulani or no Hausa, before now, we don't know Fulani. What we know is Hausa. Before now, before 2000, before legislative night, what we know is Hausa. We don't nothing like Fulani. We don't see Fulani killing people. We don't see Fulani people. What we know of Fulani rearing their cows and moving with their sticks, and sometimes they'll just hold bow, arrow. That's what we would do Fulani for. And they graze their cows from one end to another. We had this problem coming out is when they start encroaching people's crop, and people said, no, you don't encroach my crops. They will end up killing the pet. If you say no, they end up killing you in your. killing you own farmland. So that's where this is coming from. And if you look at the terrain of these things, people killing people in Jos or this place, I don't think those guys are Fulanis. That's typical terrorist. That terrorist attack, that's not Fulanis. That's a terrorist attack. It's not Fulanis. We may call it anything. We know that Fulanis move with their cows. If you tell them no, they will kill. They prefer killing you than lose one of their cows. They do that. They do that in the south. They do that in the east. They do that in the west. They move their cow until they bring the issue of Rugas or Rugas do. Ruga doesn't do. Open grazing do. That's when all those things come because they will tell you they have their grazing routes, which have been since 1914. Their grazing routes, they want to reclaim it. That's the problem Fulani was having. But killing people, masses coming to take over a land, those people doing that in Jos, in some killing multiple people, I don't think those are Fulanis. The Fulanis, I know what they did in the east, then and that give bomb, bring the internal Amoteku and the ECN in the southeast. Fulani that make that then to form that. All right, they go to your farm, they approach your farm, you talk, they kill you, one or two, which every life is something. All right, but coming to a village, rounding the whole village up, is not their handwork. That's a terrorist. Who government have not really labeled this as a terrorist. That's my own. And in the Jos, people doing that before now, it was not Fulanis. It was our indigenous fights. And Shandai was indigenous fight. It was like tribal before he lived because Fulani have been in place. They say Fulani is Fulanis. I'm not defending Fulanis, but let's call a speed a split. A speed here. Fulanis, I'm not the one. Let's call it terrorists. If the government can label this as terrorists and find where they are, they will get them. But instead of that, everybody is saying Fulani. That's my own point here because I don't see reason why we are with this 2024. We are not even talking about the real issue. What we are talking about is the real issue that Nigeria is on gunpowder. We're not even talking about that. What we're talking about is Fulani do this, Fulani doesn't do that. Who kill or who doesn't kill? So that's my own point here. So anybody can disagree or agree with me. What I know before 2000s, killing started in Kano. Killing started in so many places, and not Fulani that started that killing. That was how it was born. People died. So many people can testify before the free Fulani came in scene. People as they start killing, and that's not Fulanis. And the same thing continues to today. So that's my own point here.
Did you see the chart? Godfather, do you see the chart?
What is that?
Go ahead, Amadio.
Okay, Amadioha, I have a question for you based on your submission. First of all, do you have an idea of what the total number of recruits into the Nigerian army is? I don't know
the total number.
We don't need the exact number, but let's just say there are 100. Are you with me? Now, and out of that 100, if we have 30, 60, do you think that 100 should be divided equally among the 36 states?
As far as Nigeria army, anybody can.
About the Nigerian army.
As far as Nigeria army, it's called Nigeria army. Anybody,
I agree. I'm not disputing. We're not arguing. I'm agreeing with you. So if we have 100 allocation for the Nigerian army, do you think that 100 should be divided among the 36 states? Yes or no?
Why dividing it?
Okay, so you agree that we should just give 90 to the north and 10 to the Igbos? What do you think about that? That's a good idea, don't you think?
That's not what I said. I said
that's why I'm asking you a follow-up question.
Saying that is based on competence.
Listen to me. I said the government are setting Nigeria on the gunpowder by allocating a federal government job to okay.
So how do we end up in the middle?
How should we?
I don't know how that will happen.
How should we fill up that 100 based on the fact that we are different tribes and everybody wants representation? Do you think we should, because we are all Nigerian, I'm Nigerian, we should just give 90 to Lagos and let the outsiders have 10? That's a good way, right? Because we are all Nigerians.
I think it's based on merit.
We're sharing it. So we shouldn't share it. We should just do it according to who's in government. How should we do it?
Who qualify? By merit or who qualify? Not sharing.
How do we know who is qualified? How do we know who's qualified?
Just like here, you have to apply. You can't just carry 10.
Also, you are okay with having. Listen. You are okay with having a Nigerian army out of 100 that have 90 from Kwara State, 2 from Imo State, and 1 from Lagos State. As long as they are qualified, that is okay with you.
Yeah, anybody qualified. I'm the same
then we're fine. We're doing fine.
Qualified can join. Anybody qualified can join.
But what's the criteria of qualification?
They know the criteria in military, how they qualify people. They know. I'm not here to
from your physical to aptitude to all the stuff that they
meet all that. If all of them are from Kano, it's okay with you.
Alaba is strictly of Federal Character Commission. They pick on 774 local governments. That's what they do. Strictly on Federal Character Commission.
That's the current. That's the current way they do it.
No, that has always been the criteria. Okay. That has always been the criteria.
So we can, according to him, we can now use other local government area for another local government.
No.
We should just suppress them.
No. Say, look, this
Nigeria just set up in the gunpowder.
So Alaba, the problem is that promotion now makes it much harder. Like me now that come from Delta State now.
Okay.
We have so many tribes over there. Now I can just come out now and spill this thing that said, do you know we don't have no major in the whole of my town? And people will think, oh, that's true. But do you know the next town and from the same local government just have that position? You understand?
Yeah,
so these things do
he's
happen.
Saying that as long as they are Nigerian, those people who did that in Lagos, they are justified. They're Nigerians now. They can go and claim Lagos.
But in reality, Nigeria is structured to have allocation per state. So I understand your concern about why those people from a different state is getting it. But if to deal with that, it's not to demand we target Fulani. It's to say, okay, let's figure out how this is happening and deal with it. No, I'm not putting words in your mouth because that's what some other people are saying.
I'm trying to clarify Amadio's submission.
Look at what I said. I said Nigeria just set people on gunpowder.
He's already told you how he wants you to do it. How many times does he have to repeat it?
They are allocating federal government's jobs to regions. That means they're setting people on gunpowder. That's what I said. They don't want to do that. That's my argument.
You're in support of what happened in Lagos.
What happened in Lagos?
With those situation of those Kaduna people claiming Lagos, you think that is okay?
That what put Nigeria where Nigeria is today. Even
exactly what I said. Don't me and you are in agreement. I didn't understand you.
I didn't say that.
Those don't also happen. It also happen. There's also be allocating military service to particular region. That's my own argument here. They should let it open. As far as Nigeria is Nigeria Army. Come and join Nigeria Army, not Lagos Army, not Igbo State Army.
Let me try to ask Omadio this question. You see, some people we're just using this time. We're going to stop it and go back to timing. Let me ask you though, but some people are concerned. See, the question is that some people are concerned that because Nigerians can be quite tribalist, the people that approve recruitment could decide that if you just bring it based on merit, they will pretend as if other people's merits are not there. They will flag some other people as being better, maybe from their tribe, from their local government, and it will be lopsided in the military, and that may not be good for the nation. Maybe that's where some people are coming from. I believe in your vision. Your vision is let's remove
it. Let me keep one side that causes it more, like in the NDA now. It makes it worse. Now, when you want to apply for the NDA now, that is the senior part of the military now. How bad it is, they say, go get a letter from your kingsman. Now, if I go to my kingsman now, let's say the king comes from my own village. The king will continue to give everybody that letter from his own village. Now, you hear one village has 3 generals. Meanwhile, the whole town don't have a captain in the army. You see how bad it can be, even though when you trickle down to our own place, how stupid it can be. Things like you see like that you see like as Lagos is today, You see one part of Lagos keep developing, another part of Lagos is less developed. You understand? Because the king is from one side and he have no affiliation to the other side. So we have a complex issues. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, that's my point. What the complex issues, things are going on. Nigeria just need to say pop on gunpowder. What I'm saying, that's not good.
Purpose when it comes to the recruitment, right? Why can't they give the recruitment to an independent body that doesn't have to? No, wait. Yes, of course that can be done, because if there's tribalism within the government, right? The independent body can also do recruitment, or can do your recruitment through online processes, whereby nobody is influencing it, right?
Who would they put in charge of the independent body, Mahmoud? You want Mahmoud to be in charge? You have to find highly competent people that are not tribalistic. See,
are you sure they're not highly competent people in Nigeria?
I actually do subscribe, given where Nigeria is at this stage. I believe in what Amadioha believes in, that in time we can get to a point where we don't have to check these things that way. But given where Nigeria is, I do subscribe to it. And if people are actually breaking it, you have to respond to that concern. But for me, the argument was different. The argument was the fact that they are making it like, oh, Nigeria, Fulani is like, we should target Fulanis in general, not necessarily the extremists. That was where the disagreement was. Because I can understand when people are concerned that some parts of the country are ostracized from the military. Given how powerful the military is in Nigeria, some people will be concerned. Some people are actually ethno-nations, so they feel like if they are disarmed from being part of such a strong establishment or institution, it will be dangerous for them. So I can understand that concern, but I believe in what Amadioha believes in. In time, we'll get.
No, you know what I believe for. You believe I believe my own.
Oh, stop it, Jerry. I believe in, so they don't select, because America doesn't do that.
That's what I'm saying.
When I checked the UK, the other day.
You talk too much. Move to the next
the Blackstone, you are lucky I'm not close to Germany. You're lucky I'm not close. It's Dexter, isn't it? It's Dexter next. See, I was shocked when I checked the UK. Can you let me talk, Mr. Blackstone? See, I want to share something about what I found in the UK. The deployment of soldiers in the UK is mostly in the southern region and maybe middle belt. They're not very tiny number. If that was Nigeria, people would be losing their mind right now. Oh, they're controlling everything and all the rest of it. But that's what you get.
Father, truth be told, America does that too. Because America is structured in a different way. So we have what is called National Guard. You understand? That also protects your own state. And even though when they send you out of the country, you still vote from your own state. You do everything. You participate. So they make you enjoy that state, that region, that country. You still want to get that vibes, that enjoyment of where I come from. So that when you even go out, you want to talk about where you come from. So America does.
Okay. Other than UK, they don't seem to care about that. Please, Dexter, please go ahead. Thank you for your patience. You have been really patient. I think we'll skip Dexter a few times. Thank you, Dexter. Go ahead.
Yeah. Father, since you come to the show, have you said I should speak?
You were speaking when Rudolph was here. It's your turn next anyway.
Come up for them.
It's coming down now. It's your turn next.
Bad moderator. Bad moderator.
You were talking when Rudolph was here. Dexter didn't say anything. So stop eating Dexter time. You've taken 5 minutes. I'm sure the whole thing is finished now. You've taken everything completely now. You've taken more than 30 seconds. Let me restart again. Okay.
I think we should not overwhip the horse on this thing. Well, I think what's happening in Nigeria is that we have a dysfunctional system, and we are trying to fix the puzzle without even understanding the puzzle at all. Nigeria is highly dysfunctional, and unfortunately, what happens is that when people are brought to the table, everybody thinks about the bread that goes for them. There was a time in Nigeria where all these things didn't really matter, where the country was working, and all this didn't really matter. But right now, we are in a system whereby we are Babiala. That's what Nigeria is. They're all beggars. And some of us what happens in Nigeria is that as long as your pocket is filled up, you are okay with the system. I heard some people here making arguments for Dangote the other time. Well, you've benefited. But I think the argument really against Dangote is that the government should not make a monopoly for him on something that everybody can do. That's all. Government shouldn't make example. Dangote at a point in time was the sole person supplying cement for the oil and gas sector, for cementing of oil wells. In case you don't know, you make money from cement, not on building houses. You make money from cement on well completion. When you're doing well completion for wells that have been drilled, that's where you make money from cement. And that cement Dangote was providing then was not from Nigeria. It was imported because my cousin directly worked on the ship where they used to bring it. People like Haliboti, Slumberger get the cement from the ship. You imported cement. And Dangote was giving, once the government gives you that contract, you're a billionaire. If they give any of you here that contract, you become a billionaire.
If he's able to influence away and get the contract,
this is my point. So
not say the government made what you gave him the upper hand. If he influences his way to get it, that is this negotiation. The upper hand gets because to negotiation. I beg.
Dexter, a little bit, you are not being economical with the truth. We were importing cement. Every cement company in Nigeria imports cement. And the government fought about it. That's when we discovered that we have the limestone. We have everything in Nigeria. This is where Dangote went to places like Kogi, Benue, fought till Dangote be able to even bought Benue Cement Company that is already in moribund. So you make mistake on that one. Then when you talk about the aliboting and everything, I am vast when it comes to this knowledge. Go and check very well. The biggest construction company in Nigeria is Julius Berger. And they get made from Flower Mills Nigerian PLC. So where do you get all these things? Where you don't talk about that place?
Paul, I want to take, if they allow me, I want to take you on this Dangote issue on your earlier submission. But
I think I will find you on that WhatsApp so that we will not keep bugging the whole audience.
I don't want to interrupt.
I will find you on that WhatsApp. So I will just I'll order you some nice wine. When you are drinking the wine, we'll be talking on WhatsApp.
No. I need to address it because I believe there has been some misinformation that you push on Dangote's story. And I want to address it,
I would like that.
I don't want to jump the line with other people's
your time
That's
is
why I don't
going
want you to keep talking. But if they allow me, I'm
not a violent man. I can see everybody.
So Dexter, I talk about Flower Mills that have the contract from Julius Berger. And when you talk about all those things that you are talking about, Julius Berger has the biggest contract when it comes to those aspects.
Okay, let's allow Dexter to carry on.
I know you have. You see, there's something about when you have a bias or something, you don't seem to listen to the context of what I'm saying. I'm not talking about, I'm not arguing about that. I'm talking about when the government decides to enable one person against the other, where there's a supposed example. When Buhari closed the border, at the end of the day, Buhari opened the border, and who did he allow to take cement out? Dangote was the one he allowed until Buhari Cement started shouting. He allowed on
That is a lie. Take cement out. Is this closing the border? Nigeria did not close the border for export. We closed the border for import. Come on now.
Oh my God.
The border was closed for import, for nothing to come in. That's the complaint.
Let's allow Dexter to finish his point. Victor is not a gentleman.
Dexter, when you finish, I want to address him.
What you have said, Paul, is categorical untrue. The border was completely closed. There was no going out. There was no coming in. The southern border.
That wasn't true. I beg.
It's okay.
Finish your point, please. Don't worry about it. Just finish your point. Finish your point. Just finish your point.
That wasn't true. But that was for import.
Blackstone now. Let's allow him to finish first. Then because we are not going. The line is not going to move, and there are people backstage. Please finish.
Then on the issue of the Fulanis that we keep on talking about, the truth about it is that the way to solve the problem is there must be a discussion on the table. You know, Nigeria needs to sit down and unfortunately, what happens in Nigeria is they've had that discussion several times and they throw it away. They've had this national conference several times. And at the end of the day, nobody has the political will to implement what has been discussed.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, Dexter.
Yeah.
And all these people, they really dealt with you. It's all right. Loco P, before I go and miss Loco P again, then he starts going at me. Loco P, are you there?
It's in Delta State.
It's your 5 minutes. So 5 minutes now. We can't forget you now. Welcome.
He has gone home.
What should I say?
Say anything you want to say, whatever comes to mind. But they are talking about this recruitment.
Talk about Benue Smith Company. Benue Smith Company.
Or Dangote, whatever.
So for the recruitment issue, for the army stuff, right? I'll tell everybody this. Look, I think the more we play tribal sentiment into recruitment, the more we are getting into deep shit. You understand? The truth is, ideally, you understand, you're supposed to be, you're serving the Nigerians. You're not coming there to represent your state. You are coming, you understand? When it comes to security, you're not coming to represent your state. You understand? We are supposed to recruit the best of the best intelligence into our Nigerian army. So if it happens to be everybody from the north that is so intelligent enough, smart enough, articulate to be in the Nigerian army, so be it. Who cares? As far as it's serving there to protect my interests, who cares? You get my point? But when we are like, oh no, we have too many people from Kaduna, we have lesser people from Lagos. Like, man, come on, man. So you are depriving the most competent people from Kaduna, you understand, or from North, or from one other state, you understand, not to be there because you want to satisfy your what nonsense quota. I don't understand. How are you solving the issue of tribalism in Nigeria? You are not. You understand? And that, if you continue like that, that will definitely go from the recruitment straight to the hierarchy of the army. Because he will not say, oh, okay, it's your turn for promotion. You're like, oh no, the last person I promoted was an Hausa man. Because it's the next promotion is supposed to be an Hausa man. You're like, no, I'm not going to promote you. I'm going to promote somebody from the south because I just promoted an Hausa man the last time. You have not deprived this Hausa man from promotion because you felt the person promoted last was an Hausa man, which is still take part of the system. So who are you blaming? So anybody, for me, I think we're here, right? I think we that maybe we say we in the diaspora, at least we should try and put some sanity into the Nigerian system by calling them, telling them, look. If we do this is danger that you are facing. And the danger may not come in 5 years or 10 years. The danger may be in 20 years' time, which we Nigerians, black people, we don't even see the next 20 years. We don't even plan for the next 50 years. That's our problem. We'll just plan for the next 1 year. Let's see our benefit, and we think we are okay. You understand? But by the time we give a solution, we don't think like, what's the 20 years benefit of this thing? Is it going to boomerang and or turn around against us at our own disadvantage? Where? So who? How? Why? But we don't. We just know our own interest, selfish interest. That is what's putting us where we are right now. I think what we'll be thinking of is like, look, this thing is bad. Who is to be fired? Who is to be jailed? Who is to be punished? Like I remember the last time we, myself and what's it called, Ngosika, we were talking about like there has to be like political grudges. I can still remember that word. Like you have to hold beef with some people for just doing the wrong thing. As in, to hell with you if you want to be my enemy. Because we're looking at the collective growth of everybody, not even myself. So why should I compromise your friendship because of the collective growth of both of us? Why should I put yourself into consideration? I'm supposed to put both of us into consideration at the same time, collectively. Not okay, today you favor me, tomorrow you favor you. Why? And that has been the problem of Nigeria, right from maybe 99, if I can remember, or even Babangida times or whatever. You get my point? And they've been saying this. Apache said it. Any issue with the security of the country that's lasted for more than 2 weeks, the government is involved. We just take that word, romance it, believe it, and throw it away. We don't want to put into that word like, this is a fact. And we'll be seeing that it is true. And it's not even reduced to it. It's even getting worse. Government, come. This, enough is enough. Now, government will have to tackle you head on head. It's like your hand is in this stuff. That is why this thing has been lingering. Government go, government come, and nobody's doing anything about it. It's even getting the worse. As if something you know that even the premises people you can even solve. You as an adult, you are seeing it, and yet you don't want to hold your government responsible. And I think, like I said, like, see, Nigeria is just a particular country. I think it's high time we've romanced this enough. I think we should be at least confrontational. Let's confront these people. Let the worst happen. What are we afraid of? Have we not seen the worst before in this world? The worst is just death. Worst case scenario. And I know definitely it will get to that place because those people they want to show their hand. You get my point? So I think for me, we should just like tackle these guys head on, call them out for what it is, and if not maybe if they.
Thank you. But that Abacha quote is just a rubbish quote like crazy. What kind of statement is that? That if insecurity happens in a country, is the government that is involved? There are so many insecurities everywhere. Insecurity in Israel, is the government involved?
Listen, let me tell you, when you say insecurity in Israel, there's no insecurity inside Israel. Insecurity you have is against Israel.
It's been there for 70 years.
No, hold on. It's against, not inside Israel. Not within Israel.
Even from within, there are people that want to attack. They
start
people all the time.
No, hold on now. Not finding Israeli army being compromised. You understand? I'm talking about security system when it comes to your security, not like security situation in the country. No. I'm talking about when it's happening and your army, your security system cannot deal with it. They don't have a headway, no roadmap, no nothing. Then something is happening.
They can't deal with it because the people that are causing insecurity are still surviving. You can't destroy. America couldn't destroy Osama bin Laden for more than 10 years. No, Jesus, that statement is one of the most
I understand the lines now.
What is he saying? Okay, hold on. Let's see with that point. What is he saying? No, tell me what that statement means. That if there is insecurity in the country, is the military? It has to be coming from the military, some part of the military.
Let me tell you. In our local parlance, I think it should be in everywhere, right? They say like, if I think maybe put on pidgin English, like if insider not will kill you, your son outsider not go fit. You not get the one try reach. Definitely there must be somebody within that is benefiting because there's money, there's funds, there's insecurity. There's money, there's much money to be making insecurity. So definitely somebody must want to compromise. But like I said, in that of Nigeria's own, that is so enormous, so big, that we ourselves here, we know that it's something we can easily solve, and we cannot solve it. Then something is involved.
I like to challenge certain paradigm, and I don't think that is right. I would believe that.
Let me give you a case of like this plateau owner just happened right now, right? I think I remember last year it was myself and Steph that closed the show. We did that. I told him, I said, look, you cannot tell me this plan that these people have. They've not planned this thing for years to come. Like since Buhari, since Babangida signed Nigeria into this Islamic organization, IOC, what do you call it? Since we've Nigeria signed it with them. IOC, check the pattern. You understand that will happen? Or like rumors coming, they want to Islamize Nigeria. The rumors is just there. We are not believing it, but it's happening. Now, what if in the case of tomorrow, Nigeria wants to share? We've heard the rumors several times that the people from the Middle Belt, they will claim that if it happens, they will go with the South. You understand? And you're like, okay, Buhari tried to do this Ruga, trying to make base for some certain demographic of some people, trying to make base all over the nation, all over the state for them. So in case of anything, they were like, no, it's our place. We're not going there, it's our place. So in case there's any like sharing, whatever, they're in both sides. Now it didn't happen. Oh, okay. What do we do now? Let's move closer to them. Let's see how we can like sack the people from so and so certain region and go occupy that place. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's what, but if somebody
that is not what is happening now.
Hold on. See, listen to
you are going to a totally different area. I just talked about Abacha's this and now we're embedded up in
I'm telling you what. Hold on. I'm telling you
yes, now you don't have a time now. Don't have a time.
I'm telling you what security can become. Like it can just happen that people are trying to understand some people and just to go this way. In case in like 10 years or 20 years or even the next 50 years to come, there's anything like they want to disagree.
So okay, let me ask this question: is it okay for a Fulani person to move to the southeast, even if it's not by the government's doing, go to a certain area, keep occupying and buy the whole area,
fair and square like a normal human being would do. Is that okay?
If it's going there.
Yeah, if people come to the south, leave and occupy certain area, because we know southeasterners
It's always okay. We have Hausa line in Lagos. We have Calabar line in Lagos. We have Urhobo community in Lagos.
So is the government doing it? That's the issue. Is the government doing it?
I happen to be hearing of Hausa quarter when we were growing up.
No, that's why I'm trying to get to the core. Is the government doing it? That was the issue at that time, isn't it?
That has nothing to do with insecurity. Migration and insecurity are two different things.
No. In terms of the Ruga this thing, I think it's because the government is the one doing it. That's where the true issue is. It's not because Nigerians are against moving around.
Hold on, okay. How can I have a quarrel with you? Like, okay, no, you are telling me I'm coming to your house to steal every time. Okay, it's okay. Oh, make another break your window to come steal again. Okay, give me one part for your room, for your house to stay, so that I'm not going to break window to come steal for your house again. Are you not giving me access to be stealing from me without breaking your window this time?
Yeah. I get the logic, but the main problem I had with the statement of Abacha is that was a logical statement. And Nigerians use it repeatedly as if it's a truism, but it's not a true. It's not a truism. It's not logical even. It's sometimes we just repeat some of the stupidest. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm not going to offend anybody. Don't come for me. But I just feel like that statement is so stupid. They just keep repeating it over and over again. It's not even factual. John Hammer, please go ahead.
So you might look stupid, but other people
let the army guys talk. You've been waiting for some time, then I will talk.
The army guy, okay. He's a strong man. No, don't worry, you're gonna get something today. Soro Nadi, welcome. Long time. Happy New Year. Since last year we've not seen you. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Happy New Year, everybody. How y'all doing? Yeah, y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much. Yeah. Let's say the wise man hears and becomes wiser. You understand? And the issue I have had listened to everybody here, and then have you ever imagined, let's say the people in this forum tonight should be given the opportunity to lead Nigeria? What picture of Nigeria are you having in your mind now? Should people here now, as we are here now, we're giving, okay, now we're talking how bad and how good that Nigeria is. Now go and take the lead and fix up things. Have you ever imagined that?
It's going to be a disaster.
It's going to look like the United States of America.
For you, now disaster for you. For me, it's not going to be a disaster.
Okay,
that's like one time.
That's just a rhetoric. Okay. What the problem in Nigeria is what they say, when the cats are away, the mites will be creeping around the house, playing, having a field day, enjoying, doing all kinds of things, cutting wires, biting up everything. That is the situation in Nigeria. You understand? I heard you were talking about military recruitment, where certain guys who couldn't spell a B, they can't even spell their name, came down to Lagos to be enlisted in the Nigerian military. And if you look at it, it's a game they were playing. They were a certain military high-ranking officer sent them. So once they come there and mention that guy's name, they say, okay, they give them a pass mark. So somebody figured it out. You're talking about security here. That was security. They figured out, hey, what you're here? Who sent you? They mentioned it. They know they were doing something wrong. There's a set down rules and regulations that everybody must follow in order for things to move in accordance. That is on that side. If you do something right, I'll say you did it right. If you get it wrong, I'm gonna say you get it wrong. So these people that came down, they are sent by their brother, despotic brother from the north. Okay, Nigeria have it. If there's military recruitment, there are a certain number of people assigned to each state, and that it must be as per the state. It must come from the indigents of the state, not somebody cutting across the line, coming from all the way Zamfara also to Lagos State. You understand? They got figured out The people who figure them out is the security. But the problem I have there is bringing them to the social media or to the news. That should have been settled internally, not brought to public glare. That is, somebody was talking about security here and war fighting, two different things. You can be at war without security, then you're done for. Okay? So that is that there. Please, the Lagos government also was right on that. The Yoruba, if you like, call them Yoruba, they were right on that. Okay? There's a standard of operational procedures that they should be followed. And now that is that. On the other side, you know, you're talking about what happened in the other day, where a town, generations of people were wiped out. That is Nigerian military mode of operation. Call it, if you like, call it Fulani, they're Fulani. Believe you me, that is how Nigerian military operates. There's something that happened some years ago. Odi in Bayelsa State, they got wiped out under the command of Obasanjo. There was something that happened in Zakibiam. I don't know, have I spent how many minutes here? 4 minutes? Have I?
4 minutes, yeah, 4 minutes. Don't worry, I'll give you, yeah, more than 5, yeah. I'll give you just 5, 5:30, yeah.
Okay, not a big deal. Something like that happened in Ogoni. Nigerian military went there and wiped out the entire village. Something happened in Zakibiam. They went there and wiped out the whole people there. Something happened where the Sunnis, El Zakzaki, his group, were wiped out. This brought about the issue of Boko Haram when they killed their leader. They never fired a shot. You understand? The same thing happened when IPOB went clapping and singing at CKC Aba. The Nigerian military came there firing at them. And this is against international law. This is, if you tell me the Fulani Hesman, no, I don't buy that. I know how to operate there. Okay? It passed by intelligence. Okay? And now the Fulani is like a leech. You understand? They're the problem in the country. Ever since, from inception. They've been killing and killing and killing and killing. They're like just schoolyard bully. If you don't fight back against them, give it back to them. Oh, we're gonna make a big deal of mistake, and they'll keep bullying the people. Like I said earlier, when the cats are away, the mice play. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Who's Jonaba? You want to go? Or yeah, go ahead.
And then I will leave for the next person. Now, the issue where we said, I personally say that what they did in Lagos was wrong, and then not that the process based on Nigeria allocation for hiring in the military standard that they allocate to certain number to certain state, but they are just being smart, evilly smart, because there are a lot of Yorubas in the north also claiming it may not be in the military, claiming in school, changing their name that they are from local government, they are not. So it is the broken system that we need to fix to address it. It's not, and I also understand the notions that if it's a Nigerian military, if you are qualified, if we get to that level that it is open like that, and the military do not open it up to say, okay, there's certain number from Benue State. If you go to Nigerian Army and Nigerian Police, Benue's are more very, very high based the number of our being a minority in Nigeria. If you go to any barracks, then, and that is like, for whatever the reason may be, because most of the time people don't even want to be in the army or military. It's not what many people want to do from the west side of the Nigerian before. So some is because of unemployment and all of that. So there are people who are passionate for that job, and there are people who don't even want to join it. So that created that loophole for people to come in and out. It's not fair. We have a problem in Nigeria. It's a broken system. We talk to that and perfect it, but not that what they did in Lagos was brilliant. That is not happening in the north. All the institutions in the north, professors and all of that, they claim to be from the north, and they give them the same thing. So if we're going to be honest, then let us condemn it all across the board. Not just like, oh, they come from Lagos. Lagos also, there are Lagosians, or there are Yoruba benefiting from other things in the north that they went to claim that from local government that they are not from. And the issue is that if we at this level, that shouldn't be our problem if we are trying to make a progress at all. It is because of we are still going backward that petty things like this become a big deal. If you really mean it in the standard that you want to serve your nation, and that is the opportunity you have to serve. But in the situation by even this one, when you get recruited, you have to buy your uniform, you have to get trained. We have a problem bigger than all of those things because end of the day, the elite is the one that causing all this confusion, putting people in position. But like the army guy said, one thing I believe with him, all that was done was not done. All the wiping out the Zakiba was done. Those two things were done under Olusegun Obasanjo. So it has been, and other things, we have big problem. Let's have to use 21st century to be addressing it from the intellectual aspect of it, not this random thing. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. You finished 3 minutes. All right, thank you, Jonaba. Who is next?
Thank you was always there, but you see that the mindset of saying because it's not only in the Nigerian army, it's happening in other sector. But I think security is paramount. So for security, even if it happens under whatever sector and it may just turn a blind eye because of joblessness, when it comes to security, we should not even think of any inch of compromise at all on that aspect. Say because it's happened in maybe education sector, job, whatever. Security now, because that is life-threatening issue. So we should not even think of even turning a blind eye towards that kind of stuff at all there. You understand? If I thought they want to even do quota system, or not quota, like maybe they want every other country to be involved. You understand? Then you have 10 people, the quota that is given to you is 50. If you arrive at that 50, so be it. Let it be a 50. Don't say because you know you have 25 people left that you want to put into the army. Okay, go to Lagos and go and fill it before they get their own 50. Before Lagos get their 50, you 25 or 20 from here, run to Lagos, no, and go and get, because I've already have information that
agree with
Lagos
you.
is still
I
remaining.
agree with all
So
of
by
that.
so doing, you understand?
It's a broken system we need to fix. Thank
you. Let me ask you something local. For
Yeah.
example, just one example. If anybody can answer me this, that will make, like, I know about like Manos Army, police, other paramilitary architectures in Nigeria, right? Is it fair because, for example, Southeast I came from, all right, maybe they find no general, no lieutenant, no colonel, all right, because they want to start to head a department, they will bring down a corporal, whereby they have a qualified colonel down there that can handle the job on the north. Because they want to start to hold it, they'll bring a corporal and hold it. Is that fair?
Okay, so I'll tell you this, if I understand it correctly, right? If when it comes to recruitment and they're doing it in quota, like maybe quota system, state, whatever, I think when it comes to promotion, you understand, that formula should be expunged, should be kicked out, shouldn't be used at all. To say,
that's what I'm saying. Is the quota system, they use it
that's it. In that quota I'm thinking about, when it comes to promotion, because this time is security intellectual right now. If you are due for promotion, maybe by writing exam, or by number of wars you've been to, or by number of battles or peacekeeping you've been to, or assignment you've been to, if that's secretariat that they use, you understand, everybody who is due for promotion, give it to them. Not to say no.
Answer my question. He didn't answer my question. That's not. I'm not talking about promotion. In time of most Nigeria do the appointment. Most they do the appointment. All right, and when they have to appoint those, most Nigerians, like a customs, prisons, all those security, they do the appointment a lot. They do work with appointments. All right,
and they give it. Hold on. If you're talking about minister or
no. I said a paramilitary, which come with customs, migration, all those paramilitary, and they do the appointment. So is it fair because they have a northerner that is qualified to head that department, due to they need a Southeastern guy, they bring somebody that is not qualified just to represent the region? Is it fair?
Okay. Now, first thing first, when it comes to that kind of paramilitary, it still falls under security. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Don't do appointment at all. Don't appoint.
So the Nigerian system is broken. That's what I'm saying. It's broken.
No, no. It's not the Nigerian system is broken, right? That's part of heading any security agency. Whatever system they are using is wrong. That is wrong. Doesn't mean the Nigerian system is broken. No, that's the system they are using in appointing heads of security parastatals is wrong. Because how will you feel? I go cadet. I do rain. I do frog jump which I rain. I not sleep. I run, use honorary leg and jerrycan run past desert with honorary bell leg. I don't suffer, go work, come back. Then when your president can't carry one move, see because na guy can make on head me. What do you know about what I don't pass through? Because what does he know that I've passed through? So it's wrong. Because by the time you bring him to come, that means all my efforts, all the struggles, all the bullets I've dodged in fighting war, my painstaking stress I've gone through is in vain. You just brought one guy from nowhere because you say you have the power to appoint. You appoint somebody else. No. You are the grand
Loco, that's the most important part why you see the government also create more problem after the problem. In the sense that, for example, now, Tinubu want to appoint chief of army staff how to retire a 37.
Appointing head is wrong. If let the system, let the cadre, let everybody grow to that place. Let them head themselves. They pass through ranking system. They have their rank. They go through ranks.
But look, that's not what he's saying. He's telling you all these appointments: custom controller general in Lagos, lucrative place; custom controller general in assistant controller in the airport, in lucrative places and everything. Because that is what is bringing the tribal issue, where you just discover that in Wolf, in Tinkan,
you are not understanding me. I just told you now, appointment of those people, it is wrong. Let the promotion, whoever is heading that place, let it come from the.
So let's start the porter system. Let's go the porter. Start to give up us. That's what is causing it also. Because
I said let everybody wait for promotion. Promote them.
I'm not talking about promotion.
That's not promotion. It's telling you appointment to a strategic office.
Then listen. When it is, since you cannot make every promoted person to head the system, one will definitely lead. Right? Then you can use maybe time of promotion or time of maybe age. All of us are promoted together. All of us are qualified to head that office, right? You can say, since we are all equal in terms of academics or cadre or whatever, recruitment, Paul is older, or Paul by age wise, or Paul, you they recruited you first before me. Maybe we got recruited the same day. But your serial number, your recruitment serial number was more than my own. First came first before my own. The master you got into the system before me. Your own is serial number blah 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 1. You understand? Me, I'm serial number blah 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 200. So by so doing, we were recruited the same day or the same month. You understand? But the same set. But your serial number came before me. We can say but because of that, Paul, you go before me. And mind you, everybody that got into the system together must not head the system together. You get my point? Everybody must not be the head. But if all of us are qualified, we'll say, look, my brother, we just be selfish to ourselves. We can tell ourselves the truth. You understand? The seniority. Because of seniority.
One thing that I see that, like, let me use this word now, like my Igbo people that agitate for, and to some extent, I want to agree with them. Operation Lafiado, Operation Thunder Dance, they send them to the east. Hausa man is heading it. They are having problem to the north. They send people to the north. Still Hausa. Why don't you send an Igbo man to the north? So they don't see all those type of things. They don't see somebody say, controller, assistant controller in Tinkan Port, in Apapa Wharf, in the airport. All you just see north. Then hold on. And they balance it too. Hold on. But you will see an Igbo man will be a trainee in school. You understand? You see an Yoruba man will be an instructor in one place. So sometimes when you see the Federal Character Commission, but when you see the day-to-day job, you end up not seeing it. Or you don't see, because it now looks like there is no Igbo in the army. It just looks like there is no Urobo in the army. It looks like there is no Ijo in the army. Because all we see at the end of the day, we see all the so-called lucrative places. All we see people from one tribe. if you're in the airports today now, go look at immigration, not tenant. You look at custom, not tenant. You look at NAFDAC, not tenant. You just look. It just look like, I don't believe they employ anybody in my place, even when they're
Well, I'm not sure. When I went to Abuja, the customs people that I met, they were not mostly. There was a southern woman that was in charge of the entire immigration people there. So I don't know.
I'm not going there, beg. No,
but I'm talking about what I saw myself. So don't tell me. So I should say what I saw. Don't tell me what I saw. A woman was in charge. A woman was in charge, and a southern woman. I remember that lady was in charge of the immigration officer.
During what was this guy? This Igbo guy that was in.
Look at Ferrari shaking his head. That's my experience. What am I supposed to tell you?
There was this Igbo guy that was the chief, right? You understand?
Yeah.
What he did, I think what he did was okay, but they used it against him.
How was he okay?
During the road now. Now, brother, Igbo man, don't worry.
When you put all people from your own side, he says
no,
okay.
No, hold on first. I think
you see what I was saying the other time.
No, for me, I want to say okay, maybe I might be wrong, but I think what he did was like, okay, fine. Those way go school, get some academics, whatever, enter army, or maybe go ND or whatever. Like, oh, these are brilliant ones. Let's put them into high technical place, with sensible places and that. Then those ones will come from Guru, don't the year come, don't the year go, don't I speak English? Hey, zombie. You understand? Oh yeah, make una go the war front. Make una go they do the army is everywhere. So sometimes you come see zombie everywhere, and the zombie now we know the year go, not the year go come. They come, let's say, come from one demographics. You understand? So why the ones who let's say they go school, so they speak English, you're like, no, these guys they're too sound. Let me put them in better, sensitive place. And those ones, you know, see them for outside. Those ones they get clean uniform. You can't see them anywhere. But those ones will be zombie when the year go come, dirty, when they smoke, go the way you get. Those ones that be not illiterate, and those who illiterate, we not decide where they many pass. They many from the north, and those illiterate that you see for outside. So by so doing that, you come back that you see for outside.
Who told you that local?
So no, hold on.
Hold on. I said so. Hold on.
Local, hold on. What Paul actually said. Now we need to pay attention to that. You see, these are our three major tribes. All of them, three of them, they do that. Yoruba, Igbo, hold on. They do that. Even not only even in the military, even in NNPC, even in civil service. The moment one of them get there, they start bringing in. They give advantage to people. They behave. Hold on. Now I hate people. They not behave as if three of them they are the owner of the country. That is how the comment they also discuss. They don't talk about any other person. It's about three triangle in Nigeria. This is what is actually going on. What Paul said is actually very true. Is very common. And the poor people, even in the north, in other regions, they are all suffering. In CBN today, if you go to CBN recruitment, please, when they do recruitment, check the list. You will see the name of the elite in Nigeria. Are you telling me they are more intelligent than other people? No. It's issue of, I have a godfather somewhere. My father is a governor. My uncle is this. This is what is going on in Nigeria. We can't deny this. It's the reality. But can we look for solution? Yes, we can look for it. Because again, the poor masses here are really suffering all over the country. They don't have this opportunity. They might be very educated. They graduated with top degrees. They are suffering. This is the reality of what Nigeria has become. We cannot run away from it. But we can do more. How can we do more? Now, all these issues we're discussing, what I said initially, we should not reduce all these issues to tribe or religion or whatever. See, each state in Nigeria, let's be very clear, each state has 3 senators. We have governors. People will come here, your state governor is receiving allocation. Ask your state governor, have they ever denied them allocation? The only governor I know they've ever denied allocation in Nigeria was Lagos State, where Tinubu was governor. All other governors, they get allocation.
And they return the money back to Fashola.
Uyi says from Edo State. I heard him talking this afternoon, blasting everybody. In Edo State, from 1999 to date, the only governor that succeeded in doing anything at all was Adams Shomole. Lucky rule for HA, collecting allocation, at lucky no single project. If you say I'm lying, tell me one. The present governor in Edo State is as I don't know who is worse. You see, well, and the local government, they are collecting money. What are they doing? We need to do more. We need to pay attention to our environment. We need to push these people to the wall. The moment we come here, we start dividing ourselves. Oh, you are from here. You are an opportunity for them. We need to forget these issues. We need to be very serious with this push. If you want to fight, be genuine. Even if it's your father that is involved, daddy, no. We need to all stand and start from somewhere, from local government to state to federal. Let's give pressure to these people all across board. Our senators today, hold on, let me finish my point.
Okay.
Our senators today, we have Labour Party, we have PDP, we have APC. They all collected money, they collected allowance, they collected cars. Nothing is going on. Why can't we even see some of them say, oh, you know what? Raise a motion to go against some of this stuff. Did you see them disagree? And you see them laughing, hugging themselves in the Senate? They don't fight because they are all benefiting. This is if they leave there, they start complaining because they are not benefiting anymore. The country is a mess. What even if you have to have a discussion and say, you know what, this country is not working, let's restructure this country. How do we do this? Put up the fight. Let even the people on the street support you in real time. But they if they are benefiting, they will go and sleep. Yeah, Senate president was doing birthday. All of them contributed money just to do a birthday bash for Senate president. Did you hear? Even other party, I'm not telling you only APC, they contributed money. So the problem is they are in our doorstep, not only even the federal government, all across board. If the governor, if you try, what are you doing for your people? Tell us what you are doing. How are you helping your people? Now, complain that you are not receiving allocation from the government. Complain that you are not generating revenue from your state. What are you doing with all the money? Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I thought the point I wanted to make was about I think I forgot now. I was busy thinking about something else. I think you were talking about the allocation this issue. You know what? I'm just gonna allow Dexter to say what he wants to say. Now that thought has escaped me. Please, Dexter, go ahead.
No. Why would you skip me and Uyi? Yeah,
Ferrara, I really don't want you to say anything. I'm just trying to pass you as much as I can. I'm trying to silence you. So I just wanted to.
Okay, let Alaba speak. Let Alaba speak.
Dexter, I just wanted to make a quick interjection. You want to keep it brief, Dexter, so that we can go ahead.
No.
Okay. Is it not Uyi's turn? I think it's Uyi's turn now. Uyi is the next one.
Uyi will have to wait also.
Well, it's Uyi's turn.
You let AY go before me. And AY once called me my friend, so I'm going to call him my friend today too.
How did this happen even? How did this happen? Okay, I think Uyi is fine with it. Go ahead.
Listen, guys. Before I forget, I think that when we come here, we have to take the problem of Nigeria serious. We have to see it the way it really is. We shouldn't do too much of sugarcoating. We have to call what is evil, evil. And if there's any good, we have to say it. Although, like my Baba fella say, I don't see anything good. Not bad things me I see. As fella said 40 years ago. And the same is still happening. I have not seen anything good. You all might see it. I wouldn't. I haven't. So we already have a problem of bad laws, which has resulted in lack of governance or bad governance that we currently have because we have bad laws. what is worse for any country is not just to have bad laws. Yeah, if you have bad laws that are being enforced, you're still in a good state. You just have bad laws, then you worry about changing the laws. But when you have a state that doesn't enforce laws or selectively enforce laws, what my man Dele Farouq calls a state of impunity, you're in deep trouble. This so-called bandit problem and destroying villages and all these things is all as a result of impunity issue. Nobody's been punished severely. The state of this corruption and all this problem here and there, like AY just alluded to, of not hold the state government, all the money they get is because of this concept of impunity. We have to start thinking, what is the solution? How do we hold our leaders to account? That's the key here. Not all these paraphrasing, this, that. What just happened in Lagos? Somebody should be held accountable for those boys getting certificate. I'll tell you, that Colonel Sambo or whatever that those boys mentioned, I don't know if he's real, needs to be held accountable. The local government chairman of Oshodi, and wherever those boys got those certificates that they presented, all those people should be held accountable. But all that cannot happen here, I have to be honest. You know why? There's nothing to hold them accountable. We don't even have an independent media to look. Sometimes accountability does not require someone going to jail or being arrested by the police. From what I have learned in the life here in America, I'm not trying to compare Nigeria to America. I let forefather do that. But what I learned, sometimes, my people, accountability doesn't involve the criminal being arrested. Is bringing to light the crime. And we have enough technology to do that now. We need our own press. When we like that, this thing came from your local government. Also, the local government, you gave it. Who signed it? How did they? By the time you bring this thing to how, you might not send that man to jail, but I bet you the next chairman will not repeat that mistake. These are little ways we start to change the country. We might not get, like AY said about those Labour Party people collecting money. If there's a camera in front of them, we have to start winning those little battles. Because they build up. You understand? Those little battles build up and give us the big win later on. Might not be sequential. You understand? That little crime, that killing in Plateau, somebody was zoned to that place, for God's sake. Why is that person still collecting government salary? Why you never responded? Why you never called for backup? Those little battles, is my own opinion, is what we have to fight. You know, the judicial system is a mess. You understand? Judges making crazy judgment. There should be cameras in front of them saying, this thing does not say according to the law of the land that was written. You didn't do that. Now that they started timing me, let me now go to the issue I wanted to address. Now, Paul, I am disappointed that as somebody who lives abroad, your understanding of monopoly as regards the damage the likes of Dangote and Julius Berger has done to Nigeria is not expanding. First of all, they are not, okay, Julius Berger constructs, but they shouldn't have been the only construction company that gets contracts in that country. There should have been multiple competition. And by now, after 60 years, we should have moved to a competent Nigerian engineering firm. We should have transferred and left Julius Berger alone, let them go back to Germany. Two, the Dangotes are a total destruction of our country because they monopolize everything. It's just the 5 minutes just started counting. I saw it just
didn't start counting. No, it count up. You know, it's
why would you let it count up when things should be counting down?
That's how it's supposed to count. That you be
That's
talking
how you deceive me. If I'm playing soccer match and I saw the time, I think got 5 minutes. This is how big up.
I'm sorry.
Let me round
30 seconds. Round up 30 seconds, please.
So that's why they can't Dangote. That's why they can't Dangote.
The Dangote
that's why they can't Dangote.
Yeah, the Dangote issue. You were arguing that okay, he has contributed. First of all, the man is not a producer. It monopolizes. There's no competition. It doesn't help the country. It doesn't help the state. It doesn't help the people. People like that are just beneficiaries of government. And it is so bad. They so benefit at the expense of the taxpayers and other competitors. There was a time Dangote was getting the dollar. I'm going to conclude now.
Thank you.
Was getting the dollar.
No.
For like
You can't do that now. No.
Listen.
You are not respecting other people's time now. Let other people carry on. It's AU's turn now. You've had your turn. You've had 6 minutes. It's 5 minutes. I actually bent over. I'm sure, forget about it. Point is, please, you're welcome. Thank you for your patience. He's still talking. He doesn't even know he's muted. How did this even happen? You are muted. Okay. Uyi, you are also muted. Okay, please go ahead.
There was a time Dangote was getting $400.
Ferrari, please hold on.
Let me finish this sentence.
That was the CBN's rate.
We're getting $400 on a dollar.
That is the CBN rate, official CBN rate. Tinubu just stop it. Just May 29 year. That is the CBN rate.
Soon I will not time anymore so that everybody can just flow. But let Uyi have his say first. Uyi, please go ahead.
Thanks, everybody. I think everybody has answered my question that I've been asking. I requested earlier in the afternoon, and it's a very simple answer. We don't have a country called Nigeria. We have a space with the definition of a name called Nigeria. We're not a country. We're individual ethnic groups or different connotations. We're not one country. I know Paul was talking about the military and stuff, right? In a normal country setup, whether the military is from the north or south, it doesn't matter. Anybody can join the military. It doesn't matter where you are.
That's what I was saying.
But because we're not a country, we cannot use that definition. Now, somebody made a statement just now. I think it was Paul again. He said if you go to Lagos, the customs is northerners around the whole place, right? Once again, it's that definition of that word. We're not a country. How do you fix that? I don't know. The constitution is screwed up. Ethnicity is screwed up in the country. We have been divided into states. But isn't the question about state of origin? That's where our problem is. Until we can remove that word, I'm from Edo State, I'm Yoruba, I'm Igbo, and we can define ourselves as Nigeria, we're not going to move forward. The killings in the Plateau State and stuff, I still ask the same question I asked before. Somebody said here that the soldiers in the East are, what do you call them? Say that they are northerners, right? The same thing question I asked you. If the soldiers in the East were Igbos, would they fight IBOP? If the soldiers in the north, would they fight the Fulani cattle, or what do you call them? The herdsmen? They won't. Let's be honest to ourselves. They won't fight them. Nigeria has a problem. We don't have a country called Nigeria. And until we all sit down and we define what Nigeria means, my brother, we're going nowhere. This is going to continue going on. Is it Prophet Issa in Plateau State has given Tinubu 21 days. Here. What is it? Here, where is it? Prophet Issa El Buba, the leader of El Buba Outreach Ministry, has given Bola Tinubu 21 days to respond to Plateau massacre, or they will respond. That's where we're going to. This is where we're going to. I heard AY talking about Edo State. AY, you're 100% correct. The only thing Lucky Billy did in Edo State was he built River Sakomba Road. And we had Upper Sakomba, Lower Sakomba Road. If you want to drive down Sakomba Road, you get to a point, you have to enter a boat to cross the road. We have a big, big problem. And that is this thing that makes me so sad.
Yo, you don't go here. You do it go street too. Bastard. No, serious. Hold on. That the guy is a bastard. The interlocking ties wait to do government has remain. Not to go to the go street say I do.
So, but he did it because his mother lives there. His mother's house at the go street. That's why he did it, right? We really have a lot of work to do in Nigeria, and we had a country in the 70s. We had a country in the 80s. You don't talk to a policeman anyhow. You don't beat traffic lights. We had a country. People went to school. When I was young, if you didn't go to school, you get whooped. You sure my mother would call the teacher to come and whoop you inside her bedroom. and say who is hiding under the bed. They'll drag you out and flog the hell out of you to school. We had a country in the 70s and 80s. Buhari, Babangida, Abacha, they dismantled that country completely and gave one section of the country an advantage over one section. And we all kept quiet while it was happening. And everybody individually, religious leaders, whether it's Ike Clark, everybody went in for their own pocket, my pockets. If today your wife is governor of those states, I'm going to benefit my family. It's my natural instinct. We have a problem in Nigeria. And until we address it, like take all the guns in Nigeria. Let's take all the guns. Let's go and kill all the Fulanis in Nigeria today. Go and kill all of them. Guess what? Somebody else will rise up. Who do we kill next? Are we going to kill Hausas? We're going to attack Igbos? Are we going to kill Yorubas? Are we going to kill the Edos or the Jaws? I mean, it will not end until we come out and really define what do we want for ourselves as a country. That's the only way I see it. When you're having elections like this, that is a complete joke. Elections, judiciary, everything, you just sit down and you're like, really? My brother, we don't have a country. We just have a box, and they have a fanciful green, white, green on it, and they say it's a country. We are not a country.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up, by the way. I think
but you didn't give me 5 minutes. So.
Is it not 5 minutes? I thought I gave you five.
No, mine was like 1 minute now.
Yeah, I think now it's more free flowing now. There's no point timing anybody.
Let me add to this, right? You see, this crisis is happening. This region where they kill people. Honestly, if the security cannot handle these issues, they should either they allow these people form a strong vigilante and approve weapons for them to protect these communities, or allow everybody to carry gun. Who want to die, make it die. Because if the security cannot protect the people, let them carry gun. If you don't want to, at least let a section of them carry gun. Okay, they have 100 men with AK-47.
Yeah, but before we get there, have we, as the nation, ever actually risen up and said, you know what, sort this security stuff out, get our people into this military? Because we have not even done that. So why go to the end?
After the one that happened in Jos, when I listened to the military man that was talking, I'm like, what's he talking about? Like, he was just too trivial to me. Like,
he was just too what?
The way comparing, just as if just talking as if it's not a big deal.
Oh yeah, that's how they come across.
Yeah.
So for me, honestly, if I was from that village, I go fight gun. I know if government, I don't need government. The truth is, the people themselves,
but they don't have the resources now. They don't have the resources.
Ayo, listen. Since 1999. Since 1999, listen.
It's started again now. It's only Ayo now. It's started again now.
Let me tell you. You see, for over 24 years, all right, they've been killing people in Jos. It's not today. Over 24 years, people have been dying in numbers, 100, not one, not two, 100 plus, 200 plus, 300 plus. For over 24 years, they've been killing in Jos.
They need to wake up. They need to wake up.
No, but they said this. Hold on. I need to add this. I saw a video where somebody is saying that he recognized the people that did it to him, that they are from their local area. So it looks like some of that conflict is local to that area.
So when I said something earlier on, people are blaming Fulani people. I said that I was in Jos when there was somehow tribal confluence. All right, that's where this started. The local government chairman was one of my boss. It was the mother was killed. That's where this thing started. Before team went to the Jos town itself. And why have government like call these people name? Are they terrorists? Are they herdsmen? What are they? Nobody able to
That's
say,
the scary thing now. Our government just remains silent.
All right, but they can easily call somebody that these something they just like go to court, get the paper and prescribe them terrorists. But people have been killing people for 24 years. Nobody has been to them.
Even the state governor.
As I said,
proactive.
as I said this the other day. Nigeria is run, like we just said. Nigeria is just a group of company. It's a company of shareholders. Everybody
it's on autopilot. Just call it autopilot.
I think our leaders are being cowardly, because if you look at it, let me finish my comment. I want to share something. I want to share something I found out this week. I want to share something I found out this week. Okay, what do I do?
Nigeria? It's Royal Nigeria company.
Same is the UK. The UK is a company too. So what's the surprise?
If you run by a company, just like shareholders, all these they're all shareholders.
Everything people want to ascribe to Nigeria, I've seen it everywhere else. That's what that baffles me most. Everything that you want to ascribe to Nigeria, you can see it everywhere else. But that said, I just wanted to add something quickly.
Father, what you just said now, 100% agree with you. When you look, for example, I'll use the US. In the US, the Republican and the Democrat completely opposite. They're wanting standards with these two parties. Government is still running at its best. Yeah. Development is still going at its best.
That's the best, yeah.
You will hear Republicans accuse Democrats every day that, oh, Democrats want to defund police. Democrats want to defund police. Well, let me tell you the funny part of it. NYPD, New York Police Department, is the best police department in the world. LAPD, these are all Democrat states. You understand? You talk about Chicago, you talk about Hawaii. These are all Democrat states that they are talking about. But they do enough. You see the Republican that you're talking about, oh, they are business people, they don't want to pay tax, they don't want to do anything. They also have the poorest states. That the excess tax they tax the so-called blue states, the red state, the poor state of the red state, they are benefiting from it. So they tax you more in California, which is the pure blue state. The Mississippi, that is the poorest state in America, that is a pure red state, will run to federal government for assistance. You understand? And but one thing just stand out is that this is why we are having problem in Nigeria. They want to keep to their culture. So Montana is the fourth largest state in the US. Big state, the numbers of cattle in Oregon, Montana are more than human beings. Walmart is the biggest grocery stores in the world. They have only like 16 in the whole of Montana, Oregon. They don't want anything city life that will come change everything. They don't want to hear this Celine Dion. They don't want to hear this Madakari. They want to live their traditional local life. If you want to live that crazy life, go to New York City, go to San Francisco, where you go and live diverse culture. You see Chinese, see Africa, see all type of things. They don't want it. They want to see everything like themselves. Like as the people in my village want to eat original pepper. As you are grinding it, it's hurting you on your nose. Not this fake pepper that we are eating.
So in other words, they are diverse, they are different, and yet they are still functional. This is
that's exactly what I'm talking about. In Nigeria, we gag one another too much where we want to impose our own lifestyle to people.
Poor,
and we bring all this nonsense with... another thing again, we bring all this nonsense with...
That's why.
We bring all this nonsense with religion also. Yeah. Because religion also makes us start dividing ourselves. You understand? When people have one lifestyle, they understand themselves more. When people started having multiple lifestyles, that's why you see now, when we live in the city, you see people don't understand why they tell you the fund. You see the people in the city, the one who is coming from this part of the town, will be so mad with the way the city is doing. The one that is coming from the other side of the town will be so mad. But if they find themselves in their country home, where every one of them almost do the same thing, they are at peace.
Then, what are you saying now? America have one lifestyle, one language, one food.
America never have one. America never have one lifestyle.
Can I say this,
that you are talking about in the South? When you look the South, the evangelical, as they go to church and they do everything.
Now that KJ has arrived with his hat, with his winter hat, he's ready for all kinds of fights now.
Originally, what make a people? We are talking about culture. What is culture? Culture is about your food, your clothes, and your lifestyle. You understand?
I must make mention.
America does not. I'm going to interject. America does not have one language. America is a multicultural society.
and yet they are functional. This is what I have found. See, let me just say
No,
something.
can I say something, guys?
Can we? You know what? I'm going to start timing now. This people will let anybody talk. Hold
See
on
my
now.
hand up now. My hand has been up since.
Don't worry. I'm going to come to you next. Let me just say something quickly. I want to say something we've not noticed is that Buhari, Tinubu, since he got into office, has he ever come out and say, "Oh, this is the terrorists we are dealing with. This is what we are dealing with. This is what we need to deal with"? He's never made any kind of security statement like that. Never. Why don't they do that? One thing I found out about Abiola this week that I think maybe we'll go into that discussion next time. But Abiola was looking to support the African Americans to get reparation in America. I didn't know that.
True.
I didn't know that. That kind of stuff is extremely dangerous to do. And no wonder Americans were here when he died, because that's going to cost them billions, trillions. And he wanted to put the weight of one of the most powerful black nations behind African Americans. That would have put a heavy lift of pressure on this American government. And no wonder they didn't want him there. But that's a different conversation altogether. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say that there's one thing that you guys, speaking on the American front, don't measure. America was cleaned off. They took the problem of the original people away. So what you find and what you're talking about, Paul, in the Midwest of the States, windy cities, what you're speaking about are people who want to maintain the status quo as per the European edict of the USA, which is fair enough. But you have to consider that they murdered people. They murdered droves of people in order to implement what we see as America today. So whilst I do take your point on board,
but to some extent, do you want to educate me more? If you said that, who are the people that will murder this India more? Remember, to some extent, I want to say it's the British people. It is not really Americans, as you might.
My brother, what they did in the Europeans. You see, when you say British and America, you're just clutching at straws.
The British also punish other tribes. They dominate when it comes to the Europeans. Other European people came, but the British were the dominant. That's why I use the word British.
The British were the dominant. If you read your history, the British are dominant in North America because they landed on Plymouth Rock, not first, but at the greatest numbers in times of America. Whereas the Spanish took over Southern and Central America. So let's not pretend that we don't know what
continent or the United States of America.
Wait.
No, continent or the United States. I'm not talking North America. The country called the United States.
When I say North America, I mean North America, which is USA and Canada, were dominated by the British. That's why they speak British or English in both countries. They speak Spanish and Portuguese in Southern America because of. So understand that, and understand.
Who is the British?
Wait, my friend. Understand that what took place was real, what we call real, when you cleanse the land of people. What do you call it? You made me miss my
ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing.
Well, deeper than
that.
Genocide. Genocide was what was committed in these places for them to want what they want and do what they do.
That's why I said it's more
my
like
friend,
the
you
British.
just gotta listen for a minute. When you speak about Nigeria, we weren't genocided to the point that none of us who know who we are don't remain anymore. We are a people who own our land, and you're not understanding this. You just wanted to go fast. It took 400 years for America to be what it is today. We are 60 years old. If we know where we are, we can design where we want to be. But we're not doing that. All we're saying is, oh, why didn't this happen here? You see, in this country, that happened. We're just being stupid. We're not understanding that there are nuances and balances and stories behind all these things. And these have to be included. You can't just exclude them. AY spoke that we should, and others, spoke that this tribalism is getting in the way. That is for me the deepest nonsense ever. We are a people. It is. It's rubbish. Wait, guys. I've been listening.
Why is the country not moving?
No, guys, my brothers, I've been listening to you guys all. I've been listening to you guys with a lot of patience and diligence. You didn't hear my voice.
But you should allow people to chip in so that you know,
I don't mind people chipping in, but I need to get to what I'm trying to say because I'm thinking about what everybody said, and this is my response to.
Well, you are saying basically your argument is tribalism is not a problem.
Tribalism is a fact. We are factually.
Is it a negative fact or a positive fact?
Bruv, let me land. Tribalism is a fact. It's so endemic. We are the people. If I'm speaking to my children, I'm speaking to them in Yoruba so that the thing continues. I have a vested interest in my forefathers, for real, not the one that doesn't have any homo or any name. My real forefathers. Can you let me land?
Can you focus? Why are you bringing it? You're the one distracting people.
I'm saying my forefathers.
Okay, go ahead.
Those ones, I have a vested interest to continue the line. In such, I'm not going to play with my Yoruba-ness for you and your lack of tribalism rant.
Okay,
no, wait, please, guys.
Toxic tribalism.
It's not the same thing I'm saying about the US right now.
Let me say this. Let me say this to you.
Mr. Diego, can I ask you a question? I have a question for you.
Please, one at a time, please. You can see that I'm trying to deliver something. I haven't got to the nub of where I'm going. In answer to forefather, is there toxic tribalism? We have seen it. I understand it goes on. I understand that it's what the politicians use to play us. I understand all these things. But we have to be much more sophisticated than the rubbish that comes from the political class. We have to be much more sophisticated, both religiously and ethnically. The thing is, you see, these things that we speak about, they're fundamental. They're fundamental to who we are. They give us pride. I have pride in the Igbo man when they say what the Igbo man is and what he achieves. I'm proud of the history of the Hausa before all this madness happened upon them. I'm proud of
that's fine. So does the Irish man. The Irish man is proud of who they are. I do understand what you're saying.
No, not me.
Hold on. Let me say something.
You're misunderstanding me again.
This is positive. There are negative aspects. What we want to hear you say is, do you think we should do away with the negative aspects of tribalism?
Listen, tribalism in a negative aspect is foolishness if we know we have a country. Merit is what we should be balancing our efficacy upon. It should be merit. I'm not stupid, but are you stupid when you want to castigate all people of their ethnicity? What
I'm referring to, I'm not doing that. Don't make no mistake.
Listen, you asked me a question.
I'm saying that the negative aspects need to be done away with. I hope you understand that.
Forefather, I understand what you're trying to say in this moment.
But that's what I've always meant.
I'm asking you guys to be very careful when you speak about tribalism in the way you do, because the way it comes across in my ears is that you want this clean playing field where we are all kind of anonymous individuals.
Oh no, that's not what I'm saying.
Wait, please let me land, because that's what it sounds like.
That's not what I'm saying.
No.
You should know that. Of anybody, I've had long conversations with you.
No. You too should know where I'm coming from as well, therefore, because I'm coming from.
So let's just coming negative aspects.
Can I give you something?
Look, you said that 3 times now, and I've
yes, now John talking for 10 minutes now.
Let's KJ.
No, I've been interrupted for 10 minutes.
Look at how smooth KJ is looking now with his winter hat on.
You know, I'm not happy.
Don't worry, you have your chance to carry on.
You see, I have been listening. In fact, this is the first time I've listened to this.
It's unfair, you know. Do you think, KJ, do you think I finished what I was saying for you to just jump in? And I'm not saying you're jumping in now, but do you think that I finished what I was saying? No, wait, I'm asking KJ. Because me, I've been on a
Let
while.
KJ speak now.
So now,
Bruh,
I don't know. I know that there's a moderator
forefather. Remember what you were saying with
I don't know. You want to
with my man previously. That's what you've just done. And you want to open your mouth.
You know, everybody should be able to speak. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to stop you from speaking. Everybody should be able to speak.
You see,
I'm not saying anything again because I didn't go near my point. I didn't go near my point.
But however, I still remember some very few. And let me quickly say that I've been listening for the first time. I've listened to this program right from the morning because I've been lying down really, and I didn't have any intention of coming up, you know. But I had to come up because of what Paul is saying, and these are some of the things that we say sometimes that are totally not correct when you have to do with Nigeria as compared to America. You know, in America, you can get off from just like you can be in Chicago and eventually decide to relocate to New Mexico, and your origin and everything changes without anybody asking you why is that. You know, it cannot be done so because even if you are living in Lagos, decide to relocate to Sokoto, you will still ask you state of origin. That's the first thing that you take up about the third thing you see in any form you are feeling in Nigeria. State of origin. So even if you are living in Sokoto, I have been living in Sokoto for the last 10 years. You still have to write Lagos as state of origin. That does not help for national development and cohesion. That's one. Two, Nigeria started going back the day we woke up and said we should change our national anthem from Nigeria will held our own native land. That though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. We change it to arise the compatriots, Nigeria call obey. Who is the compatriots? You know, to serve our fatherland with peace. All that jargon that Obasanjo put into the place. It has no meaning. Because if you look at our heroes past, who are the heroes past? Those murderers? Who are the heroes past? Who is the hero that we can refer to our children and say, you become like one of these people? None. So I think that if we have maintained some of those things that were laid down right from the beginning, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Everybody can understand that. And this is what Sir Ahmadu Bello said. When Nada Sikiwe said, let's forget our differences. He said, no, let's not forget our differences. Let's understand our differences. Okay? And then build a nation. So you understand that I'm a Hausa man and I have a different custom, different tradition. And you understand that I understand that you're an Igbo man. You have a different custom, you have a different tradition. But we can work together, irrespective of our differences. Understand your own, understand my own. Since we decided to, cut that away and decided to give the nation to one person to determine, or one oligarchy group to determine who should become what and what should happen to us. That is why, the center can no longer hold. Let's face the fact. You see, the more you keep beating about the bush, we will go nowhere. The fact is that those governing Nigeria have decided that some people are more superior than other people. You have heard it before. There's a ruling class, those who are born to lead. Okay? And as long as that policy continues, it's not going to help the nation to develop. And if we don't develop as a nation, all we're doing is just waste of time. Thank you, sir. And I
Thank
appreciate all of you who have
I actually agree with KJ.
So KJ, when I talk about the US now, I didn't talk about the US based on individual. I talk about the US based on their culture, the way they do things. That's why I said Democrats and Republicans. The things that they do in South, the evangelicals, they go to church, they go everything. You see the way they stand tall when it comes to abortion. They stand tall because to them it's an abomination. To the other part of the world, in the same US, they don't see it to be a problem. You understand? But the beauty of it is that everybody respects the law. So if you want this thing, just travel to the other part of the world, you are good. You understand? You want to do abortion, you are in Arizona, just take a $40 bus or train, you are in California, you go do your abortion. So, you see how simple it is? That's exactly what I'm saying.
What I was trying to call your attention to is that, you see, It's a federal government. The federal government have said, based on abortion, this is what to stand, and this is what is supposed to be done. But some states still want to practice it. Okay? That flexibility is not allowed in Nigeria. The federal government takes all the...
Because every state have their own laws, but in Nigeria today, every state
Listen, my brother. If every state have their own law, there's many things. In fact, let's use an example, because at that time I was just not happy for Lagos State. When Tinubu was there and said to do their electricity and everything, and they couldn't even supply to their own state. They couldn't supply to Lagos. They had to, vanquish everything to the federal government for distribution. So if states were allowed to...
No, that's the Enron power project now that they hold down at the seaport. That's the Enron power project from South Africa.
One of your commentators is saying that this is an IPOB cap. No, this is not an IPOB cap. But if you give me an IPOB cap, I will be glad to wear it.
Where did they get that one from?
That's what you said to me. I'm not afraid of answering IPOB. I don't get any fear.
No,
I'm a full no apology to anybody.
That's just winter hat. Where's that IPOB hat?
Okay? And I don't have any problem, with wherever anybody comes from. It's not a challenge. In fact, most time when we relate to people, we even ask them where they come from before we become friends with them. Is there anybody sitting on this planet who has ever seen somebody say, "Oh boy, where are you from?" Say, "Okay, I'm from Benin." Hey, okay, we can be friends. No. You are friends with people. In fact, later, very long after that, before you even know where they're from, you don't bother about that. So the issue in Nigeria is not about tribe. It's about a set of individuals who have held the country to its neck and making sure that every other thing don't work for their own, personal aggrandizement. That's what is going on, and that's what
this has to be understood. This has to be understood before we start bringing in all these other things. We have to understand that the enemy of Nigeria is within. That is the problem, and the enemy of Nigeria is within.
Has always been. Let state run whatever they have. It grows the economy. It grows the country.
We're talking state. You see, we had this in the beginning, but we didn't make it flourish, and it was about to flourish. I watched this program, and I was actually there.
Take it off.
I was there. The Festac 77. There's something on YouTube. You can watch it. It was very reminiscent for me because I was there at the time. I remember what my mum was doing in terms of bringing things in the country for Festac. We printed, our family, all of the T-shirts. Festac 77 T-shirt. It was us that printed that. I remember everything. And then I remember the time and how the country felt and the amount that was going on over 1 month. $2 billion was spent. I couldn't even believe when I was just checking the stats on this occasion. And it was supposed to be a yearly thing that happened across Africa. And we brought the whole black world together into our country. And we don't seem to understand that we played success even after our wretched war of 67 to 70. 77 now, we're celebrating the whole African world. The British newspapers, which I remember being in Britain at the time, and there was certain news going on, but not much. But when reading back the British newspaper and what they were saying about Festac, they didn't believe that we would actually succeed in holding that thing, the thing that brought the black world together. Most black Pan-Africanists, we don't see ourselves as Nigerian, as Pan-Africanists, so to speak. But we are deeply Pan-Africanist, and we have a deep responsibility to Pan-Africanism. And it seems to me that in order to organize Nigeria, we don't know how to do it. And therefore, to me, the fact that we don't know how to do it doesn't really mean that we have a clear picture in our minds as to what Nigeria should be. We don't really have that picture. Sometimes when we sit down and listen to ourselves, basically all we're doing is complaining, which is reasonable and understandable, but it's not sufficient. We have to look for where there are examples inside our country and across the world that will benefit us. And we have to picture the next 5 years, 5 to 10 years, given how the world looks today. We have to picture it, and we have to be quick, because the whole, bruh, things are afoot. I think sometimes we're so insular into the Nigerian issue and problem that we don't know that plans are being made in our nation.
Who organized that Festac festival?
Obasanjo
And it's not only Festac 77, the National Art Theatre, the rebuilding of the
So he organized it within a year of coming into office.
You know, the Lagos airport was built by the model of Amsterdam airport. So they put so many projects together, and they achieved
so many. I mean, look at the National Theatre and how beautiful that building is. The architecture of that building, nowhere else in the world, my brothers.
But hold on. My concern is that Obasanjo came into office within less than a year. He's already organized Festac.
That's right.
Are we sure it's not something that goes further back?
It was supposed to happen in the 60s. The war stopped it from happening, which is understandable. So they pushed it forward to 77. And at that time, within a year, Obasanjo did those things.
It's continuity now.
It still has to be given
I feel
to
like
him.
the plan had been.
No, it's continuity. It's not that he was not under his regime.
Listen, the question is it that we lack activity? No. The question we should be asking, or where the re-engineering should be coming from, is what is the end goal when a program like that is organized? Now, a lot of Black Americans are going back to Ghana to settle. I know a lady, I've been reading her book, who is now living in Ghana. And there are many more, people like Rita Mali lives in Ghana. Now, the question is, do we as a people know what we want to do with a program? Because if you map out a program, you must have the way to harness whatever is going to come out of that program. Now, we did Festac 77. Were we trying to lure the Black Americans back into Africa, or to think Africa, or to begin to put their money in Africa, or to see a way to relate with Africa, or relate with different countries?
No. I again, bros, I think you need to go and have a look at it, because it says so much about what Nigeria really is all about. And whilst I understand your question, you see, looking at, I was there, 10, young man at the time, young boy at the time, loving the whole build up, everything. By the time it was happening, everybody in Nigeria at that time was an African.